Caves were quietly opened up deep underground. Inside the cave, there are waves of ferocious beasts. Thermal weapons pose no threat to them. The world has fallen into an unprecedented panic. In desperation, the top leaders of Blue Star finally developed a method of cultivation. After years of exploration, gradually some warriors broke free from their restraints, bravely stepped out, successfully repelled the ferocious beasts one by one, and resealed the cave. Now, my cultivation has reached 150 calories of blood and chi, and I have completed the first bone tempering. I am only one step away from the third bone tempering and entering the realm of a half-step warrior. And then, I will become the hope for the future of Blue Star and save this ravaged land. However, at this moment, a hint suddenly appeared in my field of vision. 10 days later, I will travel to a fantasy world and become a menial disciple in the sect. Although the blue planet is in turmoil, there is still order and security is relatively guaranteed. In the fantasy world, the cultivators there can kill the strongest person on Blue Planet with just a punch. In order to survive in this fantasy world where the strong prey on the weak, I decided to go online and ask for help from the experts. Don't laugh at the host's daydreams. If the assumption is true, our spiritual energy revived 100 years ago and entered the era of advanced martial arts, which can be considered a half-fantasy world. Memorizing some high-level cultivation methods is nothing but menial tasks. In a small sect, you can directly become a saint. In the fantasy world, talent is the key. You might as well just take hormones and activate your unlimited potential. The above is too cliché. You might as well just go and pray for a good life. Forget about working hard. Since you have traveled through time, it's not too much to be a son of a wealthy family, right? When I tried the advice, I accidentally activated the advice system. It is recommended to memorize high-level practice methods by rote to gain practice acceleration. The faster you memorize, the greater the practice acceleration. It is recommended to take growth hormone to activate unlimited potential and increase talent after crossing. It is recommended to go to the temple to worship Buddha and pray to become a fairy and escape the fate of menial work. 100 years later, I'm still standing between the two sides of the strait, carrying the lives of all people on my shoulders. At my feet, thousands of people knelt and worshipped me. Greetings, Master. At this time, in the Longhu community in Chengdu. Inside the room, I kept refreshing the comments, but almost no one took it seriously. Everyone thought that time travel was just a fantasy or a prank. Just when I thought all the comments were the same, I noticed a few unusual responses. One of the comments came from Lin Jin, a certified student at Jiangnan Martial Arts University. He wrote, "First of all, I won't laugh at the OP's daydreaming. Assuming that the spiritual energy is really revived and the high martial arts era of 100 years ago has returned, with a martial saint who can fly in the air and split mountains and rivers, then this is not completely outrageous, and time travel is plausible. In that case, why don't you try memorizing some intermediate cultivation methods? They are sold online and the price is not high. What if they are effective? If there's a book that really works, the speed of cultivation will definitely be faster than those low-level techniques. What kind of menial tasks are there? The host can definitely shock everyone in a small sect and change his fate. Maybe he can even achieve immortality. Ha ha ha." Although this comment is also full of sarcasm, it seems to make some sense. Rather than having no skills at all, maybe memorizing a few intermediate practice methods would be helpful. I continued scrolling, looking for more suggestions that might be useful to me. Then I saw a comment from Suyu, a teacher at Shanghai University. The Jiangnan University student above doesn't seem to be familiar with the routines of online literature. In the fantasy world, the strong prey on the weak, and it's useless to memorize a lot of skills. In this worldview, minor characters can be crushed at any time, and even the aftermath of a battle can make them disappear. I do have a more practical suggestion. You can try growth hormone to stimulate your energy and potential. Try to push yourself to the limit within these 10 days. After traveling through time, this body won't be of much use anyway, so just transform it at will. As for buying growth hormone, it's sold at Wuda University in Magic City. I'll give you a 12% discount. It's a real discount. Of course, other friends can also come and buy it. Just mention my name, and you will get a 12% discount. Today's growth hormone has few side effects. It can help you perform well in a martial arts school exam and gain more resources. Note, Jiangnan Martial Arts University's growth hormone is far less effective than ours. The corners of my mouth twitched slightly. Growth hormone was something that was used by many people in the early days of the cave invasion, but due to the side effect of overdrawing potential, it has become close to a banned item and fewer people are using it. It seems that this teacher from Wuhan University in Shanghai wants to take the opportunity to advertise. But, to be honest, this suggestion is somewhat practical. After all, this body will no longer belong to me, so overdrawing some of my potential doesn't seem to be a big problem. I took note of this suggestion. Just as I was about to continue searching, a prompt box popped up again in front of me. General advice. Memorize the intermediate practice method by rote. Once you have mastered it thoroughly, your practice speed will double, and the effect will continue to the Tsang Yuan realm. General suggestion. Buy the growth hormone from a Magic City Wuda University to improve your potential and talent. You will also get the same bonus after traveling through time. You can choose to adopt the suggestion. I was stunned for a moment, and my heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Could it be that the netizen suggestions could really be realized? And there would be unexpected additional effects? For example, the speed of practicing the technique can be doubled. If I can listen to enough suggestions in these 10 days, after arriving in the Tsang Yuan realm, won't I be able to thrive like a fish in water and even surpass the martial saint on Blue Star? My breathing became rapid, and the resistance in my heart gradually disappeared. After all, although I was considered to be a talented person on Blue Star, if I were to travel directly to the fantasy world and become a chores in the sect, the gap would be too big. Open the online store of Wuhan University in Shanghai without hesitation and bought 3 tubes of growth hormone. Since my parents are federal researchers, my family's monthly allowance is very generous, so buying these is not a problem. However, I didn't tell anyone about the 88% discount. If the fact that I traveled through time were to be exposed, something bad would definitely happen. Then, I browsed the intermediate cultivation methods on the internet, selecting the ones that were most suitable for me and the most powerful. At the same time, in an office at Wuhan University in Shanghai, a young girl in a short professional skirt gracefully stretched out her slender hands and tapped the keyboard. Her snow-white long legs were faintly visible in her black stockings, swaying gently. It seems that the soft advertising is effective. 3 of them were sold so quickly. This task is much easier than I thought. After placing the order, I started searching online for a technique that suits my practice. Because I'm too weak right now and have not officially entered the ranks of warriors, there are very few techniques that can be practiced with just one bone tempering. Intermediate cultivation method requires at least a 3rd-grade warrior to practice. If you choose the wrong one, the practice will be counterproductive. Therefore, you must choose carefully, otherwise it is very likely to damage your foundation. Moreover, the intermediate cultivation methods are basically classified as confidential and are rarely sold online. Even in an institution like Wuda, special permissions are required to purchase these methods. Almost no one is willing to sell such scarce resources. I continued flipping through the pages, my eyes resting on a few books on low-level techniques. Low-level blood coagulation technique. Jiangnan Martial Arts University, written by a master, increases the speed of blood coagulation by 30% and can better temper the body and bones. After mastering it, the blood and chi are 30% thicker than those of warriors of the same level. Price, 8,000 star coins. After flipping through the pages for a full hour, I found that they were filled with low-level techniques commonly seen on the market. Not only were they ordinary, but they were also almost indistinguishable from the martial arts I was currently practicing. Slightly disappointed, I realized that it didn't seem easy to find a rare practice method online. Even though everyone is practicing martial arts now, few people can get access to intermediate practice methods. This kind of practice method is like a treasure, and whoever has it will treasure it. It will only be revealed when it is absolutely necessary. As for getting such a technique from the school system, it was even more impossible. The school had already strictly prohibited anyone from practicing high-level techniques. Forcing practice would only cause irreparable damage to the foundation. Just when I felt a little tricky, I suddenly remembered something. My father is also a warrior. Although he never revealed his rank, as a top scientific researcher, it is not impossible that he has collected some skills. I immediately got up from the computer, walked quickly to the study, fixed my eyes on the quaint pearwood bookcase, and then began to search hurriedly. The bookcase was mostly filled with ancient books and novels. Until finally, I found a few ancient books placed in a disorderly manner, and my eyes lit up. Spirit Refining Art, Vajra Method, 6 Sword Styles. When I saw the titles of these 3 books, I was stunned. I once heard a teacher talk about the soul refining technique when I was in college. It is the most advanced method of intermediate cultivation. Practicing this technique can transform the body's chi and blood into the spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained in the body and embark on another path of cultivation, transcending the ordinary method of achieving sanctity through chi and blood. The six-sword style can control objects and kill enemies, and one sword can kill someone within 1,000 meters. After being practiced to perfection, the warrior will be more powerful than the same level. Although the Vajra Dharma practice path has not yet been fully explored, there is almost no one who can defeat it except the Grandmaster. Rumor has it that there were geniuses who tried to blaze a new trail, but ultimately failed to break through to the Grandmaster level. This is a godsend for me. The soul refining technique is exactly in line with the fantasy world. The spiritual energy on Blue Star is scarce, but the Tsang Yuan realm is definitely full of spiritual objects from heaven and earth. As for the other two, although I don't know their grades, they're on par with the soul refining art, so their value is definitely not low. Now that I have found the method of cultivation, let's get started right away. I made a secret decision in my mind and began to memorize this method by rote. If this is true, then the time travel has been verified. After all, traveling to another more powerful cultivation civilization is too sci-fi, and outsiders will definitely think I am crazy. However, even though the spiritual energy of Blue Star has revived, and even a flying martial saint has appeared, no one would think that they have a chance to travel to another world with more powerful cultivation. You have listened to the advice and adopted the suggestion to memorize the intermediate method by rote. After successfully memorizing it, when practicing this method, the speed of condensing chi and blood and absorbing spiritual energy will double, and the progress of practice will be accelerated. I picked up the ancient book, slowly opened it, and began to read silently word by word, transforming chi and blood, nourishing the spirit, gathering heaven and earth. After a full hour, I finally finished reading the book. My mind seemed to enter a state of emptiness, and I felt the connection between myself and the world, as if I was wandering in the void, and my soul was cleansed in an incomparable way. I gently exhaled and closed the soul refining book. The words in the book seemed to jump in my mind, and many of the contents were so clear that it seemed as if I had already memorized them. When did my memory become so strong? I haven't officially entered the realm of warriors yet, and I don't have the ability to remember everything I see. But now, after just reading it silently once, 20% of the content has been deeply engraved in my mind. This is too exaggerated. At this time, the prompt appeared in front of me again. Since you have established a connection with the Tsang Yuan realm, you have completed the process of drawing chi into your body and have barely completed the process of fasting. You have a memory far superior to that of ordinary people. In a sense, after entering the Tsang Yuan realm to practice, you are no longer an ordinary person. I couldn't help but be shocked. It seemed that I really had some connection with the Tsang Yuan realm and could even borrow some abilities from there. The effect of drawing chi into my body actually gave me a memory that surpassed that of ordinary people. This meant that the Tsang Yuan realm was more complex and powerful than I had imagined. I am certain that I will really travel through time in 10 days. A strong sense of urgency arose spontaneously, so I opened the soul refining technique again and continued to recite it. Outside the window, the sun slowly sets, the bright moon rises, and the silver light shines through the window onto my desk. The spirit refining technique in my hand, realizing that it was getting late and I had already memorized the technique thoroughly. With the help of my extraordinary memory, I mastered this soul refining technique in just half a day. You know, even an ordinary first-grade warrior can't do it so quickly. You have completed the suggestion and successfully memorized the soul refining technique. You will master it thoroughly during your initial practice, and your practice speed will double. The prompt sound fell again. At this moment, I faintly felt a transcendent aura emanating from my body. It was not the murderous aura of a warrior, but a brand new power. When I recited silently, it was as if I was practicing. My body felt the subtle changes in chi and blood, and gradually became in harmony with this power. Now, as long as I'm not facing a real warrior, I believe that I'm almost invincible. Carefully putting the soul refining technique back to its original place, I took out the Vajra technique, feeling a little nervous. I don't know what kind of surprises this practice will bring me, and I'm kind of looking forward to it. I have already felt the power of the soul refining technique. Even if this Vajra technique is slightly inferior, it is still an extremely powerful technique for me now. Immediately, he slowly turned the pages of the book. I glanced at the introduction and couldn't help but feel happy. This is actually a body protection technique. After mastering it, the body will be as indestructible as diamond and invulnerable to all weapons. I silently recited the words of the Vajra Dharma over and over again, gradually imprinting them in my mind. Time passed quietly. The Vajra Dharma was much longer than the soul refining technique, and the profound meaning contained in it was also more complex. According to the final explanation, when one's practice reaches perfection, one can even summon the Vajra Dharma image, which is as powerful as the sky and irresistible. Originally, I thought that I was already pretty good if I could get close to the soul refining technique, but I didn't expect that I couldn't understand the mystery behind it at all at this stage. Even if I memorized it, it took a lot of my energy. However, if I really want to practice this method, I have to reach the level of a 6th grade master of Blue Star, or even a 7th grade master. After all, the requirements of the method are too high. The flesh and bones need to be thoroughly tempered and brought to the extreme, and only a strength of 100,000 pounds can meet the entry requirements. I couldn't believe that my father had such a method. Even a martial saint would probably be tempted by it. However, my father just casually placed it on the bookshelf. You have memorized the Vajra Dharma and have gained the characteristic heavenly man state. When practicing this Dharma, you will enter a state of unity between heaven and man and will be able to quickly comprehend its mysteries. The reward is that the practice speed is doubled. I was slightly stunned. I didn't expect that this not only improves the speed of practice, but also has additional characteristic bonuses. The state of celestial being is said to be extremely powerful. When practicing, one becomes one with heaven and earth, and progress is rapid, which is simply unparalleled. In addition, I have read it silently many times before and have a preliminary understanding of the key points. Now I can even use it to assist my practice. I slowly circulated the chi and blood throughout my body, feeling my tendons and veins being cleansed and a tingling sensation spreading through my body. Ding! You enter the state of heaven. My mind is clear, as if I have become one with the heaven and earth, and all living things seem to be approaching me. This wonderful feeling intoxicates me. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The surging blood and chi surged out of his body, covering his entire body. The thin spiritual power between heaven and earth quickly entered his body, and his blood and chi surged in an instant. I felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on my back. My chest ached, and I could hardly breathe. After several cycles of practice, I finally stopped practicing Vajra. The improvement in chi and blood is amazing. In just a moment, my chi and blood increased by at least 1/10. I felt a little dazed. The power of the heavenly state was mentioned in the book. Many 6th grade masters accidentally entered the heavenly state in desperate situations, broke through the 7th grade, and entered the master level. The Magic City Wuda University, after entering the celestial state, used the 8th grade power to fight against the 9th grade ferocious beast and fight for survival space for the human race. This state requires the right time, right place, and right people, and it is not something that can be achieved easily. After practicing these two techniques, I didn't eat for a whole day, but I didn't feel hungry at all. However, a trace of bitterness appeared on my face. If I can't cross over to the Tsang Yuan realm in 10 days, relying on these two techniques, I can at least achieve the Grandmaster realm in Blue Star in a short period of time. The unity of heaven and man is simply too powerful. However, a blessing in disguise. The Tsang Yuan realm may bring me even greater surprises. I will memorize these 6 sword styles tomorrow. I muttered to myself, feeling exhausted and suddenly drowsy. I tilted my head, fell directly onto the desk, and fell into a deep sleep. It took a full 10 hours before I gradually came to my senses. The first thing I did when I opened my eyes was to open the Jihu forum to see if there were any useful suggestions. As for eating, I didn't even think about it. My chi and blood transformed some spiritual energy, and my body was always full. I scrolled the mouse and saw that my post became popular. In just one night, it had hundreds of comments. Many powerful warriors and ordinary netizens are actively discussing it. Since the revival of Blue Star's spiritual energy and the advent of the advanced martial arts era, many people have begun to believe in the existence of the fantasy world and hope to find more advanced methods of practice. According to the OP's identity as a menial worker, plus the fact that he's a time traveler, then the OP must be the child of destiny in that world. It will be difficult for you to survive the early stages. According to the current level of martial arts on Blue Star, I suggest that you reach the Grandmaster level to save your life. There were many responses to this comment. The poster is already a Grandmaster. How could he still be daydreaming here? A Grandmaster can already call the wind and rain, and is even qualified to open a martial arts university. I suggest the OP write a book and post it on QA titled Martial Arts Master. From Mentor to Invincible, it will definitely be a hit. Difficult suggestion. If you cultivate to the Grandmaster level within 9 days, after entering the Tsang Yuan realm, you will become the son of destiny and be blessed with countless fortunes. I looked at the prompt and fell silent. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm not even a warrior now, and you want me to break through to the Grandmaster level within 9 days? I don't need a destiny child. Forget it. I still feel a sense of accomplishment if I work hard on my own. I speeded up my mouse. Most of the comments were meaningless and offered no valuable advice. Until the last two, my eyes lit up. Since you have traveled through time, you might as well go and pray to the Buddha for a better reincarnation identity. It is legal and reasonable. The identity of a menial servant is too embarrassing. A time traveler must have some dignity. Yuanshin activated. I suggest you buy some antiques from our country and bring them with you. According to the routine of fantasy novels, if there are any dusty artifact spirits or ancient gods, just activate them directly. What's the use of menial servants? You are the master. General suggestion. Go to a temple and burn incense to seek a better reincarnation identity. After completing the suggestion, you will be rewarded with the identity of a descendant of an immortal. General advice. Buy antiques from my country, bring them into the Tsang Yuan realm, activate the gods of related myths, and put them in as sleeping devices. When I saw these two suggestions, I was shocked. This is simply a brilliant strategy. As long as I survive in the Tsang Yuan realm for a while and wait for the immortal ancestor to find me, I can change my fate and turn my life around. Moreover, if I could bring a few gods with me, I would be able to take the position of sect leader directly. Just when I was getting excited, a message suddenly popped up on my phone. Your package has been delivered to the bird station. Pickup code C1-2118. I stood up suddenly and hurried to get the package. Growth hormone, it's finally here. I went to the bird station and took 3 bottles of growth hormone home. I took a look at the instruction manual, which was simple and direct, with a hint of cold warning. Each time it is used, the talent is doubled and the lifespan is halved. At that time, the spiritual energy revived and the underground cave appeared. It was the appearance of this forbidden medicine that enabled ordinary people on Blue Star to become warriors at the fastest speed and resist the invasion of ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts that rushed out of the cave in the early stage were not very strong, and warriors of the first or second rank were enough to deal with them. However, as time passed, increasingly powerful beasts from the depths of the cave began to attack the borders of Blue Planet. I exhaled gently and swallowed the growth hormone without hesitation. Boom! The blood in the body surged, rushing to the limbs and bones like a tide. The muscles twitched uncontrollably, and the tingling sensation quickly spread throughout the body. The veins on my forehead bulged and twisted like a dragon. I held onto the chair tightly, and my consciousness gradually blurred and I fell into chaos. I couldn't tell how long the pain lasted. My body was exhausted and drenched in sweat. Your talent has reached the lower yellow level of the Tsang Yuan realm. Your lifespan has been reduced from 80 years to 40 years. Your qi and blood have reached 180 calories, and you have successfully tempered your bones for the second time. I slowly mobilized my spiritual energy, and the speed at which I circulated my qi and blood was several times faster than before. The lower grade of the yellow rank, coupled with the bonus of the spirit refining technique, has a significant effect. I swallowed the second bottle of growth hormone without hesitation. Time is short and the task is arduous. Your talent has reached the middle level of a yellow rank in the Tsang Yuan realm. You have 20 years left to live. Your qi and blood have reached 200 calories. You have successfully tempered your bones 3 times. Your talent has reached the upper yellow level of the Tsang Yuan realm. You have 10 years left to live. Your qi and blood have reached 400 calories, and you have entered the realm of a half-step warrior. Seeing the prompts constantly appearing in my mind, I was excited. The remaining 10 years of life were equivalent to 3,600 days, and every time my life was halved, I could use 8 more growth hormones. This meant that I could live for 14 days, and after 10 days, I would travel to another world. I was excited and immediately opened the link and bought 8 more tubes of growth hormone. At this moment, a beautiful figure was sitting on the office chair of Wuda in Shanghai. A ding-dong sound came from the computer, and she looked at the screen happily, but was stunned for a moment. 3 days ago, she had already known this address and bought 3 tubes of growth hormone, and today actually bought 8 more. She couldn't help but frown. Is he going to die? After the resurgence of spiritual energy, the lifespan of ordinary people has been extended to 70 or 80 years old, and they are healthy and worry-free. However, if you take 11 growth hormones, your lifespan will only be a few days. 3 days ago, she posted a soft advertisement on Jihu. She didn't expect that there would be such people who took it seriously. She panicked, wondering if she had accidentally harmed someone. She rushed to the warehouse to stop the shipment, but it was too late. I had already packed my luggage and took the subway to Desai Temple in the city. Walking on the street, there are tall buildings and people rushing around, but I feel a sense of emptiness in my heart. In 7 days, I will leave Blue Star and go to another world. The feeling of loneliness crept up on me, and it was a little too much for me to bear. But the most important thing now is to improve my strength. The law of life and death in the fantasy world is completely different from that of the Blue Star. The strong prey on the weak, and you may die if you are not careful. I must become stronger to face the upcoming dangers and even help my hometown overcome the difficulties. I took a deep breath, slowly calmed myself down, walked out of the subway, and came to the ancient temple. The red and white gate exudes a solemn and majestic atmosphere. I walked in slowly, went to the depths of the temple, bowed respectfully, and lit a stick of incense. I hope that Buddha will bless me so that I can safely survive all crises in the Songyuan realm and become a powerful person. I was silently chanting in my heart. Suddenly, a reminder sounded. You have adopted the suggestion, prayed to Buddha, and burned incense, and became a descendant of the lost immortal, and received the immortal's blessing, and the blessings of heaven and earth. Immediately, the sky above Desai Temple was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder snakes rolled. Deep in the clouds, a colorful divine light floated from afar, slowly suspended in the air, and a mysterious atmosphere filled the sky and the earth. The old monk from Desai Temple walked out slowly, his blood surging, and a golden Buddha statue vaguely appeared behind him. A trace of shock flashed across the old monk's eyes. Which ancient blessing is this? He hurriedly reported this vision to the Rongqing military. Every blesser will change the fate of Blue Star. However, after searching the temple for a long time, he did not find anything unusual. At this moment, thunder sounded again, and colorful light enveloped Desai Temple. But in the end, the light only fell on me. I could feel that something strange was happening in my body. My perception became unusually sharp, and I could vaguely sense a protective force guarding me. I didn't stay too long and left Desai Temple with the crowd. Today's incident caused a stir among the top leaders of China. A blessed one disappeared in the Desai Temple in Chengdu. The military in Chengdu responded quickly, arriving at Desai Temple within 3 minutes and blocking all the streets. Then, they began to investigate one by one, looking for the so-called blessing giver. At this time, I have arrived at the antique market in Chengdu, which is very bustling. There were bustling stalls on both sides of the street, and the dazzling array of antiques attracted my attention, and I couldn't help but feel excited. If I could really pick up a Chinese antique, maybe I could activate the guardian spirit and greatly improve my safety. It's not that I'm timid, but going to a strange and alien world, facing the unknown and fear. In this process, anything that can provide security is particularly important, and they can bring me more security. As soon as I stepped into this antique street, the vendors on both sides immediately lit up their eyes and stared at me as if they had discovered a treasure. They could see that I was just a youngster following trends, hoping to get a bargain, which made me an easy target for them to defraud. Look, brother, I have all authentic antiques here. A customer once bought a sword from the Xia and Shang dynasties from me, and he got a great score on the college entrance examination and was admitted to the Magic City's Wuhan University. My chances of finding a bargain are the highest, and my sales rate is the best. A vendor was selling his products in a very enthusiastic tone. I couldn't help but twitch in my heart. If the chance of finding a bargain is so high, why don't you go for professional appraisal and auction? Wouldn't the value be higher? Do you really think I'm stupid? I walked to the first stall, which was filled with traces of time and antiques. My eyes instantly stopped on a rusty bronze sword in the middle. The vendor saw that I was interested in the sword and immediately picked it up with a big smile on his face. My dear little brother, you have a good eye. This is the sword of Zhao Yun, a famous general in the Three Kingdoms period, the Qinggang sword. General Zilong was able to fight his way through Chang Banpo 7 times with this sword. I'm in trouble, so I don't want to sell it. You can take this sword for 5 million. Only a young and energetic boy like you can truly unleash its power. Before I finished speaking, a system prompt quickly emerged in my mind. A copper sword made on the assembly line a month ago, weathered and dyed by machine, a replica. Value 1,000 Chinese coins. I was stunned. This was a cheap imitation that came out of the assembly line a month ago, and they dared to sell it to me for 5 million? I turned around and left. The vendor was so anxious. Don't go, brother. Although I was wrong just now, this sword is a replica from the Ming Dynasty. I can give you a discount and reduce the price to 1 million. 100,000. Oh no, 5,000. I hurried away, thinking, this is simply too cheap to be worth it. Fortunately, I had a tip and saw through the scam. After an hour of walking around the antique street, I realized that almost everything was fake. Not a single thing was real. These people are simply trying to trick fools, and the so-called bargain does not exist at all. The only slightly authentic ones are some old smartphones, which can be considered as collectibles. How can this be called picking up a bargain? It's clearly a trap. Just as I was about to leave, I found an even more worn bronze sword with a missing tip, similar to the Qinggang sword I'd seen before. I originally thought that this was also garbage from the assembly line, but the system prompt suddenly appeared. Qinggang sword, Zhao Yun sword during the Three Kingdoms period. If you accept the antique's suggestion to buy it, after entering the Tsungyuan realm, spiritual wisdom will be born in the sword and the weapon spirit will be cultivated. I was surprised and said, this is actually the genuine product. Then I saw an ancient bronze tripod. It looked ordinary, except that it was very old. There was nothing special about it. The system prompt also appeared. A replica of the Shinnong Ding from the Xia and Shang dynasties, with a trace of Shinnong's thoughts inside. If you adopt the purchase suggestion, after entering the Tsungyuan realm, Shinnong's thoughts will turn into a guardian spirit, capable of 3 attacks. In the future, there's a chance that it will transform into a semi-authentic one, becoming a god-level alchemy cauldron. I was completely dumbfounded. Are these also genuine? Both treasures were real. I couldn't believe I got such a great bargain. I quickly walked to the stall and pointed at the Qinggang sword and Shinnong Ding. How much are these 2 treasures? The vendor took a deep puff of his cigarette, and seeing that I seemed to know a lot about these antiques, he looked a little helpless. Well, these are just modern imitations, but I opened a small stall. The price is very affordable, 10,000 yuan. I will sell you both. Without hesitation, I took out 10 Chinese yuan bills with a face value of 1,000 each, picked up the Qinggang sword and Shinnong Ding, and quickly left the antique street. The vendor watched me disappear into the crowd and was stunned for a moment, wondering if he had offered too low a price. But no matter what, he finally opened his shop. After returning home, I carefully placed the Qingguang sword and Shinnong Ding in the study, waiting for 7 days to enter the Tsungyuan realm. My confidence also increased a lot with these 2 treasures. If I really encounter any challenges, I have the confidence to deal with them with these 2 treasures. Even if it is the old-fashioned oppression, I can rise to the challenge and dominate the Tsungyuan realm directly. The Shinnong spirit contained in the Shinnong Ding is not ordinary. It is definitely a top-level guardian spirit. Coupled with the 6-sword style of cultivation, cross-level challenges are not a problem. It can be called a divine skill. Now all I need is talent. Comprehending the 6-sword styles, I looked through the express delivery records and found that it would take another half day for the package to arrive at the Little Bird station. I sat down cross-legged in the study and began to practice the soul refining technique. Silvery white light surrounded the whole body, and the blood and qi were like a torrent, transforming into wisps of spiritual energy that flowed through the meridians throughout the body. After a while, I was completely immersed in the practice. The qi and blood are constantly improving, and I can clearly feel the changes in my body. In half a day, my blood and energy have increased to 210 calories. At this rate, I should be able to break through to the warrior realm in 7 days. I slowly opened my eyes and saw the message on my phone that 8 bottles of growth hormone had been delivered. Wearing a mask, a black baseball cap, and clothes that I don't usually wear, I went out to the neighboring community to pick up a package. In order to avoid being seen, I changed my clothes and quietly returned home. Inside the package were 8 emerald green tubes of liquid, which exuded a heart-pounding scent. Without hesitation, I took out one and swallowed it directly. The chi and blood in the body surged instantly, causing a dull pain, as if the meridians were about to burst. An hour later, the intense feeling gradually subsided. A prompt message appeared in my mind. You have swallowed growth hormone. Your talent has reached the lower level of the Tsungyuan realm Xian rank. Your lifespan is 5 years remaining, and your chi and blood have increased to 230 calories. I didn't stop and continue to swallow growth hormone. Your talent has reached the middle level of the Tsungyuan realm Xian rank, and your lifespan is 2.5 years remaining. Your chi and blood have increased to 260 calories. You swallowed the last dose of growth hormone, and your talent has reached the middle level of the Tsungyuan realm heaven rank. Cultivating and breaking through is as easy as drinking water. You have 15 days left to live. You break through to the warrior realm. Your chi and blood reach 500 calories, and your lifespan is extended to 2 months. This time, it took more than 5 days to swallow the growth hormone. Every time I swallowed it, my lifespan would be shortened. The loss of vitality made me weak. The wrinkles on my face gradually deepened, and my head of white hair was looming. Although the chi and blood in his body were still strong, and one punch could easily burst out a force of 3,000 pounds, the yin energy around it became increasingly dense. Combined with the previous 3 days of training, there's only 1 day left before the deadline to cross the Tsungyuan realm. I took a deep breath and stimulated the chi and blood in my body. Although my vitality was gradually weakening, it was still strong. Maybe I can never go back to Blue Star, so I might as well go out for a walk in the last moments. I changed into concealed clothes and covered myself up tightly, preparing to take one last look at Blue Star before leaving behind a memory. When walking out of the community, military vehicles occasionally drove past on the road, obviously looking for something. These days, the entire military has gone crazy, searching for the legendary Blesser, but still has no clue. A notice was issued throughout China. If the bestower of blessings is willing to show up, he can show up at any time, enjoy the highest treatment, and directly enter the Magic City Martial Arts University without taking the college entrance examination. There are even martial arts saints willing to accept him as a disciple. This news caused an instant uproar. It was extremely rare for a martial saint to accept disciples in China. Almost all a martial saint's disciples could become masters with powerful combat power and great reputation. But some people wonder why the Blesser does not show up. Is he a hermit? Or is there another hidden reason? I don't know about these things. These days, my life has almost only been about swallowing growth hormone and using the spirit refining technique to restore my vitality. When passing by the next neighborhood, I saw a beautiful woman with extraordinary temperament. She was wearing a professional short skirt, her long legs wrapped in black stockings, and she looked a little worried as she wandered around the bird station. There was a hint of sadness between her brows, but why did she look so much like the customer service avatar of Wuhan University in Shanghai? I couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. Was it because I bought too much that she came to me? Fortunately, I was prepared, otherwise it would be difficult to explain now. Suyu has been very anxious these days because the express delivery of growth hormone had already been picked up by someone. She tried to contact the buyer through the store back end, hoping that he would buy again so that she could wait, but she received no response. She used some connections to check the surveillance footage, but because there were so many people around, the footage was blurry and she couldn't tell who picked up the package. She had a vague sense of foreboding. If an ordinary person took 11 doses of growth hormone, he would die within half a month. She felt that she shouldn't do that kind of soft advertising persuading young people to use growth hormone. If something really went wrong, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. At this moment, the warrior's keen perception allowed her to realize that someone was watching her. She looked back and saw a tall young man standing there, wearing a mask and a hat that covered his entire body. She couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in her heart. The young man seemed to have a hint of dead air. I exchanged glances with her, then turned and walked towards the subway exit. Could it be that he is really the tutor of Shanghai Wuda University? They looked too similar, but I didn't think too much about it and didn't want to get involved too much. I took the subway and went to the Wuho Temple to see the legendary bronze statue of Zhuge Liang. Then we went to the outskirts of the city to see the lazy giant panda, which was lying on a tree branch, letting the sunshine shine on it. Time flies. On the evening of the last day, I stood on the overpass, watching the endless stream of cars, and my mood gradually calmed down among the crowd. After all, I had thrown everything into the towel and swallowed 11 doses of growth hormone, and I only had 2 months left to live. If this is just a prank, maybe this is the end of me. Even though I traveled to a fantasy world, the dangers were still numerous, and I had no idea how strong the so-called mid-level heavenly talent was. Taking a deep breath, I gently exhaled the foul air. Time, only 1 hour left. I dragged my tired body back home. Sitting in front of my father's desk, holding the imitation Shenong Ding and Qing Gang sword in my hands, I looked at the bright moon outside the window. I didn't see my parents before leaving, and I still felt empty inside. However, the time has come. I started to feel dizzy and sleepy. Ding! In 10 seconds, you will travel through the Tsang realm. Tsang realm, Eastern Shenzhou, Kanglan Domain, Xianyang sect. The mountains are dark green, the sun is shining brightly, and hundreds of young boys and girls in white robes are sitting cross-legged. A faint spiritual energy fills the air all around, flowing in and nourishing every inch of their skin. In this quiet world, at the very edge, I slowly opened my eyes and looked around. Is this the Xianyang sect? I muttered to myself, with a hint of confusion in my eyes. Before I could think deeply, a series of familiar memory scenes suddenly burst out in my mind, like thunder and excruciating pain. Every fragment of memory is extremely real, as if I had never left this body, as if I had lived here for 18 years. The Qing Gang sword signs a contract with you and becomes your life-defining spiritual treasure. It has no rank and will soon give birth to a spirit weapon. The spirit consciousness of the Shenong Ding is born, and it will attack 3 times when you need it, but if it is not upgraded, it will dissipate after 3 times and become waste. You will return to Blue Star in 30 days and can bring treasures with you. My heart sank suddenly. What? Didn't I travel to the Tsang realm? Then didn't I die on Blue Star? And I still have 2 months to live? This is not a joke, right? Who the hell suggested growth hormone to me? I have enough talent, but my Blue Star body is dying. I'm really going crazy. I felt helpless and even wanted to greet the ancestors of the person who gave me the advice. This was really a scam. If I want to prolong my life, I had to improve my realm and replenish my chi and blood. But on Blue Star, I just broke through to the 1st grade warrior realm. To increase my lifespan, I must break through to the 2nd grade realm 2 months before I travel back. I have to find something that can prolong my life and bring it back so I don't die here. Although I was a little anxious, the most important thing at the moment was to understand the situation here. I began to search through the bits and pieces of my memory. In the Tsang realm, my name is still Qinyu. He was abandoned in the snow when he was young, but fortunately he was found by the 3rd elder of Xianyang sect, who brought him back to the sect and adopted him. The 3rd elder wanted to train me since I was young, but when I was 8 or 9 years old, he found that I was always silent and had a dull expression. The results of the talent test were not surprising, and in the end, I was assigned to be a menial disciple in the outer sect. The menial disciples of Xianyang sect are assessed once every 10 years. If they fail to be promoted to the outer sect, they will be expelled from the sect. But because of the relationship with the 3rd elder, I became a special case. Although the other errand disciples looked down on me, they did not dare to bully me at will. After all, if the 3rd elder asked about it, who would dare to be punished on the spot? For 18 years, I quietly did menial work, practicing cultivation but rarely talking to others. My beauty and the protection of the 3rd elder attracted some female disciples. Due to my stupidity, there was no real emotional bond between them. The Xianyang sect's martial arts system includes body tempering, foundation building, spirit transformation, earthly mystery, heavenly origin, and venerable. Who have reached the 3rd level of body tempering can become outer disciples. Those who have reached the foundation establishment stage can enter the inner sect. Those with outstanding talents can become true disciples and enjoy the sect's resources. But in this sect, there are 30,000 menial disciples, 1,000 outer disciples, but only 100 inner disciples, and true disciples are even rarer. However, I discovered a crucial fact. Even if one's talent is at the Earth level, he is already a leader. Those with Earth-level talent who can reach the Tianyuan realm are extremely rare, and there are only a few of them. My talent far exceeds expectations. According to memory, Xianyang sect has a test for disciples every month, and the next one will be in 3 days. If one can break through the third level of body tempering, there is no need to expose one's talent, but one must break through foundation building within 1 month to become an inner sect disciple. After all, if I, who have always been dull, suddenly become exceptionally outstanding, the strong people in the sect will definitely pay attention to me, and my identity may be exposed. The 3 chances of Shenong Ding must be used with caution. I decided to keep a low profile with some plans in mind. After all, even if you have a talent of the middle grade of the heavenly rank, you are just an ant in this world and may be destroyed at any time. At the moment, I still have 3 spirit stones in my bag, which are precious resources distributed by Xianyang sect every quarter. Spirit stones are extremely precious in the secular world. Because of this, although the errant disciples of Xianyang sect are humble, they are willing to give everything for it. Today's lecture is over. Everyone can practice on their own. A middle-aged man in plain clothes said lightly and then left. He is the outer sect deacon of Xianyang sect and is taking regular courses arranged by the sect. I'm also going to start practicing. There's a lower-grade yellow-level spirit gathering array here, with rich spiritual energy several times that of the outside world. I will naturally not miss this opportunity. However, at this moment, a tall woman in a flowing white dress slowly walked up to me. She bent down slightly, exhaling hot air with a fragrant aroma. Chinyu, it's time to give your spiritual stones for this quarter to your sister. She said in a commanding tone, by the way, the cleaning of the outer gate square is also for you to do, and you also have to help with the affairs of my 2 Taoist companions. We are about to break through the barrier and enter the outer gate. Can you do this little favor? The woman in front of him was Linyu, who joined Xianyang sect 3 years ago and always used various means to grab other people's spirit stones and even had a night of passion with someone. Now she has reached the 2nd level of body tempering and is about to break through. 3 years ago, she was attracted by my handsome face and the protection of the 3rd elder and wanted to become my Taoist partner. She tried her best to share the chores with me, but soon discovered that I was a stupid person. She became resentful and began to use me to do things for her and took away my quarterly spirit stones. This silly guy, it's a great honor to have a conversation with junior sister Linyu. It's really a bargain for him to do some odd jobs and get a few spirit stones. A buck-toothed boy came over, grinned, and held Linyu's hand. The errant disciples around looked at this scene and snickered. They had been struggling for the 10-year assessment for a long time, but I, relying on the protection of the 3rd elder, enjoyed this kind of treatment, even though I was a fool. However, the rage in my heart was blazing, and I finally couldn't help but say, get lost. Also, within 3 days, hand over the spiritual stones from the previous 3 years, or I will come and take them myself. Lin Yu's smile froze instantly, and the errant disciples around him were extremely shocked. I rejected her for the first time, and even asked her to hand over the spirit stone. Does this mean that I've finally woken up? Chapter 8. 18 years of stupidity and enlightenment in martial arts. Many servants had smiles on their faces. They didn't expect that Chinyu, who had been stupid for more than 10 years, would recover one day. And there was also a conflict with Linyu. Linyu now has some ambiguous affairs with several outer disciples. If you want to teach him a lesson, it's easy. You wanted to get out? A hint of frost appeared on Lin Yu's pretty face, and the spiritual energy around her surged, turning into pressure and pressing forward. Chinyu, remember, for a fool like you, it's your honor to be able to work for me. You actually still want the spirit stone? Oh, funny. She never thought that one day, even such a useless fool would be able to insult her. He raised his right hand, pointed it at Chinyu's handsome face, and was about to swing it. But, at this moment, a man in plain clothes appeared in front of Chinyu. He said calmly, in the lecture area, anyone who makes a move will be confined for 3 months. His eyes are as sharp as a torch and as sharp as a knife. Lin Yu quickly withdrew her hand, with a hint of resentment in her beautiful eyes. It was all Chinyu's fault. She almost broke the sect rules. The original plan was to add the 3 spirit stones from Chinyu to make a total of 10 pieces in order to break through the 3rd level of body tempering. Successfully entered the outer door. But now they have all been destroyed by Chinyu. A plan seemed to emerge in my mind. Pulling the buck-toothed boy beside him, he said softly, "Brotherly Shi, look at him. He bullies me like this. This foolish person is a waste of his sect's resources if he lives." If Qin used spirit stones, every quarter were given to Brotherly Shi. "I'm afraid there's a place for you in the outer sect." When the buck-toothed boy saw this, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Qin Yu has come at the right time. He has embarrassed Junior's sister. If I take action to vent her anger, I will definitely win the favor of the beauty. He couldn't help but fantasize in his heart, and then looked at Qin Yu and said, "Xinyang's sect rules. You can't attack casually. You and I sign a life-and-death battle contract. If you win, I will give you the spirit stones for the past 3 years on behalf of Junior Sister Linyu. If you lose, how about you commit suicide on the spot?" Not only Qin Yu, but even the outer sect deacon, the man in plain clothes, couldn't help but twitch his lips at this moment. Where did this guy come from? He is at the second level of body tempering, and he is bullying a mortal who is drawing qi into his body? Where did this face come from? This kind of person is actually from my Xinyang sect? But at this moment, the errand disciples also spoke up one after another. Isn't it obvious that Li Shi wants to kill Qin Yu to please others? It's fine to just cheat some spirit stones, but now you want to kill Qin Yu. This is a bit too much. Qin Yu, if you take a step back, the world will be vast. It's just 3 years of spiritual stones. What's wrong with giving it to them? Although Qin Yu was dull and stupid over the years, he was hardworking and uncomplaining, and inadvertently helped some chores disciples. At this moment, everyone was speechless. He even advised Qin Yu not to take action. After all, jokes are jokes, but I don't want to lose my life over it. Is it possible that the person is going to die as soon as he wakes up? The buck-toothed boy was a little flustered when he saw this, and he shouted, "This is a matter between the two of us. What does it have to do with you? Don't make a fuss." At this time, some errand disciples who were jealous of Qin Yu's good luck spoke up and sneered. "Qin Yu, you've been unconscious for more than 10 years. Now that you are awake, why not take on this life-and-death battle? You can win against the second level of body tempering by drawing qi into the body. Who knows if you will be able to master martial arts after you wake up?" His words fell. A hint emerged in Qin Yu's mind. General advice. You are now conscious and clear-minded. You will take on a life-and-death battle and gain short-term characteristics. Your martial arts skills will be enlightened. Whether you absorb spiritual energy or comprehend martial arts, your abilities will be several times better than usual, similar to a state of celestial being. Qin Yu looked at the people in front of him calmly. He had originally planned to wait until 3 days later to deal with Lin Yu and the buck-toothed boy. But now it seems that there are benefits. Since you all have made suggestions, let's adopt them. The life-and-death battle will begin in half an hour. But I have a request. After I win, not only will I take the spirit stones, but I will also ask you to commit suicide. Half an hour is exactly the time it takes for this place to be closed, enough for me to break through. He had already reached the bottleneck of drawing qi into his body, and he only needed to make a slight breakthrough to break through. Plus, with my martial arts skills awakened, I have plenty of time. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, there was an uproar in the place, and many of the menial disciples thought he was crazy. Even the man in plain clothes in front of him paused slightly. "Is this courting death? Are you willing to give up your life for the spirit stone?" The buck-toothed boy grinned, revealing his big yellow teeth. "Okay, no problem. What if I wait for you for half an hour?" In half an hour, a mortal who draws qi into his body, can he still defy the will of heaven? What if there's one more suicide? How could I fail? Immediately, the two of them signed the contract in black and white on the paper, carving their bloody fingerprints. Upon seeing this, Qin Yu sat cross-legged and practiced the spirit-refining technique. With the palms of his hands facing upward, wisps of spiritual energy began to flow. It was as if I had merged into one with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and felt extremely intimate. You can even feel the joy of the spiritual energy in the air. You adopted the advice of the life and death battle, gained the characteristics, and opened your mind to martial arts. At this moment, Qin Yu felt that his consciousness was clear. This feeling is very different from the state of being a god on Blue Star. Boom! In just a moment, a slightly dull sound came from the body. Qin Yu's body was gradually covered with spiritual energy flowing on the surface. Successfully condensed his spiritual energy, did he break through? But it's a pity. If he had made a breakthrough earlier when he was young, he would have become the true disciple of the third elder by now. At the very least, he would have been an inner disciple. How could he still be bullied by such a shameless person now? Now it's time to watch a good show. After Qin Yu woke up, he directly accepted the life-and-death battle. Who knows, does he really have a chance of winning? After all, no one is a fool. They will rush into a losing situation. Many servants began to talk. The buck-toothed boy frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "It's just the accumulation of years, and I have broken through to the first level of body tempering. I can still kill him with one move." Lin Yu's pretty face watched this scene calmly. She didn't think she could make any waves. Qin Yu has been stupid for so many years. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A faint buzzing sound came from Qin Yu's body, and surging blood and energy gradually surged out, like a strong wind blowing his clothes. According to the Xianyang sect's body tempering method, it is divided into 3 levels: skin tempering, tendon tempering, and bone tempering. As for refining the skin, use the qi and blood to temper it, and then impact it. Qin Yu mobilized the qi and blood in his body, constantly squeezing the surface of his skin. The spiritual energy penetrated and waves of tingling sensation surged. There was a faint trace of bright red blood flowing out. But the effect is extremely significant. Qin Yu could feel that his physical strength had greatly improved. This feeling of being at one with the heaven and earth is wonderful. Martial arts training is even more free to do as one pleases. Everything is under control in my mind. Qin Yu's heart was surging with excitement, because after only tempering the body for the first level, he had already reached a strength of 1,000 pounds. Moreover, during these years on Blue Star, his control over the mobilization of qi and blood has become even more perfect. In addition, he has already broken through to the level of a warrior. Although his realm is superficial, he still has a deeper understanding. It was only a quarter of an hour. 1/3 of the skin on the whole body has been tempered. Boom! And the realm also came to fruition at this moment, breaking through to the second level of body tempering. Moreover, the momentum was extremely strong, and the surrounding spiritual energy became more and more excited, rushing towards Qin Yu like a tide. When one's talent for cultivation reaches the heavenly level, even if one sits still every day, spiritual energy will automatically flow into the body. This is the difference in talent. But the buck-toothed boy, Lin Yu, and the errand disciple who had previously persuaded Qin Yu to fight a life-and-death battle were stunned. No way. Could it be that he has really gained enlightenment in martial arts? He has directly tempered his body to the second level. He has broken through 2 levels in a row. Chapter 9. Breaking through 3 realms in a row and slaughtering 3 generations. This doesn't seem to be a simple accumulation of strength. The man in plain clothes narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. To draw qi into the body, let alone accumulating it for 18 years, even if you have accumulated it for 180 years, it is impossible to break through 2 realms without any reason. In addition, Qin Yu had just woken up, so there must be some secret here. Of course, this has nothing to do with him, so he naturally won't explore it. Every rising person has his own secrets. Qin Yu exuded an extraordinary aura that the man in plain clothes could sense. The future of this boy is not as simple as being an outer or inner sect disciple. By drawing the qi into the body, he had already planned to break through 2 realms in a row and kill Li Shi. The many servants in the field also stare at this scene with their pupils wide open. Qin Yu actually really awakened. Having broken through 2 realms in a row, his aptitude is probably not simple. At least he is of the middle grade of the yellow rank. A servant spoke up with envy in his eyes. It was a foregone conclusion that Qin Yu would enter the outer gate. In the future, you may even be able to step into the inner door. Eastern Shenzhou is divided into 36 regions. The Xianyang sect is one of the top sects in the Kanglan domain. It has a vast territory, many powerful people, and a Tianyuan strongman in charge, able to rank in the top 5. The status of every inner disciple in the Kanglan domain is extremely respected, and ordinary cultivators dare not provoke them easily. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of spiritual energy flowing never stopped. The 3 spirit stones in Qin Yu's hands gradually dimmed at this moment. The light became weak, and the spiritual energy was lost. The degree of skin refining has reached 2/3. Although the improvement is extremely fast, the realm is still steady and not superficial. The strength of the physical body also reached 2,000 pounds. With the special characteristics of martial arts enlightenment, Qin Yu now seems to be possessed by a martial saint, and practicing martial arts is as easy as eating and drinking. In addition, his talent has already reached the heavenly level. There has never been a monster of this level in the entire Xianyang sect. Boom! The flow of spiritual energy became faster and faster, and before long, an area for nourishing spiritual energy was born in the abdomen, gradually forming a dantian. The crystal-clear spiritual energy on his palms could already be released. The surging energy and blood made it difficult for the servants to breathe. Lin Yu and the buck-toothed boy both looked even more solemn, with fear flickering in their eyes. Breakthrough! He wants to break through again. At this moment, the buck-toothed boy regretted why he didn't challenge him directly, but waited for him for half an hour. At this moment, he wanted to slap himself twice. He wants to break through the third level of body tempering. He wants to condense his dantian. Lin Yu's voice trembled a little. At this moment, she was extremely regretful. She had clearly chosen Qin Yu at the beginning. I didn't expect that he would keep hiding his abilities, deceiving yourself. If I hadn't thought he was a fool, he and I would have become a Taoist couple by now. The resentment in his heart grew deeper and deeper. He thought that Qin Yu must have been pretending to be stupid all these years and must not want to be with him. At this time, the beautiful eyes of some female errand disciples shone with brilliance, and they had some ideas. Boom! With great momentum, Qin Yu directly broke through the third level of body tempering at this moment. The energy and blood in his body became more and more turbulent, like huge waves, constantly washing his body. The spiritual energy dances wildly, illuminating the entire body. Qin Yu was like a god at this moment. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes, and the time for him to awaken to the martial arts had passed. Moreover, he forcibly broke through 3 small realms. Even if it was built up with spiritual energy, it was still a bit superficial and not solid. If one breaks through by force, he can even reach the 4th level of body tempering. But there is absolutely no need for this. It also requires sedimentation. The leather refining is only half completed. Immediately, his eyes fell on the buck-toothed boy, and he spoke calmly. Then next, it's time for us to fight to the death. The man in plain clothes nodded slightly. You two, follow me to the life and death arena. After the life and death battle is over, you can directly enter the outer gate. The latter sentence was directed to Qin Yu. The buck-toothed boy's legs trembled. No, I won't go. This is suicide. I don't want to die. He broke through to the 3rd level of body tempering and bullied me, who is only at the 2nd level of body tempering. This is against the rules. The smiles on the faces of the servants became even wider. This guy is really interesting. Why didn't you say this when you were bullying people before? It's really funny. Although they're doing menial work here, among the common people, some of them are sons of wealthy people or descendants of kings and princes. They just have no talent and have never really embarked on the path of cultivation, but they are not fools. After Li Shi said this, even if this life and death battle is not fought, it would be best if they're expelled from a sect. Their character is too despicable. Li Shi's achievements are limited to this. He was also lucky to have obtained a chi transformation pill and broke through the 2nd level of body tempering. Otherwise, who would he be? This Qin Yu is really unexpected. He actually has a breakthrough in martial arts and has even broken through 3 realms. It seems he will become a prominent figure in the outer sect. While everyone was talking, the man in plain clothes frowned slightly, grabbed the buck-toothed boy by the neck with his right hand, and walked straight down the mountain. Now that the life and death battle contract has been signed, the time has come and there could be no delay. Qin Yu followed leisurely behind him and went to the life and death arena together. At this time, Lin Yu quietly walked to her side, and a pungent fragrance hit her face. Tears flowed in her beautiful eyes. Brother Qin Yu, sister was wrong. Qin Yu responded calmly. I still say the same thing. Within 3 days, you must voluntarily hand over 3 years' worth of spirit stones. The bet between me and him is only about the number of spirit stones that the sect will give out in 3 years. It has nothing to do with you. After he finished speaking, he walked straight down the mountain. Only the pale-faced Lin Yu was left, but the resentment in her eyes grew stronger. Outer Gate Square. On several grand arenas, several disciples of Xianyang sect were fighting and sparring with each other. At this time, nearly 1,000 people came in a mighty procession. Dozens of people in the square, including some outer disciples, all looked over. Qin Yu took the lead and stepped onto the life and death arena, holding a Qin Gang sword in his hand. After all, I still have to be careful. Although I have broken through to the 3rd level of body tempering, my realm is fragile, and I can't guarantee what else he might have up his sleeve. Slowly practice the spirit refining technique to ensure that your spiritual energy is abundant. He had also comprehended some of the Vajradharma before. Although he had not yet mastered it, it was able to increase the defense of the physical body by 20%. Boom! The man in plain clothes threw the buck-toothed boy directly onto the stage, raising a cloud of dust. There was an uproar in the place, and those who were there for the fun and had no idea what was going on were all shocked. Because Qin Yu, who has been stupid for more than 10 years, actually faced off against Li Shi in a life-and-death duel, and Li Shi is actually so afraid. They felt that everything that was happening before their eyes was a bit of a dream. But a moment later, the news that Qin Yu had broken through 3 realms in succession on Qingshan spread out, and he also regained consciousness and became extremely clear-headed. All the servants who were criticizing the incident shut up at this moment and dare not say anything more. If a servant criticizes an outer disciple, he shall be executed according to the sect's rules. The man in plain clothes raised his hands weakly, because this was a fight without suspense. Qin Yu and Li Shi have signed a life and death contract. The life and death battle begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu took a step forward at an extremely fast speed. His surging blood and energy turned into a force and pressed forward. Don't kill me. You are only at the 3rd level of body tempering. My father is the Lord of Rock City, and his body tempering is at the 9th level. If you kill me, my father will avenge me. Li Shi collapsed to the ground, trembling, and raised an iron sword in his hand, but he could hardly hold it steadily. A foul smell wafted from his body. Sizzle. Qin Yu swung the Qin Gang sword in his hand directly, and the iron sword broke instantly, leaving a smooth cut. A head was floating in the air, blood was visible. Li Elf, fallen. The life and death battle is over. Qin Yusheng. As for the bet, go and search his house later to see if there are any spirit stones. All the stones you have will be yours. In addition, Li Shi threatened the outer disciples of Xianyang's sect and intended to kill them. I ordered the Xianyang guards to kill 3 generations of his clan as a warning to others. The man in plain clothes raised his eyes slightly, and his words were indifferent but full of murderous intent. Qin Yu was also slightly stunned. Slaughter 3 generations. Although he also wants to eradicate the problem completely. Isn't this too efficient? Chapter 10. Suggestions. Compete for intersect spots. As soon as the words fell, several terrifying auras emerged from the periphery of the arena, and several sculpture-like young men, wearing white robes with their faces covered. There are cloud patterns and a big sun embroidered on the chest of the white robe. I will follow the elder's orders. The voice was indifferent and calm, yet it carried a hint of deathly silence. He took Li Shi's body directly from the stage, and then his body turned into a residual shadow and disappeared on the spot. Many servants and outer disciples bowed and saluted at this moment, saying respectfully, "Greetings, elder." Qin Yu's expression was also extremely complicated. Xianyang Guards is a secret team similar to Xianyang sect. The weakest members are at the spiritual transformation realm and are all death warriors. Only core elders are qualified to transfer. In other words, the person in front of him is not an outer sect deacon, but one of the core elders. The man in plain clothes waved his hand and strode out, but he still glanced at Qin Yu out of the corner of his eye. It's somewhat interesting. If he really has a knack for martial arts, maybe I can take him in as a registered disciple in 3 days. It's a good seedling. Some ideas have come to my mind, but it is too early now, so I plan to observe for a while. At this moment, deep in the crowd of outer disciples, there were a few young men, all of whom had their eyes focused on the arena. This bronze sword is a bit strange. It has no spiritual energy fluctuations, but it can cut iron like mud and kill people with one sword. It is definitely not an ordinary thing. Although the sword held by the errant disciple earlier was an ordinary sword, it already had a hint of spiritual charm and reached the level of half-step yellow rank. In other words, this is very likely a sealed, ancient treasure. Combined with the previous rumors, Qin Yu has been in a state of dementia for many years, but he suddenly woke up, holding an ancient treasure and his martial arts skills have been awakened. He has broken through 3 small realms in a row. He must have an opportunity. Fiery light flashed in the depths of the eyes of several outer disciples. Qin may have an amazing inheritance in his hands. You know, the story of Qin being picked up by the third elder and brought back to Xinyang's sect has been widely circulated. This is a disease that even those at the Tianyuan realm cannot cure. He must have seized some opportunity. The leader was as strong as an iron tower, with muscles all over his body and skin as white as copper. He was the third senior brother Zhang Wu from the outer sect. He was at the first level of foundation building, but he was already over 20 years old and could not rely on his realm to enter the inner sect. You can only pass the annual outer sect assessment and fight. Some ideas came to my mind. He walked forward slowly. Congratulations, junior brother Qinyu. You have endured for 18 years and finally stepped into the path of cultivation. You have broken through 3 realms and killed your enemy with your own hands. Brother, I have seen many people who have awakened to the martial arts in ancient books. They're all outstanding people. If it is the outer sect examination in 3 days, and when you have just awakened, it is the time when you're closest to the martial arts. If you practice in seclusion for a few days, it is very likely that you can reach the 8th or 9th level of body tempering and compete for the qualification of the inner sect. Those who pass this year's outer sect assessment and advance to the inner sect can obtain mid-grade, yellow-grade moon spirit grass, which will increase their foundation building success rate by 30% and receive 300 spirit stones. In previous years, there weren't such generous rewards. If junior brother doesn't seize the opportunity this year, he will be a whole year late in entering the inner sect. Now is the initial stage of enlightenment. If he can obtain sufficient resources, he may even be able to challenge the position of the true disciple in the future. There was a gleam of brilliance in Zhang Wu's tiny eyes. He wanted to lure Qinyu into the outer sect assessment. By then, even if he accidentally killed him and took away the Qin gang sword, no one would gossip. If he really has an ancient heritage or a great opportunity, then this is my chance. After all, Xinyang sect prohibits ordinary internal fighting, and it is impossible for him to directly challenge a life-and-death battle. Only a fool would agree to it. Give him a compliment first. The other outer disciples reacted instantly and knew what their senior brother was trying to do. Smiles appeared on their faces, and they all spoke in a kind manner. Junior brother, there are only 1 in a million people who can open their mind to the way of martial arts, and you happen to be one of them. With your good fortune, how can you not enter the inner gate? Brother Zhang Wu is right. In the early stages of enlightenment, resources are needed. In martial arts, if you lag behind by 1 step, you will fall behind step by step. If you're interested in signing up, it is best to do so in advance. The deadline is today. The brothers can do it for you. Qinyu was happy when he saw this. These people are not related to me at all, yet they are so kind-hearted. Is this a world where the strong prey on the weak? Just as he was about to refuse, a prompt appeared in his mind. According to the advice from Zhang Wu, from the outer sect and several senior brothers, if you sign up for the outer sect assessment, you will once again gain the characteristics of martial arts enlightenment. And during these 3 days of meditation, your understanding of martial arts will double and your practice will be accelerated. Qinyu was even happier at this moment. Without saying anything, he responded in his heart. Accept the suggestion. Immediately, he bowed slightly and said with a kind smile, "Thank you, brothers, for telling me so generously. In this case, I will fight for the inner sect quota in 3 days. Please, brothers, please sign me up for the outer sect assessment." Brother, what you said is very true. I will go back and practice in seclusion immediately and wait for 3 days. After he finished speaking, he walked directly out of the life and death arena and headed for the Qingshan wooden house, ready to see if there were any spirit stone resources and so on in Li Shi's house. These 3 days are a good time for improvement. It is very powerful to be able to master the art of martial arts, and many people have risen to prominence through it, but most of them have become mediocre. Because in the eyes of the top leaders of Xinyang sect, Qinyu is not worth cultivating at the moment, so naturally they will not give him too many special treatments. He had already passed the best period for cultivation and entered the body tempering stage at the age of 18. Even if he broke through 3 levels, he could only cause a little stir among the outer sect at most. Then he strode away. All the servants were stunned. This Qinyu, is he really awake or is he unconscious? The 3rd level of body tempering, signing up for the outer sect assessment? Wasn't he paralyzed by the beatings from the outer disciples? Even if you become more enlightened and improve one realm a day, you can only reach the 6th level of body tempering, right? There are more than 10 people in the outer sect who have broken through to the foundation establishment stage at the age of 20. There are only 3 places available each year. Are you going to rob him with your head? Only Zhang Wu and his companions had smiles in their eyes at this moment. Isn't this too stupid? I thought it would be a lot of trouble, but it turned out to be so easy to be fooled. Just praising him a few words. Do you really think you are a genius? I didn't expect this fool to be so easy to deceive. Go and tell the other brothers that if anyone encounters this person during the assessment, do not touch him and leave him to me. If it's really beneficial, I can give you some of it. A look of greed emerged in the depths of Zhang Wu's eyes, and he spoke slowly. Several other outer disciples also nodded, as long as they could get some benefits. After all, they still have to rely on Zhang Wu in the outer sect. But no matter what, this is a good thing for them after all. Chapter 11. If you don't confess your loyalty with blood, what are you waiting for? Qin Yu returned to the Green Mountains, looked at the rows of wooden houses, and walked towards Li Shi's room according to his memory. Crack. Pushing open the wooden door, you will see furniture with engraved patterns and carvings, and there is a hint of spiritual charm in it. Just being close to it makes me feel refreshed. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. He was just lacking resources. It seems that Li Shi's family is not poor. After all, his father is also the city lord. He immediately began to rummage through the drawers and finally found a wooden box under the bed. Open it and a faint light shines out. What comes into view are pieces of crystal clear spirit stones, with halos emerging as bright as crystals. Qin Yu made a rough estimate and found that there were about 50 spirit stones. After packing it all up, after another careful search, they found a small box under Li Shi's pillow. When they opened it, they found an emerald green grass containing rich life-giving medicinal energy. This should be a spiritual herb, right? The spiritual energy on it is so abundant. It is very likely that he kept it for use in the next step. Qin Yu took it away with satisfaction. The original bet between him and Li Shi was only 36 spirit stones. Now, not only did he get 50 pieces of gold, he also got a spiritual herb of unknown grade, but it was very extraordinary. Immediately, he sat cross-legged and prepared to start practicing. He could feel the joy from the bottom of his heart when his hands touched the spirit stone. The body is extremely excited. If nothing unexpected happens, he can use this spirit stone to break through several levels. With the characteristics of martial arts opening up the mind, there will be no situation where the foundation is weak. And when practicing, it will double. I have to thank those good brothers from the outer sect for this. They're really good people. But at this moment, a hint came to my mind. The spirits of the Qin Gang's sword and Shinong Ding have condensed. Your forum is back online. You can activate the spiritual energy and project it in your mind to post. Qin Yu couldn't help but pause when he saw this. Jihu Forum. Can it still be used in the Songyuan realm? It's quite magical. He immediately mobilized his spiritual energy, took out the Qin Gang sword and Shinong Ding from his mind, and placed them in his hands, but there was no reaction. This made him feel a little strange. Why not post this and ask, in case you have any good suggestions? Qin Yu's heart moved, and he closed his eyes tightly. The opening page of Jihu appeared in his mind. Then continue posting anonymously. According to your suggestions, I have absorbed growth hormones and selected a few powerful techniques to practice, which are enough for the time being. I also selected 2 antique magic weapons and have now condensed the spirit of the weapons, but I can't communicate. Also, I just traveled through time today. I was a menial disciple in the sect, but I have already made an enemy. I broke through 3 realms and killed him. Qin Yu simply posted what happened today and also said that he would take part in the outer sect assessment in 3 days, mainly hoping to receive suggestions. After waiting for nearly a quarter of an hour, people started to reply one after another. Because there was a bored warrior netizen who just recalled the post from 10 days ago, and today was exactly the time when the poster traveled through time. Although he thought Qin Yu was daydreaming, but it is the spice of life after all. I checked to see if there were any posts. Yuan Shin started. After waiting for 10 days, the OP posted again. It's confirmed. This guy is just hilarious. If you really traveled through time, how can you post online now? It's so funny. You're not serious at all. Steady yourself. Don't be too fussy. Thank you for the invitation. Putting aside the facts, the host has already arrived in the fantasy world and has made preparations according to our suggestions, so I will help the host solve his doubts. First of all, The Opie has already entered Long Outyin's plot. At the beginning, he broke through 3 realms in a row, killed 1 person first, and gave the villain a small slap in the face. Then at this time, you have chosen to listen to the advice of the outer disciples and assess the inner disciples in 3 days. My suggestion is to do it in 1 step. As the destined person of the army of time travelers, the first thing you should do after becoming an inner disciple is to challenge the true teachings and make a name for yourself. A man of destiny, blessed with good fortune, not to mention that the host is at the 3rd level of body tempering. Now he is just a piece of trash. They can't even enter the host's body. They can only get beaten. Secondly, the host has entered the fantasy world, and the antique has really produced a spirit. If you don't drip blood to recognize the owner, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for us to travel through time and space to snatch it from you according to traditional routines? When a divine object recognizes its owner, its cultivation level will be improved and its strength will increase greatly. Also, you said you have a top-level technique. In the past 3 days, you have been training yourself to death. You have definitely improved yourself. With the destiny on you, you will never die. Finally, I suggest you take out the spirit of the antique, kill the sect master, and lead the sect yourself. You can cultivate the land. No matter how strong a person is, there are limits. Creating an unrivaled force is the right path. Qin Yu searched for a long time and saw 2 familiar faces. As expected, only old acquaintances know how to give advice. General advice. After becoming an inner sect disciple, directly challenge the true disciple. You will gain a short period of luck. If any true disciple of Xinyang sect attacks you, only various natural disasters will occur, and you will not be hurt at all. General advice. Drip blood to recognize the master. After success, there will be spiritual energy feedback to help you improve, temper your body, and reach the ultimate in every realm. General advice. Practice towards death to gain the characteristics of nirvana. Every time you are on the verge of death, your life potential will be stimulated and you will fully recover. Medium suggestion. Let Shinong Ding kill the Xinyang sect master and lead Xinyang sect yourself. You will gain the characteristics of smooth sailing. The cultivation speed of the sect elders and disciples will increase by 50%, and the intimacy with the world will increase by 30%. The spiritual medicines planted by the sect and the spiritual beasts raised will also be increased. Choose to accept. At this moment, 4 suggestions emerged in Qin Yu's mind. Wow, all good advice. This guy is calm and steady. He is really a good person. However, the 4th point is unnecessary. If he summons the spirit of the Shinong Ding now, even if he kills the leader of the Xinyang sect, he will be targeted by people from other forces the next day. Of course, if you really take charge of a force yourself, with the blessing of this characteristic, it would be simply invincible. It is definitely possible to create a top-notch Taoist school. But these have nothing to do with me for now. Immediately, respond directly in your heart. Accept the first 3 suggestions. Accept suggestions, challenge the true teachings, acknowledge the master with blood, practice until death. The rewards are as described above. Qin Yu saw that the prompt had been triggered. Then let's acknowledge the master by dripping blood first. This is the easiest and can also improve your strength. Qin Yu used the Qin Gang sword to cut a small cut on the tip of his finger, which caused a slight stinging pain. The spiritual energy forced out 2 drops of heart blood, which dripped onto the Shinong Ding and the Qingguang sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A faint halo appeared on the Qin Gang sword, and above the sword, a hazy figure of a young man in white seemed to emerge. He was heroic and looked like a god. Qingguang, nice to meet you, sir. He bowed slightly, and the gentle voice reached Qin Yu's ears. On the Shinong Ding nearby, an old figure emerged. He was wearing a bamboo hat, but seemed to blend in with the heaven and earth. His expression was calm and peaceful, yet there was a great sense of oppression. Old farmer, nice to meet you, young master. Before the old farmer is upgraded, he can attack 3 times. After 3 times, his soul will fly away, and this Shinong Ding will become an ordinary object. The vicissitudes of life voice made Qin Yu's heart more peaceful. After 3 attacks, he now has 3 chances to save his life. Of course, I also need to grow up as quickly as possible. If the Shinong Ding could be made into a top-notch treasure, and if there was someone like this sitting by my side, I would feel much more at ease. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the wooden house, mysterious runes floated and slowly turned into a bridge, connecting the two ancient treasures. Qin Yu felt the fusion of their minds and knew what they were thinking. And at this moment, both the Shinong Ding and the Qin Gang sword emitted brilliant light that spread out. Because the Shinong Ding and Qingguang sword are of too high a grade, they sign a contract with you, triggering amazing phenomena of heaven and earth, as well as the blessing of the Azure Dragon, and you have a chance to obtain a kind of Azure Dragon magic. After the prompt fell, the shadow of an ancient tripod appeared faintly in the sky above the entire Kanglan domain, as if to overwhelm the heaven and earth. There are thousands of magical medicines in the cauldron, and hundreds of flowers are blooming, dazzlingly bright, and each one is as bright as the scorching sun. Next to the ancient tripod, there's a hazy shadow of a mythical beast crawling, slowly lowering its head. At this moment, all the strong men in the entire Kanglan domain were awakened. Chapter 12. The Birth of a Demon, the Desire to Deduce. The main hall of Xianyang sect. A man in plain clothes suddenly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be flames dancing in his eyes, emitting brilliant light. The figure disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already above the sky. He stared into the void and saw the phantom of the ancient tripod, which caused a storm in his heart. A divine object has appeared. Could it be that some ancient relics of longevity are about to appear in the Kanglan region? No, we must prepare early and dig it out in advance. This is definitely a treasure. Just the shadow of the great medicine in it can faintly feel the rules of Tao. If we can find it, the time to strengthen our Xianyang sect and leave the Kanglan region will come. He was the leader of Xianyang sect. He was extremely excited at the moment and directly ordered many elders of Xianyang sect to go out and search for him. Not only that, the other two major sects in Kanglan domain also made the same move at the same time. Because when this kind of vision appears, it means that the gods appear in the world. Whoever can get it will have the opportunity to dominate the Kanglan region and enter the Eastern Shenzhou. At this moment, from deep in the sky, there seemed to be a deafening sound of a dragon roaring and a sword ringing. Clang! The shadow of a green dragon slowly emerged, and it seemed to be very excited and increasingly excited, as if celebrating something. Countless abstruse ancient texts diffused between heaven and earth, and azure divine light sprinkled on the earth, which was a blessing. The Azure Dragon has appeared. Could it be that another peerless evildoer has been born in the Kanglan territory? No, this is also extremely important and must not be found by the other two major sections. If there is a peerless evildoer and we accept him into our sect, he only needs to lie dormant for 1,000 years, and a truly top-notch expert will emerge from our Xianyang sect. It was difficult for sect master Xianyang to suppress his emotions at this moment, because when an extraordinary genius is born, it will cause heaven and earth to resonate and strange visions to emerge. The more amazing the vision, the more terrifying the talent. Once in the ancient times, there was a tribe in western Shenzhou whose ancestors gave birth to immortals. The ancestral bloodline of the tribe leader had almost reached the maximum level, which eventually attracted a white marsh vision to bless them. He has become the son of destiny and a man of good fortune in the contemporary era, and also the legendary innate holy body. Almost all opportunities came to him on their own, like the darling of all living things in heaven and earth. He also established a Holy Land sect, which was unique and extremely powerful. If it were not for the restrictions of the major Holy Lands, he would have unified the entire western Shenzhou. And the rank of Azure Dragon is even higher than that of Bai Zhe. It is one of the 4 great mythical beasts of ancient times. The Azure Dragon clan was once like a dominant existence. Due to their powerful bloodline and extreme rarity, every time an Azure Dragon stepped out, it would cause huge waves and storms. No, I have to go find the ancestor to deduce. If we can find the whereabouts of this boy, our Xianyang sect will have a chance to rise. It is obvious that this ancient tripod showed strange phenomena and exposed the existence of the ruins because of the birth of a peerless monster. Sect Master Xianyang was unable to calm down at this moment. The most important thing now was to find the person who caused the strange phenomenon. His figure turned into several afterimages in the sky, and he flew directly towards the deep ancestral land of Xianyang sect. In just a moment, they arrived at a cliff. The spiritual energy turned into substance and formed a thick mist, just like a fairyland. The Xianyang sect master bowed respectfully and shouted, The 82nd Sect Master Yang Hao requests to see the Grand Ancestor. The Kanglan region has undergone a major change, which concerns the survival of the sect. Please come out of seclusion, old ancestor. The words were sincere, even unable to conceal their urgency. After a while, a response came slowly from the cliff. I have sensed that the heaven and earth have changed, and the Azure Dragon has blessed us. Does my grandson want me, an old man like me, to deduce for the sect? An old man with gray hair and dressed in white strolled in the clouds and walked out slowly. His every move was in harmony with the heaven and earth, as if he was integrated with the heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. If some of the older cultivators in Kanglan Domain saw this person, they would surely be terrified. Because thousands of years ago, a killing god emerged from the Xianyang sect, suppressed the Kanglan realm for an era, and also came out and fought against the true genius of the Chongqing sect. Never failed. Countless geniuses became his stepping stones. He eventually realized the great way of fire and was named Venerable Yang Tian. He was the star of that era in Kanglan Domain, so bright that countless people could hardly catch up with him and could only look up to him. The most important thing is that the average lifespan of a venerable is only 3,000 years, and he is still alive. Although old and frail, he is still full of vitality. Of course, this is also the reason why Xianyang sect has always been able to sit firmly in the top 3 in Kanglan Domain. Yang Hao bowed and saluted. Grandfather, you have a keen eye. This is why I came here. The sect is now in decline, and there are no leading figures among the younger generation, but the world has been slowly completing its rules over the years, and the great era is coming. Our sect needs a top talent, otherwise it will be difficult to move forward. Today, the Azure Dragon appeared and blessed mankind, shocking the heaven and earth. It must be that a peerless evildoer was born. I hope the ancestor can deduce its approximate range. Save the sect from the dire straits. Venerable Yang Tian nodded slightly. He had already deduced this matter just now. To deduce the birth of a generation of evildoers, it would take at least 100 years of life. I still have 1,000 years to live, which is a short time. I hope you can break through the realm of the Venerable as soon as possible and hand over these tedious matters. Venerable Yang Tian sighed and said he had glimpsed the secret of the great Tao and his lifespan was extended. If not for this, the Xianyang sect would have already fallen into decline. You know, in his era, the Xianyang sect was extremely prosperous, with several venerables in charge, which was enough to suppress the entire Kanglan Domain. If the Holy Land does not come out, no one will fight. But now, one after another, the ancestors have fallen, and he is the only one left. The Xianyang sect has fallen from being the overlord to the top 3. It's even on the verge of collapse. This made him feel uncomfortable and ashamed of his master's instructions. Follow the teachings of our ancestors. Yang Hao responded in a deep voice. Upon seeing this, Venerable Yang Tian formed seals with his hands, and ancient runes floated out. The void around him became distorted, and ripples continued to appear. His figure was about to be swallowed up and fell into the void. But there are flames blooming nearby, illuminating all directions without being deeply sunk. Venerable Yang Tian began to deduce, and his consciousness seemed to have entered a space. There was a black fog in front of my eyes. Nothing could be seen, only a few blurry and hazy shadows standing far away. He frowned slightly and mobilized the Tao energy in his body. The flames around him became brighter and brighter, gradually transforming into huge suns. He couldn't see clearly and wanted to take a step forward to push away the black fog. If you want to see its true form, it seems to be a tripod. But at this moment, boom! There was a deafening roar, like thunder exploding. Venerable Yang Tian's 5 senses and 6 senses seemed to be blocked. But he could clearly feel that the vitality in his body was madly draining away. At this moment, the spiritual consciousness seemed to be shattered. Venerable Yang Tian retreated directly into his own body. Now his face is wrinkled. Blood is oozing from the corners of his mouth. He looks lifeless and filled with the aura of death. Ancestor. Yang Hao hurried forward. His face changed in shock. There was fear in the eyes of Venerable Yang Tian. Just seeing a corner of it has cost me 800 years of my lifespan. If I had taken one more step, you would have been able to collect my body today. Don't ask. Don't look for it. It can't be forced. He pretended to be calm and walked directly behind him. Inside, I was filled with fear. I should have known not to pretend to be so cool. What's the point of saying, I only want 100 years of life? I just took a step forward and saw half of his shadow, and I almost died. That black fog was beyond the ability of someone at his level to spy on. Being able to come back alive is a blessing from heaven. Yang Hao watched the ancestor leave with a trembling heart. The ancestor had lost 800 years of his life this time. In other words, if no venerable was born within 200 years, the Xianyang sect would decline. It's all my fault. I had to call on the ancestor to take action. We have to find a way to find the ancient ruins and restore the lifespan of our ancestor. But the most important thing is to use all resources to support the younger generation and the elders who have the opportunity to break through to the venerable level. When Yang Hao thought of this, he hurriedly left the ancestral land of Xianyang sect. Now, I really want to slap myself twice. What a bullshit deduction. This deduction almost led to the destruction of the entire Xianyang sect. That night, there were many strong men who had this idea and wanted to find that peerless evildoer. Venerable Yang Tian was not the only one whose lifespan was damaged. At this moment, the Kanglan region and even the eastern Shenzhou were in turmoil. The blessing of the Azure Dragon. There is no record in ancient books about what kind of talent could cause such a strange phenomenon. In addition, many religious sects have set their sights on the Kanglan region, searching secretly. It's not just about finding the newly born peerless genius, but also the phantom of the ancient tripod, which is definitely not an ordinary object and is obviously a product of ancient times. In the view of many sects, there's a very likely a terrifying ancient relic buried in the Kanglan domain. If we can find a Taoist tradition, perhaps we can use it to make a further step forward. At this time, Qin Yu was immersed in the joy of breakthrough, and he didn't know how many tragedies and misunderstandings his sword and tripod had caused. Chapter 13. Refining the tendons and tempering the body at the 7th level. Green Hills, Wooden House. The surging spiritual energy is now flowing through Qin Yu's meridians and has reached the bottleneck of the 3rd level of body tempering. You can break through at any time. But Qin Yu is also deliberately suppressing his own realm, honing his skills until they came naturally. Even if he had the characteristics of martial arts enlightenment, it would not lead to a weak foundation, but he knew deeply that only when every realm was reached to the extreme would it be possible to embark on the path of enlightenment. Qin Yu could roughly feel the strange vision that had occurred earlier. This world was definitely not simple, and even the legendary beasts were there. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as he was lost in thought, a faint buzzing sound spread from his ears. Wisps of green divine light enveloped his body. Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes and looked around blankly, not knowing what was going on. And at this moment, the method of inheritance began to emerge in my mind. A green dragon circled in the sky, howling towards the sky. In the distance, the stars shattered and countless lives were annihilated. Qin Yu felt it carefully, as if he was personally there. Just the sound of the dragon's roar made him feel as if his soul was torn apart and his body was shattered. I don't know how long it took before I recovered. A low roar. Hold head high. A slight dragon roar was heard, and layers of sound waves, like waves, spread out in all directions. All items in the wooden house turned into powder. This was before Qin Yu had used his full strength. You have received the blessing of the Azure Dragon and obtained the divine art, Dragon Roar. You have completely merged with the Qin Gang sword and have mastered a trace of the sword's meaning. When practicing swordsmanship, you have gained a lot of insights, and your practice has progressed rapidly. Qin Yu exhaled lightly. According to the inherited memory, Dragon Roar was one of Qinglong's innate magic arts. When his cultivation was perfected, under the dragon's roar, the earth cracked and the stars shattered, as if the world was about to end. Of course, it still requires a long period of practice. Now I have only learned a little bit. Moreover, this method cannot be shown to others at will. Otherwise, you'll definitely be targeted by some old monsters. The sound of a dragon's roar, coming from the mouth of a human, would definitely cause a huge uproar and attract people's attention. This can only be used as a killer, but one's own trump cards will also increase accordingly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a buzzing sound was heard again, and the spiritual energy pierced through the shackles. The aura in Qin Yu's body surged again, reaching the 4th level of body tempering. Moreover, there was a faint golden glow on the surface. This is the skin refining stage of the Vajra method, and it has been successfully completed. Even the improvement in physical strength is extremely significant. An ordinary cultivator who breaks through the 4th level of body tempering only has 3,000 kilograms of physical strength. But now, Chinyu felt that his punch had a force of at least 5,000 pounds. With the characteristics of martial arts enlightenment, Vajradharma has reached the initial realm, and there is no obstruction in its practice. In addition, the rote memorization in the beginning had the property of practicing the technique, which doubled the speed. Therefore, after half a day, the Vajra method could be used normally. If used normally, the physical strength will increase by about 50%. Of course, tempering the body with the Vajra method is also extremely painful. It is the most primitive method of tempering by using spiritual energy to repeatedly wash and penetrate the skin's epidermis, making it as hard as iron. With the addition of various features, the speed of improvement has become very fast. Next, it's time to train your muscles. But relying solely on spiritual energy, I'm afraid it's not enough. Chinyu exhaled lightly. He felt tired and weak, which came from deep inside his body. Chinyu threw out the Shinong Ding, added boiling water, and placed all the spirit stones directly in it. And the spiritual herb found in Li Shi's room earlier was also integrated into it. Then jump directly into it. Even if you mobilize your spiritual energy to shield yourself, you can still feel the stinging and burning of your skin. This is the simplest medicinal bath chain you can remember, and it is much better than the ordinary way of absorbing spiritual energy. But it is not something that an ordinary 4th level body tempering cultivator can endure. Chinyu began to practice the Vajra method. The pain emanated from every inch of his body, causing him extreme pain. In just a moment, Chinyu felt completely exhausted and completely powerless. You are completing the advice of practicing towards death. The characteristics of nirvana are exerted. When all the energy in your body is exhausted, the power of nirvana will cover your body and fully recover. Chinyu's consciousness was sometimes clear and sometimes blurred. I don't know how long I stayed in the medicinal bath, but the pain became less and less. The surging energy and blood in the body became more and more abundant and seemed to be about to flow out of the body. A whole day had passed. And at this moment, Chinyu had broken through to the 5th level of body tempering and had completed the refining of his tendons, connecting them with his flesh and blood. The strength of his body had also reached 8,000 kilograms. This improvement is a leap forward. At this time, there were no spirit stones left in the Shinongding. They had all been melted into the water and completely absorbed. But at this moment, all the spiritual energy of Qing Shan is gathering in this direction, including the Qing Gang sword, which is constantly absorbing it. Then pour in water. It is even more terrifying than the previous level of spiritual energy. Blood recognition completed. Qingguang's sword and Shinongding are receiving spiritual energy feedback. Another day passed. Qin Yu had reached the peak of the 6th level of body tempering. His tendon tempering had been perfected, and he was about to start bone tempering. Of course, this is also due to the awakening of martial arts and the characteristics of nirvana. Otherwise, with such continuous breakthroughs, the essence in the body would have been depleted long ago. It was because of various blessings that Qin Yu was able to break through so quickly. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the wooden house. Qin Yu simply put on his clothes, walked to the door of the wooden house, opened it, and took a look. Lin Yu was wearing a white short skirt. Her snow-white legs were round and straight. At the moment, she looked haggard. She took out a bag, and a rich spiritual energy emanated from it. But the moment the room opened, Lin Yu was stunned, because the young man in front of him had an even more handsome face and was wearing a long robe, looking very heroic. The most important thing is the invisible sense of oppression coming from him made Lin Yu's knees go weak, and he felt like he was carrying a mountain. He has improved again, another leap forward. Qin Yu, you really have mastered martial arts. At this moment, Lin Yu felt extremely regretful. Why was he so short-sighted? This is 3 years of spiritual stones. I beg Brother Qin Yu to forgive me. The tone is extremely soft, but Qin Yu didn't even glance at it. He took the bag away and closed the door of the wooden house. Moreover, the humiliation she suffered would be countless times worse than that of her predecessor. The moment you step into the inner door, countless people will target your former enemies in an attempt to please you invisibly. For example, Lin Yu. Her future in Xianyang sect is now filled with darkness. The stronger Qin Yu becomes in the future, the more miserable her life will become. Back in a room, with the blessing of the Vajra method, Qin Yu raised his tendon training to the extreme, increased the strength to 10,000 pounds. This is the ultimate physical state of an ordinary cultivator who has reached perfection in the body tempering stage. With the injection of these 36 spirit stones, Qin Yu's cultivation officially entered the 7th level of body tempering. With his martial arts skills enlightened, he now has almost no bottlenecks. He only needs to use his spiritual energy to blast through the barriers one by one. This kind of practice is so refreshing. You have to know that I have only been in the Tsang Yuan realm for 3 days. At this time, he has already broken through 7 small realms. There's only half a day left for the outer sect assessment. Chapter 14. Where did this evildoer come from? I still have half a day to practice, but I have reached a bottleneck now. I don't have any spirit stones to support my breakthrough. How should the 3rd suggestion be accomplished? I can put myself in a place of life and death and still practice. Being on the verge of death can stimulate my potential. Qin Yu woke up from his practice, fell into deep thought, and murmured to himself, "It is extremely difficult for me to get a place in the inner gate," because according to his memory, there are as many outer sect cultivators who have reached the foundation building stage as there are 2 hands. Even if I have the Qin Gang sword now, at best I can only be comparable to a disciple at the peak of the body tempering stage. Each great realm is like the chasm between heaven and earth. The body tempering stage is merely the strengthening of the physical body, and can only perform the most basic, low-grade martial arts. But only those who have reached the foundation establishment stage, mastered the power of the legendary laws, and can transform spiritual energy into substance, or even take the enemy's head from 100 meters away, can be considered as martial arts practitioners. Facing an outer disciple of this level, it is difficult for me to compete. The spiritual energy gained from the blood transfusion has been exhausted and is no longer available. In addition, his own spirit stones have also been used up. If you want to improve next, then you only have to complete the 3rd suggestion. Immediately, he kept searching his memory and finally locked onto a place within the sect called Lei Zhe. This place is used to temper the body, and it will be baptism of the rules of thunder. It will only be used by those whose body has reached a bottleneck or who want to break through the limit. It is divided into 3 locations: outer, inner, and core. Each location is divided into 10 levels. Every new outer disciple has a chance to pass the test, which is considered a benefit of the sect, a means used to break through the force of 10,000 pounds when tempering the body to the extreme. Every outer disciple who breaks through the limit will receive special attention from the sect. Moreover, there are spirit stone rewards for passing each level. Inner disciples have the opportunity to enter Lei Zhe once every 3 months. Core disciples, once a month. If you want to enter it at other times, you will need 100,000 spirit stones at a time. Of course, Xinyang's sect has other secret places, but they have nothing to do with Qin now. This is the only place that can be entered from the outer sect. In half a day, if you can break through the barriers quickly enough, your physical body may be able to make a lot of breakthroughs, which will also increase your confidence in the outer sect assessment. When Qin Yu thought of this, he stood up, returned to his wooden house, and changed into a white shirt with the Xinyang sect emblem engraved on his sleeves. Walked directly out of Qingshan and entered the outer gate area. He looked at the disciple guarding the gate and said kindly, "Excuse me, senior brother, where's Lei Zhe?" Upon seeing this, the gatekeeper disciple felt a strong pressure of energy and blood, which seemed to be about to burst out of his body. Frightened, he quickly bowed and said, "Brother, enter the outer gate square and go east for 3 miles, and you will reach Lei Zhe." "Thank you very much." Qin Yu's figure disappeared instantly. The 2 gatekeeper disciples were a little confused. This Lei Zhe area was very famous, and this senior brother didn't even know its location. Of course, if Qin Yu hadn't been at the 7th level of body tempering, he probably wouldn't even be able to enter the outer gate of Xinyang sect, because he has not received his outer disciple token yet. Qin Yu walked on the bluestone road. After a while, a faint flash of lightning appeared around him. Looking up, I saw a swamp in the distance, covered with dark clouds and thunder, and roaring sounds could be heard from time to time. The energy and blood around Qin Yu were suppressed in an instant. It feels like carrying mountains behind you. There seemed to be terrifying rules of thunder in the depths, and the aura of destruction was everywhere, making Qin Yu extremely nervous. At the entrance of Lei Zhe, there were only a dozen or 20 disciples. The aura of each of them was extremely strong and was faintly entangled with the essence of laws and principles, and they were communicating with each other at the moment. Qin Yu discovered that among these people, the weakest ones were probably at the foundation building stage. At this moment, many disciples also discovered Qin Yu. I couldn't help but be a little surprised. Auter sect disciple. He is only at the 7th level of body tempering. His blood and energy are not weak. I estimate that he is using the physical body, so he has at least 7,000 to 8,000 kilograms of strength. But didn't the outer sect instructor tell him, if you haven't tempered your body to the highest level, don't even think about entering the Thunder Lake. It would be life-threatening. Your body can't bear these thunder laws. I guess the outer sect assessment is coming soon, so he wants to give it a try, but he is only at the 7th level of body tempering, so he can't even reach the 2nd level. They never hid their voices because there was no need to. He also deliberately let Qin Yu hear it, so that he would retreat in the face of difficulty. Qin Yu ignored the situation and looked towards the entrance. There was an old man with messy hair, who looked like a beggar. He was sitting on the ground and gnawing on a greasy chicken leg. He then walked forward, saluted, and said, "Senior, I am a new outer disciple, and I want to enter Lei Zhe." The old beggar opened his sleepy eyes, looked at Qin Yu, and waved his hand. "You are too weak. Only after you have tempered your body to the 9th level will it be helpful to you. Of course, if you insist on going in, life or death will be left to fate." A hint of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes, because he felt very clearly that Qin Yu's physical body and blood were not weak, and had already reached a strength of 10,000 pounds. This is a good seedling, and there will be a chance for him to break the limits of his physical body in the future. I just gave him a reminder. Qin Yu shook his head. "I insist on entering Lei Zhe." "Okay, when you can't bear it anymore, crush this jade pendant, and you'll be automatically teleported out. It will take a moment, so estimate your endurance in advance." The old beggar waved his hand, and a faint spiritual aura surged, pushing open the barrier at the entrance. Qin Yu held the emerald green jade pendant in his hand and bowed again. "Thank you for the reminder, senior." Then he strode into it. The other Xianyang sect disciples nearby all had some confusion in their eyes, because this person is an elder of Xianyang sect. If he had not made a mistake in the past, he would be in a high position and have great power now. Few people could get his advice. It seems that this outer sect junior fellow disciple is not simple. At this moment, the 9th level body tempering monks from the outer sect who had never set foot in Lei Zhe came together. When they set foot in the Lei Zhe area, they couldn't help but show doubts. Who is this person? He has a strong qi and blood. He is not at the peak of body tempering, but his physical strength is close to the limit. Why haven't we seen him in the outer sect? A disciple spoke in surprise. Zhang Wu, who was in the lead, narrowed his eyes slightly and trembled in his heart. What? 3 days ago, he was still at the 3rd level of body tempering. How come he has reached the 7th level? Zhang Wu was a little panicked. What did this guy eat to improve his health so quickly? But he was even more secretly delighted in his heart, thinking that the opportunity this kid had must be amazing and absolutely terrifying. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to improve so quickly. Moreover, the outer sect examination would begin soon. If he could just snatch the bronze sword, he might really be able to soar into the sky. Greed looms in my heart. However, although he murmured very quietly, it was still heard by many inner disciples outside Lei Zhe. Their faces all changed. What the hell? Crossing 4 small realms in 3 consecutive days? Where did this monster come from? Chapter 15. Senior brother Zhang Wu, you are so brave. The moment Qin Yu stepped into Lei Zhe, he felt the world around him constantly changing, as if he had stepped into another world. Congratulations, you have entered the Thunder Lake for the first time. If you persist for 10 breaths, you will be rewarded with 100 spirit stones, a ray of the law of thunder, and enter the 2nd outer level. After 3 breaths, the thunder punishment will fall. Be prepared. A cold voice sounded in my mind. Qin Yu looked around and found himself in a depression. There were no flowers, plants, or trees, only the smell of destruction. The light of thunder flows in the surrounding air everywhere. Qin Yu's heart was instantly filled with panic, as if it were dead silent. This place is definitely not a place I can step into right now. It's too scary. That aura of death has always lingered in my heart. I couldn't help but swallow my saliva. At this moment, the reminder appeared in my mind again. You accepted the advice to practice towards death and gained the characteristics of nirvana. You are now equivalent to an immortal body. Every time your vitality and energy are exhausted, you will be reborn in nirvana and fully recover. The time limit is until the sect competition. Qin Yu's expression eased slightly. With the characteristics of nirvana and rebirth, not to mention lasting for 10 breaths, even rushing into the inner circle is possible. Diamond Sutra, arise. Qin Yu shouted in his heart, and a surge of blood and energy burst out from every inch of his skin, covering the surface, and faintly seemed to be about to soar into the sky. There's even a hint of golden light mixed in it. The Diamond Sutra can enhance physical strength, and can also enhance it when used in battle. When he was training his muscles, he had already reached a physical strength of 10,000 jin. Using the Diamond Sutra could increase that by 30%. This is just the beginning. This technique is extremely powerful. Boom! The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the roar was deafening. The thunder punishment surged, containing the terrifying law of destruction. Suddenly, it turned into a winding and thick lightning snake, falling from the sky and slashing towards the ground fiercely. Snap! The energy and blood around Qin Yu disappeared in an instant, and countless black smoke rose up. The whole body seemed to be numb, and the meridians could not feel any spiritual energy. Consciousness gradually began to blur. Collisions continued to occur inside his body, and Qin Yu felt his body undergoing a transformation, his flesh and blood becoming stronger. Boom! But before he could react, another horrifying lightning snake fell and struck his body again. The silver-white electric light surged, and his body became charred, with wisps of black smoke rising. Qin Yu forcibly activated the spiritual energy in his dantian and guided the destructive energy in the thunder punishment towards his right-hand bone. The bones of the entire right hand were completely numb, and lightning was appearing and wrapping around the hand. Qin Yu was using the power of thunder to temper the bones of his right hand. To refine the skin and tendons, you can use spiritual energy, spiritual medicine, or the essence and blood of ferocious beasts. This effect is excellent. But if you want to refine your bones, you need violent energy laws, the impact of the blood and essence of ferocious beasts, or the accumulation of time to do it. The power of thunder is just right. However, if a warrior in the body-tempering stage does this, he will only die. At the entrance of Lazy Square, not only Zhang Wu and others who had just arrived, but even the inner disciples were stunned at this moment. Everyone was dumbfounded at the scene before them. Is he tempering his bones? It seems like this kid doesn't want to live anymore. Does he really think he has a congenital physique and supreme divine power? He actually uses the destructive power of thunder to temper his bones. Even if he activates the teleportation jade pendant now, he won't survive. This destructive force has already penetrated deep into his right-hand bone. He will definitely die. I thought he was a genius who would rise in the outer sect, but I didn't expect him to be a fool. He was able to cross 4 small realms in 3 days. He must have grasped a great opportunity. It's such a pity for him to die like this. Many inner sect disciples shook their heads, angry at their lack of fighting spirit. Others have reached the 9th level of body tempering and have reached the pinnacle of their physical body. When they enter the Thunder Lake, they only want to take one more small step and break through their limits. Or you can directly comprehend the rules of heaven and earth, wander between life and death, and thereby enter the realm of foundation building. As a result, this person came directly to refine bones. Just refining the skin and tendons is not enough to withstand the power of thunder. All the bones in your body still belong to the category of mortals. Once this kind of thunder power enters, it will turn into powder in an instant. I can't bear it at all. What's more, there's a trace of the destructive law of thunder in it. This person is too arrogant. Zhang Wu was outside, and he was extremely nervous. His eyes widened. Fuck, is Qin Yu a fool? He actually died in the Thunder Lake. How can I take the bronze sword? How can I take the opportunity from him? At this moment, he was a little panicked. The so-called opportunity is either a blessing or a coincidence. Or they're very powerful and talented, and when they meet someone who seizes the opportunity, they snatch it and make use of it for themselves. But now, Qin Yu's going to die. The old beggar at the entrance had a frown under his fluffy hair. Why didn't he use the teleportation jade pendant? According to the rules, the elders cannot provide rescue unless the jade pendant is crushed. Do not interfere with the normal operation of the laze. At this moment, Qin Yu, who was in the laze depression, felt like he was about to faint. The piercing pain surged through every part of his body. Even his own dantian was cracked and seemed to be on the verge of breaking, unable to withstand the impact of this horrific lightning. Squeak! But at this moment, a warm current appeared deep in the dantian, flowing from the dantian along the meridians and throughout the body. Qin Yu felt his consciousness gradually regaining consciousness, and his meridians, blood and flesh, were also repairing their injuries at this time. When you're practicing, you are in a life or death crisis, and a nirvana characteristic is activated. The reminder flashed through his mind, and the lightning on his right hand became weaker and weaker, gradually disappearing and completely integrated into his bones. Qin Yu felt that his right hand had infinite power, his blood and energy were extremely vigorous, and he had fully recovered. Your right hand bone has been tempered, and your physical strength has reached 13,000 jin, breaking through the limit of the body-tempering realm. Just when the old beggar was hesitating whether to take action, he was suddenly shocked. Successful? His right hand bone actually absorbed the power of thunder, and his energy and blood have become more vigorous. This is breaking through the ultimate level of body tempering, and it's at the 7th level of body tempering. The old beggar was also a little nervous at this moment. This is because the state of body tempering is equivalent to your foundation. The stronger and more solid your body is, the further you can go in the future. Thousands of years ago, there was a monster in Xianyang sect who had innate supernatural powers. His physical strength reached 30,000 kilograms, but his talent was ordinary. But later on, he was cultivated by the sect, and there were few rivals among people of the same realm. He was invincible, even in the Kanglan domain. He traveled around the world and eventually became a master, earning the title of Wuxian. Because with the realm of Tianyuan Grandmaster, he went against the Venerable. Unfortunately, due to his limited talent, he was ultimately unable to enter the realm of the Venerable. Not only him, many inner disciples also fell into deep thought at this moment. Some people even couldn't help but smile bitterly. As expected, geniuses are not fools. This boy must be confident that he came to Laze. Even if he was in a life-and-death crisis, he managed to get through it successfully. If another half a year passes and he reaches the foundation establishment stage, he will have no rivals among the outer sect. From this moment on, the sect will pay attention to him. Zhang Wu is also dumbfounded. He passed the 1st level. You have to know that these outer disciples who have reached the peak of the 9th level of body tempering have come together and have taken great pains to pass the 1st level and obtain a ray of the law of thunder. They even jointly invested and spent 3,000 spirit stones to obtain a piece of incomplete yellow level formation. There is also yellow level spiritual armor. Only then did he dare to come to Laze. But Qin Yu was able to get through it on his own. Brother Zhang, is this the Qin Yu mentioned earlier? He is so fierce. How dare you have any thoughts about him? The fellow disciples from the outer sect standing by were all staring at this fellow disciple in amazement. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be a very tough guy in the future. The inner gate is not his limit. He actually came to the door and let his fellow disciples meet Qin Yu, leaving it to him to do the work. I couldn't help but give Zhang Wu a thumbs up. Bro, you're awesome. I want to deal with this kind of tough guy right away. So brave. Chapter 16. Go up to the Thunder Monument. Double the reward. Zhang Wu's face was extremely embarrassed at this moment. Fight. What shall we use to fight? If I hadn't broken through to the foundation establishment stage, I would probably be hung up and beaten by Qin Yu. At most, he would have more combat experience and be more proficient in martial arts. But one force can break all laws. Qin Yu's blood and energy are now even more vigorous and terrifying than his own. Although it is unclear to what extent he has reached, the fact that he has caused such surprise among the inner disciples means that he has most likely broken the limit. Even when watching through a virtual projection, there is a sense of invisible oppression. Those who can succeed in the outer sect are not fools. Anyone who can enter a martial arts sect is considered a leader among the common people, or is from a family of cultivators. If you encounter a monster of this level and still want to grab the opportunity, you will definitely become a stepping stone. Zhang Wu quickly said, I didn't do that. My fellow apprentices, please don't talk nonsense. If Qin Yu misunderstands me, I will be in trouble. Many of the fellow apprentices looked strange. This guy is really hiding his true abilities. If he hadn't met Qin Yu this time, or if Qin Yu's strength was not strong, Zhang Wu will definitely take action, and they are naturally willing to do him a favor. After all, they all have the opportunity to enter the inner gate in the future. It is just a matter of time. When he meets Qin Yu, he will definitely not take action. However, it is still difficult for Qin Yu to challenge this year's outer sect competition, even if he has reached the 9th level of body tempering and his physical body has reached its limit. But the eldest brother is said to have reached the 3rd level of foundation building. The gap between them is already quite large. Moreover, the eldest brother has already mastered the application of laws. They are not on the same level. Several other brothers have also broken through to the 2nd level of foundation building. There are only 3 spots left. Qin Yu's efforts have been wasted. If he had been patient for another year and waited until he reached the 9th level of body tempering before stepping into the Thunder Lake, he might have been able to directly break into the 3rd level, where the reward would have been even more generous. Several outer disciples shook their heads slightly. After a brief understanding, they thought that Qin Yu was too impulsive. Zhang Wu persuaded him to take part in the competition because he wanted to seize the opportunity, not because he really believed that he could be promoted to the inner sect. At that time, you can give some words of advice and create a good relationship. Several outer disciples thought so. Only Zhang Wu felt extremely embarrassed and wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Because, on the other side, the inner disciples, after listening to their simple chat for a while, all looked at him with strange eyes. Seems to be saying, this guy? He actually wants to hit the guy inside? He dared to break into Lei Zhe wearing low-grade yellow spiritual armor and carrying a broken yellow-grade defensive formation. Even his physical body has not reached the peak. How could he be worthy? Where does this guy get the courage? Who gave it to you? Elisha. In the depression, Qin Yu felt stronger than ever before at this moment, and every inch of his body seemed to be filled with strength. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Above the sky, there seemed to be a little light falling. An array of silver-white divine light floated before the eyes. 200 crystal clear spirit stones appeared out of thin air, full of spiritual energy, extremely abundant, and of the best quality. Congratulations, you have persisted for 10 breaths and passed the 1st level of Lei Zhe. Get a ray of thunder law and 100 spirit stones. Also, if you break the record of Xianyang sect and pass the 1st level of the 7th level of body tempering, you'll be the first person in the history of body tempering to do so, and your reward will be doubled. The bigger the span, the greater the reward for breaking the record. If you want to continue the level, walk to the center of the starting point, and that will be considered the beginning. That cold voice once again echoed in the gray sky and earth. The silver-white divine light floating in front of his eyes split into 2. Qin Yu could vaguely feel a trace of destructive power from it, and his heart was pounding. I put all the spirit stones into the bag and placed it around my waist. It felt heavy. My eyes suddenly lit up. There is actually a double reward? In other words, if you keep going through the levels in a low state, you can always get double rewards? Qin Yu was somewhat moved. However, now I have to devour these 2 strands of thunder laws first. Because he discovered a problem. The characteristics of nirvana also take time to activate. If that warm current wants to repair itself, it must at least ensure that it will not be killed instantly. Otherwise, the legendary Phoenix clan would have dominated the heavens and the worlds long ago. It still takes time to recover. According to memory, the 2nd outer level is not too strong, which means you need to persist a little bit and get out of this depression. By absorbing these spirit stones and the laws of thunder and improving myself, I can enter the 3rd level. There is still a lot of time, and we are fully qualified to continue the attack. Qin Yu started to sit cross-legged without saying a word. Qin Yu integrated the 2 strands of thunder laws floating in his dantian and directly mobilized his spiritual energy to begin devouring and refining them, and guided it into the bones of the left hand. The tingling and numb feeling appeared again, and then I lost consciousness. But the quenching effect is excellent. Qin Yu felt that the bones in his left hand were constantly changing and were being tempered by the terrifying energy of thunder. Of course, the pain is no less severe than before. About half an hour later, the left hand bone was tempered by half, and it also contained a trace of the rules of thunder. When your left hand bone was tempered, it accidentally merged with the law of thunder, and the energy to resist thunder punishment increased. If the law of thunder was integrated into your whole body, You could even comprehend the way of thunder. Physical strength increased to 15,000 genes of physical strength. The reminder appeared in my mind again. Qin Yu felt the blood and energy in his body surging, as if it was about to burst out of his body at any time. The improvement is extremely significant. And when ordinary people refine their bones, it will affect their foundation, cause damage, and so on. But his body was now filled with nirvana energy, which was repairing his injuries at any time. This is a great opportunity to charge forward directly and complete the whole body bone training. Immediately, it began to continuously absorb spirit stones. After entering the 7th level of body tempering, more spiritual energy is needed in the body, and the leap forward each time is huge. Previously, dozens of spirit stones were needed to break through several levels, but now it is impossible. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The spiritual energy in the body is surging wildly, expanding the capacity of the Dantian. After swallowing nearly 50 spirit stones, Qin Yu had reached the peak of the 7th level of body tempering. After swallowing the 100th spirit stone, he directly broke through and reached the 8th level of body tempering. Almost done, we can continue to break through. Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes. A faint flash of lightning flashed across, and he stood up. Her long black hair fluttered in the breeze as she walked forward, reaching the center of the depression. You have chosen to continue to challenge the level. This is commendable. Once you get out of this depression, you can enter the next level. Because you broke the record, your name has been engraved on the Thunder Road Monument. Your deeds will be passed down forever. After the cold voice fell, a roar was heard from the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless spiritual energy and thunder gathered together and transformed into an inscription, which gradually turned into substance. It is a very ordinary stone tablet, but it exudes an ancient atmosphere everywhere, making people dare not look directly at it. There are countless tiny words on it, and every stroke seems to contain the essence of Tao, which is extremely terrifying. However, most of the names are covered with layers of hazy fog and cannot be seen clearly. At the very bottom, there are 3 small characters, and below them are rows of names. Xianyang Sect. Lin Warren. 10,000 years of record. The realm of body tempering. Breaking through the physical body's strength of 30,000 gene and granted the magic weapon of thunder. Wan Hai. Mastered the power of thunder at the foundation building stage. A record of 5,000 years, and was granted the power of thunder initiation once. Lin Shui. 1,000-year record. The fastest person to break into the outer 8th level with the strength of the Foundation Establishment realm, double the reward. Qin Yu, the first person in Xianyang Sect to reach the 7th level of body tempering and break through the 1st level of Lei Zhe, double the reward. Qin Yu now understood that this list was actually the internal list of Xianyang Sect. Anyone who could exceed the limit in a certain time period or at a certain strength level could get rewards. And most of them are double rewards. This is because some descendants of ancient ferocious beasts have tens of thousands of pounds of physical strength when they are born, and they don't even have any cultivation. Not to mention getting through the 1st level, they have no problem even getting through the periphery. Therefore, the rewards on this list are only for the disciples of Xianyang Sect. Double reward is reasonable. The more outrageous the record, the more benefits you will get, such as the initiation of the Law of Thunder. If you can get it once, it will definitely be worth the trip. There are even magic weapons of thunder. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Yellow-grade and black-grade treasures can only be regarded as spiritual treasures, infected with spiritual energy. Only treasures that have reached the earth level can be called magic weapons, because they have been given a hint of spiritual intelligence and can be used more easily. Boom! When Qin Yu's record was written, all the disciples of Xianyang Sect who were trying to pass the level in the entire Lei Zhe suddenly looked up at the sky and were all stunned. Record. After the eldest senior's sister, there is another recorder, and he is at the 7th level of body tempering. The sect has welcomed another evildoer. Chapter 17. A body weighing 30,000 gene, breaking the record again. Boom! The thunder dragon above Lei Zhe kept rolling, causing waves and dark clouds. The old beggar at the entrance suddenly stood up, his deep pupils staring at the illusory projection. On the list, he actually broke the record, and he even climbed the Thunder Dao Monument. He was a little excited, and, judging from his appearance, this boy seemed to be an outer disciple and had not been discovered yet. If he were to rise in the future with my recommendation, he would definitely be able to offset the mistakes I had made and become an elder of the sect again. As soon as he thought of this, the figure disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already next to Zhang Wu. Tell me everything about him. Everything. There was a hint of urgency in his words. He was even so excited that he couldn't control his own pressure. Zhang Wu felt as if he was carrying the whole world on his back, and it was difficult for him to breathe. Zhang Wu trembled and quickly told everyone everything he knew. This person's name is Qinyu. When he was young, he seemed to be picked up by the third elder and brought back to the sect. However, he was often mentally retarded and eventually became a menial disciple. He never even entered the outer sect. 3 days ago, during a lecture given by a servant disciple, he seemed to have some realizations and his martial arts skills were awakened. In 2 hours, he broke through 3 minor realms and even killed a servant who was at the 2nd level of body tempering. Then, in the past 3 days, he has crossed 4 minor realms and reached the 7th level of body tempering. He may be going to participate in the competition, so he chose to enter the Thunder Lake to hone himself. Zhang Wu finished speaking in a few words, but he erased his original idea of seizing the opportunity and the fact that he had tricked him into participating in the competition. It's obvious. Qinyu is about to come into the sight of the top management. If I don't know what's good for me now and still have the idea of seizing this opportunity, I will definitely be hung up and beaten to death. Qinyu is about to rise to great heights. With cold sweat on his forehead, Zhang Wu was even thinking about how he could go and apologize. This kind of thing could not be kept secret, and he had already told so many people not to snatch this prey from him. You may be found out at any time, so you might as well take the initiative to go to their house and apologize. Even if you lose everything, it is better than losing your life. The old beggar couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. There was a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. Is what you said true or false? Can I get a chance to encounter such a peerless genius by staying in this Lei? When Qinyu set foot in Lei, he was not very concerned. He was only at the 7th level of body tempering, with abundant blood and energy, a strong body, and a solid foundation. However, Xinyang sect has countless such disciples. But it's different now. Qinyu completed all these things in just 3 days. These are monsters that only appear in legends. He even wanted to not only introduce him to the sect, but also take him as a disciple and pass on his legacy. It was obvious that Qinyu had made his decision after careful planning and had enough confidence to break in a Lei before setting off. Many inner disciples, upon hearing this, looked at each other in bewilderment. They knew that Qinyu was a genius. After all, breaking through the 4th level of realm in 3 days was terrifying enough even with the help of external forces. It is very likely to rise from the outer sect. But what was unexpected was that this person actually broke through the 7th level in just 3 days. Moreover, the degree of physical refinement is so astonishing. Reaching the 7th level to reach the pinnacle, just when everyone was in shock. Suddenly, an outer disciple exclaimed, "Fuck, Qinyu is going to break through the level again? He has reached the center of the starting point and is going to break through the 2nd level." The old beggar turned around suddenly and was shocked. Oh no, this does not mean that he does not trust Qinyu's ability. But what the hell, after reaching the 7th level of body tempering, how can one pass the 2nd level? Isn't that pure and innocent? It's courting death. He crushed a jade pendant and said in a voice transmission, "Qinyu, quickly crush the teleportation jade pendant and exit Lei. You're only in the body tempering stage now, and you can't pass the 2nd level. Although it's only a short distance of 20 meters, you will have to endure at least 5 waves of thunder bombardment. Each power is as powerful as the last one before it. Retreat quickly. If such a genius died in Lei, it would definitely be his own fault. It is obvious that Qinyu has now broken through the limits of his physical body. In the future, he will have the opportunity to become someone like Su Warren, a master who can defeat the Venerable One. When he reached the 9th level of body tempering, Qinyu could reach a strength of at least 20,000 kilograms. This will be a rising star. Will receive key training from Xinyang sect. At this time, Qinyu, who had already arrived at the center of the depression, heard the voice of the old beggar and felt a little confused. Is it just the power of the thunderbolt from before? Then can I activate the Nirvana attribute again this time? It seems that only by entering the 3rd level can we make significant progress. After understanding it, Yu instantly had a clear goal in his mind. The second level is not what I want. It's just that the number has increased. After 3 breaths, the second level will begin. The cold voice sounded again. Yu looked up and saw the sky full of dark clouds, pressing down on the city as if to destroy it. Silver-white lightning snakes kept rolling in the sea of clouds, emitting a terrifying aura. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yu once again performed the Diamond Sutra, and after a 50% increase, his physical strength reached 30,000 kilograms. Prepare the front hard steel. I'm completely different now than I was before. You can use the power of thunder to continue tempering your bones. Try to temper the bones of your limbs first, and use the laws of thunder to temper your body bones and skull. This will give you more protective measures when you cross the tribulation in the future. Yu murmured in his heart, then ran wildly out of the depression. The old beggar outside was a little confused when he saw this scene. Didn't I dissuade him? How dare you come up here? Shit, are you crazy? He once crossed the second outer level with the strength of the third level of foundation building. Moreover, I was also a genius back then, possessing the qualifications of top-grade Shin level. The physical body has also reached the pinnacle of each realm, and with the help of various martial arts, I was able to get through it. But Yu has nothing. No. If the situation gets bad later, I will take strong action. Even if it interferes with the normal operation of Lazy, I can't let such a genius die here. The old beggar had a thought in his mind. The chi sank into Dantian, and a terrifying force slowly rose up in the body, blowing away the hair. The aura of Tao covers his entire body, ready to strike at any time. Boom! 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 At this time, lightning snakes kept falling from the Thunder Lake and landed around Yu. Yu, who was running wildly, stopped in an instant and could only move forward with difficulty. The destructive thunder surged into the body again, directly mobilized the spiritual energy and drive all the lightning that enters the body to the left-hand bones. While moving forward slowly, spiritual energy and lightning were also constantly refining the bones. He had only moved halfway forward when 3 bolts of lightning struck, and the bones in Yu's left hand were almost completely tempered. He could even feel the lightning running through his left hand, causing him extreme pain. Boom! Boom! When Yu arrived at the depression, 5 thunders fell completely. His body was covered in blood and wounds. Yu's face also turned pale, and his consciousness became a little fuzzy. But the results of the battle were extremely fruitful, and one of Yu's foot bones was also completely tempered. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a faint buzzing sound was heard in the body, and a warm current flowed through the body again. The characteristics of nirvana appeared. When he arrived outside the depression, Yu's injuries had completely recovered, and he was full of energy again. The old beggar and all the disciples outside were all stunned. Success, success again? And he's recovered from his injury? How is this possible? The old beggar was stunned at this moment. With a physical strength of more than 10,000 pounds and the 7th level of body tempering, can you get through the 2nd level? Then when I was young, didn't I live like a dog? Chapter 18. Ancient Road of Thunder Punishment. Initiation begins. Ordinary inner disciples, even if they are at the 5th level of foundation building, may not be able to pass the 3rd level. Because the physical strength of most people is difficult to reach the limit in the body tempering stage, the subsequent increase of the strength of 10,000 pounds is naturally not too strong. Anyone who can achieve the pinnacle of physical perfection in every realm is undoubtedly a contemporary genius, because it takes a lot of time and resources to build it. Zhang Wu stood there in a daze, feeling lucky that he had not taken action in Qingshan, the outer sect, to scramble for the opportunity. Otherwise, not only himself, but even his entire family would be wiped out without leaving any ashes. Among the true disciples of this Lazy secret realm, only very few can pass the outer 8 levels. Everyone just treats it as a place to cultivate their bodies. Come once in a while. The early effects were huge, because things like the Law of Thunder are in short supply outside and basically difficult to find. It can be obtained by clearing levels in the early stages. But later, it became impossible, because it's impossible to get through. Even though everyone knows that the resources in the Lazy secret realm are very rich, and you can get treasures after each level. But you have to get through it. Most of the true disciples are only in the late stage of foundation building, or around the spiritual stage. These are almost the top talents in Kanglan Dao realm. But at this stage, it is difficult to break through the 6th outer level. Only senior sister Lin Shui broke through 8 levels in the foundation building stage, but she was still seriously injured. Those so-called record rewards are basically out of their reach. Time is running out. Let's get through it as quickly as possible. At this time, many outer disciples discovered that the outer sect assessment was about to begin, and there was only 1 hour left. Soon, Zhang Wu and others stepped into the Lazy together, feeling uneasy. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded from above the sky. Congratulations on breaking through the 2nd level and obtaining 500 spirit stones and 5 strands of the Law of Thunder. You have broken the record again and reached the body tempering stage. You have broken through 2 levels in a row and obtained a chance to receive a Thunder initiation. Zhang Wu and others who were stepping into the Lazy depression at this moment were all lost in thought. Broke the record again. Wasn't it true that Qin Yu was pretending when he was a menial disciple all those years? The 2nd level of Lazy cannot be passed without 30,000 gene of physical strength. They feel a little dreamy. At this time, Qin Yu turned around and suddenly found Zhang Wu and others and met them. When Qin Yu saw his senior brother, who had suggested that he take the outer sect assessment in the life and death arena, his eyes lit up. He said, "Thank you for your advice, brother." Zhang Wu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. "If I had known you were so powerful, I would never have dared to ask you to participate in this competition. If we wait another year, we will basically just kill all the outer disciples." Moreover, he had a vague feeling that the other party was trying to harm him, and he was afraid. Then he couldn't help but say, "This, junior brother, please don't misunderstand me. I suggest you take part in the outer sect assessment only because I hope you can hone yourself in this session. However, since you're participating in the competition because of me, I am willing to take out a yellow grade spiritual medicine and give it to you after you leave Lazy. I hope you can get a good ranking." Zhang Wu gritted his teeth at this moment. Several fellow brothers around him were also shocked at this moment. What the hell? Is Zhang Wu crazy? A yellow-grade spiritual medicine is worth thousands of spiritual stones. Those with slightly better quality cost tens of thousands. All of this was actually sent out. Then he realized that he was trying to please Qin Yu in order to avoid being held accountable later and being known to have plotted to get the bronze sword and the opportunity to inherit the throne. Brother Zhang Wu, it's so pitiful. He admitted defeat before he even started fighting for the opportunity, and even gave away a yellow-level spiritual medicine. Several disciples couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Sure enough, we still have to keep our feet on the ground. Qin Yu was shocked when he heard this. Are there so many good people in Xinyang sect? Who told me in the forum to be careful in this world where the strong prey on the weak? Then he bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, senior brother, for your good words." Then he waved his hand and walked out of the depression, feeling dizzy. When I appeared again, everything in front of me was gray and a faint mist covered the sky and the earth, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. But I can feel the thin lightning in the air, stimulating my skin. There are actually disciples in the body-tempering realm who can walk to the ancient Thunder Punishment Road. At this time, a light exclamation sounded beside him. A pretty girl in a white dress stretched out her slender hand, holding a bright lamp, and walked slowly towards them. Her eyes were as bright as the full moon. Around her, several bright lights were lit up at this time. There were men and women, and their brows were slightly frowned at this moment. If you can get through the 2nd level by chance, you can leave. Don't be greedy. The elders here can't interfere. Even if you crush the teleportation jade pendant, it will take 5 breaths to teleport. Your life may be in danger at any time. The opportunity is tempting, but life is the most important. Junior brother, I will withdraw. An older man scolded Qin Yu, thinking that he was a little greedy and wanted to obtain the laws of thunder or something. Although they didn't know why Qin Yu was able to pass the 2nd level. But there must be something fishy going on. Because of the 8th level of body tempering, he couldn't even pass the 1st level. Even with the best physical body and a strength of 10,000 pounds, the lower level was like the gap between heaven and earth and impossible to cross. Therefore, they believed that Qin Yu used some cheating methods or took advantage of the weakening of Lazy to enter. Someone had discovered this loophole before, but the benefits gained are halved. For them, they naturally want to get the opportunities here more. This outer disciple, perhaps because he likes to show off, left behind a reputation of being a person in the tempering body realm who passed the second level of laze. The ancient road was shrouded in fog, and they had to carry a lantern to move forward. It was pitch dark, so they naturally could not see the thunder monument that had appeared in the sky earlier. It is not clear that Chinyu is the record breaker. Chinyu did not respond, but looked at the pretty girl and said gently, "Excuse me, senior sister, where is the thunder punishment ancient road?" The pretty girl blinked her eyes and said, "My name is Ling Jing, and I'm a new member of the inner sect. You must have entered the second level of laze by chance, so the elder didn't tell you. The ancient thunder punishment road is 1,000 meters long and has an ancient pressure that can sharpen spiritual awareness. Every time you take a 10-meter step forward, the power of the thunder will increase. For the third level, you need to pass the first 300 meters and then move forward from there. You have not yet entered the foundation building stage, and your spiritual awareness is weak. It is not suitable for you to be here. It is easy to damage your soul." Chinyu understood it roughly, but a gleam of brilliance shone in the depths of his eyes. This seems very good. If the ancient pressure can continuously squeeze one's spiritual consciousness and activate the characteristics of nirvana, wouldn't it be nirvana in one step? As long as you continue to recover, you don't have to worry about your life. Just as he was about to start the challenge, a cold voice came from his mind. "The Thunder Dao initiation is about to begin. Please prepare to practice." Chapter 19. Thanks for the advice. I broke through the third level. Thank you, senior sister Ling Jing, for your guidance. Chinyu greeted her hurriedly, then sat cross-legged on the spot, ready to practice. Not only the pretty girl, but many inner disciples were also a little confused at this moment. What's going on? Practicing in the ancient road of thunder punishment? Are you crazy? The longer you stay, the lower the possibility of passing the level, and the pressure and thunder punishment will increase exponentially. Not moving forward could also be life-threatening. Even they dare not relax here and dare not be careless in the slightest. What is he doing? Is he looking for death? Someone go and crush his teleportation jade pendant and get him out. We can't just stand by and watch him die. Anyone who enters the ancient thunder punishment road for the first time will be greeted. Now, there's already lightning gathering around him, and it is estimated that someone will die. The faces of many disciples were extremely solemn as they watched the gathering lightning fall beside Chinyu like a huge wave. But at this moment, a faint light appeared above the hazy fog, and wisps of lightning snakes containing the power of laws merged towards Chinyu's body. The lightning rays that gathered around him did not take any action, but waited quietly to stay, as if they were protecting the road. Wait, this doesn't look like a thunder punishment attack, but rather the legendary thunder initiation. All the lightning is protecting him. Fuck, who is this guy? He broke through 2 levels of the body tempering realm, and also received the Thunder Dao initiation? Could it be that he has a close relationship with this Lei Ze secret realm? More than a dozen inner disciples who were paying attention to this place all showed shocked expressions. This was because the number of people in the entire Xinjiang sect who had received the Thunder Dao initiation could be counted on one hand, and all of them had achieved it by breaking records. There must be some powerful person in the sect who set a precedent for this person, or he may have mastered some mechanism of the Lei Ze secret realm. Otherwise, how could the record be broken? But, no matter what, everyone's expressions were solemn. Because if this junior brother who was tempering his body in front of him mastered the way of thunder, the entire Xinjiang sect would probably be in an uproar. The power of the great Tao can only be mastered when one breaks through into the spiritual realm. It is divided into artistic conception, domain realm, and Tao. 3 levels. Only by mastering the artistic conception can one break through into the spiritual realm. Everyone who has mastered it in advance is a leader of the contemporary era, possessing a strong talent for comprehension and able to comprehend the mysteries therein. If the body-tempering realm could be mastered, it would definitely alert the sect. This is even more astonishing than breaking the limits of the physical body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, Chinyu felt as if his body was exploding. The tough meridians that had been tempered seemed to be breaking, and the pain was excruciating. The skin began to turn red. Even if the law of thunder does not have any destructive power, Chinyu needs to bear tremendous pressure if he wants to absorb it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A faint humming sound was heard, and vitality emerged from the wisps of laws. Repairing Qin used internal organs and body. This is equivalent to retempering. Qin also had some vague insights at this moment. The way of thunder is not only about destruction, but also about life. As time passed bit by bit, he was gradually able to control the laws of thunder in his body and began to constantly temper the bones of his 2 feet. He could even use spiritual energy to direct the lightning from the outside world and integrate it into his body bit by bit. Cooperate with your own practice. In just a quarter of an hour, Qin seemed to have opened the door to a new world. The bones of his limbs were completely tempered, and he could control lightning at will. Your limb bones have been tempered, and your physical strength has reached 22,000 kilograms. Due to the power of the law and the thunder initiation, you have realized the life and death, and comprehended the most basic thunder meaning in the great way of thunder. You can temporarily mobilize lightning. If you master the power of the great Tao in the future, you can even use lightning to refine your body or control lightning. After a while, Qin slowly opened his eyes. There was a faint glow of lightning surrounding his body. His black hair was loose behind him, and an extraordinary aura was flowing slowly. This made many inner disciples tremble in their hearts. He really mastered the power of thunder. The inner disciples who had wanted him to leave earlier now all shut up, somewhat terrified, fearing that Qin would get angry because of his previous words. At this moment, above the sky, countless spiritual energies gathered and condensed into a man's figure by thunder. He looked thoughtfully towards the starting point of the ancient thunder punishment road. I didn't expect that he could actually control the power of thunder and temper the body to the 8th level. His body weighs 20,000 jin. Could it be that a peerless evildoer will appear in my realm? It is the secret spirit of Lei Zhe. Lei Zhe is a secret realm built by an unrivaled powerful being. It is divided into countless subrealms and scattered everywhere. The purpose is to find unrivaled evildoers and expand the bloodline of his own sect. Let's take a look. If it is really a peerless evildoer, you can consider recognizing it as your master, and then devour other secret realms to strengthen yourself. There was a gleam of brilliance in Lei Ling's eyes, and there was a hint of ambition surging in his heart. But at this moment, a series of loud explosions sounded. He looked suddenly in the direction of the 1st level. There were 5 young men. Their clothes were torn, and their bodies were charred. The incomplete formations in their hands were already smoking. The spiritual armor on his body was badly damaged. It was broken apart by 2 bolts of lightning. At this moment, the faces of Zhang Wu and the other 4 looked uglier than crying. Is this so difficult? When I saw Qin passing a level just now, wasn't it that easy? It just passed by. We had prepared so thoroughly and tried to challenge the level together, but we all failed. I can't help but want to cry. But in his heart, he looked up to Qin even more. This was because his cultivation level was only the 7th level of body tempering, and he had only passed 2 levels, while he and others could not even pass the 1st level. Zhang Wu's mouth was even more bitter. With your own strength, you actually want to fight for opportunities. You are simply courting death. Oh no, they forgot to adjust the level, and they passed it according to the intensity of the 2nd level. Forget it, I'll compensate them next time. Lei Ling immediately waved his hand and kicked them out of Lei Zhe. After all, even if Zhang Wu and the others were adjusted to the difficulty of the 1st level, they would not be able to pass this state. Before, I only remembered giving Qin the thunder initiation and forgot everything else. Immediately, his eyes fell on Qin again, with anticipation in his heart. Call. The improvement this time is quite big. Crystal beads of sweat dripped from Qin forehead. Practicing the way of thunder is indeed difficult. Even this kind of power without destructive power, only with pure power of the law of thunder, can almost cause him to be seriously injured. Or maybe my cultivation is too low. It's almost done after passing the 3rd level. His cultivation also reached the 8th level of body tempering. Let's get through it as soon as possible. Qin murmured, then took a step forward and was 10 meters away. All the inner disciples in the field were stunned. This is too fierce, right? Even they only dare to move forward 1 meter at a time, for fear that the power would suddenly increase and they would die on the spot. Where did this outer sect junior brother come from? Why is he so powerful? In just a moment, Qin had reached a point 50 meters away. Using the Diamond Sutra, his physical strength had now reached 44,000 kilograms. In addition to being able to mobilize thunder, these so-called thunder attacks have weakened himself a lot. The physical strength of the Foundation Establishment realm is only 50,000 kilograms. The third level was not too difficult for him. Although his cultivation level had not improved, it was enough. At 150 meters, Qin Yu stopped because his spiritual consciousness was on the verge of collapse due to the ancient pressure. The power of nirvana surged out from Dantian again, repairing his spiritual consciousness and making it stronger. Qin Yu felt that his spiritual consciousness was a little stronger and clearer. He could even sense the fog 1 meter away without the bright lamp in his hand. Stop every 10 meters. Stop every 10 meters. Immediately, many inner disciples followed behind him and witnessed the miracle of this person breaking through the body-tempering realm. They couldn't help but say, "Brother, you are in such a hurry. You should participate in the outer sect competition. Otherwise, why don't you just step into the 300-meter thunder punishment ancient road and practice on the spot? Anyway, these lightning bolts and pressure are useless to you." Everyone was shocked. This recovery ability was simply abnormal. Every time, when everyone thought he couldn't move forward. After a while, Qin Yu continued walking, taking one step of 10 meters, then stopped again to practice again and withstand the pressure. So, some people want to see where Qin Yu's limit is. Judging from his appearance, he definitely hasn't reached his limit. Qin Yu was a little stunned, and a hint appeared in his mind. You were advised to enter the ancient road for 300 meters to practice. The pressure of thunder punishment will be useless to you at this moment. You can absorb the power of thunder punishment at will, comprehend the way of thunder, and double your recovery speed. Qin Yu was delighted and spoke quickly. "Thank you for the advice, brothers." Immediately, without saying a word, he mobilized his spiritual energy, took a step forward, then walked to 300 meters, sat cross-legged, and really began to practice. Everyone, "Shit, can he really take 100 meters in one stride?" This is the ancient road of thunder punishment. Not outside. If it were them, they would have died 800 times. Could a person at the body-tempering stage really do that? And is this his limit? Chapter 20. Each one relies on his own ability to compete for Qin Yu. All the inner disciples looked at each other in bewilderment. Where did this monster come from? So fierce? You know, even if you are at the 5th level of foundation building, you can't pass the 300-meter thunder punishment ancient road. Those who can enter the 4th level are basically those in the inner sect who are qualified to be promoted to the true teachings. But their cultivation realm has reached the late stage of foundation building. And now, the young man in front of him directly crossed a distance of 100 meters in one step, ignored the pressure, and walked out of the 3rd level with his spiritual consciousness. Is this a human? They could feel the ancient pressure and the bombardment of lightning, but when it fell on him, it was as if nothing had happened. How powerful is this body? Not only them, but even the old beggar at the entrance of Lei Zhe looked confused at this moment. He felt that his worldview had been overturned, and everything before him seemed like a dream. The 4th level, the 7th level of body tempering. No, we have to inform the sect as soon as possible. Just as he was about to send a message, 2 old figures appeared and said, "You old man, someone has broken through the Thunder Monument, and you haven't informed the sect yet. It looks like a good seedling. You want to keep it all for yourself. But if you can teach a good disciple and make contributions to the sect, you will be able to get rid of this sinful body. Over the years, you have been stationed here and occasionally taught the younger generation. Many of the true teachings were discovered by you. Even if you have made some contributions over the years, you have worked hard, and they have all seen it." One of the old men, dressed in a black robe, smiled kindly and patted the beggar on the shoulder. The other one said indifferently, "According to the crimes assigned by the criminal law hall, most of them have been offset over the years. If you can teach a good disciple, you can return to the position of the sect elder. This is the deputy chief of the criminal law hall of Xinyang sect." After all, another evildoer appeared and left a record on the Thunder Monument. If another invincible master appears, it will change the decline of Xinyang sect. At this point in time, it is extremely important. "Thank you, Deputy Palace Master, Brother Wu." A hint of secret joy flashed in the beggar's eyes. This monster he discovered this time, if nothing unexpected happens, will become one of the leading figures of Xinyang sect in the future. Such combat power can be unleashed in the body-tempering realm. Improve rapidly and pass 3 levels in a row. A warm feeling also flowed through his heart. The old guys in the sect knew that a demon who had passed the Thunder Monument had appeared this time, but they did not compete with him for the power. Instead, they asked him to accept them as his disciples. Make another contribution to the sect. Isn't this also a form of assistance? Why did you place the projection screen on the ancient Thunder Punishment Road? Aren't these all inner disciples? It is said that he is at the 7th level of body tempering and has passed the 1st level. Quickly move to the 2nd level. I want to see how long this boy can hold out. Old Wu stroked his beard and smiled kindly, with anticipation in his eyes. It had been a long time since he had seen a genius who had reached the pinnacle of physical perfection after the 7th level of body tempering. The one from back then hadn't taken action for a long time and was trying to break through to the realm of the venerable. The old beggar couldn't help but straighten his chest and coughed lightly. Ahem. Qin has already broken through 3 levels in a row and is now training 300 meters away from the Thunder Penalty Ancient Road. It seems that he still has the idea of attacking. Earlier in the ancient Thunder Punishment Road, he even experienced a thunder initiation. He may have mastered the power of thunder, otherwise he would not have been able to reach the 4th level. And in the ancient Thunder Punishment Road, 1 step is 100 meters. It's amazing. Chitai, thank you all my fellow brothers. Bow slightly and clasp your hands together. This is a true expression of feelings. But the expressions of Elder Wu and the Deputy Hall Master kept changing at this moment, and shock flashed in the depths of their eyes. Body tempering stage, break through 3 levels in a row. Ancient Thunder Punishment Road, 1 step for 100 meters. Ignore the bombardment of lightning. Are you sure you're not kidding? Both of them showed a look of disbelief. How is this possible? The old beggar pointed to the inner disciples standing beside him and said, If you don't believe me, you can ask these disciples. They and I have seen it with our own eyes. Many inner sect disciples bowed and gave a brief narration. They all expressed their admiration. But this moment, Elder Wu and the Deputy Hall Master looked at each other in bewilderment. Then, the two of them coughed lightly, and Old Wu spoke first. Junior brother. In fact, the 3 disciples that Senior brother has closed to him are weak in talent and mediocre in qualifications. The inheritance of my lineage is in decline. Why don't Junior brother not accept a disciple for the time being and hand this person over to me? I want to restore the glory of my lineage. When the time comes, I will never forget the kindness of my junior brother. Mr. Wu's words are sincere and his eyes are genuine. The Deputy Hall Master at the side also quickly spoke up. Brother Chi, I pleaded for you back then. You are about to get rid of the guilt now, and it must be my contribution. I am willing to give you 3 earth-level spiritual herbs to repair your hidden injuries. How about you give this disciple to me? The eyes of both of them were somewhat fiery at this moment. If he was just an ordinary genius, it would be fine, but passing the Thunder Monument only meant that his body was strong. But to be able to reach the 7th level of body tempering and break through 3 levels in a row, he may have used some kind of martial arts to increase his physical body to tens of thousands of pounds of strength. Of course, his foundation must also be terrifying. The most crucial thing is, can his spiritual consciousness at the body tempering realm withstand the pressure of 300 meters? Is this a disciple? This is such a great opportunity. This is the posture of a true venerable. Even the weakest one is an invincible master. Even if he is old in the future, who dares to challenge him? When his own disciples sit there, it represents invincibility. As scary as the arrogant Lin Warren back then. If we don't grab it now, when will we? Get your ass off. Wait, didn't you discuss this before? Let this man be given to me. Brother Wu, your 3 last disciples are all true disciples now, and they are quite powerful. One of them has even been promoted to the spiritual realm and has earth-level talent. You call this mediocre? And you, old man, all you said in the criminal law hall was that we are all family. What else are you begging for? Damn it. Chitai shook his hair, and anger rose in his deep pupils. Damn, these 2 old bastards. Are you talking as if you are farting? How long has it been? Elder Wu curled his lips and said, What the elders didn't come discuss has nothing to do with me. Of course, if you are willing to give it up, I will help you fight the crime. I will kill whoever you want me to kill now. Anyway, it all depends on your ability. I'm going to take this guy. He looked determined to win, because among all the elders, his strength can be ranked in the top 5, and he is experienced enough. If he were to compete for disciples, his chance of winning would naturally be the highest. If I had known this guy was so fierce, I would have rolled up my sleeves and robbed him long ago. Haha, it all depends on your ability. You have more resources than me? Then let's give it a try. The Deputy Hall Master stood aside with his hands behind his back, waiting. Chitai snorted coldly and walked to the side, no longer paying attention to the two old bastards. Many inner disciples were confused at this moment. You know, the three brothers who were so harmonious before parted ways in just a moment and almost came to a fight. Isn't this too scary? The key is the reason that caused the internal strife among the three elders. Just because of an inner disciple. Chapter 21. Spiritual awareness surges, 5th level of foundation building. At this time, Qin Yu and the inner disciples of Lei Fa Ancient Road did not know that the three elders from the outside world were about to fight. Everyone stared at Qin Yu, watching his condition. He is only at the tempering body stage, and he won't be able to hold on for long. If I take action in advance and save him, I will have established a good relationship with him, and it will be a great favor. An inner sect disciple's eyes flickered as he thought so. It is difficult for them to have any intersection with real geniuses, because they are not on the same level at all. Now that there is a big star who has not yet risen, it is natural to find a way to hug him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A faint buzzing sound was heard, and countless ancient pressures, as if real, were madly attacking Qin Yu's consciousness, trying to crush it. The overwhelming thunder and lightning flashed continuously, madly striking Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu was now carefully feeling the power of thunder punishment. It's like being in a sea of thunder. Time passes by little. Half an hour later, Qin Yu had spread the lightning all over his body and was manipulating it more and more skillfully. Although the power of thunder and punishment continued to destroy the body, the recovery speed was extremely fast. Faintly, there was a feeling of thunder following the movement of my heart. In a dantian, there were even more tiny flashes of lightning. Since you accepted the advice, your practice time has doubled, and your thunder Dao intention has reached a minor level of success. The body has been completely tempered, and the strength of the body has reached 25,000 kilograms. Over time, in half an hour, the suggestion of practicing to death will be eliminated, and the characteristics of martial arts enlightenment will also be eliminated. Qin Yu looked at the prompts in his mind and found that the improvement this time was huge. But time is running out. The competition is about to begin. Moreover, the impact of lightning and pressure became more frequent as he stayed there longer and longer. When the characteristic of ignoring disappears, you will definitely be annihilated in an instant. But at this moment, a flash of inspiration came into Qin Yu's mind. Although my current training speed is fast, but if I want to break through the 9th level of body tempering before the big competition, I must have the power of nirvana. But I have accepted the advice now and ignore the impact of thunder and pressure. But this is when I use the Diamond Sutra and fully activate my chi and blood for defense. What if I take all the energy and blood back into my body and directly use my spiritual energy to integrate all the power of pressure and thunder punishment into my body? Qin Yu's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. The ancient pressure could not penetrate the barrier and attack his spiritual consciousness. But if we introduce it directly into the sea of consciousness, wouldn't that be enough? Just do it. Diamond Sutra, disperse. Qin Yu stopped practicing the Diamond Sutra, and his physical strength was weakened to normal in an instant. The body has begun to feel pain, but it's still not enough. Qin Yu stopped circulating his qi and blood directly, and his skin began to feel a burning sensation. Countless thunders struck down, and charred smoke floated. Then, he mobilized his spiritual energy, opened his sea of consciousness, and allowed the pressure to enter. What the hell? Is this genius crazy? He actually took back his energy and blood and let the thunder kill him. His body has begun to be damaged. Oh no, something is going to go wrong. He might have gone insane. Let's quickly return to the 3rd level. We can't get past this. An inner sect disciple was screaming. He's gone insane, and why aren't he retreating? Still practicing? Are all geniuses crazy? You know, even a cultivator who has completed the foundation building wouldn't dare to waste time like this in the ancient road of thunder punishment. There is absolutely no way out for myself. If the punishment from thunder intensifies, the person will be annihilated in an instant, and his physical body will no longer exist. You are in the body tempering realm. Big brother, you should give yourself a clear positioning. The pretty girl also showed a worried look at this moment. But no one could do anything. When the two elders and the old beggar from the outside world saw this, their eyes lit up and an idea emerged in their minds at the same time. If I had rescued him in the first place, wouldn't it be possible to leave a good relationship with him? If you want to become a disciple, You must worship yourself. Immediately, the three of them circulated their spiritual energy at the same time, and terrifying forces rose. Their body functions were improved to the best, and they were ready to mobilize the power of rules at any time to break through the Thunder Lake and rescue Chinyu. At this time, the other disciples saw this and were filled with envy. Especially when Zhang Wu and others who had just come out saw this scene, they felt unbalanced instantly. If they had run a little slower before, they would have died on the spot. But no elder took action. As expected, comparing goods will lead to throwing them away, and comparing people will lead to death. Not a treatment at all, but Chinyu at this time, in the ocean of pain and joy of cultivation. As long as he could control the ancient pressure and the amount of thunder punishment power entering his body, he could ensure that he would not be annihilated instantly. It was as if the spiritual consciousness was exploding, as if countless 1,000-pound hammers were smashing down on it. My consciousness gradually became blurred, even a little unclear. The power of thunder punishment spread throughout his body. Chinyu already felt that this body no longer belonged to him. He felt extremely numb and had no control over it at all. Clatter. The power of nirvana reappeared from the depths of Dantian, constantly flowing towards every part around it, repairing it. Coupled with the double repair feature, the effect is better than before, constantly hovering between life and death. Just like that, the power of thunder and punishment destroyed the physical body, and the pressure destroyed the sea of consciousness. The power of nirvana continues to remedy the situation. In a state of repair, Chinyu's spiritual awareness became increasingly powerful, and he could even see through the fog 10 meters away, like a mirror. You can also feel the energy and blood in your body becoming more vigorous. That feeling of fullness is extremely comfortable. Time passed quickly, and there were only 100 breaths left. Hints also appeared in my mind. Your skull has been tempered, and your bones are perfected. Each bone has a trace of destructive power. When you are overcoming the tribulation in the future, any thunder punishment will weaken your destructive power by 30%. The physical body has reached a strength of 30,000 jin, reaching the ultimate level of physical tempering in all eras. After thousands of times of beating, the spiritual consciousness has reached the 5th level of foundation building. Your cultivation has broken through the 9th level of body tempering. Chinyu slowly opened his eyes and expelled all the pressure and thunder punishment in his body. He held the teleportation jade pendant in his hand, ready to crush it at any time, ready to go to the outer sect competition. Seeing this, the pretty girl and others looked at the scene in shock. Everything is all right again? So is this his limit? The 3 people who had been wrestling outside were also stunned when they saw this scene. Does this guy really need rescue? At this moment, a cold voice sounded above the sky. 9th level of body tempering, breaking through 3 levels in a row, reaching 30,000 jin of physical strength, breaking 2 records, replacing Lin Warren, and creating the title of Xinyang Sect's #1 body tempering person. Obtain a treasure of the Thunder Dao. You have obtained 20 strands of the Law of Thunder. Since you have continuously set records, the reward has been doubled. But at this moment, the words were not finished. Chinyu already felt severe pain, and the tidal-like lightning and pressure were coming directly towards him. He crushed the jade pendant directly, and his figure gradually turned into nothingness and disappeared on the spot. Lei Ling, it doesn't matter if I haven't finished speaking, but you haven't received your reward yet. Chapter 22. A sudden enlightenment from a single word. Zhang Wu builds his foundation. At this moment, it's not just Lei Ling. Even the pretty girls were stunned where they were. What is the origin of this junior brother? Don't you want such a generous reward? That is the legendary treasure of thunder. It is even more powerful than the magic weapon obtained by Elder Lin Warren. It might even be the legendary heavenly treasure. But this junior brother, after finishing his training, teleported out without even looking back. This is the warrior who truly regards treasures as waste. Everything is based on himself. He wants to be invincible and is unwilling to accept help from the outside world. If nothing unexpected happens, he will become a true disciple within a month, and within 3 years, he will reach the top of my Xinyang sect. My fellow disciples, this is our role model and benchmark on the road of cultivation. A slightly older man in a green shirt, with a look of reverence in his eyes, looked around and shouted in a low voice. Previously, he had continuously broken through the limits. and in the state of body tempering, he had entered the ancient road of thunder punishment for 300 meters. Constantly temper yourself. However, even with such a treasure placed in front of him, he was not tempted and just turned around and left. What a broad mind and courage this is. Brother, what you said is very true. Every inner sect disciple agreed with these words and became more motivated in their training. Some even directly abandoned the defensive formation and the protection of yellow-level spiritual treasures. Using real flesh to fight against the thunder, it was a horrible sight for a while. Everyone's clothes were tattered, and the smell of burnt charcoal floated in the air. But at this moment, they felt that their souls were baptized. Sublimated. Entrance to Reese. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A slight humming sound came from the passage. Chinyu stepped out and couldn't help patting his chest. Fortunately, I walked fast, otherwise I would have been struck into a fool by the thunder. As time went by, the number of lightning bolts increased, mainly due to the pressure, which was like a tide. If he waited for another 3 breaths, he would definitely become a fool. The spiritual awareness of the 5th level of foundation building is simply not enough. Moreover, the 4th level is not something that an ordinary foundation building practitioner can pass. If it weren't for the nirvana feature and double repair, only a fool would use his physical body to resist. I really envy those brothers who have spiritual treasures and defensive formations that can protect their bodies. If I had these, I would probably be able to practice for a longer period of time. What a pity, Chinyu murmured in his heart. But when he walked to the entrance, Chinyu felt a heavy pressure spreading over the entire square, as if there were endless mountains pressing down on him. He looked around and blinked uncontrollably. The beggar old man and the other 2 old men seemed to be in a standoff. The atmosphere in the field was very solemn for a moment. But time is running out, and I have to rush to the outer set competition as soon as possible. Well, how was your training this time? Are you injured anywhere? Has your sea of consciousness been impacted? I have some healing elixirs here. Use them quickly, and be careful not to damage your foundation. The old beggar coughed lightly and instantly took out several magical herbs from his body. They floated in his hands, emitting a bright glow. Every spiritual medicine contains abundant life energy. A look of vigilance instantly flashed in the depths of Chinyu's eyes. What the hell is this? The old beggar's attitude towards him before was obviously extremely cold. If someone shows you kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. You want to seduce me with just a few magical herbs? It might be the law of thunder that is left inside for his own benefit. And there's also the treasure of Thunder Dao. My friend, I have 2 Xian-grade divine transformation pills here, which can heal the sea of consciousness. The so-called impact is nothing. How about a few Huang-grade spiritual herbs? How dare you give them to me? The deputy hall master sneered. With a flick of his palm, 2 round, shiny pills emerged. Seeing this, Mr. Wu became angry. Is this more than his entire family fortune? Just shout out loud. How dare you take out a Xian-grade elixir? I have an Earth-grade condensation pill here. Not to mention building a foundation. Even an Earth-level, Xian-level expert can instantly repair spiritual injuries. Chinyu looked at the old beggar, then at the 2 men. Wow, this person is definitely coming for his Thunder Dao treasure. Do I need Earth-grade elixirs to temper my body? Are you crazy? Damn, everyone knows Sima Zhao's intention. Fortunately, I couldn't bear it at that time and didn't bring it out. It was the right choice. In the fantasy world, the strong prey on the weak. I don't have enough strength now. Even if these elders of the sect try to rob me, I guess I can only accept it with a pinch of my nose. Moreover, a man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. Then he bowed slightly and said, Chinyu appreciates the kindness of the 3 elders, but the outer set competition is imminent, and I have to go there quickly. Saw the... Brothers, aren't you going to set off yet? He waved directly at Zhang Wu and others. Isn't this kind-hearted senior brother in a hurry? In the outer sect competition, even at the body-tempering realm, if there are outstanding performances, they may be valued by the outer sect elders and resources may be allocated to them. Zhang Wu and his companions, whose clothes were tattered at the moment, could not help swallowing their saliva when they saw the golden elixirs and pills in front of them. They want to tell the elders that they really needed them. I just got hit hard. But Chinyu's sudden call at this moment made them tremble. In their eyes, Chinyu is now a golden thigh. If they don't embrace him now, when will they embrace him? He quickly responded, Junior brother, what you said is very true. Let's go to the competition site together. Then, several people surrounded Chinyu and hurried towards the place where the outer sect competition was taking place. But, at this moment, the group of inner disciples who had watched the whole thing from beginning to end fell into deep thought. Because one of them is the top Tianyuan realm expert of Shenyang sect. One is the deputy chief of the criminal law hall, and the other is a former inner sect elder. These three have already sent invitations. Why would I still want to participate in the outer sect competition? He has already expressed his intention to accept a disciple. And that is an earth-grade elixir. Priceless. Not to mention them. Most of the true teachings cannot be taken out. With the treasure in front of him, he is unmoved. This junior brother has such a state of mind. He has a bright future. From now on, I guess we will be the ones looking up to him. An older inner sect disciple said with admiration in his eyes. But a young disciple who had just been promoted to the inner sect scratched his head and said, "Brother, aren't we looking up to him now? I'm at the 3rd level of foundation building. If I stand on the ring, I feel like I'll be beaten to death by him." Inner sect senior brother. Shit, that makes sense. But at this moment, the atmosphere in the square fell heavy again. There was a flash of anger in Wu Lao's eyes, and he sent a message to the two of them. "You two idiots, if you hadn't been so abrupt, how could Chinyu have left directly?" The deputy hall master sneered. "Oh, what you pretending for? You took out the earth-level elixir. Isn't it to show your financial strength and power? It's because the treasure you took was too valuable and scared people away. If you show kindness for no reason, you're either a traitor or a thief, don't you understand? Fuck, you just being nice to me for no reason? What are you talking about? Come out and fight me if you're brave enough. Let's fight one-on-one. Who's afraid of who? I'll get the magic weapon of heaven-level punishment out of the dungeon when I get back." Seeing this, the old beggar felt a little headache and immediately said directly, "Okay, don't argue." No matter what, he has only climbed the Thunder Dao Monument and passed the 3rd level to become the first person in Shenyang sect to temper his body. This news cannot be leaked for the time being. The three of us are still competing for his apprentice, so there is still some hope. If Lin Warren and the clan leader are killed, do we still have the qualifications? The outer sect competition is our chance. Whoever can snatch this disciple will be the one with great ability. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Elder Wu and the deputy hall master fell into deep thought, then nodded slightly, and for the time being they formed a battle line. Immediately, the three of them narrowed their eyes at the same time, and their gazes fell on the group of inner disciples at the same time, keeping them together to prevent the news from leaking. You guys should want to see this year's outer sect competition, right? The young disciple who had responded to his senior brother earlier scratched his head and said, "Elder, our inner sect competition will begin in 3 days. I need to practice now, so I don't think I have time." Before he finished speaking, the older brother beside him, sweating profusely, covered his mouth and said quickly, "I want to very much. With Brother Chinyu in this class, it will definitely be wonderful." Damn, he almost offended 3 elders with just his mouth. The older brother almost cried. This kid is scratching his head. Doesn't he think before he speaks? The 3 of them nodded in satisfaction, then took out a flying boat, took a group of people on it, and slowly flew upwards. When he was flying into the air, the old beggar suddenly remembered that the group of disciples of Lei Fa Gulu had also witnessed it. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, countless mysterious array patterns fell on the entrance square, sealing the square. They could only stay here when they came out. Elder Wu and the deputy hall master took a glance, then casually waved out a law, landing on the huge formation. Then, he took the hostages on the flying boat and rushed towards the outer gate square. At this time, the outer gate square was packed with people. A number of jade-white arenas stand in the middle. The outer disciples dressed in white stood solemnly. In one generation, there were only 1,000 outer disciples. However, a body-tempering monk can probably live for a little over 100 years. There are also many older outer disciples who come to watch the fight, and some even go up to the ring to try their hand and hone themselves. There are also some menial disciples who come to observe and learn. So, this place can accommodate nearly 10,000 people. The outer sect competition is about to begin. Disciples, draw lots. The top 32 will receive a spiritual stone reward, a lecture from an outer sect elder, and will enter the monster trial. The top 3 will get a place in the inner sect. One by one, the disciples with distinguished auras drew lots at the front line. At this time, Chinyu, Zhang Wu and others hurried and finally arrived. At this time, Zhang Wu was standing nearby, looking at Qin Yu shyly and whispered, "Brother Qin, I had bad intentions when I asked you to participate in the outer sect competition. After the competition, junior brother, pick any yellow grade spiritual medicine you want, and I'll pay for it. In addition, I will apply to the sect to go to Qingshan and give lectures to many junior brothers who do menial tasks for a year as atonement. I'm sorry that I wanted to snatch my junior brother's opportunity. After the competition, besides preaching, I will concentrate on cultivation and drive away the distracting thoughts in my mind." Zhang Wu's eyes were extremely sincere, and at this moment he felt extremely guilty in his heart. If I really suppress this evildoer and snatch the opportunity, then even if I get the opportunity that belongs to Qin Yu, can I rise? He had already thought about this a lot when he was taking the trial in Lei Zhe. A profound confession. Qin Yu stopped when he heard this. It turned out that this kind-hearted senior brother had previously thought that he had gained enlightenment in martial arts because he had gotten the opportunity. He even wanted to take action, suppress me, and snatch me away. I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Sure enough, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak, and my previous vigilance was correct. Immediately, his eyes were as sharp as torches. His eyes met with his own, and he spoke calmly. "Brother, a gentleman judges by deeds, not by heart. There are many menial disciples who think like you, but they are not strong enough. So it was never revealed. But no matter what, you have never done this before, and you are willing to admit your mistakes and even pay the price for it and do good deeds, which is already very good. But no matter what, you have made up your mind. If I'm not strong enough, I will be robbed. The strong prey on the weak, and this is also right. I'll take this yellow-grade spiritual medicine." From his own perspective, Zhang Wu's idea was definitely wrong. But he never took any action or even revealed any mistakes, so you can't say he was wrong. There are countless people who have evil thoughts in their hearts, but he never did. Can you say he's a bad person? Compared to the 3 powerful men from the sect before, this has been done very well. They almost snatched it away. He even wanted to use cheap elixirs to make himself owe favors so that he could prepare for the treasure of Thunder Dao. Qin Yu had already imagined the mentality of Elder Wu and the others, and he wouldn't do it again, so he wasn't too angry. Then just pick the most expensive yellow-grade spiritual medicine. Let him lose everything, to serve as a warning to others. After all, it would be ungentlemanly not to take revenge. This is also an old saying. Many disciples were shocked when they heard this. This junior fellow disciple has a really broad mind. To rob someone of their opportunity is like killing their parents. But he could actually forgive? But at this moment, Zhang Wu's eyes became dull. A gentleman is judged by deeds, not by heart. He murmured repeatedly, "It seems that I am trapped in a wonderful state of mind." His expression was extremely dazed, but the breath in the body began to vibrate faintly at this moment. Spiritual energy is constantly gushing out. Above the square, countless spiritual energy is now gathering towards Zhang Wu, transformed into terrifying whirlpools. Is this about building a foundation? Some outer sect elders were surprised, and countless people looked over. Standing next to Zhang Wu were 4 disciples who had reached the 9th level of body tempering. Everyone was stunned at this moment. One sentence can make a capable person suddenly realize, directly break through the foundation building stage. Oh shit, Qin Yu, isn't this too fierce? There was a look of desire in their eyes. Chapter 23. Picking up spiritual stones for free, an unlucky guy appears. Zhang Wu actually had an epiphany and broke through his foundation because of this one sentence. They have been stuck in this state for about 1 or 2 years, but have never been able to break through and could not find an opportunity. There was a hint of expectation in his eyes. As expected, a person who has mastered the art of martial arts can make people feel different and achieve breakthroughs with just a few words. He became more determined in his heart and decided to hold on to Qin Yu's thigh. At this moment, the outer disciples in the front row saw Zhang Wu's breakthrough, and their eyes lit up. The leader among them was the eldest brother Chujiang. As the competition approached, he broke through the 3rd level of foundation building. Although his realm was unstable, the possibility of taking the top spot was the greatest. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly to the person beside him, "I remember this person. His name is Zhang Wu, and he has been stuck at the peak of the body tempering stage for more than a year. I didn't expect a breakthrough now, This is good news. Send someone to give him 300 spirit stones. Let him meet the other brothers who are at the second level of foundation building. Fight with all your strength and don't hold back. In addition, each of the disciples beside him will give out 50 spirit stones so that they can also fight with all their strength. As long as they can consume the spiritual energy and blood of those people, it will be good news for me. If it causes minor injuries, 300 spirit stones. If it causes serious damage, 1 yellow-grade spirit medicine. Now, the outer sect has gradually formed 2 factions because of the competition for intersect places. Chu Jiang made a temporary breakthrough and was targeted by everyone. Because of their unstable foundation, they also have a trump card and still have a chance. They are secretly trying to win over disciples who have reached the peak of the body tempering stage and have them attack with all their strength when they meet. The more they consume, the greater their chances will be in the strong 32 trial. The other disciples who were at the second level of foundation building naturally did not want Chu Jiang to win for sure and occupy the spot alone. Nature formed a temporary alliance. He was also secretly bribing outer disciples. Upon hearing this, the disciples behind him nodded and walked towards Qin Yu and others. On the other side, there were several outer disciples who had reached the second stage of foundation building. They narrowed their eyes slightly and sent people to Qin Yu's side, because there are only a few people who have reached the first level of foundation building. Although those at the peak of the body tempering stage do not have the ability to compete for places, they can allow those at the foundation building stage to continuously consume spiritual energy and blood. Even if you're not careful, you may get hurt. Zhang Wu had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and he also had several good friends who were at the peak of the body tempering stage, which was a great help. Naturally, we have to find ways to win them over. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The aura radiating from Zhang Wu became increasingly strong, and his spiritual energy underwent a qualitative change, floating around his body like a substance. He slowly opened his eyes, exhaled lightly, his eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, Brother Yu, for your grace and for following my thoughts. Although I have only just broken through to the foundation building stage, but in the upcoming competition, I will do everything I can to help Brother Yu in a place in the inner sect. A look of determination emerged in the depths of Zhang Wu's eyes. He wanted to make up for what he had done. Since I have been forgiven by Qin Yu, I have to show my attitude as well. Seeing this, the other 4 also expressed their opinions. We are willing to, Brother Yu. This is one of the few times I have hugged someone's thigh. They know what Qin Yu's true strength is. Even if he encounters those who are at the second level of foundation building, he is still not afraid. Even if he is only at the peak of the body tempering stage, his physical body is extremely strong and has broken the limit. Except for insufficient spiritual energy and combat experience, everything else, as long as they help, he definitely has a chance. Qin Yu was a little surprised. He just said a few words casually. This made him feel a little embarrassed to kill Zhang Wu. Then I will pick a top-grade, yellow-grade spiritual medicine later. Well, after all, I am short of resources now. Making mistakes comes with a price, and it will be remembered in one's heart. Thank you very much, senior brothers. Qin Yu clasped his hands together and smiled kindly. At this moment, a sturdy young man came in front of the crowd and opened the Chinquan bag in his arms. A bright light burst out from inside, and there were hundreds of spirit stones inside. Zhang Wu, fellow apprentice brothers, you also know that it is difficult for you to compete for a good enough ranking this time. As long as you are willing to fight Jiang Hai and the others with all your strength, senior brother Chu Jiang is willing to give you all these hundreds of spirit stones. You don't need to fight head-on. Just slowly consume their spiritual energy and blood. It won't be too dangerous. And if they're injured, senior brother Chu Jiang is willing to pay for the yellow-grade elixir. At least a mid-level yellow rank. How about that? Zhang Wu was furious when he heard this. He asked Brother Yu to make way for them, to act like a lackey. Who is this insulting? He took a step forward and was about to attack when Qin Yu reached out to stop him. Okay, we agree. Anyway, these are all stumbling blocks for me to become an inner disciple. All of these need to be resolved. You can also get some spirit stones, so why not do it? Seeing this, the burly young man couldn't help but feel confused. Zhang Wu had broken through the foundation building stage, but he was not the leader of this small team. Instead, this young boy who has never been seen in the outer sect has the right to speak. But no matter what, since the other party has agreed, it is a good thing. After Chu Jiang was promoted to the inner sect, his followers in the outer sect would also be able to prosper and have a backer. Okay, there are a total of 550 spirit stones here. Check them carefully. In addition, senior brother Chu Jiang has already broken through to the 3rd level of foundation building, and his position in the inner sect is secure. I hope you will keep your promise and don't make mistakes. The burly young man threw the Chinquan bag in his hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, uttered a threatening word, and then turned and left. After he left, Zhang Wu and the others frowned and said hesitantly, "Brother Yu, don't you believe us? With your ability, plus the help of the 5 of us brothers, we can definitely let you enter the inner gate in this session. Why should we agree to Chu Jiang and make wedding clothes for them?" The other 4 also nodded, with confusion in their eyes. Qin Yu smiled. "If I want to get the position of inner sect, do I have to be enemies with Jiang Hai and the others? We have a fight for it. If I can get spirit stones for free, why not do it? After injuring them, you can also get the yellow level elixir. Then go find Chu Jiang to claim the prize." Zhang Wu and others suddenly realized what was going on, and then said that they did not need spirit stones, and Qin Yu could just take them all. After all, these so-called spirit stones now are totally insignificant compared to the friendship with a true disciple in the future. In addition, Qin Yu must be lacking in resources now. Every spiritual stone is very important. At this moment, another disciple who had reached the peak of the body tempering stage revealed his identity, saying that he was from the Jianghai lineage and hoped that Qin Yu and the others would go all out when they met Chu Jiang. The rhetoric is the same, and so are the rewards. Zhang Wu and others were ready to refuse because they had already received Chu Jiang's spirit stones. Qin Yu directly put the Chinquan bag into his own bag. Seeing this, Jiang Hai's younger brother left with satisfaction. Zhang Wu and others were puzzled again. Qin Yu said leisurely, "We are all going to fight for it. So is Chu Jiang also within our goal to resolve it?" Chu Jiang's people only said that when they saw Jiang Hai and the others, they would attack with all their strength, but they didn't say that they couldn't touch him. It makes sense. Let's divide these spirit stones equally. Zhang Wu and others saw that Qin Yu must share the spirit stones. He quickly shook his head and refused directly, saying, "Brother Yu, if you say that, you think too highly of us. You must rely on yourself to deal with those disciples who are at the 2nd and 3rd levels of foundation building. The most we can do is help you deal with the others. How about this? There are a total of 1,100 spirit stones here. The 4 of us are at the peak of the body tempering stage. Each of us will take 50 spirit stones, and Zhang Wu will take 300 spirit stones. The remaining 750 spirit stones are all yours. If you don't agree, then we won't take any spirit stones." Seeing this, Qin Yu had no choice but to distribute it in this way. He is indeed short of spirit stones now. The few resources given by Lei Ling are definitely not enough. In order to break through the foundation establishment stage, a massive amount of resources is required. Especially for those whose physical strength has reached the limit, it would require almost 1,000 spirit stones and a yellow-grade foundation building pill worth 3,000 spirit stones. I have reached the 9th level of body tempering, and I already have 30,000 pounds of physical strength. If we triple it, it would be more than 10,000 spirit stones. The key is that there is still the possibility of strengthening myself. Now I have only completed the bone refining, and there is still the stage of nourishing the physical body. The stronger the beast's essence and blood, the better the effect. Here, it will cost at least several thousand spirit stones. Soon, it was Qin Yu and others' turn to draw lots. Qin Yu was the first to step forward. The number picked out is 36. At this time, a foundation building level 1 disciple who was following behind Chu Jiang stood on the stage with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Who is number 36? Get on the stage and don't waste time. As long as he doesn't meet the top 10 in the outer sect, he is basically sure to win. And those guys have basically finished the first round. Be steady on your own. Naturally, don't worry." Hearing this, Qin Yu also smiled and walked towards the arena. Zhang Wu and others showed a trace of pity in their eyes. This guy is so miserable. He is clearly at the 1st level of foundation building, and he has almost defeated the strongest ones, but he still ran into Brother Yu. Unlucky guy. Chapter 24. Get off the stage and admit defeat. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a faint buzzing sound emerged in the outer gate square, and a shielding formation was also opened. A flying boat stood in the air, and a faint sense of oppression spread out. Several outer sect elders who were presiding over the competition froze for a moment. Who is this? How dare he be so arrogant and interfere with the outer sect competition midway? Aren't they afraid of the sect rules? It's possible that among this batch of outer disciples, there is an illegitimate child of some powerful elder. If the criminal law hall finds out, it will definitely end miserably. But before he finished his words, a figure emerged from the falling flying boat and caught the eyes of many outer sect elders. All chose to shut up. The two people who spoke earlier were sweating profusely and trembling a little. What the hell? Why is the deputy hall master of the criminal law hall here? There's also the top powerhouse of Xinyang sect, Master Wu, and the former core, Elder Chi Tai. Isn't he in charge of Lei Zhe? The guilt was absolved? But when these three people appeared in the square, all the outer sect elders were sweating profusely. These three people can't even interfere with the outer sect competition. Even if he directly chooses the top spot or even a true disciple, it won't be a big problem. To be honest, the deputy chief of the punishment hall is here, and there is also an old martial artist who is comparable to an invincible master. It is rumored that he can remain undefeated in 100 moves against Lin Warren. Who can afford it? Everyone couldn't help but wonder which disciple was hiding so deeply and was related to these three people. Elder Chi has lived in Lei Zhe for many years and has never set foot in it. I couldn't help but feel nervous. At this time, Elder Wu, along with a group of inner sect disciples, walked toward the stands in the square. The great outer sect elder who was sitting at the front stood up immediately and bowed in greeting. Greetings to the three uncles. Please take a seat. Today, I don't know what gust of wind brought all three uncles here, but it also makes the outer sect shine today. The great elder of the outer sect was plump and round, with the flesh on his face all squeezed together at the moment. It's okay, let's see. Old Wu's eyes were sharp, and he spoke calmly. The three of them looked at each other and sat down directly. The dozen or so inner disciples who were in the square first placed the man who was scratching his head and talking too much on a chair, then looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Even when the outer sect elders approached them to ask them questions, they didn't dare to say a word. At this time, the disciples under the ring couldn't help but get excited when they saw this. The core elders and deputy hall masters had all come to the competition. Anyone who can catch his, I will soar to the sky. At this moment, Chu Zhang's face also flushed slightly, and he was a little excited. Beneath his sleeves, he clenched his fists. The appearance of these three sect masters must be the intention of accepting disciples. If I take the top spot this time, I may even become their disciple. This is because a strong person of this level would not come to the outer gate to watch the fights between these body-tempering and foundation-building disciples for no reason. There must be a reason. I must seize this opportunity. On the other side, Zhang Hai and several other people who were at the second stage of foundation building also looked solemn at this moment. This is our chance. Catch him and rise to prominence. We should first find a way to deal with Chu Jiang. Our strengths are almost the same. As long as he is not there, the three elders will choose from among us. Our chances are much greater. Several people nodded, with a hint of determination flashing in their eyes. Kill Chu Jiang first. But Zhang Wu and others who were watching this scene were stunned. In order to recruit disciples, these three elders actually rushed directly to the outer sect competition. I couldn't help but feel extremely excited. Sure enough, what I and others had guessed was correct. Qin Yu's importance is probably even more outrageous than they imagined. Next, we just need to find a way to follow Brother Yu's footsteps, and the future prospects will not be too bad. But after hearing the voices of Chu Jiang and Zhang Hai, he couldn't help but feel a little funny. They actually thought that these three were here to look for disciples. Immediately, everyone looked towards the arena. When Qin Yu stepped onto the stage, he saw the first-level foundation-building disciple in front of him, clasped his fists in salute, and introduced himself, Qin Yu. However, the disciple at the first level of foundation building frowned slightly. It's you? What bad luck. It seems that my brother wasted his spiritual stones. I actually ran into you in the first round. Admit defeat and leave the ring. He had been beside Chu Jiang before and knew that Qin Yu was Zhang Wu's younger brother. I feel speechless. This kid in front of him picked up 50 spirit stones for free. Qin Yu raised his eyes slightly and looked directly at the outer sect steward beside him, asking, "Can we start now?" The deacon nodded. Both sides should be prepared. The disciple at the first stage of foundation building was somewhat surprised and angrily said in a voice transmission, "You have already taken the spirit stones, but you still want to consume my energy and blood? Get out of here." Chinyu raised his eyelids slightly and said calmly, "Since I have taken the things, I will naturally do the work. Do I need you to teach me?" The chi and blood throughout the body flow slowly along the meridians and cover the surface. "Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Don't even think about practicing for the next 6 months." The foundation building disciple's face turned grim with a flash of hostility in his eyes. "Meeting myself is a losing situation, yet you still want to take a step forward?" Spiritual energy poured into the long sword in his hand, and a light blue light shone. "Start." The deacon's words fell. Chinyu was like a cannonball fired from a gun, extremely fast and difficult to see with the naked eye. When the foundation building disciples saw this, they were horrified. "This speed, why is it so fast?" He took out the long knife in his hand and tried to block. Boom! Chinyu clenched his right fist and swung it out suddenly. The fist wind whistled, the sound of explosion was heard in the air, and it hit the blade and broke suddenly. The foundation building disciple felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and was about to faint. His eyeballs bulged and were covered with bloodshot. Boom! He wanted to resist, but fell directly onto the ring, making a dull sound and raising a cloud of dust. Number 36, Qin Yusheng. Everyone was stunned. Chu Zhang's eyes also froze. Junior brother actually lost? How is this possible? That person is only at the peak of body tempering. How is this possible? Then, he came to the arena in an instant with a group of disciples following him. With his eyes slightly narrowed and a dangerous aura surging, he spoke directly through voice transmission. "I remember you were the one who followed Zhongwu. You have already received the spirit stones, so why are you still taking action?" Qinyu took a glance, walked down the stage slowly, and responded, "I did take your spirit stone, but all you asked was to attack them with all your strength. I never said I couldn't attack you, right? Disperse. Anyone who threatens outside the venue will be considered violating the sect rules and will be beheaded," the deacon shouted coldly. Chu Jiang has made many good friends with deacons outside and also has a faint relationship with him. If it were normal, he would definitely turn a blind eye to it. But now, this is a genius who has reached the 9th level of body tempering and the ability to build a foundation against all odds. Future achievements will not be as simple as being an inner disciple. If one grows very smoothly, he can even become an elder. Naturally, it is impossible to let Chu Jiang do whatever he wants. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiang forced himself to suppress his anger, because there was indeed nothing wrong with what the other party said. "Good. You and Zhang Wu are both great. I hope you can keep your promise. If the opponent really goes all out against Jiang Hai and the others, they can cause certain damage." Naturally, it was impossible for him to turn against him during the competition, so he immediately took his people and left. But Jiang Hai and others were a little confused at this time, but more of a surprise. "Oh shit, isn't this too fierce?" He directly dealt with a foundation-building disciple next to Chu Jiang. "Quick, send someone. Send someone immediately to deliver another 300 spirit stones. As long as he keeps attacking Chu Jiang and the others, promise to give him another 500 spirit stones afterwards. This undoubtedly relieves the pressure on others." Chapter 25. This boy is shameless. I will break your legs. On the stands, many inner disciples felt a little dull and bored watching the fight on the ring below. After all, they're all cultivators in the body tempering realm. These fighting skills or experiences seem crude to them. But when Qin Yu killed a foundation establishment level 1 cultivator in seconds, smiles appeared in the eyes of the inner disciples. This guy is really funny. He actually asked Qin Yu to admit defeat and get off the stage. I didn't expect to see such an interesting scene outside the gate. It was worth the trip. Several teenagers laughed happily. Because of Qin Yu's strength, in their opinion, he could almost kill the outer sect members in an instant. What does it mean to be able to enter the 4th level of the ancient road of thunder punishment? Among the inner sects nowadays, only disciples at least in the late stage of foundation building can achieve this. Qin Yu surpassed the 9th level of body tempering and practiced in it for nearly an hour, using thunder punishment to temper his body. How could you call on such a ruthless person to surrender? Isn't this funny? To put it bluntly, few of the inner disciples present were strong enough to beat Qin Yu. At this moment, the chubby outer sect elder frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "This boy is quite shameless. I also saw him taking the spirit stones before. As a result, now, they actually attack Chu Jiang's people. This kind of behavior is somewhat shameful, no matter how strong one is. He had some thoughts about Chu Jiang and wanted to take him as his disciple. But now, seeing one of his own disciples being bullied like this, he was speechless and a nameless anger rose in his heart. But at this moment, Wu Lao raised his eyelids slightly and spoke calmly, "What is shameless? The young man will do what he promised. Why should those who saw Chu Jiang retreat and admit defeat? That senior brother from the outer sect is quite funny. He is at the 3rd level of foundation building, but he is still afraid of a group of disciples at the 2nd level. Now he is using all these conspiracies and tricks, and he can't figure it out. It's really funny." The deputy hall master raised the corner of his mouth slightly and sneered with some disdain. Beings of their level have been paying attention to Qin Yu's movements, so they naturally know the situation. Is there anything wrong with what he did? What you are asking for is not to go all out against others and not hold back. So what's wrong with Qin Yu aiming for the top spot, collecting spirit stones, and fulfilling his promise? It has to be solved anyway. You can also get some spirit stones, so why not? No wonder this fat guy, who is in the early stage of Tianyuan, has been staying in the outer sect as an elder. It turns out that he is too conservative. Shi Tai conveyed the message to the two of them. Elder Wu and the deputy hall master nodded. The outer sect elder was speechless when he heard the two say this, although he was very rigid and believed that this was ill-gotten gains, but at his level, how could he not see the reason behind it? These 3 people must have come here because of Qin Yu. Otherwise, these old guys are usually elusive, or they're acting on behalf of the sect. How could he come to watch the outer sect competition for no reason and speak for it? Immediately, I understood in my mind. However, this boy is only at the 9th level of body tempering. Even if his body has reached the peak, he can use some tricks to defeat the 1st level of foundation establishment. This shouldn't alarm these 3, right? According to the strength Qin Yu had revealed before, the great elder of the outer sect had guessed that Qin Yu's physical body had already broken through its limits. But even so, every 100 years or so, there will be 1 or 2 people who can do it. It's nothing. It is even more unworthy for these 3 to come to the outer gate in person. He then remained silent and continued to watch, his eyes fixed in the direction of the ring. At this time, Qin Yu had just walked down from the stage, and Zhang Wu and others had surrounded him. "Brother Yu, are you okay? What the hell are you talking about? Brother Yu, how can you be able to handle a person at the 1st level of foundation building?" Qin Yu shook his head slightly upon seeing this, and directly took out the spirit stones, ready to recover the previous consumption. After all, you can't underestimate anyone before fighting. Even if he has enough strength now, he still needs to replenish his qi, blood, and spiritual energy to the most perfect state to avoid mistakes. At this moment, a man in green with a strong aura slowly came over and bowed slightly. "Hello, Brother Qin, hello, Junior Brother Zhang Wu." A faint smile appeared in his eyes. "My name is Qin Shan, and I am ranked 5th among the outer sects. Jianghai's people have already looked for you. This time I came here in the hope that, after you see Chu Jiang, you can also go all out to attack. If you can injure him, we will provide you with rich treasures. How about it? This is 300 spirit stones, and there will be more later." Another small Chinquan bag was thrown into Qin Yu's hand, and the spirit stones inside were shining brightly. "Don't worry, I will do my best." Qin Yu smiled kindly. These outer disciples are really interesting. He actually kept sending spirit stones. If I want to win the top spot, I must go all out. Even if you don't give spirit stones, you will naturally have to find a way to deal with the top ones among the outer sects when you meet them. In that case, thank you very much, Junior Brother Qin. Qin Shan bowed again. This was a genius, so naturally he wanted to make friends with him. The state of tempering the body and building the foundation by going against the flow is something that the outer sect has never seen before. He was very optimistic about the prospects of the young man in front of him. Of course, he also has enough confidence that he can suppress it when he encounters it. In the foundation building stage, the improvement of each level corresponds to the proficiency in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, coupled with the application of martial arts. He could also easily suppress a person at the 1st level of foundation building, no problem. Immediately, Qin Shan said goodbye. Zhang Wu and others had bitter smiles on their faces. Sure enough, The gap between them and Brother Yu is as huge as the gap between heaven and earth. Having also reached the 9th level of body tempering, Brother Yu received nearly 1,000 spirit stones. This speed of amassing wealth is truly terrifying. And they, including Zhang Wu, who was at the 1st level of foundation building, were not worth much. It is not even worthy for Qin Shan, the 5th in the outer sect, to come and negotiate in person. The ring battle is still going on, and now there are only 500 people left. Qin Yu drew number 56, and the person with the same number was a person at the 7th level of body tempering. Qin Yu still solved the problem easily. During the 3rd round of the ring battle, one of Qin Yu's men met Chu Jiang's man, who had completed body tempering. The two sides fought and blood was shed, and finally, this side was defeated. Because the other party had a lower-grade yellow spiritual armor, which Chu Jiang had previously lent to his subordinates. It is to suppress Qin Yu's momentum. Since you have broken the rules, you all have no chance of entering the top 32. Chu Jiang appeared beside Qin Yu at this time and spoke calmly. Whenever he met someone from Qin Yu's side, he would take out some treasures to help, trying to suppress Qin Yu and the others. Qin Yu raised his eyelids slightly and said calmly, "Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to give orders?" After all, he had a pretty good impression of these people. This kind of external intervention was only aimed at him, but it affected Zhang Wu and others, which made him feel unhappy. There was a faint sense of anger rising in my heart, and I wanted to take action. Many outer disciples couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw this. "Fuck! Who is this young man? Why is he a stranger? How dare he fight Chu Jiang head-on?" Even if he has reached the 9th level of body tempering and the 1st level of foundation building, if he meets senior brother Chu Jiang, he will have no choice but to be suppressed. TSK, this is going to be a good show. Even Jiang Hai and his group don't dare to provoke us so blatantly. After all, they're afraid of being singled out and losing their place in the top 3. Chu Jiang is still extremely intimidating among the outer sect. If Jiang Hai and others had not joined forces, they would not be his match at all, and he would not have to go to such great lengths to target and win over these outer disciples. In that case, as you wish. If you meet me in this ring battle, I will break your legs. My spirit stones are not so easy to collect. Chu Jiang exhaled lightly, and a faint cold light flashed. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left with his men to participate in the ring battle again. It has been a long time since anyone dared to shout at him like this outside the gate. Chapter 26. All the spiritual stones were wasted. The great elder of the outer sect in the stands held his forehead with his hand upon seeing this. Chu Jiang obviously saw that there were 3 top elders of the sect here, so he wanted to show himself and didn't want to be suppressed by others. But these 3 came to the outer sect for the outer sect disciple named Qin Yu. It's over now. He even threatened to break Qin Yu's legs and make him lie down for half a year. When the outer sect elder glanced at Elder Wu and others standing aside, he felt a faint murderous aura surging from the deputy hallmaster. The 3 of them were communicating with each other at this moment. This kid is so arrogant that he actually challenged Qin Yu, who has a physical strength of 30,000 kilograms. All he asked for was spirit stones to do his job. Qin Yu was aiming for the top spot, and he would also deal with other outer disciples. What do you mean his spirit stones are not so easy to take? He didn't ask my disciple not to attack his people at the beginning, did he? In 3 days, Qin Yu has reached the 9th level of body tempering, and you cut off his cultivation time for half a year? Does this kid want to cut off my disciple's cultivation path? There was a flash of hostility in the eyes of the 3 old men Wu. After all, when they reach this level, if it is someone they care about, they will be extremely protective of them. Even though Qin Yu has not yet become their apprentice. Didn't even know about it. In the 3rd round of fighting, there were still 250 people left. At this time, Qin Yu once again met a disciple who had nothing to do with Chu Jiang or Jiang Hai. Eliminated. Waiting quietly. Another person on Qin Yu's side was eliminated. This time, Chu Jiang borrowed his own offensive magic treasure, a mid-grade yellow level. In the same realm, the difference is not too big, but when this kind of suppressive treasure appears, the outcome of the game is no longer in suspense. At this moment, Qin Yu felt more and more dissatisfied. He didn't care about Chu Jiang shouting, just because Chu Jiang broke the rules. If Chu Jiang gave the treasure directly to his subordinates, it would not matter to Qin Yu. After all, the treasure is also part strength. But whenever he met someone from Qin Yu's side, he would lend them his spiritual treasure. This is clearly targeted. In the fourth round, there were still 125 people left. This time, Qin Yu drew number 32. The person with the same number was the disciple named Qin Shan. At this moment, both of them stepped onto the stage. Qin Shan sighed a little. It was a pity that Qin Yu paid so many spirit stones but did not meet Chu Jiang himself. The two looked at each other, and Qin Shan said, "Junior brother, you just admit defeat. We will help you vent your anger and deal with Chu Jiang. You are very strong. I even feel that you can rival the unstable second level of foundation building. But if you and I fight, one of us will be injured. Whoever consumes too much will lose the next top 3 spots. As long as you give up, I can personally give you 1,000 spirit stones and provide some help when you need to build a foundation by foundation building pills for you at a low price, etc. How about that?" He promised a lot, hoping that the young man in front of him would understand his good intentions. It is impossible for someone who has reached the 9th level of body tempering to defeat me. After all, the gap between the two sides is huge. He knew that Qin Yu had broken through the limits of his physical body. But no matter how strong he is, his strength is only over 10,000 kilograms. Now that I have reached the peak of the 2nd level of foundation building, my physical strength has reached 20,000 kilograms. Plus, he is already able to use martial arts, so he can definitely win. So Qin Shan has been persuading Qin Yu. In his opinion, Qin Yu kept collecting spirit stones because he lacked resources. If he provided so many benefits, he would definitely step down. Just as Qin Shan was preparing for the next fight, Qin Yu slowly raised his head and said calmly, "No need. Just do it normally, brother. I will take care of Chu Jiang myself, so I won't bother you, brother." Qin Shan, who was about to leave the ring, was stunned when he heard this. Immediately, he felt a little dissatisfied. He had paid so much, but this kid still didn't understand. The 6 of them paid almost 1,000 spirit stones. Even if you give up this time, you can still get 1,000 spirit stones. But he still doesn't know how to stop. Do you want to ask for too much? 1,000 spirit stones can't satisfy your appetite. You will only lose if you face me. Taking these 1,000 spirit stones and leaving is your best option now. Qin Shan frowned, with a cold light flashing in the depths of his eyes. He was very dissatisfied in his heart. Think Qin Yu is playing with fire. Qin Yu said calmly, "No, I want to be on the top of the list." Immediately, he looked to the other side. "Deacon, can we start?" After 3 breaths, start. Qin Shan couldn't help but laugh out of anger. Among the outer sect, several were at the 2nd level of foundation building, and one was at the 3rd level of foundation building. Top of the list? What does it have to do with a body-tempering disciple like you? Just because you defeated a person at the 1st stage of foundation building, you really think you're qualified to compete for the inner sect? Gulme, I'll show you in person how big the gap is. The power around Qin Shan surged slowly, and spiritual energy as thick as earth floated around his body. The qi and blood are surging. Faintly, it turned into a mountain, as if to crush the heaven and earth. Mountain moving technique. Qin Shan moved immediately, turning into a ray of divine light and shooting out. A huge mountain filled with spiritual energy suddenly pressed down. Deep in Qin Yu's eyes, there was a faint flash of lightning. Thunder. The spiritual energy in Dantian turned into thunder in an instant, covering the whole body. A terrifying flash of lightning surged out from the palm of his right hand. The breath of destruction spread. Boom! The so-called spiritual mountain collapsed in an instant and turned into clouds of dust. Qin Shan felt a life-and-death crisis. Deep in his eyes, there was a flash of shock. Attention, you have mastered the intention of thunder. How is this possible? You are just a body-tempering monk. He wanted to dodge, but the thunder was too fast and knocked him over. He fell to the ground, his whole body weak and numb, and he was completely unable to move. A trace of loneliness emerged in Qin Shan's eyes. Defeated. I actually lost. He looked at the young boy in front of him. He actually has the ability to take the top spot. Qin Yu wins. Even the outer sect deacon was filled with shock at this moment. This boy was so fierce that he could kill anyone in seconds. All the outer disciples under the ring exclaimed at this moment. Fuck, another instant kill. Qin Yu defeated Qin Shan in an instant, without any suspense. After reaching the 9th level of body tempering, he has mastered the power of thunder. Maybe he is really qualified to suppress the senior brother. Are you dreaming? This kind of thunder power can only be used once, which is already the limit. The spiritual energy reserves of the body-tempering cultivators are not enough. The eldest brother is at the third level of foundation building. Even if Qin Yu is strong enough, he will only lose. It's a pity. If he breaks through the foundation building, he will really be qualified to challenge the top spot. At this moment, everyone was looking forward to the moment when Qin Yu and Chu Jiang would face off. But only Jiang Hai felt dizzy. He knew at the moment Qin Yu won. The spiritual stones of himself and others were wasted. This is totally aiding the enemy. This Qin Yu is also one of their competitors. Grass. Chapter 27. Buys advancement to the top 32. Jiang Hai understood that Qin Yu had ideas about the number of inner disciples this session. Moreover, killing Qin Shan instantly. Even Chu Jiang might not be able to do it. This is a bit too perverted. Although Qin Shan is weak, he has only reached the second level of foundation building and has never reached the peak. But it will take them a very long time to defeat and suppress it. Qin Yu's method was too easy and carefree, just one punch. The key point is that he is in the body-tempering stage. People like me are at the foundation building stage. Why does it feel like my cultivation is reversed? At this time, Qin Shan had gradually recovered. With the help of the deacon, he walked down from the ring and returned to the crowd. Qin Shan's face was extremely pale, and he said in a low voice, "He has mastered the power of thunder. Don't go head-on with him. Even Chu Jiang may not be able to win. Don't use your ordinary realm to measure Qin Yu." Jiang Hai and others were a little confused. I originally thought that Qin Yu was using some kind of thunder martial arts, but he has mastered the power of thunder. But isn't this thing something that only cultivators who have reached the peak of the foundation building stage can master? When breaking through into the spiritual realm, one must master a principle of Taoism, otherwise one will not be able to break through. He's only at the 9th level of body tempering. How come he has mastered the power of thunder? The several foundation establishment level 2 disciples on Jiang Hai's side were all stunned at this moment. My heart instantly sank. They were even a little panicked. Before entering the top 32, they would definitely lose if they met Chu Jiang. Now, there is another Qin Yu. How the hell do you play this? Moreover, if one of these two is not dealt with, there will only be one spot left. On their side, apart from Qin Shan, there are also 5 disciples at the 2nd level of foundation building. Are they going to fight among themselves now to compete for the only spot? If they join forces, they will have a chance to defeat Chu Jiang during the monster trial. By then, half of them will be able to be promoted to the position of inner disciples. But now there's only one spot. The expressions of several people in the field kept changing at this moment. Their eyes were wandering, and other thoughts arose in their minds. If you choose Qin Yu or Chu Jiang, you'll follow him. There are opportunities for advancement. Jiang Hai's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He took a step forward, came to the center of the crowd, looked around with a serious gaze, and spoke in a low voice. Don't have any other ideas now. Whether we rely on Qin Yu or Chu Jiang, we will not be welcomed by them. It's all icing on the cake. They're all strong enough to be promoted. They just have to compete for the top spot. It's not important for them for us to join. So, sticking together is the only way. This way you can also gain benefits for yourself. As soon as the words came out, everyone's unstable minds gradually calmed down and the morale of the army stabilized. Jiang Hai exhaled lightly and continued. Send someone to investigate immediately. Where did this immortal Qin Yu come from? Why have we never heard of any rumors about him in the outer sect before? He has shown his talent in the body tempering stage. He should not be an unknown person. In addition, we have already made enemies with Chu Jiang, and we cannot create a feud with Qin Yu. My suggestion is to make friends with him and send him a yellow-level spiritual medicine to show that we can work together to suppress Chu Jiang. By then, there will be an extra spot. Now all we have to do is find a way to get one of them eliminated. This is no different from the previous situation. We all still have a chance. Choose one of them. My preference is Qin Yu. Jiang Hai looked at everyone again, hoping to get an answer. After hearing this, everyone thought for a moment and nodded. Because their current relationship with Chu Jiang is extremely bad. If you surrender rashly, others may not accept you. So, Qin Yu became their choice. Only Qin Shan looked gloomy at this moment. No matter what, the upcoming outer set competition had nothing to do with him. Only to be silent for another year. But before the age of 20, one must either break through to the foundation establishment stage. or rely on the outer sect competition. Otherwise, it is impossible to become an inner disciple. For them, this only leaves the second option. Moreover, the requirement for the outer sect competition is that one must be under 30 years old. Otherwise, you can only break through into the spiritual realm. Okay, we agree. Everyone nodded in agreement. Immediately, Jiang Hai walked towards Qin Yu personally. The expressions of Zhang Wu and others changed slightly. Jiang Hai can be ranked among the top 3 in outer sect in terms of combat power. If Chu Jiang had not broken through to the 3rd level of foundation building by chance, he would have basically been sitting at the top of the list. Brother Yu, be careful. Jiang Hai is coming. Zhang Wu reminded him softly. Qin Yu raised his head and looked at him calmly. The two of them looked at each other. Jiang Hai bowed slightly and said, "Meet junior brother Qin Yu, a promising young man who is at the 9th level of body tempering and is able to defeat junior brother Qin Shan, who is at the 2nd level of foundation establishment. This method is admirable. We don't have too many ideas. As long as junior brother can abide by the previous agreement and go all out in the face of Chu Jiang and the others, we will also offer the spiritual stones as a token of our gratitude. In addition, there is a yellow-grade, middle-grade spiritual grass here, which is worth 8,000 spiritual stones. Its effect is better than the foundation-building pill, and is harmless to the foundation. This is our token of appreciation. We don't want to be enemies with our junior brother." Jiang Hai said it very clearly. This is equivalent to taking sides. Many outer disciples looked over here in astonishment at this moment. Jiang Hai, his reputation has spread throughout the outer sect for several years, but now he is willing to be humble in front of a body-tempering disciple. It's really eye-opening. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and sure enough, no one was a fool. After the man called Qin Shan told others about some of the previous fights, Jiang Hai and the others directly expressed their choice. Originally, he was prepared to fight on 2 fronts. Okay, in that case, thank you, senior brother. Qin Yu didn't hesitate and directly put the Chinquan bag into his pocket. At that time, you can indeed hold back during the monster trial. A spiritual medicine worth 8,000 spirit stones is an astronomical figure for him, so there is no need to refuse. Jiang Hai was delighted when he saw this. He exchanged a few words of greeting and left. Chu Jiang raised his eyes slightly, and there seemed to be a faint cold light flashing. Jiang Hai and his gang are really spineless. You're such an idiot. It doesn't matter whether you become an inner disciple or not nowadays. The 3 core figures of the sect are here, and he actually kowtowed and gave gifts in an attempt to seek an alliance. This must have left a very bad impression in the eyes of those 3 beings. Even if Qin, you can really threaten me, as long as I persist, I will definitely be favored by those 3. Chu Jiang was planning in his heart. Now he wanted more to gain the respect of Mr. Wu and the others. After all, they came to the outer sect. They couldn't just be bored and watch for fun, right? Of course, Chu Jiang was still confident that he could suppress Qin Yu. Qin Yu is becoming more and more dazzling now. Next, I just need to suppress it. Then all the glory will be on you. Chu Jiang has seen through it. Although Qin Yu is strong, he has no magical treasure. But he already has a complete set of yellow-grade spiritual treasures. Even if he were to fight against the 4th level of foundation building, it wouldn't matter at all. These were originally intended to be used to deal with the combined efforts of Jiang Hai and the others. I didn't expect that it would be used on a disciple like you who is at the 9th level of body tempering. It's your honor. Juziang Mumut. At this time, there were only 63 people left in the field. Continue to draw lots. Qin Yu drew number 32, but was given a bye in this round and advanced to the top 32. Chapter 28. Qin Yu's face automatically admit defeat. Jiang Hai also got the information he wanted in a very short time. After all, Qin Yu has been among the menial disciples for many years. The news has never been hidden. Except for the news in Lei Zhe, everything else can basically be obtained. After Jiang Hai heard what his subordinate said, he fell into a daze. Not only him, but also the defeated Qin Shan and the other 4 disciples who were at the 2nd stage of foundation building. Everyone is confused. He looked a little dazed. This is fucking... Comparing yourself to others is really infuriating. Qin Yu actually broke through to the 9th level of body tempering in just 3 days. Is this the legendary awakening of martial arts? When Qin Shan was giving lectures, he began to show his strength, regained his consciousness, and no longer acted foolishly. His reputation even spread far and wide among the tens of thousands of menial disciples. The most important thing is that the news about him entering Lei Zhe was directly erased. No wonder it alarmed Elder Qi and the others. After all, he has been guarding Lei Zhe for these years. This time, I'm afraid that a terrifying monster has appeared in Lei Zhe. Everyone's expressions were extremely complicated, and they kept communicating with each other. There were turbulent waves in my heart, and it was difficult to calm down. He was even more fortunate that he and others had chosen to be on good terms with Qin Yu before and did not become enemies with him because of Qing Shan's defeat. These three people are most likely here just for Qin Yu. They all wanted to show off. Now it seems there is no hope. Compared with Qin Yu, it's like the bright moon and dust. Whoever has reached the 9th level of body tempering can defeat a 2nd level of foundation building, kill instantly, and master a kind of Taoism. However, Jiang Hai, who had been silent all this time, let out a breath, looked solemn, and spoke. Do you really think that a foolish person can soar into the sky? He may have been dormant for more than 10 years, waiting for an opportunity, or even secretly tempering his body continuously, so that he can reach the ultimate physical body when he reaches the 7th level of body tempering. With this momentum, he will have a place in the true teachings. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone suddenly realized that Qin Yu might have planned this long ago. Even the sign of his enlightenment in martial arts was a fake he put on in order to attract the attention of higher-ups and Sword of Fame. This boy's mind is truly terrifying. Don't provoke him. If you really can't help it, just give up your place in this session. A place is not worth it compared to making an enemy of Qin Yu. Everyone kept weighing the options and finally came to a conclusion. Then he went to participate in the ring battle. What's funny is that when one of the disciples who was at the 2nd level of foundation building met Zhang Wu, a bitter look instantly appeared on his face. This is fucking. How do I fight this? It is obvious that Zhang Wu has a very good relationship with Qin Yu. He had even been given some spirit stones before. If I could block him outside the top 32, that's fucking it. Isn't that just offending a future true disciple? On the stage, Zhang Wu also smiled bitterly at this moment. Greetings, senior brother. Please teach me. It seems that I have no chance to help brother you in the monster trial. I actually met a disciple who is among the top 10 outer sect disciples in terms of combat power. There is definitely no hope. Qin Yu, who was watching the fight below the ring, also shook his head slightly at this moment. Zhang Wu had just broken through the foundation establishment stage, and his foundation was unstable. Meeting a disciple of this level, he would have no choice but to be defeated. After 3 breaths, the battle will begin. The deacon slowly raised his right hand and spoke calmly. But at this moment, the disciple who was at the 2nd level of foundation building on the stage suddenly covered his chest with his hands, and his expression became ferocious. It's over. I won't be able to make it to the top 32. My old injury has relapsed. If I don't get treatment in time, I'm afraid it will damage my foundation. I voluntarily admit defeat. I hope that junior brother can shine in the Monster Beast trial. After he finished speaking, he bowed slightly toward Zhang Wu and Qin Yu below the stage. He covered his chest in a very clumsy manner and walked off the stage. Deacon, an old bullshit injury recurred. This guy is a fanatical fighter among the outer sect and is famous for his crushing abilities. Except Jiang Hai, the other people who have reached the 2nd level of foundation building are not his enemies. But now he just invested directly, and he was a little confused, including Zhang Wu. Their eyes widened at this moment, extremely confused. But after a moment, he came to his senses on the spot. Aren't these senior brothers so good at dealing with people and worldly matters? He understood it from his salute to Brother Yu before. It was obvious that he thought he was Brother Yu's follower. Only then did he choose to retreat. Oh shit, can I advance by myself? Zhang Wu wins, the deacon said helplessly. Zhang Wu quickly walked down the stage, his eyes showing gratitude, and he quickly saluted Qin Yu. Thank you, Brother Yu, for first giving me the Tao and then supporting me. Zhang Wu, will never forget it. From now on, anyone who wants to be an enemy of Brother Yu will have to step over my dead body first. This must have been helped by Brother Yu. Qin Yu was confused. What does this have to do with me? What kind of support? But no matter what, Zhang Wu's look of gratitude was extremely sincere. Just when Qin Yu was at a loss as to what to do, the plump great elder of the outer sect slowly rose into the air. The spiritual energy around his body vibrated and flowed out of his mouth, turning into waves of sound and spreading in all directions. The top 32 have been decided. After half an hour, we will enter the monster trial. Kill a demon beast at the first level of foundation building and gain 1 point. Kill a second level foundation building monster and gain 10 points. Kill a third level foundation building monster and gain 50 points. The top 3 in points ranking will be promoted to new inner disciples immediately. Give 5,000 spirit stones and a yellow grade mid-quality moon spirit grass. The person who gets the top spot will be given a priceless black grade spirit treasure. All the disciples in the field were extremely shocked. Shin level spiritual treasure? This is a treasure used by cultivators who have entered the spiritual realm and the earthly profound realm. Just by being promoted to an inner disciple, can one receive such a reward? This is outrageous. Among the inner disciples, only a very small number can possess Shin-level spiritual treasures. You can even count them on 2 hands. A fiery light flashed in Chu Zhang's eyes. Top of the list. I must get the top spot. Anyone who wants to fight with me will die. Only the young man named Qing Yu, who had withdrawn from the same arena with Zhang Wu before, now had tears in his eyes and was about to cry. Damn, the rewards are so generous. Why didn't you tell me in advance? After all, there are opportunities in the trial, and it is possible for him to break through to the 3rd level of foundation building and fight with Chu Jiang. But now, there is no hope at all. I feel so upset. Even a favor from a true disciple is not as valuable as a mysterious spiritual treasure. Forget it. I've already admitted defeat. At least I can still get Qin Yu's favor. What if, in the future, Qin Yu is more than just a true disciple? Qin Yu murmured inwardly, silently, comforting himself. Chapter 29. Monster Trial begins. At this moment, the great elder of the outer sect who is standing in the stands, a cold sweat dripping down his forehead. This Chu Jiang is currently looking for inner disciples. He borrowed several yellow-grade spiritual treasures and fully armed several of his fellow disciples who were in the foundation building stage and paid a price of thousands of spiritual stones. At this moment, their strength has almost been improved across the board. But only the great elder knew that even if Chu Jiang armed himself more powerfully now, even if he got the top spot in the monster trial, none of the 3 would even look at him, because these 3 are here to look for Qin Yu 100%. Therefore, even if his current performance is impressive enough, it is of no use. There is a hint of surprise in the depths of Elder Wu's eyes. This outer sect disciple is very smart and can see his own position clearly. Yes, these outer disciples who have banded together are quite interesting. They are even willing to lower their status and befriend Qin Yu, who is at the 9th level of body tempering. The Deputy Hall Master also nodded slightly, with a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes. You know, if the 6 of them work together, they will definitely have a chance to deal with Chu Jiang and Qin Yu. Of course, this is limited to the surface strength displayed. Qin Yu now roughly demonstrates the combat power of the 3rd level of foundation building. In everyone's opinion, this was already his limit. To be able to reach the 9th level of body tempering, he had already surpassed countless people. Even Lin Warren, who was invincible in the same realm at that time, could only defeat the 2nd level of foundation building, and it was very difficult. Naturally, you would no longer think about whether Qin Yu had any trump cards or hidden strengths. So, on the surface, these 6 disciples at the 2nd level of foundation building have a chance to win the first 3 places. But Qin Yu chose to give up even when facing Zhang Wu, simply because of his relationship with Qin Yu. This requires great courage. Because they have not entered the inner gate before the age of 30, their prospects in this life are limited. This guy is interesting. I will grant him a special recruitment quota later and let him become a provisional inner sect disciple. He will be re-evaluated after 1 year. In addition, I can accept him as a registered disciple. The Deputy Hall Master narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. He is very suitable to come to the criminal court. It can be simply cultivated. Of course, he also had some other thoughts, because Qin Yu owed Qin Yu half a favor. These few are all good prospects and can be considered as registered disciples. Elder Wu nodded slightly and spoke. Only the great elder of the outer sect beside him felt a tremor in his heart. Because these 2 people have extremely important say, these people are equivalent to entering the inner gate in advance. Of course, this is fine for him, but this is the status of a registered disciple. In the inner sect, countless disciples wanted to become one of the registered disciples of these core elders, but none of them had the means. Their friendship with Qin Yu was indeed rewarded. In the future, if there are enough opportunities and I grow fast enough, I may become a formal disciple. By then, in the entire Xianyang sect, as long as one is not facing the sect master's disciple, his status and position will be the highest. Huge profit. Time passed by bit, and Qin Yu is also practicing under the ring, comprehending the meaning of thunder. My cultivation has also made a small progress. It is also one step closer to the peak of body tempering. Zhang Wu was also frantically devouring spirit stones at this moment, not wanting to be held back in a monster trial. The other 4 were all eliminated. In the last round, both of them met Chu Zhang's foundation-building disciples and were eliminated. Stopped in the top 64. What a pity. Time flies. The great elder of the outer sect rose into the air from the stands. The essence of heaven and earth appeared around him, shining brightly. Land slowly. His gaze turned towards the 32 people in front of him. He exhaled lightly and said, "Next, the monster trial will begin. Everyone will receive a teleportation talisman. If there is any danger of life or death, teleport out immediately. Also, don't go outside the designated area. If you accidentally walk into the inner circle and encounter a high-level beast, it will be difficult for us to rescue you before you can use the teleportation talisman. Is that clear?" Everyone nodded and responded that they understood. During every monster trial, Xianyang sect would set up an area and place some monsters at the foundation establishment stage in it. None of them are very strong. Of course, based on the strength, a monster that is 2 realms stronger than the current disciple will be placed. Otherwise, there would be no need for trials. Of course, in the entire secret realm of monsters, there are truly terrifying heavenly-level monsters whose strength is no weaker than that of the core elders of Xianyang sect. The foundation-building realm corresponds to the yellow level. Entering the spiritual realm corresponds to the Xian level. The Dixuan realm corresponds to the earth level. The Tianyuan realm corresponds to the Tian level. The Xianyang sect signed a contract with the Demon King in the Demon B secret realm. It can be considered an alliance. This can also be considered one of Xianyang sect's trump cards. There are many great demons of heavenly rank. As long as the Venerable does not take action, the strength of Xianyang sect is enough to sweep across the entire Kanglan domain. This is the foundation accumulated over the years. At this time, Chu Jiang was wearing heavy armor and standing in front of the passage. There were 4 people following him. 3 of them were at the first level of foundation building, and 1 was at the second level of foundation building. Previously, there were 3 or 4 foundation-building disciples, but they were also eliminated by Jiang Hai and his team. Therefore, in terms of strength, the gap is not that big now. Even if we look at it comprehensively, Jiang Hai's side has 5 people at the second level of foundation building and 2 or 3 people at the first level of foundation building, which makes them much stronger. However, Chu Jiang had previously found inner disciples, rented a lot of spiritual treasures, and was fully armed. Everyone under his command can advance to a small realm. This is extremely threatening. Qin Yu stood up slowly, and Chu Jiang's eyes just happened to look over here. The 2 looked at each other. Chu Jiang's expression was calm, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a hint of sneer. "I didn't expect that you actually wanted to compete for the top 3 spots with the 9th level of body tempering. It's really a joke. In the secret realm, I will take the initiative to find you, break both of your legs, and send you out of the trial personally. Well, I fulfill my promise." He did a little trick and left a faint mark when Qin Yu was practicing. You can use your spiritual awareness to sense the other person's location. You will find it later. After all, Qin Yu slapped him in the face time and time again. Chu Jiang was holding his breath. Want to respond. Otherwise, how would the outer sect elder and the 3 core elders in the stands view him? Being ridden on the neck by a person in the body tempering realm and shitting on him. This is simply a great humiliation. You know, this time when I was promoted to the inner sect, I had the opportunity to become the official disciple of the great elder. Even if he cannot get the favor of the 3 core elders, Qin, you must be dealt with. Otherwise, all the prestige accumulated over the years would be wiped out. You talk too much nonsense, Qin Yu said directly. Chapter 30, Ferocious Beast Riot, Chu Jiang Plan. Jiang Hai, who was standing nearby, also spoke calmly. If you attack Qin Yu, we will not sit idly by. You are not eligible for the inner sect spot this time, so don't think too much about it. Don't think you have a sure win. As long as he and his companions work together, They will have a chance to suppress Chu Jiang in the next monster trial. Since you have chosen to be friends with Qin Yu, then of course you have to stand up at the critical moment. I even felt a little disdainful in my heart. This Chu Jiang really didn't know how to judge the situation. The talent Qin Yu displayed was obviously not on the same level as theirs. But for the sake of so-called face, he wanted to retaliate again and again. The great elder's expression froze slightly. This fellow was still being stubborn. We must not accept Chu Jiang as a disciple. Those three must be unhappy now. As the eldest brother of the outer sect, they threatened a body-tempering disciple time and time again. That's totally not the demeanor of a senior brother. He shook his head slightly, and his previous thoughts about Chu Jiang disappeared at this moment. Moreover, if Chu Jiang was really accepted as a disciple, if Qin Yu continues to rise in the future, it will have a huge impact on himself. He is not stupid, since he can sit in the position of the Grand Elder of the outer sect. The talent Qin Yu has shown now is probably at the weakest level of the lower earth rank. As long as the future does not die prematurely, the foundation for breaking the limit will be there. A true Tianyuan Grandmaster. There is even a chance to reach the level of Mr. Wu and Lin Warren. He must be one of the important figures in the sect. If Chu Jiang became his disciple, he would have a great feud with such an existence. Wouldn't that be putting yourself in trouble? The great elder already had an idea in his mind, and he must sever his ties with Chu Jiang as soon as possible. This person is so stupid. If I accept him as my disciple, we will die together. Immediately, rays of bright light emerged from his right hand and suddenly shot into the passage. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Gradually, light appeared in the passage, and an ancient bluestone road appeared before everyone's eyes. Monster Beast Trial start. All disciples receive the teleportation talisman and enter. 32 people entered one after another. Qin Yu and Zhang Wu walked at the end. Apart from the people from these two lineages, half of them are at the first level of foundation building, and one is at the second level of foundation building. What remains is the peak of body tempering. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that Chu Jiang had done something before. It's a bit strange that the four of them can meet Chu Jiang's people. Zhang Wu also nodded. It is very likely. After all, Chu Jiang is deeply rooted in the outer sect. It is entirely possible for him to bribe the two deacons. After all, a cultivator at the peak of the body tempering stage, with a full-strength sneak attack, can also cause damage to a person at the first or second foundation establishment stage. If it is a critical moment, it can even threaten life. So, it is still extremely important. He probably bribed quite a few people here. Chu Jiang has been thriving in the outer sect in recent years. The main reason is that he was born into a family of cultivators. Even the ancestor of the family is a powerful person in the Earth Profound realm. It is rumored that several elders in the outer sect are close friends. Plus, his talent is not weak. Therefore, many outer sect elders and deacons are willing to make friends with him. Qin Yu roughly understood what he meant after hearing this. Didn't say much. Together with Zhang Wu, he stepped onto the ancient bluestone road and entered the passage directly. I kept walking forward, and soon I saw light in front of me. What comes into view are towering ancient trees, standing between heaven and earth. From time to time, terrifying roars of beasts could be heard. The surging energy and blood intertwined in the air. It seems that there are quite a few monsters here. This is a random teleportation. Be careful of sneak attacks. Zhang Wu was standing nearby, speaking in a low voice, always alert to all directions. Only Qin Yu had a calm expression, because the so-called third-level foundation building demon beast. As long as you use the Diamond Sutra, you can kill it easily. It was only on the ring before, and he didn't meet Chu Jiang. Otherwise, he would have taken out the Qin Gang sword and dealt with him directly. It's not that complicated. His two trump cards were not exposed at this moment. Now, I will become an inner disciple, even if the suggestion is completed. And after going out, challenge another true disciple. That's it. Boom! At this time, the roars of beasts continued to sound. A terrifying force shook. 100 meters away in the west, in the dense jungle, there was a sturdy black bear with a greedy look in its eyes. It seemed to want to devour Zhang Wu and Qin Yu. I didn't expect to run into him so soon. You follow me. Qin Yu strolled leisurely in the garden, slowly took out the Qin Gang sword, stomped his right foot, and directly turned it into a cannonball that shot out violently. Swish! There was a whistling sound in the air, the collision of flesh and iron. The first level yellow-gray black bear was split into two halves and fell to the ground with a dull look in its eyes. This is indeed a treasure. Luckily, I woke up in advance. Otherwise, I would be the one to die in the damn competition. At this moment, Zhang Wu's hair stood on end, and he was sweating profusely. This is a bit too scary, because he saw his own fate in this black bear. The two began to search aimlessly, searching in the secret realm. The killing speed is also extremely fast. Even if he was at the second level of foundation building, he couldn't withstand a sword from Qin Yu. The Qin Gang sword is so sharp. Even Qin Yu found it hard to believe at this moment. This is just like cutting melons and vegetables. It didn't take long before Qin Yu's points reached 40. At this time, somewhere in the secret realm of monsters, the several foundation-building disciples behind Chu Jiang have now gathered together. Next, set up a defensive formation here and never let any ferocious beasts rush in. I will come to attract the beast tide. The equipment I borrowed for you earlier is all used to resist the beasts. Chu Jiang's eyes were as sharp as torches, sweeping around, and he spoke slowly and confidently. The Wanhan incense he brought from his family, as soon as it drifted out, would cause the blood in the ferocious beast's body to become restless, making it even more violent. The number he brought this time was extremely large, enough to trigger a small beast tide. These yellow-level monsters are completely defenseless. Even if it is a tide of yellow-level beasts, cultivators who have entered the spiritual realm cannot resist it. Therefore, they only need to set up a defensive formation and wait for the beast tide to eliminate Jiang Hai, Qin Yu, and others. That's enough. As long as they use the teleportation talisman to send it out, all the points will be reset to 0. Originally, these were used to deal with Jiang Hai, but what no one expected was that Qin Yu would suddenly appear. Anyway, they're all solved together. For Chu Jiang, it makes no difference. Place this batch of 10,000 soul incense near Qin Yu and his group. Then, all the monsters will charge towards him. Chu Jiang pointed at one of them. His expression narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. No one can survive the beast tide. This is because the outer sect elder has surrounded the area, and the beast tide will sweep through this area. As long as you and others prepare the formation in advance, you can hold on. Chapter 31. The Threatened Great Elder. At this time, in the center of the outer gate square, there was an illusory projection standing in the air. The figures of each disciple and the standings were projected inside. At this moment, the outer sect elders and inner sect disciples in the stands were all stunned, because the name high on the scoreboard is neither Jiang Hai nor Chu Jiang. Instead, it was Qin Yu who was in the body-tempering realm. Even though Qin Yu had previously shown enough strength to be able to defeat the second level of foundation building. However, Chu Jiang borrowed spiritual treasures and was fully armed, and his strength was improved by more than one level. Jiang Hai's side is united, and the core strength is pretty good, so they're fully capable of taking on Chu Jiang and others. In a monster trial, you can basically push through it smoothly, as long as you gather together. Due to random teleportation, there are only 3 or 4 disciples in the Foundation establishment stage gathered on Jiang Hai's side now, killing monsters crazily. Jiang Hai ranks second with 35 points. But what is unexpected is that no one from Chu Jiang made the list. In the projection, they all huddled in a cave, with mysterious formations floating around them, setting up defensive formations, and they were fully armed, wary of something. What's going on? Shouldn't Chu Jiang show his strength and push forward forcefully at this time? Earlier, Chu Jiang kept shouting that he wanted to enter the monster trial and kill Jiang Hai and Qin Yu to set an example. But now he is hiding in the dark and not looking for monsters. What does this mean? Even if a monster enters this cave, his points are not enough to overtake it. All the disciples were a little confused, but without thinking too much, they focused their attention on Qin Yu's projection. Holding the Qin Gang sword in hand, he opened and closed it with great force, leaving no grass behind wherever he passed. The corpses of ferocious beasts were scattered all over the ground, and the blood stained the ancient trees. Even a second-grade yellow-rank beast was no match for Qin Yu. A few strikes from him would instantly annihilate it. Suddenly, it was a mess. Can it be the body-tempering realm? An outer sect elder couldn't help but curse, with the corners of his mouth twitching constantly. This is so fierce that it feels unbelievable. It even makes people feel that Qin Yu is the ferocious beast, Only the inner disciples who had witnessed Qin Yu break through 4 levels in a row in Lei looked calm. There was no trace of emotion on their faces. Because these are all small scenes. Qin Yu broke through the 3rd level that so many of his fellow disciples had never been able to pass by using the body tempering realm. He took a step forward over 100 meters and even began to practice in the ancient Thunder Punishment Road. Just resisting the superimposed pressure and lightning is enough to suffocate people. And Qin Yu was still constantly tempering his body inside. They were already numb with shock at that time. This little thing doesn't matter to them. Sure enough, these 3 are here just for Qin Yu. This boy's talent is truly terrifying. In the past few hundred years, my Xinyang sect has never seen such a monster. These 3 came together. If nothing unexpected happens, they want to recruit a disciple in advance to prevent Qin Yu's qualifications from being exposed and making it difficult for them to take action. The outer sect's chief elder instantly understood what these 3 people were thinking. Although Elder Wu and his men are very strong, they are top-notch in the entire Xinyang sect in terms of both status and strength. But if the sect master and other core elders are alarmed, it might not be so easy to snatch the disciples. He glanced at the inner disciples beside him again. I understood it at this moment. According to the information he had just received, these disciples were probably the ones who witnessed Qin Yu's rise in Lei. The 3 of them probably felt uneasy, so they took them along to prevent the news from leaking out. The corners of the outer sect elder's round mouth twitched slightly. Although Qin Yu's talent is unclear, but he is definitely very powerful, otherwise he would not have achieved this level. However, the great outer sect elder fell into deep thought. Should he send a message to the higher-ups or not? A genius at the 9th level of body tempering, who was able to defeat a genius at the 2nd level of Foundation Establishment, was comparable to a genius at the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment. Once it rises, this generation of Xinyang sect will be extremely glorious and will crush the Kanglin domain. Report it, and it will be a credit. Failure to report is dereliction of duty. Qin Yu would definitely attract the attention of these old guys in the sect, and there might even be a fight. If I keep it a secret and let them miss the opportunity, I might even get my legs broken. When he thought of this, the great outer sect elder broke out in a cold sweat and was instantly ready to crush the communication jade pendant to inform the old monsters in the sect. But at this moment, Mr. Wu, who was standing beside him, coughed lightly. Well, I know what you were thinking. If you keep it secret for now, I and others will remember you as a favor. If the news leaks out, don't even mention those old guys. The 3 of us will break one of your legs. Make your choice. Deputy Hall Master Chi Taiha now had a subtle aura surrounding him that slowly flowed towards the Grand Elder of the outer sect. This is a statement. They were old monsters who had lived for thousands of years, so they were naturally shrewd people. From the previous actions of the outer sect elder, they instantly knew what he was going to do. But if the news gets out, it will definitely be disadvantageous to them. The outer sect chief elder's chubby face showed a look of being in tears and laughing. It's not right to say it, and it's not right not to say it. How the hell did this happen to me? I have a terrible headache. Immediately, he could only wave his hands and said, I don't quite understand what the 3 uncles are talking about. Then, he threw the jade pendant in his hand directly to the ground and crushed it with his foot. Now I can only pretend that I know nothing. The inner sect disciples standing in a row behind him saw this scene and tried hard to hold back their smiles, trying not to laugh in their hearts. Seeing the great elder of the outer sect, he was in the same situation as them. I instantly felt balanced. In this world, don't be afraid of being wronged. I'm afraid that I'll be the only one suffering. Seeing this, Mr. Wu couldn't help but nod slightly, feeling satisfied. Immediately, everyone's eyes were once again focused on the projection in the square. But, at this moment, the great elder of the outer sect frowned and spoke hesitantly. What is happening? Why are all these ferocious beasts gathered in one place? Nothing like this has ever happened before. Old Wu and the others also frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. A single ferocious beast is nothing, and the strongest one among them is only at the 4th level of Foundation building. For these outer disciples, there is no pressure as long as they join forces. It's not dangerous. But if these ferocious beasts gather together, big problems will definitely arise. As time passed, more and more ferocious beasts gathered. There are 3 places with more than 100 of them. Oh no, a beast tide is really about to break out. More and more ferocious beasts are gathering. No, the outer sect competition must be suspended now. Send the elders into the secret realm and bring all the disciples out. The outer sect elder's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted in a low voice. Chapter 32. What to do about the beast tide. Waiting online. Elder Wu stretched out his right hand to stop it, and said calmly, "It's just a beast tide at the Foundation establishment stage. How serious can it be? Let's wait and see. Any unexpected situation is within the rules of the trial and should not be interfered with. Also, with the teleportation talisman, if they are defeated, they will naturally teleport out instead of resisting head-on. Isn't this also a kind of tempering?" The deputy hall master and the old beggar also nodded slightly, agreeing that with the three of them there, they could tear open the entrance to the secret realm at any time and go in to rescue people. But they all want to see where Qin Yu's limit is. Even the fourth level of the ancient Thunder Punishment Road could not push him to his limits. Therefore, the three of them were very curious at this moment. The outer sect elder opened his mouth slightly. "Naturally, I know what these three old guys are thinking. Isn't this too much confidence for Qin Yu? You know, if you're not careful, the beast tide will rush in and you won't even have time to crush the teleportation talisman. How dare they let him train in there? Even if Qin Yu is very strong, comparable to the third level of foundation building, even if he can defeat the fifth level. However, the beast tide of hundreds of ferocious beasts is enough to tear apart a cultivator who has entered the spiritual realm." The great elder of the outer sect couldn't help but shook his head. He recognized Qin Yu's talent, but did not approve of his current combat power. There is a limit to going against the will of heaven. Moreover, geniuses who do not rise will ultimately be ants. If you leave it like this, problems can easily arise. But, since Master Wu had said so, he could only shake his head and say no more. After all, if something really went wrong, it would be his fault. In the secret realm of monsters, when Jiang Hai and others were hunting ferocious beasts, they looked at the billowing smoke and dust in front of them, as well as the endless ferocious beasts running wildly in the forest. All fell into a state of madness. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran away, not daring to confront him head-on. What the hell is going on? Why did a beast tide suddenly appear? You know, this area is divided separately. There is no way there could be a leading beast. Moreover, the fierce beasts in the Foundation establishment stage have not even awakened their spiritual intelligence. They only have the most primitive instincts. How could we encounter such a thing? Jiang Hai and others are almost all gathered together at this moment. It has only been half an hour since we entered the secret realm. Completely took the lead. Even though Qin Yu and Chu Jiang are both powerful, they are not as fast as them in hunting ferocious beasts. Some of them even came up with the idea of taking all three places and then allocating them internally. But damn, how could I encounter such bad luck? Ever since they entered the outer sect competition, it seemed like they had been having bad luck. First, Qin Yu showed up, pushing forward with a strong attitude and almost guaranteeing a spot. The six of them could only compete for one. It was not easy to establish a tacit offensive and defensive alliance with Qin Yu. As a result, after entering the secret realm, we immediately encountered a tide of beasts. Who can stand this? Jiang Hai felt like vomiting blood at this moment. Damn, it was very likely that he wouldn't even get a spot. Hold head high. Roar. The ferocious roar of the beast was deafening. Countless old trees were broken and the entire forest became a mess. They were getting closer and closer. The disciples on Jiang Hai's side who were at the first level of foundation building and the 9th level of body tempering were being chased closer and closer because they were too slow. When they were only a few body lengths away, everyone's faces turned pale. This was a life and death crisis. Immediately, he crushed the teleportation talisman. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A faint humming sound was heard, and the rules of Taoism surged on the bodies of several people, enveloping them. The figure became illusory and was teleported away. The expressions of Jiang Hai and others became extremely ugly. This is too outrageous. Originally, they were supposed to be chasing the ferocious beast. As a result, they have just started and all the backbone forces on their side are gone. And if there is no solution, it won't be long before they will also have to teleport. It is simply impossible to resist. At this moment, two figures appeared in front of Jiang Hai. They were Qin Yu and Zhang Wu, who were chasing the ferocious beast. Seeing this, Jiang Hai's face turned even paler. It's over, This is fucking letting Chu Jiang and the others advance for nothing. Qin Yu is surprisingly so unlucky. It seems that they have no chance to get the spots for inner disciples this term. He immediately waved his hands and shouted, "Brother Qin Yu, leave quickly. There's a tide of beasts behind us." Qin Yu, who had just hunted a ferocious beast and was covered in blood, heard someone calling him. He turned around quickly and froze in his place. Are these brothers all so fierce? Is this to blow up the beast's lair? It actually attracted a tide of beasts. But at this moment, a hint emerged in Qin Yu's mind. You have been in the Tsang Yuan realm for 3 days, and you can use the picture function in the forum in your mind. Qin Yu had originally forgotten that he could use the Jihu forum in the Tsang Yuan realm, but he immediately reacted to this reminder. He blinked his eyes, and a scene appeared in his mind, showing several young men being chased by endless ferocious beasts. Then he opened the Jihu forum in his mind and posted this picture in his previous post. Still anonymous. Today, our sect is conducting a monster trial, and we are facing a monster tide. What should we do? Waiting online urgent. There are quite a few funny people who have been watching this post these days. They find it quite interesting and a good way to kill time. I saw the anonymous poster post again and attached a picture. Many netizens were all stunned. Yuanshin started. I have to admit that the OP is really a versatile person. He was even able to make this photo look like the real thing. But did the OP forget one thing? How did you take photos and upload them to the forum in the fantasy world? Don't you think it's weird? Qin Yu was speechless after seeing this reply. To be honest, I find it weird, but it just happened. Soon, within a short period of time, some comments appeared one after another. Fuck, aren't all those who traveled through time the children of destiny? They came here to slay dragons and phoenixes, but the author of this post is being chased by these little beasts. This is such a disgrace to the army of time travelers. Don't be afraid, OP. You have to believe in yourself. This is the destiny that has blessed you with good fortune. Just stand in the middle of the road, shout back the tide of ferocious beasts, and show off your abilities in front of others. If you die, then we can just have another dream. Be good. When Qin Yu turned to this comment, a hint popped into my mind. General advice. Drink away the beast tide and show your godliness in front of people. If you accept the advice, when you encounter a beast tide in the secret realm, you will have good luck and the beast will not dare to approach you. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Take the advice. Chapter 33. Accepting suggestions and showing yourself to others. At this time, Jiang Hai and others who were running away were stunned. What's going on with Qin Yu? Damn, why aren't you running away? Does this mean you don't want to compete for the spot among the inner disciples? It's over. Chu Jiang will take advantage of this opportunity. Qin Yu was frightened silly when he encountered the beast tide. Jiang Hai and others felt extremely aggrieved in an instant. The original layout was already perfect. Even if Qin Yu showed up later, the situation was still developing in a good direction. But now the whole army is going to be wiped out here. Moreover, he had previously invested in yellow-grade elixirs, thousands of spirit stones, and so on. As a result, all of them were eliminated in the round of 32. Jiang Hai felt extremely heartbroken at this moment. If he misses this session, he will be 30 years old. It will be more difficult to enter the inner gate in the future. But at this moment, Qin Yu in front of them walked towards him slowly, his expression calm and not panicked at all. Jiang Hai and others were even more confused at this moment. What's going on? Why didn't Qin Yu run away, but walk towards us instead? Could it be that he wants to attack us? Brother Qin Yu, retreat quickly. This is a beast tide, the legendary beast tide. Even a cultivator who has entered the spiritual realm cannot stop this kind of beast. Jiang Hai hurriedly spoke again and shouted loudly. He thought Qin Yu was going to do something stupid. Asked him to help, although I was touched in my heart. But this was an extremely stupid thing to do. If Qin Yu gets a spot as an inner disciple, they can still establish a good relationship. If Chu Jiang becomes an inner sect disciple, the two of them already have a grudge against each other and will definitely add insult to injury. His future in Xinyang's sect will not be easy. Therefore, Jiang Hai now hopes that Qin Yu can escape. But Qin Yu seemed not to hear them, and just walked towards them. Zhang Wu, who was standing behind him, was also a little confused. Brother Yu, what are you going to do? Face the beast tide? This is crazy. Although he knew that Qin Yu was very strong, but even if you could defeat a cultivator of a higher realm and kill a cultivator at the 9th level of foundation building, it would still not be enough in front of the beast tide. But now, the two of them are equivalent to people on a warship. Zhang Wu gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and followed closely behind. Anyway, there is a teleportation talisman, and the most that can happen is that you will be eliminated. Boom! The blood and energy in his body surged and turned into a barrier, following Qin Yu closely. Qin Yu was a little surprised. This Zhang Wu was quite interesting. How dare you face the beast tied head-on with me? To be honest, if it weren't for the advice of netizens, Qin Yu would never have dared to face the beast tied head-on. At this time, the two groups met, and the beast tide was still 10 breaths away. Jiang Hai directly took Qin Yu's hand, his expression solemn, and said in a low voice, "Let's go." But Qin Yu pushed him away and said calmly, "Leave it to me from now on." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked directly towards the beast tide, and everyone was stunned. At this moment, they saw clearly. Qin Yu wants to defeat the beast tide alone. Jiang Hai felt like he was about to faint. What kind of train of thought is capable of doing such a thing? This is no longer confidence, but arrogance. You're only at the 9th level of body tempering. Do you really think you are a god? What should we do next? The fellow apprentice beside him asked. Jiang Hai's mouth twitched. What can we do? Things have come to this point. Be prepared to take action. Our spiritual energy is always limited. Even if we keep running, we can only hold out for half an hour at most. The only outcome is elimination. Since all the intersect spots are gone, why not have a fight? If we run into Chu Jiang, we'll see who takes longer. Jiang Hai felt determined. There is nothing we can do about it. Qin Yu's fighting power is definitely the highest among those present. What if he is really sure? If I run anyway, I will just be eliminated half an hour later. What if there is still a chance of survival? The remaining few junior brothers who were at the second foundation building stage had gloomy looks in their eyes. Jiang Hai was obviously taking a gamble as well. But he had no choice but to take out the yellow-level spiritual treasure and followed Qin Yu closely, ready to take action. Outer Gate Square, above the stands. The Great Elder shook his head slightly and sighed. It seems that this beast tide is related to Chu Jiang. He has been preparing and has found a good location to set up a defensive formation. It is inevitable that Jiang Hai and his men will be eliminated. They will not be able to hold out for long if they are targeted by the beast tide. However, Qin Yu was eliminated because of this, as he was afraid of angering these three. After all, Qin Yu is already at the top of the standings. If this beast tide had not occurred, he would have definitely entered the inner gate as the top of the list. But, in the projection, Qin Yu at this moment was leading Jiang Hai and others towards the beast tide. Many disciples and elders. Shit, are you crazy? Wu Lao instantly flew into the air, his face suddenly changed. Open the entrance to the secret realm. Qin Yu can't die here. He was totally puzzled. He originally wanted to see how Qin Yu would deal with the beast tide, but this kid actually wanted to fight him head on. If you're not careful and crush the teleportation talisman at the wrong time, you will die. Therefore, Qin Yu must be got out. If such a monster died in the secret realm, the sect leader would hunt him down and kill him. The great elder of the outer sect curled his lips when he heard this. Wasn't it you, old man, who shouted before that you wanted to see where Qin Yu's limit was? Why are you so anxious now? But he naturally didn't dare to say this out loud, and could only complain in his heart. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The great elder of the outer sect waved his right hand, and mysterious laws surged, tearing the entrance to the secret realm apart, and the dark passage reappeared, etc. Just when Old Wu was about to step into the secret realm of monsters, the deputy hall master spoke up and stopped him. Look at the projection. Those ferocious beasts have all stopped. All the disciples looked over there. In the field, hundreds of ferocious beasts all stopped and wandered around anxiously. There seemed to be a hint of clarity in those fierce eyes, and they became rational. They seemed to feel the oppression between heaven and earth. The young man in front of them was like the son of heaven and earth, carrying countless fortunes, making them dare not approach. Qin Yu stood alone in front of the beast tide, holding the Qingguang's sword, and shouted, "Get out!" A flash of sword light suddenly flashed across, and blood arrows shot out. The two yellow rank level 1 ferocious beasts were knocked to the ground with a bang, showing no signs of resistance at all. All the ferocious beasts were now crawling on the ground, their limbs trembling, not daring to make any move. Even if Qin Yu continued to swing his butcher knife. But there was not even the slightest resistance. Qin Yu's points are also constantly soaring. Jiang Hai and others standing behind them fell into complete silence. One man suppresses the beast tide. It's still the body tempering stage. They didn't know what was going on. But this is so fucking unreal. It's like a dream. At this moment, Jiang Hai's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Fortunately, he had not been an enemy of Qin Yu before. Even after Qin Yu took his spirit stones and attacked Qin Shan, he did not become enemies with him. This is definitely the most correct choice I have made in all these years. Chapter 34. Ending. It's time to take action. At this moment, Jiang Hai wanted to laugh. Because Chu Jiang still doesn't know the level of the person he wants to deal with. This is definitely the sect's true teachings. There may even be a chance to ascend to the throne of Xianyang's sect in the future. You are an outer sect disciple. How dare you come and fight? Isn't this seeking death? At this moment, Zhang Wu and the others were all standing there in a daze, confused. The monsters that were previously extremely ferocious chased them madly. But now, in front of Qin Yu, they were as well-behaved and obedient as little lambs. Even when the butcher's knife kept swinging down, you didn't dare to resist. Is the gap between people so huge? At this moment, Qin Yu was like a god. Zhang Wu, collect the beast core. After Qin, you killed 20 or 30 ferocious beasts. The rest basically scattered, including a 4th-level yellow-grade ferocious beast. But still didn't dare to do it. All the fleeing ferocious beasts were instinctively rejoicing at this moment. It was already a fluke that they had encountered the legendary son of heaven and earth's destiny and were able to escape. Seeing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but let out a breath. We still have to rely on netizens at critical moments. Immediately, in the blink of an eye, a photo of a mess and corpses of ferocious beasts all over the ground appeared, and it was uploaded to the post he had just posted on the forum. Thanks to the netizens for their suggestions, the beast tide has been resolved. Love you. Everyone who was originally browsing this post was stunned at this moment. Looking at the pictures in the forum in front of me, all fell into deep thought. This thing is too realistic, isn't it? He actually showed his power in front of people and drove back the beast tide. Isn't this unreasonable? So how does he use the forum? But most people still don't believe it. They responded one after another. Thank you to the host for taking the time out of his busy schedule to send pictures to netizens during the beast tide. It's over. Why do I feel like the poster is a real-time traveler? No way. No way. I thought he was just bragging, but I didn't expect he was really awesome. It's fake. It's all fake. How can time travel be possible in this world? Everything is fake. He used AI to generate this picture just to attract attention. Who really traveled through time and has time to chat with us? Countless posts were replied to instantly. Qin Yu took a look and found nothing suggestive. The forum was closed immediately. At this time, Zhang Wu collected all the beast cores, stood beside him, and said excitedly, "Fuck, brother Yu, you're too fierce. You are simply a god." With just one sentence, hundreds of ferocious beasts fell to their knees and prostrate themselves. Qin Yu shook his head and didn't say much. He just put the beast cores into his chinquan bag, and a part of it was given to Zhang Wu. After all, he dared to follow the beast tide even when facing it. It is still worth cultivating. At least he won't turn around and run away when you are in danger. Moreover, the Xianyang sect is not as simple as he thought. There are still many factions within it, and he needs to find 1 or 2 reliable people to follow him. Brother Qin, you have reached the body tempering stage and suppressed the beast tide. I'm afraid your name will spread throughout the Xianyang sect this time. Thank you, Brother Qin, for saving my life. Jiang Hai, along with a few people behind him, bowed and saluted. Their expressions were extremely complicated, because in their view, this is suicide, and they're also prepared to be eliminated. As a result, the tide of ferocious beasts dispersed inexplicably. At this moment, he didn't dare to call him junior brother anymore, because after this time, Qin Yu's entry into the inner gate was a foregone conclusion, and he is valued by the 3 core elders of the sect. The future prospects are limitless. Naturally, he didn't dare to be arrogant and called himself senior brother. Qin Yu waved his hand. Since we have an agreement on offensive and defensive alliance, we can't just ignore it when something happens. Let's continue to sweep the monsters. I need 2 spots. Qin Yu spoke calmly. With or without these people, I can enter the inner gate and bring Zhang Wu in with me, which is not bad. So, this is not a discussion, it is a notification. Jiang Hai was slightly stunned when he heard this, and instantly understood what Qin Yu meant. A hint of envy could not help but flash across his eyes. Zhang Wu is really lucky. He has been unknown in the outer sect for all these years. As a result, because I hugged my thighs, I lay down inside the door. Several people looked at each other and finally nodded, not daring to resist. Because if it weren't for Chinyu, they would have been eliminated now. Not to mention competing for the remaining spot. And even if I didn't enter the inner gate, I would still be in the top 3. The higher the ranking, the more rewards you will receive. Moreover, these ferocious beasts also have beast cores, each of which is very valuable because they contain extraordinary energy that can be absorbed for cultivation or used for refining pills, etc. If I sell it then, it would be a windfall. These opportunities were given to them by Chinyu, so naturally, they dared not disobey. To put it bluntly, Chinyu now wants to kill me and others, and there is no room for resistance. Immediately, Chinyu brought his men to the places where beast tides were happening everywhere and openly swept away the beast tides. Every time he encountered a tide of beasts, Chinyu would step forward and show off his power in front of everyone. All the monsters would lie on the ground and wait for him to be harvested. In just half a day, Chinyu's points had reached 300, and Zhongwu also reached the 150th. The other disciples who are at the second level of foundation building have the same points. They will then fight to decide the third place. At this moment in the monster's secret realm, except for Chu Jiang, who was hiding, all other disciples were teleported out. The eliminated outer disciples were all in the square at this moment, falling into silence. What the hell? Why does the gap between people feel even bigger than that between people and dogs? When the ferocious beasts saw them, they pounced on them madly as if they had seen delicious food. When he saw Chinyu, he knelt down on the spot and allowed himself to be slaughtered. What? Chinyu is your father? Many disciples couldn't help but feel angry at this moment. They all knew that Chinyu was very talented. After all, he had reached the 9th level of body tempering and the 2nd level of foundation building. But damn, even these monsters are treated differently? What does it mean? Even the 3 of Wu Lao fell into silence at this moment. It's not clear what means Chinyu used. This boy really doesn't do anything without confidence, including his behavior in the ancient Thunder Punishment Road, which is incomprehensible to ordinary people like us. Every evildoer's birth is accompanied by questioning eyes. So, don't look at him with common sense. The Deputy Hall Master said calmly. Mr. Wu gave a bitter smile. Fortunately, I didn't take action earlier, otherwise Chinyu would have been eliminated now. The secret realm of monsters inside the cave. Chu Jiang heard the noise outside getting smaller and smaller, and it seemed to be coming to an end. It seems that all the disciples outside have been dealt with by the beast tide at this moment. It's time for us to get our intersect quota. Chu Jiang led his men and walked out confidently. Chapter 35. Chu Jiang was stunned and defeated again. All the defensive formations were removed, and the corpses of the ferocious beasts blocking the outside of the cave were moved away. Chu Jiang led a group of disciples out of the cave, with the off-white sunlight shining on their faces. The smile that was originally overflowing with smiles now froze in place. What came into view were the corpses of many ferocious beasts that had died tragically, scattered all over the ground. It was as if I had experienced a massacre. Isn't there a beast tide outside? Not to mention the outer sect, even the inner sect disciples can't kill all the beasts, right? Chu Jiang and the others all stood there in a daze. It's unclear what happened. Who could be so powerful? River or sea? The 2nd level of foundation building. How is that possible? At this moment, Chu Jiang felt a little uneasy in his heart. He led a group of disciples and quickly rushed towards the outside world. There were hundreds of ferocious beasts just passing by. They feel like a dream. At this moment, a faint sound was heard in the woods, and it was very familiar. We have almost killed all the ferocious beasts. The next step should be to advance to the inner sect. There should be no obstacles. Congratulations in advance to Brother Qin and Brother Zhang. Yes, I have to thank Brother Qin this time. Without you, I'm afraid we would be the first batch to be eliminated, and we wouldn't even get rewards like spirit stones. Jiang Hai and others expressed their sincere congratulations at this moment. At this time, everyone heard sparse sounds coming from the woods. He turned around suddenly. Who? Chu Jiang walked out with a gloomy face. Did you kill these beasts? How was this possible? A 9th level body tempering and several 1st and 2nd level foundation building can slaughter a tide of beasts. Are you kidding me? Chu Jiang shouted in rebuke. If they really solved the problem, then even if he and others went to look for the lone beast, they would not be able to catch up with the points. My heart is trembling. His flawless plan actually failed. It seems that these beast hides are related to you. You're not sure about fighting head-on, but you use these conspiracies and tricks. It is useless. So what if you use these conspiracies and tricks? So what if a beast riot occurs? Brother Qin can easily handle it. Jiang Hai sneered, with dissatisfaction on his face. He didn't approve of Chu Jiang from the beginning to the end. If he hadn't been lucky enough to break through to the third level of foundation building, he would have had no chance of being in the top 3. Chu Jiang narrowed his eyes slightly, and a faint cold light flashed. Could it be that you think your place is secure now? Take action, suppress them, and blast them out of the monster's secret realm. As long as they leave using the teleportation talisman, the points will be reset to 0 and will remain negative. I wait for others, there's still a chance. Upon hearing this, several disciples behind him rushed forward and activated several spiritual treasures, which emitted a bright divine light. Chu Jiang even took out a piece of magic armor and was fully armed. Now he could fight even against the cultivator at the 4th level of foundation building. So, no fear at all. Jiang Hai and the others didn't say anything, activated their spiritual energy, and rushed forward to start fighting. Colorful spiritual energy burst out and spread throughout the woods. Chu Jiang's eyes fell directly on Qin Yu, and he sneered, I said before that I would personally knock you off the ring, but unfortunately, I didn't run into you during the outside competition. You bustat. Seeing this, Zhang Wu couldn't help but twitch his mouth and moved his body to the side. If this guy asked someone else to help, he might still have a chance of survival. Looking for Brother Yu. That's simply courting death. Vajradharma, start. At this moment, Qin Yu's blood and energy surged to the extreme and rushed out. Coincidentally, I have the same idea. Chu Jiang's previous behavior made him extremely unhappy, constantly targeting the people on his side. Those people originally had the chance to enter the top 32. Entering the top 32 will give you a chance to break through your foundation. This is equivalent to human intervention, interrupting people's cultivation. Boom! A punch was thrown out suddenly, and the whistling fist wind exploded directly. When the two of them collided, Chu Jiang felt a numbness in his palm, and even heard a slight sound of broken bones. He has nearly 20,000 kilograms of physical strength, plus this magic armor, which adds up to nearly 30,000 kilograms of physical strength. But now, the collision of physical bodies put him at a disadvantage. Chu Jiang was confused. Is this the body-tempering realm? Boom! Another punch was thrown out, and a faint golden light shone on Qin Yu's right fist, as if there were all kinds of Buddhist teachings. Chu Jiang blocked with both hands, but was blown away and the bones in both arms were broken. Chu Jiang fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. There was a look of disbelief in the depths of his eyes. This is impossible. How can your physical strength reach this level? You are at the body-tempering stage. Not only him, but even Jiang Hai and the others were a little confused. When dealing with the beast tide before, they guessed that Qin Yu was using some special methods. Only then can we harvest. They also knew that his combat capability was comparable to the 3rd level of foundation building, which was why they were willing to give up 2 places. But now, the strength Qin Yu displayed might not even be enough to reach the 5th level of foundation building. Chu Jiang was like a child in Qin Yu's hands. He was knocked out with 2 punches. There were faint cracks on the Ling Bao armor. Is this a human being? Now I feel even more fortunate that the decision I made earlier was correct. Anyone who becomes an enemy of Qin Yu is seeking death. Qin Yu walked forward again, waving his right hand and clenching it into a fist. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chu Jiang hurriedly crushed the teleportation talisman, not daring to stop for even a moment. If he gets hit again, I'll probably die on the spot. This guy is so fierce. Whose physical strength in the body-tempering stage can reach this level? He was even more amused and helpless in his heart. If he had known that Qin Yu was so fierce, he would never have dared to be his enemy, even if he was beaten to death. Before Chu Jiang left, he didn't even dare to say a harsh word. From now on, Qin Yu and he are no longer disciples on the same level. Anyone who dares to speak harshly now is a fool. After all, Chu Jiang has been able to hold the position of the eldest senior brother of the outer sect for so many years, so his intelligence and abilities are naturally not bad. Qin Yu's evaluation had already been infinitely improved. His combat capability is considered to be at the 3rd level of foundation building. Chu Jiang even borrowed various spiritual treasures to allow his strength to temporarily reach the 4th level of foundation building. Otherwise, Chu Jiang would not have taken action. Brother Chu ran away, quickly crushed the teleportation talisman. Seeing this, the other disciples also ran away, not daring to stop for even a moment. The bosses run away. Why are they still fighting? Jiang Hai and others looked at each other. Fortunately, there's still one spot available. They can still fight. At least it's not as miserable as Chu Jiang, who was at the highest level but couldn't even make it into the top 3. At this moment, a vague voice spread between heaven and earth. The monster trial is over. After 10 breaths, all disciples will be teleported to the outer gate square. Chapter 36. The True Story of War? What are you expecting? In the outer gate square, the disciples who were eliminated earlier were originally very dissatisfied. They believed that Qin Yu used other means to make these monsters as obedient as puppies in his hands. But now, Qin Yu defeated Chu Jiang with 2 punches, silencing everyone in the field. Even the inner disciples who had previously witnessed Qin Yu challenging the ancient Thunder Punishment Road. At this moment, I don't know how to describe what is happening before my eyes. The 9th level of body tempering, the 4th level of foundation building, instant kill. In other words, this is not Qin Yu's limit. Foundation building stage 6, right? This strength has at least reached foundation building stage 6. Is this really an outer sect disciple? According to what those people said in Lei Zhe before, Qin Yu only practiced for 3 days. At this moment, many inner disciples looked at each other in bewilderment, feeling that they had been living a dog's life. In terms of talent, they are already the best in Xinyang sect. Xinyang sect is one of the 3 major forces in Kanglan domain. Being able to become an inner disciple at a young age is already a rare talent among men. The worst future prospects are at the late stage of spiritual entry, placed in a remote place. A cultivator who enters the spiritual realm becomes an overlord. Therefore, Qin Yu's move this time directly shocked everyone. Even Elder Wu and the other 3 were lost in thought. Can they accept such a disciple? At this moment, they even began to doubt their own strength and whether they were strong enough to accept disciples. It would be funny if it misled young people. Qin Yu's bloodline must be extraordinary, and he might even be the descendant of some ancient race. In the world of monsters, only high-level bloodlines can suppress them. Speaking of which, why don't we test Qin Yu's talent first? If he is too evil, then ask the ancestor to come out. I always feel that Qin Yu is extraordinary. The Deputy Hall Master spoke quietly in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Old Wu and the old beggar nodded slightly to show their agreement. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, Chu Jiang and several of his followers fell into the outer gate square at the same time. At this moment, Chu Jiang's face was extremely ugly. At this moment, a young man slowly walked onto the square. His aura was so deep that people dare not look directly at him. The faces of many inner disciples changed. The true disciple Chu Yu is here. Both of them have the surname Chu, so they are probably related by blood. Next, Qin Yu might be in trouble. Even though he is extremely talented, he is still only at the body tempering stage. If he encounters a true disciple, he can only hold back. Are you kidding me? These 3 core elders are all here. Do you think Qin Yu will be bullied? The inner sect disciples spoke up one after another. Chu Yu's strength was quite good. He had reached the 1st level of spiritual entry at the age of 30. Among all the true disciples, he was also at the middle level. Qin Yu is definitely hard to match now. When Chu Jiang saw his cousin coming, he clenched his fists under his sleeves. In the outside world, the Chu family is also a family of cultivation, and it is rumored that there is a grandmaster ancestor in charge. Chu Jiang and Chu Yu are from 2 different lineages. The 2 sides have fought openly and secretly countless times. But Chu Jiang has always been suppressed because his talent is difficult to match the other party. Even if he had the support of the family elders, it would be difficult to match them. After all, you're a member of my Chu family. But now you crushed the teleportation talisman and escaped from the monster trial. It's too shameful. I wanted to come and present you with the award and congratulate you on becoming an inner sect disciple. But it seems I don't have this opportunity anymore. Chu Yu spoke calmly, with his hands behind his back, but there was a hint of sneer in the depths of his eyes. He came to present the award to his cousin and also to inform the clan members and highlight the differences. Even though Chu Jiang was a direct descendant, he fought very hard to be promoted to the inner disciple of Xinyang sect. And I am already a true disciple, and my future prospects are completely different. Reaching the Dishuan realm in the future is a foregone conclusion. There is even a chance to take power in Xinyang's sect. When Chuyu first arrived, he almost laughed out loud. He never expected that his cousin couldn't even get a place in the inner sect. Although she didn't know what happened, Chuyu was extremely happy now. Chu Jiang said calmly, "No matter who it is, they will fail if they meet him. Even for you. Qin Yu's future is something that his cousin cannot compare to." Oh, what a joke. Among the entire Xinyang sect's younger generation, there are only a handful of people who can suppress me. If you don't agree, when the person who tops the outer sect list is promoted to the spiritual realm, I will personally go out and defeat him, so that you can clearly understand how big the gap between you and me is. Chuyu shook his head and sneered. But at this moment, Qin Yu, who walked out of the secret passage of the monster realm, heard this, and his eyes lit up instantly. Originally, I had a suggestion to challenge the true teachings, but it was not completed. And there was no grudge against him, and he just happened to be from a Chu family, so he could just take action. If you challenge the true teachings, you will be invincible, enough to become famous. Immediately, he quickly responded, "It's better to do it now than today. If you want to fight, I can accompany you anytime. My own growth rate is still too slow. Even within the inner gate, one cannot obtain the treasure that can prolong life. I must bring back the treasure that can prolong my life within a month. Otherwise, there will be big problems. It would be best if you could be promoted to the true master today." Chuyu, who was originally bullying her cousin, couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly when she heard the response from the side. "Body tempering, 9th level. You challenge me?" Chuyu felt like she had heard the funniest joke in the world. A young cultivator in the body tempering stage. Want to challenge yourself? Then he couldn't help but shake his head and sighed. "It seems that you have been going downhill over the years. You were defeated by a disciple of the 9th level of body tempering and lost your top position. The clan will be very disappointed in you." At this moment, Chuyu smiled from the bottom of her heart. "It's okay to lose. But damn, I was defeated by someone who was several levels ahead of me. How could the clan allow such a person to become the junior clan leader in the future? Since you have just been promoted to the inner sect, I will give you a few tricks to let you know your place." Chuyu smiled kindly, took a step forward, and his figure landed on the stage. As for Mr. Wu and the others, their mouths twitched at this moment. This kid is too good at causing trouble, isn't he? At the 9th level of body tempering, challenging a disciple at the 1st level of spiritual transmission? To them, this was crazy. However, only in the depths of the beggar's eyes did a hint of madness flash. If so, what if he can really succeed? Then my Xinyang sect will rise in this generation and regain its glory. You have to know that this kid never does anything without confidence. Since he has taken action, he must have enough means to deal with it. Upon hearing this, the deputy hall master and Old Wu also had a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. Only the outer sect elder's mouth twitched slightly at this moment. "Three brothers, what the hell are you looking forward to? This is a leap across 2 major realms. The body tempering stage has not even mastered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The gap between them can be described as a chasm between heaven and earth." At this moment, he didn't know why things turn out this way. Chapter 37. Heaven's will is upon you. No one can get close to you. Not only the outer sect elder thought they were crazy. Even the inner disciples who had witnessed Qin Yu sweeping across the ancient path of thunder punishment in Lei Zhe felt that these 3 elders had gone crazy. This is no longer a matter of belief or not. It's simply impossible to happen. In the body tempering realm, it was already an astonishing feat for him to defeat Chu Jiang, who was at the 3rd foundation establishment realm. Even in ancient books, there were some people in ancient times who were born with supernatural powers or ancient innate spiritual bodies, innate Taoist bodies, etc., who were able to obtain some strange powers and magical powers. At most, he is in the middle stage of the reverse foundation building. After reaching the spiritual realm, one is already able to grasp the Tao of heaven and earth. Even though Qin Yu has already mastered the power of thunder, this also indirectly reduces the gap between the 2 sides, and they are at most equal here. Even with the blessing of physical strength, Chuyu is still considered the top talent of Xinyang sect. In the body tempering and foundation establishment stages, the physical body has reached its limit. Now, he has at least 100,000 kilograms of physical strength. Qin Yu is definitely at a disadvantage. No matter from which direction you look at it, Qin Yu has no advantage. This is a losing game. The great elder of the outer sect flew into the air, and his round body landed on the square. He then frowned and looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, are you sure you want to fight Chu Yu? I hope you can calm down and not be complacent. There is a huge difference between the outer sect and the true sect. I hope you understand. He also wanted to give some advice. After all, it is obvious that Qin Yu is now forging an invincible heart of Tao. If you act proud and complacent, you will suffer a crushing defeat and be killed instantly. It will definitely create a shadow in your heart. Zhang Wu also pulled Qin Yu's sleeves from behind and said in a low voice, Brother Yu, with your talent, in a few months, you will be able to suppress the true teachings of Chu Yu. There's no need to confront him now. In his opinion, Qin Yu's talent was definitely among the best in the entire Xinyang sect, even ahead of all his peers. So, he still gave some advice, hoping that Brother Yu could calm down. After all, Zhang Wu just brought him into the inner gate, and he remembered this friendship in his heart. Qin Yu shook his head slightly, and a hint of madness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Everything is going according to my plan. Next, he caught the attention of the top leaders of Xinyang sect. No matter what resources you want, it's just a matter of words. I accept his challenge. Soon, calm voices rang out across the square. Countless outer disciples were in an uproar at this moment. The disciples who were eliminated in the monster trial before, as well as Jiang Hai and others. At this moment, admiration flashed deep in his eyes. The true teachings of the outer sect's hard steel. It has been many years since this happened. Everyone couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. Perhaps Qin Yu has already been building up his invincible Tao heart. Even if he is doomed to fail, he will still fight and will not be afraid of anything. I have seen this in ancient books. Jiang Hai spoke excitedly, then dispersed the disciples in the square, clearing out an open space. You have the courage. The corner of Chu Yu's mouth rose, revealing a hint of sneer. This kind of idiot actually caused his cousin to lose. As long as this news gets back to the clan, his position as the young clan leader will certainly be lost. By then, even if he was from a side branch, he would be the most suitable disciple of the younger generation. If you don't lose within 3 moves, I admit defeat. Chu Yu raised his eyes slightly and spoke again. The great elder of the outer sect frowned and said, You are a true disciple after all. It's okay for you to argue with an outer sect disciple, but why are you talking so much nonsense? Then he waved his right hand and said, After 3 breaths, the fight will begin. No lives shall be lost. Qin Yu blinked, took a picture of the scene in front of him, and immediately sent it to the forum. Thank you for your advice. I have just been in the fantasy world for 3 days, and I'm already challenging the true teachings. You can understand my current strength as the peak of the 1st rank warrior. His strength is roughly the 3rd rank warrior. I'm open to any suggestions. Then, a vivid picture appeared. It was a young man wearing a white robe with fluttering sleeves. A faint aura covered his entire body, making him look like a banished immortal. At this moment, all the netizens who were browsing this forum opened their mouths wide, because even through the picture, they could feel that the young man's power was extremely astonishing. This seems really real. Could it be that the poster has really traveled through time and is still able to use the forum? I have connections. I'll check it out right away. Even if it's a photo of a person generated by AI, there are traces to follow. It's definitely in the database. If I can't find it, maybe the poster really traveled through time because I can't find the previous pictures of the ferocious beasts in the database. Original poster, we're just bragging. Are you really that awesome? Have you really traveled through time? In an instant, the post was flooded with comments because no one believed it in the first place, but the pictures posted by the anonymous poster looked more and more real. This is simply outrageous. Qin Yu flipped through it and nodded slightly. The more people believed in it, the more suggestions he would receive. After all, they all live on the blue planet and must have some dreams to fulfill. Therefore, even if it is something outrageous, as long as you suggest it and complete it yourself, you can get a reward. So why not do it? Of course, most people still have doubts and think they are fake. Only a few people believe it. But time will tell. The fight begins. At this moment, the voice of the great elder sounded. Qin Yu was still browsing the forum and didn't even raise his head to look at him. So arrogant. Could it be that he already knew he was going to lose and didn't even have the courage to fight? Where's your arrogance from before? A hint of dissatisfaction emerged in Chu Yu's eyes, and he shouted in a low voice. Then his words turned into a ray of divine light, shooting out, and a strong wind suddenly arose. Jiang Hai and others all felt a tremendous pressure. I couldn't help but worry. Chu Jiang, who was severely injured at the moment, kept shouting in his heart, "Fuck him! Qinyu, kill this guy!" Now, as long as Chuyu loses, his shame will be washed away. Even though he knew it was impossible. But there is still hope in my heart. After all, this disciple named Qinyu is like a myth, and it seems that there is nothing he cannot accomplish. I even begged Qinyu in my heart not to give up. You accepted the suggestion, challenged the true teachings, and gained a short-term destiny. At this moment, no one can get close to you and can only be beaten by you. A hint emerged in Qinyu's mind. It seemed as if a magnificent destiny had merged into his body, and Qinyu felt extremely close to all living beings in the world. Faintly, the 9th level of the body tempering barrier began to loosen, and countless spiritual energy poured into the body. Boom! At this moment, Chuyu punched out suddenly, but his right foot was out of control, and it twisted suddenly when it landed. Because the speed was too fast, the bones of the entire right foot broke directly. Then he fell to the ground. Outer disciples. Inner sect disciple. Elders. Chapter 38. Shameful true story, building foundation. Everyone in the field was stunned. The true disciple Chuyu is already a cultivator who has entered the spiritual realm. As a result, he sprained his ankle during the fight? How is this possible? It's the first time I've heard of a cultivator in the spiritual realm spraining his ankle. Senior brother Qinyu, this is too fierce. Even the true disciples have to kneel on the ground and cannot face him directly. Jiang Hai and others whispered, forcing themselves to hold back their laughter, not daring to laugh too loudly for fear of being discovered. After all, they're just outer disciples. If they're targeted by the true disciples, there will definitely be big problems. As for the inner disciples, they began to wonder, how did this guy become a true disciple? Even an outer disciple at the body tempering stage would not make this kind of basic mistake. No, we have to report it secretly. What if this guy got in through connections? Fuck, well done. Qinyu, you are a god. At this moment, Chu Jiang was almost going crazy with excitement. Whether it was a mistake or an accident. Now my cousin has a broken leg. Next, Qinyu also has a chance to win. At least, I can see the opportunity. Chuyu's face was extremely embarrassed at this moment. She mobilized the spiritual energy around her body and wrapped her right leg. He stood up forcefully and shouted in a low voice, "What kind of magic did you use?" I didn't even touch him, but my body was completely out of control. This is outrageous. He had never encountered anything like this. Unconventional techniques. No wonder you could defeat my cousin. Let me teach you, the so-called magic is nothing in front of strength. Chu took a step forward and appeared several meters away. The distance was getting closer, but at this moment, he didn't dare to move too fast, afraid of repeating the previous mistake. By then, he would become a laughing stock of the entire Xinyang sect. Qinyu completely ignored it and simply closed his eyes, trying to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The halo of destiny made him feel that cultivation was so simple, coupled with his own heavenly talent. He is like a fish in water. Anyway, Chu couldn't get close to him, so he just ignored it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A faint spiritual energy with a buzzing sound flowed through the body, and vaguely, it touched upon an opportunity. The spiritual energy above the square was now rushing towards Qin Yu's body frantically. Qin Yu actually wanted to break through regardless of the consequences. This is too shocking. Qin Yu seems to have completely ignored Chu Yu. I now seriously suspect that Chu Yu entered the ranks of the true disciples through the back door. Report, must report. The inner sect disciples were whispering to each other, extremely indignant. This Chu Yu is too strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. He was so cautious when facing Qin Yu, who was in the body tempering realm. They, the inner sect disciples, wouldn't be so afraid of a 9th level body tempering cultivator. Even if the opponent's cultivation is very weak, or you're gonna lose, you have to do it in a grand manner. What's the point of dogs searching like this? But only Old Wu and others look solemn at this moment. This Qin Yu seems to be very similar to the son of destiny recorded in ancient books. Indeed, in every era, there are beings that carry the destiny of heaven and earth. Their journey is smooth sailing. Even when they encounter dangers beyond their control, heaven and earth will actively send down laws to help them. Observe for a while longer. Don't make any conclusions yet. If Qin Yu is really the son of destiny, my Xinyang sect will be prosperous this time. The three of them could hardly suppress their inner excitement at this moment. If Qin Yu is an unparalleled genius, they are more relieved that the sect will have a good future. But if Qin Yu is a son of destiny, then the entire Xinyang sect may prosper because of this. Even out of the Kanglan domain, recreate the glory of the past. Boom! At this moment, Chu Yu had appeared several meters away from Qin Yu, with a hint of hostility in her eyes. He threw a punch fiercely, causing Qin Yu to kneel down on the spot without saying any more nonsense. Because, no matter what, after this time, he will become a laughingstock of the Xinyang sect. Boom! But, at this time, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a silver-white thunder dragon was rolling in it. A thick and winding lightning snake suddenly came towards the two of them. The breath of destruction spread. But at this moment, a faint voice sounded from the sky. If you want to interfere with my crossing of the calamity and hinder my thunder punishment, you must be killed. The falling lightning snake instantly expanded several sizes, causing the faces of many outer and inner disciples to change suddenly. Has this reached the level of entering the spiritual realm? Fuck, Chu Yu is so miserable. She took action just when Qin Yu was breaking through the foundation and overcoming the tribulation, but was judged by the thunder penalty as interfering with the thunder tribulation and had to protect Qin Yu. It's over. I'm afraid Chu Yu will have to lie down for 3 to 5 months. How miserable. After attacking a 9th-level body-tempering cultivator, Chu Yu failed again and again. He will become a joke in the future. Chu Yu's face was extremely pale at this moment. When did he interfere with the tribulation? No one has ever fought against Lei Fa head-on. He wanted to exit the outer gate square immediately, but the thunder punishment had already fallen. Boom! The dull thud almost made Chu Yu fall apart on the spot. Black smoke rose up and his flesh and blood became blurred. No! Quit! Chu Yu limped and ran towards the square. As a result, 2 more thunder strikes came down, directly making Chu Yu's life breath even weaker. Finally, he collapsed in the square, dying and almost suffocating. But deep in his eyes, there was a sense of hostility. Even if I lose. But if someone interferes with the thunder punishment, it will automatically increase. Qin Yu, don't think it will be easy. As soon as he finished speaking, he fainted on the spot. Because the intervening thunder punishment would become extremely terrifying, and Chu Yu had suffered previous trauma, it would naturally be difficult for him to resist. However, this scene made everyone silent. This is the true disciple of my Xinyang sect. It's too embarrassing. The corner of the mouth of the outer sect elder twitched slightly. Qin Yu versus Chu Yu. Qin Yu wins. Almost everyone present thought that Qin Yu would lose. But now this dramatic process and result has occurred. While in the square, Qin Yu, who was undergoing the tribulation, had a prompt appear in his mind. Since you are still blessed by the destiny, the person who interfered has left the scope, and the thunder punishment has returned to normal. Qin Yu couldn't help but hold his forehead when he saw this. Whoever called Chu Yu happened to come across this suggestion. Within 100 years, Chu Yu's name would spread throughout the Xinyang sect, which was simply too embarrassing. Boom! 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 Immediately, several bolts of lightning struck, and the thunderclouds outside completely dissipated. Countless spiritual energies gathered together, seeming to be leaping with joy. The aura on Qin Yu's body also surged instantly. Cultivate and break through the foundation building stage. Chapter 39. Who is the Supreme and who is the sect leader? This is a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. The inner disciples were looking at the scene in astonishment. They have been by Qin Yu's side ever since he entered the Lei's a secret realm after tempering his body to the 7th level. Even if we include the outer sect competition, there's only half a day left. And Qin Yu directly broke through several levels and reached the foundation building stage. Moreover, this thunder punishment is just like tickling. Isn't it rumored that after intervening in the thunder punishment, the power of the thunder tribulation will become even greater? You know, when they broke through from the peak of the body tempering stage, in order to successfully reach the foundation establishment stage, they first prepared foundation establishment pills, repairing elixirs, some spiritual armors, defensive formations, and so on. Make all the preparations complete. Qin wanted to break through, and he broke through so easily. Of course, at this moment, they no longer felt any discomfort, already accepted the reality. Because when the gap between people is so big that it is difficult to measure and we need to look up to each other, there will no longer be any jealousy. In fact, at this moment, their hearts were filled with joy. In this generation, our Xianyang sect is really going to rise. After Qin Yu has been practicing in seclusion for a while, he will definitely beat up those two bastards in the next Kangling competition. Although it's hard for the senior sister to carry on alone, at least it won't be too miserable. With Qin Yu's strength, he could defeat them directly. The inner sect disciples all had bright gleams in their eyes at this moment. The Xianyang sect has not had an easy time in recent years, because each Kangling competition represents the strength of the new generation. The Xianyang sect has fallen out of the top 3 for several sessions. If there wasn't a venerable ancestor in charge of the sect, those people would probably be dissatisfied and expel the Xianyang sect. After all, the Xianyang sect has quite a lot of resources. When Qin Yu's aura was completely restrained, the great elder of the outer sect showed a kind smile and appeared on the stage. The top 3 in this year's outer sect competition are Qin Yu, Zhang Wu, and Jiang Hai. Thanks to Qin Yu's outstanding performance, he was able to resolve the beast tide during the monster trial and defeated the true disciple Chu Yu with his 9th level strength of body tempering. The reward has been raised to any Xin grade spiritual medicine, 10,000 spiritual stones, and a place as an inner sect disciple. The next 2 will receive a yellow grade spiritual medicine, 1,000 spiritual stones, and a place in the inner sect. The corner of Jiang Hai's mouth twitched slightly. This fat elder was also a guy who looked down on people and treated them differently. In the past, the most we could get were mid-grade yellow-grade elixirs and 1,000 spirit stones. When it comes to Qin Yu, it becomes a matter of choosing any Xian-level spiritual medicine. He can take whatever he likes. My goodness, this is too biased. You know, a mysterious great elixir is basically priceless to them. The best quality ones are so expensive that even a cultivator who has entered the spiritual realm cannot afford them, even if they spend all their money. This is really too much. Moreover, this was definitely paid for by the great elder out of his own pocket, just to please Qin Yu. But this thing can't be obtained by envy. After all, Qin Yu's talent is indeed extraordinary. However, this time he finally realized his dream and successfully entered the inner gate. They had already secured their place in the secret realm of monsters. I was also particularly grateful to Qin Yu. At this moment, under the square arena, a stream of blood shot out from Chu Yu's mouth. Puff! He fainted again on the spot, because the scar deep in my heart was open again. At this moment, Chu Yu felt like she was about to suffocate. The key point is that I didn't even fight him. How can it be called defeated? But the facts are already before us. This news is bound to spread widely. At this moment, Chu Jiang could no longer suppress the smile on his face and couldn't close his mouth. This cousin of mine is interesting, really interesting. This is simply digging a big hole for yourself. However, this Qin Yu is indeed evil. I must avoid him when I see him next time. No, when I see others, I will take the initiative to retreat. It's so scary. I almost killed my cousin by jumping 2 steps in a row. Beads of sweat appeared on Chu Jiang's forehead. If anyone said that he was hostile to Qin Yu in the future, he would slap him twice in the face. This guy is not a human being. If you can't afford to offend him, just hide away. Thank you, great elder. Qin Yu recovered. A hint of joy appeared in the depths of his eyes, and he bowed. Then he glanced at Zhang Wu. Good man. Zhang Wu is indeed a good man. It is suggested that you take part in the outer sect competition and get a place in the inner sect first, and you'll get extra rewards as a result. Where can I find such a good thing? If it weren't for Zhang Wu's suggestion, I would probably still be struggling in the 7th level of body tempering. Without those 3 days of enlightenment in martial arts, it would have been impossible for me to practice so fast on my own. Immediately, the great elder's cheeks were filled with flesh, and he placed the inner gate badge in Qin Yu's palm with a smile. Then he threw the other 2 pieces to Zhang Wu and Jiang Hai. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is differential treatment. But Zhang Wu and Jiang Hai pretended not to see anything. If anyone dared to sow discord, they would slap them in the face. If it weren't for Brother Yu, they would have been swept away by the tide of ferocious beasts. Okay, let's end today's outer sect competition here. Qin Yu, let's go with the 3 of us old guys. At this time, Elder Wu and the other two slowly descended from the stands. Their figures floated, and the Taoist aura surged around them, causing the void to distort, constantly showing his strong strength from the side. This is to pave the way for accepting disciples later. Qin Yu was slightly stunned and found the old beggar at the entrance of Lei Zhe, and the two old guys who had appeared in Lei Zhe before and tempted him in various ways. Who would have thought that they were the three core elders that everyone had been talking about before? Because the stand were too far away, Qin Yu had not been paying attention to that side and had not noticed it. Moreover, aren't these three old guys really here to steal his thunder treasure? Previously, he was worried about his own strength and that he would not be able to protect the treasure of Thunder Dao, so he did not bring it out. Of course, not being able to bear it anymore is one reason. Don't worry, it's all good for you. Don't worry too much. We want to accept you as our disciple, but you need to choose who will be your master. The old beggar smiled kindly and combed his disheveled hair, trying to improve his image. The corners of the outer sect chief's mouth widened slightly. These three want to accept disciples, and they even allow others to choose? You know, every core elder of the sect acts in an extremely domineering manner. As soon as they accepted a disciple, they would spend resources and spirit stones, and the outer sect elders would not be able to compete with them at all. As a result, now the three of them are actually fighting over it. The great elder of the outer sect was shocked. Although he knew that these three people came for Qin Yu, he did not expect that they all came to recruit disciples. Qin Yu was a little wary when he saw this. How long had he been a rising star in the outer sect? And he was already accepting a disciple? Moreover, they can also see my true level. At best, I'm only at the 4th level of foundation building. Immediately, he coughed lightly and said, Ahem, I naturally have my own ideas for becoming your disciple. Then I would like to ask, who among the 3 elders is the supreme one? Who is the sect master? When the 3 heard this, their expressions froze instantly. Chapter 40, Talent Test. The sect master is here. Qin Yu's words stunned the 3 of them. Which outer sect disciple would have to pay homage to the sect master and the supreme master at every turn? At this moment, all 3 of them were in disarray. Even the beggar old man with the lowest status here is no longer a core elder, but he was also well-known and influential in the Kanglan domain back then. As long as the Venerable does not come out, there are very few people who can suppress him. In Xianyang's sect, the only one who could be said to be better than him was Lin Warren, who was in seclusion. As for the sect master, he is at the half-step venerable realm. He failed in his attempt to become a venerable initially, but he has deep insights. He is only half a step away from reaching the realm of venerable, but he is far ahead of them and is no longer on the same level. Because Qin Yu's talent really made them excited. He could even accept that Qin Yu would become a disciple of someone stronger than himself in the future. In the early stage, the strength of myself and others was fully capable of being taught. So, they still have a lot of ideas. Even though he thought he was not qualified enough to teach Qin Yu, he still wanted to accept him as a disciple first. After all, they were at that age. It is already difficult to make any breakthroughs. Having a disciple who is outstanding and far superior to his peers is enough to make them happy. Even if it's just a title, it doesn't matter. Well, I'm the Deputy Hall Master of the Criminal Law Hall. The Hall Master is replaced by the Sect Master, so I'm equivalent to the number 1 person in the Criminal Law Hall. As long as you become my disciple, you will be the little overlord of the Xianyang sect in the future, as long as you don't violate the bottom line and principle. The Deputy Hall Master spoke first. I am the 2nd elder of Xianyang sect. I have the right to dismiss the positions in the Criminal Law Hall. To a certain extent, I can even dismiss the Sect Master and replace him. Old Wu said without blushing or beating his heart. The great elder of the outer sect was almost stunned at the moment. What are you guys promising? Aren't you afraid that the Sect Master will give you a slap in the face later? Fortunately, when the 3 people appeared earlier, they blocked this place. Otherwise, these words would cause an uproar. This is so fucking shocking. Chi Tai on the side found it difficult to speak. In terms of identity, he was just a laissez manager now. Grass. Immediately, his eyes were red, and he said in a low voice, Whatever you want, I will go and grab it for you. Qin Yu couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he saw this. Damn, the identities and status of these 3 are definitely top-notch in Xianyang sect. In terms of certain degree of authority, it is indeed not inferior to that of the suzerain. Well, can I think about it again? You can become his disciple, but you still have to take a closer look. After all, these 3 don't understand either. so it's better to be cautious. After all, these three people knew that they had been rewarded with the Thunder Dao's treasure. If they do, I won't even have the chance to resist. The three of them were slightly stunned when they heard this. If they ask to accept disciples, they can line up from the inner gate to the outer gate. Their strength is basically invincible in the entire Kanglan domain, except for those few old guys who don't show up. In the end, all three of them were rejected. Okay, but it has to be done as soon as possible. So, let's go test your talent first. Those bastards who tested your talent back then must have made a mistake. Your information actually shows that you are an ordinary item. Isn't that nonsense? Olbu nodded quickly. Now he just wanted the dust to settle as soon as possible. No matter what, let's first increase Qin Yu's favorability to the maximum. Give him the best treatment first and make him feel a sense of belonging. Qin Yu nodded slightly when he heard this. Identifying your own talents can also help you gain access to better resources. Otherwise, no matter how outstanding your performance is, if your talent is too weak, you will not be taken seriously. Immediately, the three of them took Qin Yu onto the flying boat, took off into the air, and headed towards the depths of the mountain gate. Seeing this, the great elder narrowed his eyes slightly, put his hands behind his back, and murmured, "The sect master should have received the news soon, right? Hee. After all, I'm also the sect master's man. How could I allow the three of you to accept me as a disciple in secret like this? Isn't this a joke?" After he had learned all of Qin Yu's information, he compiled it into a document and sent it to the sect leader. If the sect leader succeeds in accepting a disciple, then next, I will be able to enter the inner gate. Deep into Xinyang sect, ancient courtyards stand one after another, stretching across the mountains. The flying boat slowly landed in a magnificent courtyard. But when the three of them excitedly walked out of the flying boat with Qin Yu, they were dumbfounded. A middle-aged man in a plain robe, with his hands behind his back and deep pupils, was looking at the three of them. "You guys, what are you going to do? You want to take a disciple into your pocket without telling the sect. Do you know who this is?" When Yang Hao received the message from the outer sect's Grand Elder, he almost vomited blood on the spot. Because, according to the time calculation, Qin Yu's rise was also 3 days ago. In other words, it was completely unnecessary for me to ask the Supreme Elder to deduce. Because he knew Qin Yu. He was brought back by the third elder. Although he was young at that time, he was extremely intelligent. But later on, he gradually became stupid and lost his mind. Moreover, he had no talent, so the third elder had no choice but to put him into the ranks of menial disciples and ensure that he will have no worries in his life. Spend it peacefully. If the third elder places him in his true sect or in the inner sect, it will attract a lot of criticism. Because every disciple must make sufficient contribution to the sect. In the early stage, the sect paid for the disciples, and in the later stage, the disciples had to pay for the sect in exchange for resources. Moreover, staying in the inner sect would inevitably make fellow disciples feel dissatisfied. This might be fine in the short term, but in the long term, some disciples might do something secretly which might hurt Qin Yu. After all, others have worked hard to take the test and gone through numerous hardships before they could enter the inner gate. As a result, Qin Yu is unconscious but still enjoyed the same treatment, which must have made people dissatisfied. After all, they were in high positions, and it was impossible for them to watch him all the time. Therefore, the sect leader was still quite impressed. Moreover, according to Qin Yu's growth path, this is a bit too shocking. 3 days to cross a great realm. And he conquered several small realms. The physical body has surpassed the limit, and the ancient road of thunder punishment has even reached the 4th level. He immediately went to get Qin Yu's information. When the people sent by the sect leader arrived at Lei, he felt it was outrageous. There was actually a shielding formation. A group of disciples huddled in Lei Square. I feel so wronged. It almost drove Yang Hao crazy. Also, haven't you been punished enough over the years? Old man, you actually built a shielding formation for Lei, trapping all the disciples inside, just because you're afraid the news will get out? Seeing that the three did not respond, Yang Hao looked at Chi Tai fiercely. The old beggar pulled his fluffy hair, his eyes wandering, and whispered, "I just set up one casually, and they were afraid that those disciples could break the formation, so they reinforced it." Yang Hao, okay. A powerful person in the late Tianyuan period set up a shielding formation. You two are so afraid that these disciples who have entered the spiritual realm and the foundation building stage will break it, so you even reinforced it. It's really interesting. Chapter 41. Even the sect master cannot steal a disciple. Yang Hao is so angry that he almost laughed at this moment. I really feel sad for the disciples of my sect. Damn it, he was locked up by the elders. Elder Wu and the deputy hall master couldn't help but touch their noses, feeling a little embarrassed. Wasn't it because they were afraid that the news would get out and be known by you guys? But I didn't expect that I would be caught red-handed by the sect leader. You know, they did it perfectly. Even if you performed brilliantly in the outer sect competition, the news would not be passed to the sect master so quickly. Obviously, someone leaked the information. As for who it is, it goes without saying. That fat guy from the outer sect. When this matter is over, I will definitely kill him. This is what Mr. Wu thought in his heart. Yang Hao glanced at Qin Yu and continued speaking without saying anything more. Putting these things aside for now, since you are here, are you going to retest your talents? I have already prepared these things. He was also very curious about the level of talent of the person blessed by the Azure Dragon. You know, in the past few days, many sects in Kanglan territory have searched thoroughly for the evildoer who was blessed by the Azure Dragon. Even children born on the same day are closely observed, and their talents are tested after they are 1 month old. Moreover, there are other great sects in other regions that are secretly looking for us. All in all, it was very lively. Qin Yu's growth trajectory is too similar to the child of destiny recorded in ancient books. Of course, nothing can be seen now. Just 3 days. However, Yang Hao was 90% sure that the blessing of the Azure Dragon was caused by Qin Yu. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately, with a wave of his right hand, a stone platform slowly rose up. On it sat a crystal-clear, round jade bead, emitting a faint aura of Taoism and covered by the rules of heaven and earth. This is a talent stone. If you can reach a talent above the Xian level of perfection, our sect can personally accept you as a disciple. Ow! There was a radiant light in Yang Hao's eyes. Qin Yu's previous performance in the outer sect competition was extremely brilliant. Naturally, I have some thoughts about him in my mind. Even if he was not blessed by the Azure Dragon, he would still accept disciples. You know, now in the entire Xianyang sect, there are only 2 or 3 true disciples with Earth-level talent. Elder Wu, the deputy hall master, and others were stunned. Wow, is the sect leader personally coming out to snatch people? You already have a disciple who is the most talented in Xianyang sect. You're still accepting disciples now? However, the 3 of them did not speak, but took care of the business first and let Qin Yu test his talent first. Qin Yu took a slow step forward and placed his right hand on the round jade. The cool touch flowed into his body along his palm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A trace of spiritual energy, mixed with blood, blends into it. No reaction, what's going on? The old beggar frowned slightly, wondering why this talent stone had no reaction at all. The others were also a little hesitant. You should know that the talent stone could display talents of the yellow level, black level, earth level, and lower level of the heaven level. Only mediocre talents that are not up to par will not be displayed. In just 3 days, Qin Yu broke through from the first level of body tempering to the first level of foundation building, and his physical body continued to surpass the limit. How could he not have good talent? Isn't this bullshit? Moreover, the enlightenment of martial arts is also based on your accumulation. If you have nothing, isn't that equivalent to 0 plus 0? Therefore, in their opinion, Qin Yu's talent, normally, should not be too bad. The original purpose of bringing him here was to confirm his talent, and then ask the sect for sufficient resources after he became his disciple. The better your talent, the more sect resources you will get. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the talent stone began to tremble and shake continuously. The spiritual energy in Qin Yu's hands became more and more abundant and poured into it. The talent stone bloomed with a bright and dazzling divine light, like a small sun. It will soon be unable to withstand the injection of such energy. Crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds were heard, and cracks began to appear on the talent stone, constantly spreading. Eventually, it turned into countless fragments and fell onto the stone platform. Qin Yu was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that this thing would break directly. My own talent. Isn't it heavenly level? Normally, you can bear it, right? At this moment, Qin Yu was a little confused. Talent stone? Broken? Old Wu and the others couldn't help but stand there in a daze. What was going on? You know, this talent stone can test out the lower grade heavenly talents. Unless, at this moment, the eyes of Old Wu and others were fixed directly on Qin Yu. A fiery light burst out. Whoever accepts Qin Yu as his disciple will surely become famous in the Tsang Yuan realm in the future. In the Kanglan domain, there have been very few heavenly-level monsters, and they have not appeared for tens of thousands of years. And now, someone has appeared in the Xinyang sect where he is. Moreover, it is not just as simple as the lower grade of heavenly rank. Every heavenly rank monster will be able to step firmly into the realm of the venerable in the future, unless you are on the path of spiritual practice and develop inner demons. Or maybe there's a mental blockage. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth is the most intimate to them. The rules of heaven and earth are also the easiest for them to comprehend. For these gifted people, cultivation is as simple as eating and drinking. Upon seeing this, Yang Hao became even more certain in his heart, 100% certain that this young man was the one who received the Azure Dragon's blessing. If the ancestor knew, the young man he was looking for was inside the sect, and he might be beaten to death on the spot. The past 2 days, I almost worked the ancestor to the point of death. My name is Yang Hao, the master of Xinyang sect. If you accept me as your master, I can even promise to give you the position of young sect master. I can even give you the position of sect leader now. How? Yang Hao directly pressed Qin Yu's shoulders and shouted in a low voice, his eyes full of brilliance. Then he looked at the 3 Wu brothers fiercely, hoping that they would understand what was going on. The 3 Wu elders couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. They could indeed fight. After all, they all grew up in the same era. And its strength is not weak either. He also holds a high position in the sect. However, whether in terms of resources or strength, the sect master is actually more suitable to teach Qin Yu than them. Chitai was regretting deeply at this moment. If he had known earlier, he would have rushed into Lei Zhe and accepted Qin Yu as his disciple. Now damn, there are so many people competing for his disciple. How can he snatch him away? One of them is even the clan leader. But the famous disciple is right in front of me. How can I not grab him? Damn it. Even if you're the sect leader, you can't do this. At our age, the most important thing is to have a disciple who can sweep away the whole generation. I am willing to offer 10 Earth-grade spiritual herbs. Each one is no less than mid-grade Earth-grade. Qin Yu, he just gave you a blank check, nothing substantial. How about becoming my disciple? Old Wu and the Deputy Hall Master opened their mouths slightly. Oh shit. This old beggar is really fierce. Are you really arguing with the sect leader? Chapter 42. Are you worthy of accepting disciples? Seeing this, Qin Yu is also a little conflicted about who to choose as his master. After all, I can't just bury my head in practice by myself. Fortunately, the body-tempering realm is a realm that everyone knows about, and every step of the practice is made public. However, after reaching the foundation establishment stage, one needs to practice some techniques, and the path to practice each technique is different. Someone definitely needs to teach. Becoming a disciple is inevitable. But the conditions offered by this old beggar are so tempting. A plant of Earth-grade spiritual medicine would be snapped up in the outside world. What's more, there are 10 plants. Moreover, at this moment Qin Yu also understood that the 3 people before were not trying to steal his thunder treasure, but wanted to recruit him as a disciple. At this time, I naturally feel at ease. Fuck, Chitai, you're not going to make it? 10 Earth-grade spiritual herbs. You don't want your savings over the years. Old Wu pulled the beggar's clothes back and shouted in a low voice, frowning. Upon seeing this, the Deputy Hall Master also became eager to try. Isn't it just a matter of using resources to produce a famous disciple? His name will go down in history. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He immediately said, I will offer you 12 Earth-level spiritual herbs. As long as Qin Yu becomes my disciple, he will become my only close disciple. This, the sect master cannot do. If Qin Yu can really achieve enlightenment and transcendence and attain immortality in the future. It was still the era after the catastrophe when the rules were incomplete. In the future, when someone asks Qin Yu, the immortal, whose disciple this is, and someone says it's him, damn, that feeling is so explosive and so cool. The most important thing is that with this kind of affection, if Qin Yu really achieves enlightenment in the future, it will be enough to protect his descendants for thousands of years. This is also the key. Yang Hao was also a little stunned when he saw this. These 2 people, are they crazy? They have to compete with me? And haven't you passed it yet? There are dozens of Earth-grade spiritual medicines at every turn. Are you spending all your family's wealth to snatch disciples? Even if I am the leader of a sect, I cannot ask you for so many spiritual medicines at will. Yang Hao had a headache, even a little bit laughable. You know, if I shout outside, I will ask for a disciple. They can all be lined up from Kanglan Domain to the neighboring Fatian Domain. I am a half-step sage. He is also one of the rulers of the 3 major sects. He looked at Qinyu and found that he seemed to be smiling. This kid seems to be waiting for a good price. Yang Hao felt a little distressed, but there was nothing he could do. It had come to this point, so could he not snatch it? A demon blessed by the Azure Dragon. It is an existence born in response to this era. 15 Earth-grade spiritual herbs. As you know, the value of each Earth-grade spiritual herb is extraordinary. Spiritual intelligence has been born in every Earth-level spiritual medicine. Any one of them, if left outside, would cause bloodshed. Moreover, in terms of strength, as long as the ancestor has not left, I will be number 1 in Xinyang's sect. Even if my 2 junior brothers work together, I can still suppress them. Do you understand me? In addition, I do have the idea of supporting you to become the young master. Yang Hao took a step forward, and a mighty pressure suddenly swept over like tide, directly covering the entire courtyard. The whole world seemed to change color. There seemed to be dark clouds everywhere. The deputy hall master and Chi Tai's faces suddenly changed, and they quickly activated their Dao energy to cover it, turning it into a barrier and exerting pressure. Old Wu held his forehead with his hand and looked at his fellow disciples, feeling somewhat helpless. But he did not continue to express his intention to accept a disciple, because he knew clearly none of the people present today were qualified to accept Qinyu as a disciple. He had already had this idea when he was participating in the outer sect competition. Even if sect leader Yang Hao succeeds now, he will have to wait for 2 days for the Grand Ancestor to come out of seclusion. After knowing this, I will definitely break his legs. Moreover, there is no friendship or interest relationship between them and Qinyu. We knew each other about the same time. It is understandable that people choose the one with strong strength. Even when they were young, they chose their master based on his character, strength, etc. Qinyu felt that this matter had gotten a bit out of hand. After all, it was just a matter of becoming a disciple. There was no need to start a fight. Reasonable bidding is not enough. Immediately, just as he was about to speak, a breeze seemed to blow by, directly dispersing the vast pressure like water. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Above the void, there was a gray-haired old man who slowly landed on the ground, with an aura of death surrounding him. But the invisible pressure he exuded suppressed all 4 people present in an instant. There's been a lot of commotion here since half an hour ago. You are all core figures of the sect now. Each of you hold a high position of power and is in charge of a region. Yet you are still quarreling and fighting in private. How can this be tolerated? Venerable Yang Tian suppressed his inner anger. He had just recovered from his injuries and was preparing to go into seclusion when he was woken up. As the leader of a sect, he even bullies the 2 elders? Anger suddenly rose in my heart. When the sect leader and his companions saw this, the light in their eyes instantly disappeared. It's over. What's the point of arguing? The great ancestor came out of seclusion in person. How play this? In terms of resources, the entire Xinyang sect is under the control of the ancestor. In addition, given their seniority and strength, they have no core competitive strength at all. When Venerable Yang Tian saw that no one responded, his eyes fell on the talent stone. He looked extremely surprised and murmured, "Heavenly rank talent. If it's above the heavenly rank? It seems that the strange phenomenon deduced 2 days ago was caused by you." I couldn't help but feel excited. The person who received the blessing from the Azure Dragon was actually within his own Xinyang sect. But at this moment, I almost vomited blood again. It happened right within his own sect, but he still spent 800 years on deduction and directly put an end to himself. Venerable Yang Tian couldn't help but twitch his mouth and looked at Yang Hao fiercely. I really want to give my own leader 2 big slaps in the face. Greetings, old ancestor. This is a newly promoted inner sect disciple who achieved excellent results in the outer sect competition. So, they are here, competing for disciples, and now the sect master has offered 15 Earth-level spiritual herbs. Mr. Wu quickly bowed and gave a brief speech. Yang Hao felt like crying. He almost got into a fight with his fellow apprentices, and then the ancestor jumped out. What now? Do you want to have a battle with the ancestor? But I failed to break through at that time. I can't do it. Greetings, ancestor. The elders and the sect master are too kind to me. In fact, my talent and strength are just average. Chinyu also bowed and said implicitly. Originally, his second choice was the clan leader. Now that the Supreme has come out, we must choose the Supreme Elder. If you have the teachings of a venerable master, you will avoid many detours in your spiritual practice. Old Wu couldn't help but roll his eyes. If this kid's words were spread out, his disciples would probably be furious. Heavenly talent is average. Why don't you just die? Venerable Yang Tian was moved and immediately said, Well, I know that you have an extraordinary talent, but they are not worthy of accepting disciples. So let me teach you. Well, I'll give you a heavenly grade spiritual medicine. Would you like to become my disciple? The four of them were all surprised. No matter how many earth grade spiritual medicines they had, none of them were as valuable as a heaven grade spiritual medicine. Moreover, every time a heavenly grade elixir appeared in the world, the venerables would conquer each other, fight and kill each other, and shed blood. Ancestor, are you so willing to do this? You know, our ancestor only has these two plants. Now, I'm really not worthy of accepting disciples. He was completely crushed by the ancestor. Chapter 43, Sword Pointing, Kangling Competition. The four clan leaders twitched their lips when they heard this, but they finally held back. They had no choice but to fight back. Chinyu's brain seemed to be in a state of confusion at this moment. You know, yellow-grade elixirs are considered treasures on Blue Star. As for the black-grade ones, Chinyu has never seen them before, but they must be very rare and only high-level warriors can master them. Not to mention the Earth rank and the Heaven rank, Blue Star may not even have them. If not now, when will I become your disciple? Disciple Chinyu greets Master. Chinyu performed the etiquette of a disciple and bowed quickly. A sunny smile appeared on Venerable Yang Tian's gloomy face, although he had lost nearly 800 years of his life because of him. But Venerable Yang Tian was also the clearest one. During the previous 2 days' deduction, he only saw a hazy figure and an illusory cauldron, and then he was backfired across the long river of time. Such great power cannot be achieved by ordinary people. Even those immortals who have attained enlightenment cannot do it. Chinyu will definitely be able to revitalize the Xianyang sect in the future. I have also received a peerless genius who will be famous for all eternity in the future. Good. Very good. This is my master's jade pendant. If you have any problem, just send a message to the jade pendant and I will appear to protect you immediately. As long as you are in the Kanglan area, no one can hurt you. This is my promise. Also, I will not be stingy with cultivation resources. As long as you need something, just ask for it. But you need to pay for your daily training expenses by yourself. In addition, if you want to become a true disciple of Xianyang sect, you also need to go through the sex assessment and have sufficient strength. My lineage is most afraid of using the back door, so I hope you can be upright and start from the inner sect, suppress the younger generation of Xianyang sect, and then sweep across the Kanglan region. Only in this way can you find an invincible path and forge a supreme heart of Tao. From now on, Yang Hao will lead you in training. I will give you a lesson once a week or so. I will give that heaven-grade spiritual medicine to the sect master. When you feel you can control it, you can directly subdue it. Venerable Yang Tian had a solemn expression on his face and spoke in a low voice. He now needs to stabilize his injuries, so it is difficult for him to be by Chinyu's side to guide his training every moment. After all, he still has 200 years to live. If he uses it properly, it will be a blessing to watch his disciples rise. Moreover, the Xianyang sect now has a newly promoted venerable in charge. The forces from all sides are watching covetously. There are even many enemies that have been offended in the past. As long as Venerable Yang Tian dies, the family may be overthrown at any time. So, Venerable Yang Tian, be prepared to make good use of these 200 years. Thank you, Master. Chinyu was also slightly surprised and quickly bowed. I originally thought that obtaining this heavenly great elixir would require some kind of assessment, but I didn't expect it to be so simple and direct. As long as you are strong enough, you can conquer it. Just as he was deep in thought, a reminder sounded in his mind. General suggestion. Venerable Yang Tian suggests that you suppress the contemporary Xianyang sect and sweep away the younger generation of Kanglan domain. After accepting this suggestion, you will gain the prototype of an invincible Tao heart. After completing this suggestion, you will transform and evolve. Accept the suggestion. Qin responded inwardly. I didn't expect this to get any advice. Rumor has it that every cultivator with an invincible heart of Tao can be invincible in the same level and have the ability to defeat opponents of higher levels. Even after achieving enlightenment, they can still achieve this level. They have found an invincible path, stepping on layers of dead bones, and will reach the extreme of the path, making them truly invincible. In every era, only a few people can do it. The invincible Tao heart provides additional blessing to both combat power and state of mind. Okay, then Chitai will send him to Xianyang Peak first. Venerable Xianyang waved his hand and said nothing more. His injury is now serious. Someone is needed to help with the repairs, otherwise he would not have come out at this time. Chitai is the weakest, so there is little point in him staying here. The old beggar smiled bitterly and pointed backwards. Uncle Junior Master, please. Originally, he wanted to accept a disciple, but ended up becoming the disciple of his master, which means he became his uncle. What kind of thing is this? Qinyu waved his hand. Elder, there is no need to do this. Just call me Qinyu. How could the old beggar dare to do that? If he broke the rules, his master would break both his legs. Soon, the two of them pushed each other, walked onto the flying boat, and slowly left the place. At this moment, Venerable Yang Tian's previous disguise was completely removed, and his face was as pale as dusk, without any blood. The air of death lingered around his body and turned into black mist. Has it come to this? Grandmaster, it's all my fault that I asked you to deduce it. You've wasted 800 years of your life. Yang Hao couldn't help but blame himself when he saw this. I originally thought that Master's injuries had almost healed, but I didn't expect it to be so serious. This is a sign that the end is near. Elder Wu and the Deputy Hall Master were also extremely shocked. What happened? Why is the time of death approaching for the great master of the invincible Kanglin domain? Both of them had expressions of worry on their faces. Venerable Yang Tian waved his hand and said, Don't worry. In the next few days, the three of you can just follow me and push the blood out of your body. Also, don't give Qin Yu too many privileges. Let him climb step by step. Even if he wants to become a true disciple, he still needs to hone his skills. The future of Xianyang's sect should place the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Also, don't make his talent and relationship with me public. Just keep it to yourself. Do you understand? Otherwise, the two families will definitely find ways to trap and kill him. I can't protect him all the time now. I have already told Chi Tai about this news. He won't say anything nonsense. Of the three major sects in Kanglin domain, except for Xianyang sect, the other two are all eyeing and waiting for the fall of Venerable Yang Tian. If he knew that he had accepted a closed disciple, they sent out the killer right away. It is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go, no matter whether you have good or bad talent. In short, you won't be given the opportunity to grow. We understand this, Master. Since the Xianyang sect has been on a downward trend over the years, you mean to hide him for half a year first, and wait until he has swept the younger generation of the Kanglin competition and has become powerful, and then make him public. That's right, cough cough. Venerable Yang Tian coughed out a mouthful of blood into his hand. These are no problem. Master, please heal my wounds first. All three of them were a little panicked. Now the ancestor is the pillar of Xianyang's sect. If something happens to him, the sect's orthodoxy may be overthrown tomorrow. It is extremely dangerous. Immediately, the three of them activated their Tao essence and began to flow into Venerable Yang Tian's body. Above the void on all four sides, spiritual medicine appeared, with faint halos floating and flowing light rotating. The life essence gathered and finally flowed into the body of Master Yang Tian. Chapter 44. 500,000 spiritual stones to extend life. As the flying boat flew over the inner gate, Chitai narrowed his eyes slightly. He had received messages from the three people earlier and roughly understood what his master meant. I hope, Qin, you can hone his skills well, just like before at the outer gate. At this time, a round figure appeared on the flying boat, showing a kind smile and shouting, Hey, Elder Wu, Elder Chi. Chitai and Qin Yu walked out of the cabin at the same time. When they saw the newcomers, they couldn't help but smile. This great outer sect elder really looks quite festive. But Chitai was very dissatisfied before, because this fat guy actually sent a message directly to the sect leader. Otherwise, even if he spends all his money, he might be able to produce a famous disciple. Then, he looked at him with a gloomy expression. Fatty, what do you want to do? Shouldn't you give me an explanation for what you did before? The great elder of the outer sect immediately revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Elder Chi, you are joking. As a direct descendant of a sect master, if I don't report some things, I will lose my position tomorrow. You should understand. So, I waited outside for the three of you, and came here specially to apologize. But after he finished speaking, the gaze of the outer sect elder fell on Chinyu, and his face froze instantly. Why? Is he behind Chi Tai? Mr. Wu, where are the two deputy hall masters? Shit, could it be that even the sect master himself couldn't defeat old Chi? Then wouldn't my efforts have been in vain? And he offended these three core figures for no reason. At this moment, the great elder felt a little regretful and thought that he shouldn't have said too much. Could it be that the sect leader didn't like this kid's talent in the end? That shouldn't be the case. At the 9th level of body tempering, he had already broken the limit of the physical body and defeated Chu Jiang, who was at the 3rd level of foundation establishment. He even used some subtle means to teach his true disciple Chu Yu a lesson in the outer gate square. In their opinion, Qin Yu must have secretly used some means before, which caused Chu Yu to sprain her ankle. He is a cultivator who has entered the spiritual realm. How could he sprain his ankle? Even if it really sprained, it would not be possible for the bone to break on the spot. To cultivate to the spiritual realm, one must be invulnerable to swords and spears, and no matter how hard one tries to chop with ordinary iron, not a single mark will be left. But he can move mountains and split rocks, mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and apply the power of Tao. This has already reached the level of a miracle of calling the wind and rain. I sprained my ankle, and even if I told a 3-year-old child about it, he wouldn't believe it. No need to look, I didn't accept him as my disciple. Chi Tai waved his sleeves, extremely dissatisfied. But no matter what, I must blackmail this fat guy. The great elder of the outer sect understood instantly, and a subtle ray of light shot out from his hand and landed in Chi Tai's hand. It was a Chinquan ring. The faint luster made Qin Yu feel a little dazzling. The Chinquan ring is a mysterious spiritual treasure. It contains the heaven and earth, and forms a small space of its own that can store many things, similar to the Chinquan bag. But the capacity of the Chinquan bag is limited and it is inconvenient to carry. It is the standard equipment for low-level monks. Chitai took a quick glance, was very satisfied, and nodded slightly. At this time, the outer sect's great elder flicked his right hand, and hundreds of streams of light flashed past and appeared beside Chinyu. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, I personally went to the treasury to take out the 100 kinds of mysterious spiritual medicines. According to the reward, as you're at the top of the list, you can choose any one you want. There are items here that contain various spiritual energy attributes, and some that increase combat power, etc. I brought you a price list. You can take a quick look. Chinyu felt warm currents flowing through his body, and the glow emitted by hundreds of spiritual herbs made him feel very comfortable. There's a feeling of vitality. Immediately, a price list emerged from the void. Middle grade Xian level, Millennium Fire Vine. After absorption, it can increase the burning degree of fire-attributed spiritual energy. Since this thing grows 1,000 meters underground, there's a chance to comprehend the fire of the Earth's core. 60,000 spirit stones. The top-grade Shin-level tree, the 10,000 Dao tree, is born and raised by nature over 10,000 years. It contains the laws of heaven and earth. If you keep it for a long time, you can even gain insights from it, and it can also increase your cultivation speed. 200,000 spirit stones. Middle grade, Xian level. Chinyu took a rough look and found that each one was at the middle level of the Xian grade and had miraculous functions, which was of great benefit to cultivation. And each one is extremely valuable. This great outer sect elder is quite interesting. For an outer disciple like me, I have done this. But there is no elixir of life in here. When I return to Blue Star in a month, I must first find a way to prolong my life. Otherwise, I will die on the spot when I get back. Wouldn't that mean he just hung up? Immediately, he said directly, that, great elder, may I ask if there is any mysterious elixir that can prolong life? I want one here. Chitai couldn't help but feel a little dazed. There were waves of shock in his heart. Could it be that Sheen, you had already seen it before? Is Master's health almost reaching its limit? Otherwise, why would he open his mouth and ask for the treasure that can prolong his life? He had only been an apprentice for half a day, but he already started to miss his master. Why? Why is such a disciple not mine? Chitai felt a little overwhelmed, and the thought of killing the fat man in front of him came to his mind again. For a moment, the great elder of the outer sect was stunned. Why do you, a rising new generation intersect disciple who has just entered the foundation building stage, need an elixir of longevity? These are all useful in cultivation. Moreover, why did this old chi feel like he was going to kill me again as soon as he finished speaking? The look in your eyes that wanted to kill someone could not be hidden. Suddenly, the great elder felt a chill down his spine. Didn't he just give a gift and apologize? Chinyu, you don't know that life-extending elixirs are basically of the highest grade in the mystical rank. Not only are they rare, but they're also extremely precious. They are 3 to 5 times more expensive than ordinary elixirs, and there is still no market for them. Many monks who are about to die rely on these spiritual medicines to survive. Although the effects of the Shin level ones are not strong, for cultivators who have entered the spiritual realm, they can only extend the lifespan by 10 to 20 years, but they're also flocking to them, and the supply cannot meet the demand. Since there are few old spiritual practitioners in my Xinyang sect, we naturally don't have any Shin-level life-extending elixirs. But if you need it, I can help you collect it. 500,000 spirit stones per plant. And the quality is enough to extend the lifespan by at least 15 years. The great elder knew the importance of Qin Yu and was naturally willing to deepen communication, even willing to offer to collect elixirs. Qin Yu looked at Chitai, and Chitai said in a voice transmission, "This price can be said to be very fair. He didn't even make a single spirit stone from you. Although I don't know what you're going to use it for, but you can buy it from him." Qin Yu blinked. I don't know whether the great elder makes money or not. I mean, all I have gained from the competition, I earned more than 10,000 spirit stones. Chapter 45, Building a Great Wall for the Tsang Yuan Realm. Qin Yu fell in a deep thought. At the rate I earn spirit stones, it would take at least 1 or 2 years to buy a Shin-level longevity elixir, right? But there's still more than 20 days before I return a blue star. By then, with only 1 month left to live, wouldn't that just be a waste of time waiting for death? Well, I'll look for the elder when I need it. Qin Yu coughed lightly and then spoke. I really can't afford it now. The value of the spirit stone is too huge. Moreover, each longevity elixir is in short supply and extremely difficult to find. Even if you buy it at this price, you will still owe the outer sect's chief elder a favor. I'll choose this one-dao tree. It will be of great benefit to my cultivation. Immediately, he raised his right hand slightly and pointed at the ancient tree that was reflecting the emerald green light. The great elder of the outer sect nodded slightly. Although he didn't know what Qin Yu wanted to do with the longevity elixir, but he had already spent a lot of spirit stones on it. Because it has to be purchased by asking an elder who is traveling outside, this requires a favor. Adding another 500,000, it was indeed just an entry-level price. Originally, he thought Qin Yu might not be able to afford it, so he tried to lower the price as much as possible. When a spiritual medicine of this level appears, the local cultivation families will rush to grab it in order to buy a glimmer of hope for their powerful people who are on the verge of death, even if it means losing everything they have. Therefore, if it were to be auctioned, the price would be around 600,000 or 700,000 spirit stones. The great elder has already lowered his status to befriend Qin Yu and took the initiative to propose a solution, but it is impossible for him to solve all the problems of the longevity elixir at once. Otherwise, you will appear too humble and will not be taken seriously. Good. The great elder pushed with his right hand, and the emerald green wandao tree slowly grew and fell onto the flying boat, its emerald green leaves swaying in the wind. A faint aura of Tao floated up and wrapped around Qin Yu. As if with a kind of enlightenment, Qin Yu could feel that staying with this tree for a long time did help improve his cultivation. Now that the rewards have been handed over, I will leave first. If you need anything, you can always come to me. Don't be afraid of trouble. I can basically solve anything that can be solved. Before leaving, the outer sect elder smiled slightly to express his goodwill. He is very optimistic about Qin Yu's future. With these 3 people in charge of him, he will definitely be a high-ranking member of the sect in the future. Even if the sect master does not think highly of his qualifications, his future is still promising. As soon as the words fell, they turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. Chitai has been in silence at this moment. The thought kept floating in my mind, such a filial disciple, was not my own. He felt very angry. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately afterwards, the flying boat slowly landed at this time. On top of a misty mountain, green plants are everywhere. Ancient trees stand tall, and from time to time, the calls of cranes can be heard, carrying a hint of a mortal aura. The two men got off the flying boat, and Chitai gave a brief introduction. This is Xianyang Peak, where the clan leader's lineage lives. Since the old ancestor couldn't keep you by his side, he will place you here first. You can stay in a master's hall for the time being. Yang Hao's eldest disciple is here too. She can teach you the early stages of cultivation. In addition, if you want to become a true disciple, you need to obtain 1,000 points in the intersect or break through to the spiritual realm before the age of 30. Even if you get first place in the intersect assessment, you may not necessarily become a true disciple. According to the path that the ancestor has arranged for you, he hopes that you will continue to hone yourself. He can only be your mentor and help you solve your problems. While Qin Yu was listening to Chitai, he had already edited a post in the previous post on the forum. According to my family's advice, I have driven back the beast tide with a single word and won the first place in the outer sect competition. I have just become an inner sect disciple and the last disciple of the sect supreme elder. However, my master doesn't care about basic resources and I need to make money urgently, but my strength is weak. What should I do? Qin Yu did not send out the news that he would return a blue star. Otherwise, it would be too shocking. Even if there are only a few people who believe that they have traveled through a fantasy world, it is still possible for them to be discovered if they find out. After all, before he left, there was quite a bit of commotion in Rongxing, with people searching for some kind of blessing giver or something like that. The most critical thing is that his physical body on Blue Star is very weak. If he is noticed by someone with ulterior motives when he returns, it will cause an uproar. At this time, several familiar faces replied below. Yuan Shen activated. Original poster, stop fantasizing. You have been accepted as a disciple by the Supreme. Isn't your talent amazing? How could they not give you the resources to practice? After seeing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but fall silent. Venerable Yang Tian came up and took out a heavenly grade elixir. He told Qin Yu to take it whenever he could devour it. This is truly amazing. But he overlooked one problem, which was that he didn't need it all now. Moreover, if you hone your skills in a sect, doesn't that mean you can do it yourself and have enough food and clothing? Stay calm and don't waste time. Although I don't know if this is true or not, it does give me the feeling of raising a Tamagotchi from another world. I can only say, stay calm and don't waste time. Even if these are Photoshop pictures, please post a few more. I want to see more. I second the above post. This poster is a real fun guy. He keeps developing new routes so that we can feel involved. According to Blue Star's novels, the fastest way to earn spirit stones in fantasy novels is definitely to make pills. The author of this post was able to drive away the beast tide with just one word. So he must be blessed by heaven and have extraordinary talent. If you have this kind of luck and refined pills, won't every pill be a critical hit and sell well? Isn't this a very fast way to make money? Too low. My suggestion is to find out if there are any alien races in the world where the poster lives. Just like the first emperor resisted the Huns, just build a great wall and raise funds from various sections. There is no end to the benefits. Let's come up with a plan to build an elevator to the highest peak for sightseeing. I don't believe that those low-level cultivators who can't fly won't be interested. As long as they are strong enough, they can be built effortlessly in the fantasy world. It has a strong ability to attract money. Qin Yu kept flipping through the comments. This generation of netizens was really lively. Suggestions kept popping up in his mind. General advice, try to make pills. As long as the steps are correct and the fire is correct, the success rate of making pills is 100%, and the number and quality of pills are far higher than those of the same level. General suggestion, build a great wall for Tsang Yuan realm to defend against the myriad races. The probability of each sect being persuaded will increase by 50%, and they will double the funds raised to provide you with benefits. And if anyone becomes your enemy, they will suppress him, and the consequence is to offend the myriad races. General advice, the highest peak ascent and descent sightseeing plan. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Except for that crappy sightseeing plan, the other two were very useful. Moreover, the one who built the Great Wall could indeed consider accepting it when he became stronger in the future. By then, we can form a united front and get hundreds of sects to join us in building the Great Wall to defend against all races. Wouldn't that mean we can become rich overnight? But now, I can only be obedient and refine the pills first, get more spirit stones, and exchange them for a longevity elixir before leaving. Accept the suggestion of alchemy, and put the suggestion of building the Great Wall on hold for now. Immediately, my heart responded. But, at this moment, at the door of the sect master's hall, there appeared a beautiful girl in a snow-white short skirt, her face as cold as frosty, and she was extremely pretty. Chapter 46, Senior Sister, Lin Shui. The round legs as white as jade seem a little dazzling. When she saw the person coming, she was slightly stunned, her beautiful eyes widened, and she bowed. Meet Uncle Chi. Wasn't this person exiled to Lei? Why has it appeared on the main peak now? But, no matter what, Chi Tai's qualifications were there, so the girl bowed at the first opportunity. Seeing this, Chi Tai nodded slightly. This girl's aptitude was originally the best in Xinyang's sect, and he originally thought that she would be the one to carry the throne of this generation. But he didn't expect that an unparalleled genius Qinyu would appear. Nowadays, the position of a young sect leader may be controversial. Qinyu's rise will be extremely fast. As long as he reaches the spiritual transformation realm, the battle between the two will begin. I don't know why the master placed Qinyu in the main peak. You are too polite, nephew. I am just a criminal now, so there is no need to be polite. Your master has sent an order for this. This junior uncle will stay at Xinyang Peak for a while. Chi Taiyin finished speaking at this point, and couldn't help but sweat profusely, screaming so hard that it was difficult to speak. Such a young man, but I am a generation younger than him. This is too outrageous. Master, Uncle Master, Lin Shui was slightly surprised. What was going on? She had never heard of such an Uncle Master in the sect. First of all, the age doesn't match. Even if one is a top-notch warrior, he can always maintain his appearance, but that youthful feeling is different. The second is cultivation, whose uncle's strength is only at the first level of foundation building. But Lin Shui understood in an instant. His master was the grandson of the ancestor, so the ancestor's disciples. Wouldn't they be the uncles of his master? Lin Shui's beautiful eyes seemed a little dim. When she first entered the Xinyang sect mountain gate, she wanted to become a disciple of the ancestor, Venerable Yang Tian, because she had heard rumors about the ancestor, who, when young, dominated the Kanglan domain, competed with geniuses from the other 35 domains, traveled around the world, and made a great name for himself. She also yearned for it very much. But, after finally meeting with Venerable Yang Tian, his request was rejected. In the end, he settled for the second best and became the sect leader's last disciple. Originally, I thought that the ancestor was practicing in seclusion in the mountains and not caring about worldly matters. After all, Lin Shui believed that his talent was one of the best in the Kanglan domain. There are also innate spirits, but I was not selected, and it was definitely not my fault. But now, she heard Elder Chi say that this was Junior Uncle, the ancestor's disciple, and Lin Shui felt a little dazed. A disciple who was promoted to the first level of foundation building at the age of 18. Is he actually worthy of being accepted as a disciple by the ancestor? She was a little bit unconvinced. Or maybe the godlike ancestor has grown old and his vision is no longer good. Chi Tai immediately spoke again, pointing at Lin Shui. Uncle Junior, this is the current sect master's last disciple, Lin Shui, who is also the current senior sister of the true transmission. No matter in terms of strength or status, he's the best among the current disciples. And she also broke a record in Lei, being the fastest person in the foundation establishment realm to break into the 8th level of the outer area of Lei. He has an earth-level talent and an innate snow spirit body. She is naturally close to the way of snow, so her cultivation is twice as effective with half the effort. She is now one of the 3 beauties selected by countless people in Kanglan territory, ahem. When Chi Tai said this, he couldn't help but cough lightly. Lin Shui's appearance was one of the best in the entire Kanglan domain. With such talent and cold personality, no matter who it is, I'm afraid no one can subdue her. Then he continued, Okay, I'll bring the person here, and the rest has nothing to do with me. As soon as Chi Tai finished speaking, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared on the spot. At the entrance of the main hall, a man and a woman looked at each other. Qinyu smiled kindly. Hello, senior sister. Since Master is not here, we can just treat each other as peers. After all, normally speaking, he's just an inner disciple now. Lin Shui raised her eyes slightly. Her beautiful eyes seemed calm, but her heart was filled with turbulent waves. Because she had been observing Qinyu for a long time, trying to see something different. But nothing unusual was found. Apart from the faint energy and blood on Qinyu's body, which is relatively rich and beyond that of ordinary people, there is nothing else special. Deep down, I felt a little bit unconvinced. Why was his innate snow spirit body, coupled with his mid-level earth-grade talent, rejected by the ancestor? At the age of 14, he broke through to the foundation building stage. At the age of 18, at the peak of the foundation building stage, he broke through the 8 layers of Thunder Lake and set a record. But what's so special about this Qinyu? Immediately, she used her spiritual energy to suppress her emotions. The expression on her beautiful face was calm, and her red lips slightly parted. Master, you are too polite. How can I treat you as my equal? Just call me by my name. I will have someone clean up your room later, and I will also open a spirit gathering array just for you. We all enjoy the highest level of treatment in Xianyang sect. Although Lin Shui was puzzled, he still gave him the proper treatment. According to seniority, he was his great uncle. Don't take it lightly. Qinyu's eyes showed gratitude. Then let's talk about our own affairs. Thank you for your care, senior sister. Excuse me, senior sister. I have just been promoted from the outer sect to the inner sect. If I want to practice the art of alchemy, where should I go? Lin Shui frowned slightly, and a clear and pleasant voice rang out. Your current bone age should be over 18 years old. You have just broken through the first level of foundation building. You should focus on your own cultivation. Even if your physical body has reached its limit, but in martial arts, if you fall behind by one step, you will fall behind step by step. You got off to a slow start, understand? Of course, this is just my suggestion. It's up to you whether to listen to my advice or not. Qinyu, why does it feel so tense? You received ordinary advice, gave up alchemy, and gained the characteristic of falling behind one step at a time. Your cultivation will be slower than usual in the future. Qinyu, what the hell is this suggestion? You could do reading comprehension. Immediately, he continued, I just want to try to practice the art of alchemy. Lin Shui frowned, and her gentle voice sounded again. Master Uncle is a little too ambitious. Go to the first floor of the alchemy pavilion to learn the basics of alchemy. This will be of great benefit to you. If you start making pills directly, the furnace will explode and affect your foundation. She became more and more puzzled as to where the old ancestor had accepted this disciple from. It has been hinted at already, don't try to make the elixir. Practicing both alchemy and martial arts will ultimately lead to death. Countless brilliant geniuses in ancient times wanted to prove themselves and amaze the world, but in the end they failed to do both. In the end, all his talent was wasted and he became just like everyone else. You received a general suggestion to go to the alchemy pavilion to learn the basics. In the process of learning, you will gain some characteristics of alchemy, such as speed, quality, explosion rate, etc., and your alchemy foundation will be extremely solid, far beyond that of ordinary people. Accept the suggestion. Qinyu responded in his heart, and then said, Thank you for your guidance, senior sister. I won't bother you anymore. Then just leave. After all, this senior sister is a bit too nosy. Chapter 47, Danshu Pavilion. Qinyu walked towards the foot of Xianyang Peak. Before long, a series of ancient buildings appeared on both sides of the road, and there were people around me. There are old and young people. The inner disciples of Xianyang sect can bring their families to live within the sect and enjoy the abundant spiritual energy. Of course, places are limited, including elders, deacons, etc., will choose to send their families to Xianyang sect, which is also a great honor. Therefore, even within the inner gate, there's also the atmosphere of human life. You can see ordinary people who have never practiced cultivation and whose energy is as empty as nothingness. There are also many elders who are unable to go down the mountain, and they will come to stroll around the inner gate to feel the lively atmosphere of the world. Therefore, half of the area within the inner gate is residential area, and taken together, it is more extensive than the outer gate. As for every true disciple, they all live on the top of the mountain. Every inner sect elder has his own exclusive mountain, and his disciples are naturally included in it. Not long after, Qinyu followed the flow of people and came to the alchemy pavilion. At this moment, there were quite a few young disciples coming and going, full of vitality. Then he stepped directly into it. But the two people at the door stopped them directly. Sorry, Only inner disciples or family members of spiritual cultivators or above can enter the alchemy pavilion. Chinyu had not had time to change his clothes at this moment, and was still wearing the attire of an outer disciple. Previously, the great elder of the outer sect only gave the reward to himself, but did not give him the inner sect token. Chinyu was about to leave and head for the outer gate. At this time, a group of more than 10 people with big horses and golden swords walked towards the alchemy pavilion. When passing by Chinyu, the slightly older disciple in the lead was startled. Junior brother Chinyu? How could I meet Chinyu here? Didn't he follow the 3 core elders to the core area of the sect? This group of people were the ones who were dragged by Elder Chitai to watch the outer sect competition in Leze earlier. Now that I have just returned to the inner gate, I am preparing to purchase some pills to prepare for the breakthrough. Does senior brother Lin know him? The 2 disciples on the left and right of the alchemy pavilion scratched their heads and asked quickly, could it be that this young cultivator who is at the first level of foundation building is really an inner sect disciple? You know, disciples who have reached the first level of foundation building are generally from the outer sect, unless they are very young, around 16 or 17 years old. Only then will it be possible to become an inner door. Otherwise, most people start from the 3rd or 4th level of foundation building. This is also why the 2 men reached out to stop Chinyu after seeing him wearing the clothes of an outer disciple. Nonsense, this guy is the top of the contemporary outer sect competition. Let him go immediately, you 2 are blinding your eyes. Lennon shouted angrily, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. You know, Chinyu's behavior among the outer sect is basically to avenge any grudge. If I really set my eyes on you 2 idiots, I would break your legs right away. I am protecting these 2 fellow apprentices. The 2 of them stood there in a daze and quickly moved away, somewhat confused as to why a top spot in the outer sect competition would cause such a big reaction from their senior brother. It's just the first level of foundation building. You know, Lennon has a good reputation in the inner sect. Although his strength is not strong, he is kind and careful. Although he is older, his cultivation has reached the 9th level of foundation building. He shouldn't be so kind to a teenager who is only at the 1st level of foundation building. Behind Lin and the dozen or so disciples who were originally careless now had their pupils constricted and their expressions tense. These were the 3 core elders, the peerless evildoers with whom they almost came to blows. The 9th level of body tempering and the 3rd level of foundation building. Even Chu Yu, a true disciple who had reached the 1st level of spiritual attainment, was defeated by him. Can't even get close. This is not just a simple outer disciple. They witnessed the miracle with their own eyes, and Chinyu was now like a myth in their hearts. Immediately, he bowed and stretched out his hand, pointing forward. Junior brother Chinyu, please. Chinyu was slightly stunned. This senior brother. I should know him, right? As expected, there are many good people in Xinyan's sect. At least I don't have to make a wasted trip to the outer gate. Thank you, senior brother. He then returned the greeting and walked towards the alchemy pavilion with Lennon. At this moment, Lennon carefully remembered something. That, Xiaosheng, go help junior brother Chinyu to go to the outer gate and get his inner gate token, to prevent this kind of misunderstanding from happening again. After all, this junior brother is too good at talking, so he must be sent away to avoid offending others. His previous words offended 3 core elders, and he almost peed himself on the spot. Oh, okay. The young boy behind Lin and scratched his head. Although he didn't know why it was him, it was okay for him to help Chinyu. Thank you for your help, senior brother. Chinyu waved his hand. After all, his time was very tight right now. It would be great if someone was willing to make the trip. Then he looked at Lennon again and asked, Brother, how come you can recognize me? I just got promoted from the inner sect, so you should have never seen me before, right? Lennon smiled bitterly. When you were in the 7th level of body tempering and set foot in Leze, my fellow apprentices and I had just finished training in the ancient Lei FA Road and were on the other side of the square, preparing to leave. As a result, I saw you break through several levels in a row at the 7th level of body tempering. Then I followed you to watch the outer sect competition. The beast tide is like a plaything in your hands. Even the fight between that true disciple, we saw it. Junior brother's methods are really powerful. I admire you. The people behind Lin and also expressed their admiration. This Chinyu is too fierce. He killed everyone in the outer sect with the body tempering realm and even knocked down a person who had entered the spiritual realm. Now that I have been promoted to the inner gate, I guess it won't take long to catch up. Therefore, their tone was extremely kind, and they did not dare to slack off in the slightest for fear of offending anyone. Thank you for the compliments, brothers. I am here to learn the basics of alchemy. May I ask where these techniques are? Chinyu smiled kindly. Lennon pointed to the side and said, It's in the Danshu Pavilion on the first floor. There are some yellow-level alchemy methods and basic alchemy techniques in it. However, Junior Brother's talent is more suitable for the martial arts. With your powerful skills, it won't be long before you can suppress the inner sect. Practicing both alchemy and martial arts will only slow down the progress of cultivation. In the past, our sect had a brilliant genius named Lin Warren, who had reached 30,000 gene of physical strength in the body tempering stage. However, he wanted to practice both alchemy and martial arts, which consumed too much of his cultivation talent and mind. In the end, he never entered the realm of the venerable. It's a great pity. This can be considered a positive persuasion, because in recent years there have been many legends about the existence of dual cultivation of alchemy and martial arts, but they have never reached the heights that everyone expected. Even though Lin Warren is now an invincible master, he can even exchange a few moves with the venerable. But the sect's expectation for him was to become a venerable, to be in charge of the sect, and to dominate the four sects. Unfortunately, Tian Yuan stopped there. Qin Yu had naturally heard of this person's deeds. He then nodded slightly. It seemed that he had misunderstood the senior sister. The other party was indeed giving him good advice. Junior brother, I understand. I'm just killing time. Take a look first. After he finished speaking, Qin Yu went straight to Danshu Pavilion. Chapter 48, Alchemy Characteristics, Critical Hit Quality. Seeing this, Lennon couldn't help but shook his head and said no more. After all, everyone has his own way. Talking too much will only make you meddlesome. Qin Yu is indeed very talented. Perhaps he can really succeed in practicing dual cultivation. He is like a miracle. When we were dragged by Elder Qi to the outer gate to watch the competition, who could have known whether Qin Yu could compete for the top spot or face off head-on? When the beast tide appeared, who could have known that he could drive away the beast with just one word, and all the beasts would crawl on the ground like birds? When Chu Yu Zhenquan challenged Qin Yu, he accepted it, crossing two whole realms. Who knew he could win without any injury? I feel that Qin Yu is like a miracle. There is always a different light in him that is beyond people's imagination. Practicing both Dan and Wu may be extremely difficult for others, but for him, I think it may exceed our expectations and even achieve twice the result with half the effort. At this moment, a disciple behind Lin murmured, with a gleam of firm trust in his eyes. All those who had witnessed Qin Yu fell into silence at this moment. These words were deafening. It makes them feel like their blood is surging. From a moment they saw Qin Yu, when has this person ever been described with common sense? The ancient road of thunder punishment is also the realm of body tempering, breaking through 4 levels in a row. Created the first record. Even a legendary thunder monument appeared. The biggest reward in history is Qin Yu. So, is it really possible for him? Even Lennon, who had been trying to persuade them earlier, couldn't help but look dazed and fell in a deep thought. This is indeed possible. He then took everyone away and went to the second floor to buy some pills. Qin Yu, who had just left and heard these words, had a hint in his mind. You get general advice, practice both alchemy and martial arts. Practice martial arts while refining the elixir and make both progress at the same time. It also activates the feature of getting twice the result with half the effort. Do you accept the suggestion? Qin Yu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that this would be beneficial. Accept the suggestion. Immediately, he started looking for the basic alchemy book in the Alchemy Book Pavilion and then began to read it. The first one is about medicinal materials. This article is mainly about the placement of medicinal materials. The order of each medicinal material cannot be wrong. Otherwise, the pill will be ruined at best, and the furnace will explode at worst. Only if one can control the release of the elixir's energy to an accurate percentage can one become immune. Yellow level and Xin level alchemists must abide by these rules honestly. The second chapter is about refining medicine. This is more about teaching how to blend the medicinal effects. They have to be blended together little by little, and the proportions each time are also very important. Otherwise, if you're not careful, the pill will explode. Qin Yu sat cross-legged and began to try to deduce. There seemed to be several spiritual medicines in his mind, constantly merging together, and the continuous spiritual medicine energy slowly merged. and he comprehended it very quickly and seemed to have mastered the sense of proportion very quickly. You accepted the advice of senior sister Lin Shui and learned the basics of alchemy. You have a deep understanding of the alchemy chapter. After 10 times of alchemy, you will trigger the ultimate fusion feature. After fusion, the efficacy of the medicine will be twice as strong as before. Every time you refine an elixir, you will obtain the characteristics of perfect fusion, and there will be no leakage of medicinal effects. Compared with ordinary elixir refining, the number of successful pills will increase by 20%. After half an hour, Chinyu slowly opened his eyes, and the fusion was perfect. This explosion rate seemed pretty good. If you add the characteristics of ultimate fusion, the efficacy of the medicine is doubled, and the amount of pills produced is increased. One furnace of your own is equivalent to 2 furnaces of others. Then continue looking down. The third chapter, Fire Control. This article mainly talks about controlling the flame when refining alchemy, which is the most important thing. Only cultivators who have perfected the control of fire can reach the pinnacle of alchemy. If they cannot even do this, then being a yellow-level alchemist is already the limit. It was hard to keep going. Chinyu fell into deep thought again at this moment, and the scene of controlling fire was automatically deduced in his mind. Countless spiritual energies gathered in the Dantian and transformed into flames, with every detail of the flame controlled. Another full half-hour passed. Chinyu just opened his eyes, sweat dripping down his forehead. Thanks to senior sister Lin Shui's advice, you're seriously studying the basics of alchemy. You have gained a deep understanding of fire control and acquired the ability to concentrate. When you control fire, you will not leak any medicinal effects. The quality of each pill is top-notch. Among the 10 furnaces, 1 furnace will have perfect quality, 100% critical hit, far exceeding the same level, and obtain a cross-level work. Chinyu's eyes also lit up. I refined a furnace of mid-grade yellow-grade pills, which are equivalent to upper-grade yellow-grade or even lower-grade black-grade, and will have a critical hit. This is so cool. Then read the basic alchemy book to the last chapter. The 4th chapter, the Dan condensation chapter. After Chinyu briefly flipped through it, he instantly understood that, for example, the total medicinal effects of these strains added up to 100. But after several rounds of loss in the process, only 80 are left, which is excellent, and 60 are passing. Every alchemist, when condensing the elixir, has to transform the remaining medicinal effects into pills. And when the pill is condensed, the medicinal effect will be lost. The more it loses, the worse the quality will be. This is related to the pill's success rate and the quality of the pill. You have acquired the characteristics of a master of medicine control. Every time you condense a pill, the medicinal effect will not be lost. You will obtain the best quality pills, and the success rate of pill formation will increase by another 20%. Chinyu slowly closed the whole book, allowed a long sigh of relief. I have to thank my senior sister for this. If it weren't for my senior sister's advice, I would have skipped the basic book on alchemy and started directly, and I would probably have failed miserably. Even with the alchemy suggestions from netizens, the steps still need to be correct. Even if the alchemy is correct, the efficacy of the medicine will be lost with each step. Even if you get the best quality elixir, it is only obtained on the basis of retaining its medicinal effects. It's not much better. But with these characteristics, whether it is the success rate of pills, the quality of pills, or the degree of controlling the loss of medicinal effects, I will be able to reach the top level. Immediately, Chinyu was eager to try it. Close the book on basic alchemy and put it back where it was. Next, you can try to make the elixir directly. A faint gleam of brilliance bloomed in Chinyu's eyes. Then he went straight to the 2nd floor. At this moment, the person who had taken the inner door token for him was waiting for him on the 1st floor. Chinyu, senior brother Chinyu, this is your inner sect token. Lin Sheng thought for a moment and finally called him senior brother. Anyway, it wouldn't be long before Chin you would leave the inner sect and become a true disciple. Thank you. Chinyu looked surprised. He didn't expect that he was waiting for him here. Where are you going? Why don't we go together? Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. He heard his cousin say that one should make many friends in the sect so that one can go far. He immediately said, I'm going to try to make an elixir. I will take my brother with me. So the two of them walked together and went to the 2nd floor. Chapter 49. Do you treat me as a fat sheep? The first area on the 2nd floor is where pills, medicinal herbs, etc. are sold. Some inner disciples would usually choose to sell the refined pills within the sect. After all, it It was just a yellow-grade pill, and it was impossible to sell it to the outside world, and its safety could not be guaranteed. Some inner disciples, during their missions, found some rare elixirs that could be used to refine special pills. They would keep them for the sect's alchemist, or do a favor or something. Qin looked around and found that the inner sect was indeed very prosperous, with an aura of the cultivation world. He and Lin Sheng continued to walk deeper into the cave. There were fewer and fewer people, but every time someone passed by, Qin felt frightened. They were full of energy and spirit. Almost all of them are at genius level. Until we reached the deepest corridor, there were several ancient alchemy cauldrons standing nearby, and several old men were explaining the art of alchemy. The movements of his hands were as smooth as flowing water, whether it was melting medicine or controlling fire. It was extremely smooth and pleasing to the eye. More than 10 disciples in the audience were listening attentively at this moment. Mr. Lin, why are you here just now? Today I will teach you how to refine the yellow rank foundation building pill and the yellow rank chi and blood pill. It only costs 88% off. How about that? When you can break through to become a middle grade yellow level alchemist, I will accept you as my disciple and teach you for free. An old man in tattered clothes couldn't help but smile when he saw Lin Sheng. When Qin saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. This is the sect's alchemist? Why does it feel so miserable? According to the records in ancient books, every alchemist should be extremely glorious and be worshipped by the sect. What's going on? Hearing this, Lin Sheng leaned close to his ear and whispered, Brother, you have just joined the inner sect, so you are not very familiar with the sect's alchemist system. According to rumors, alchemists are very successful and are guests of honor in every sect. But that's the treatment of a Shin-level alchemist. These people are all deacons of the alchemy pavilion. The treatment they enjoy is far superior to that of cultivators of the same realm. However, in order to break through the realm of alchemy, they need to constantly hone themselves and refine pills. Over the years, they have been stuck at the level of Shin-level alchemists and have never made a breakthrough. Because every time they refine a Shin-level pill, the loss of spiritual medicine is extremely serious, resulting in only a 30% success rate for each furnace. But to become a Shin-level alchemist, you must have a success rate of at least 50%. Over time, even if every furnace of pills is sold, it is still a loss. In order to continue refining pills, these deacons and outer sect elders can only sell the method of making pills and teach the sect disciples for a short period of time. The recipe is simple, but the refining process, whether it's the temperature or the melting point, is very particular. These people have extremely high attainments in making yellow-grade elixirs, and the inner disciples are willing to pay for them, so the sect just turn a blind eye. Of course, if a person is extremely talented, the alchemists in the sect will take the initiative to accept him as a disciple and train him. Lin Sheng briefly explained it to Qin, and then he suddenly understood. The expenses of the alchemist are also not small. If they were content with the status quo, with the support of the sect, and could also refine yellow-grade elixirs and earn spirit stones, they would have made a fortune long ago. But their strength is not enough to support them to break through to the Shin-level alchemist, which is why they are now penniless. All the wealth and resources were wasted on alchemy. But if they can become Shin-level alchemists, they will also be able to receive the sect's resources. Both status and strength will be further improved. And it was just one step away. As for the proficiency in making Shin-level elixirs, it only takes time to accumulate, and then you can make a breakthrough. By then, all losses will be recovered. After all, in this day and age, alchemists are rare, especially Shin-level alchemists, who are extremely valuable to the Shinyang sect. To some extent, even a cultivator at the Earth Profound Realm cannot compare to a Profound Realm alchemist. Even most of the pills he refined were for cultivators in the Spirit Transformation Realm. Only an alchemist of the upper level of the Xian rank can refine elixirs used by cultivators in the Earthly Profound Realm. However, the long-term benefits created, including the supply of elixirs to the sect, are extremely important. That's great. Why don't I sign up as well? This way it will be easier to become an alchemist. Qin asked in a low voice. Lin Sheng's pupils constricted, and he suddenly covered Qin Yu's mouth. He quickly said, Brother, your strength is sufficient. I have just been promoted to a yellow-level alchemist. I can teach you and save a lot of money. Normally, we would only choose to exchange spirit stones for Just as Lin Sheng finished his words, an old man who had finished his explanation on the stage heard Qin use words instantly, and his figure flashed and came in front of the two of them. A hint of joy appeared in his eyes. "Is this young man your friend, Lin Sheng? You should know that the last time you broke through to the yellow rank alchemist, it was thanks to us old guys. You don't even introduce any clients to us." Mr. Lin was a little amused and said, "If it weren't for your unreasonable charges, I would have introduced you to someone long ago. It's over now. I guess, Senior Brother Qin, you will fall into the trap too. After all, no matter who you are, you want to be an alchemist, even if it is just the yellow level. But in the future, when it comes to the outside world, it will be a golden signboard." The old man in plain clothes looked at Qin Yu expectantly and said quickly, "Ahem, my friend, you know the importance of alchemy. If you want, we can help you become a yellow-level alchemy master within a month. Can pass the alchemist's assessment. Are you interested in learning more?" Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He sensed a dangerous aura and immediately said, "Senior, tell me, if you can really quickly become a yellow-level alchemist, I am willing to pay you spirit stones. After all, it is worthwhile to have someone to teach you. After becoming a yellow-level alchemist, one can obtain 3 yellow-level elixirs from the sect every year. This is a huge fortune. Each spiritual medicine is worth thousands of spiritual stones. Of course, there are certain indicators, such as how many pills need to be refined, and the sect will buy them back. The price is much lower than the market price, but it is stable, and there is no need to sell them yourself. Moreover, he urgently needed to become an alchemist and refine pills in batches. Only in this way could he get a longevity elixir within the remaining 20 days. A hint of anticipation appeared in the eyes of the old man in plain clothes. Sure enough, Lin Sheng's good friend is also a big fat sheep. Then he quickly said, "From nothing to something, promoted to yellow rank, 200,000 spirit stones. But since you are Lin Sheng's good friend and a returning customer, I will give you a 10% discount, 180,000 spirit stones. According to the rewards given by the sect, it will only take 6 years to get back my investment. How about that, Qin Yu? Damn it, I'll take you as my senior. Do you think I'm a fat sheep?" Chapter 50. Senior brother, I've been fooled. Qin Yu just doesn't have the pill formula now and doesn't know the process of refining each pill. Otherwise, I would have refined it myself long ago. Why would I bother talking to them? Qin Yu was even prepared to pay 20,000 to 30,000 spirit stones. This price is enough to buy several pills. But you came up and shouted out 200,000. That's a bit too scary. Immediately, he waved his hand and said, "Senior, please find someone else. The price is too high. I can't afford it at all. Killing myself is not worth 200,000 spirit stones." Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Senior Brother Qin Yu was not as stupid as himself. When he heard that the return on investment would only take 6 years, he plunged straight in. If I had been smarter and learned to say no, I wouldn't have lost all my treasures. I was almost beaten to death by my cousin at that time. The old man in plain clothes paused for a moment. Isn't this too ridiculous? You have to know that Lin Sheng is also the direct descendant of a family of cultivators. How could his good friends not even have 200,000 spirit stones? As far as he knew, these second-generation cultivators all carried treasures worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of spirit stones. Those favored by their families even had treasures worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. Could it be that you really think this is too expensive? No. If those old guys see that I can't get it, they will definitely use a lower price to trick him away. It seems that this kid is quite shrewd. We need to let him have a taste of the sweetness first. Well, I can teach him how to control fire first. This is the easiest, and I can also control it secretly, making him think that he has learned how to control fire in just 1 day. In this way, he will willingly hand over the spirit stone." The old man in plain clothes was silent for a moment, thinking in his heart. Then he continued, "Well, since you are Lin Sheng's good friend, I can first teach you the way to control fire, and a pill recipe as a gift. Whether you become a yellow-level alchemist is a later matter. How about it?" Qin Yu's eyes lit up. He likes it for free. Now all he needed was a pill recipe and the means to refine pills to become a yellow-level alchemist. There were no surprises. This saves a full 200,000 spirit stones. In that case, thank you very much, Senior. Immediately, he bowed slightly. After all, anything that doesn't cost spirit stones is a small matter. So what's wrong with performing a few more formalities? Seeing this, Lin Shen couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. He thought that he was defeated here in the beginning, so he will let you have a taste of the sweetness first. If you believe that you can really become a yellow-level alchemist quickly, you will naturally hand over the spirit stones willingly. The key point is the other party did teach something, and he had no way to explain it to Chinyu. And this is not a scam. The other party is just trying to cheat you of your spirit stones. And it's expensive. And after you become a yellow-level alchemist, you only know how to refine one kind of elixir. You haven't learned the others at all. In fact, it's the same as not knowing anything at all. After successfully being promoted, one must also complete the sex targets. While getting rewards, one naturally also needs to pay. I have to learn the foundation building pills, chi, and blood pills, etc. again. Then you have to pay the spirit stones. To become a true yellow-level alchemist, you will need at least 400,000 spirit stones. This is also the reason why there are so few people here. But things like traps are half true and half false, making it difficult for you to tell the difference. Besides, the investment will be recovered in 12 years, which is nothing for a cultivator who is building his foundation. Just do it. But in fact, if you look back, this is equivalent to working for these old men, and there are other pitfalls, one after another. Good. Then I will demonstrate it to you first. This is a yellow-grade blood-clotting pill. It requires 4,000-year-old ordinary herbs, 800-year-old ginsengs, and 1 yellow-grade, lower-grade qi and bloodgrass. This item can replenish qi and blood and temper the body. It is a simplified version of qi and blood pill. Most disciples who are in the body tempering and foundation establishment stage use this item to push their body to the limit. Each pill is priced at 5,000 spirit stones. A furnace of 12 pills is worth 60,000 spirit stones. Boom! As the cloth-clothed old man finished speaking, spiritual energy surged around his body, gathering in his palms and transforming into strands of true fire, which poured into the alchemy cauldron. The heat wave rolled in, filling the room. Many disciples looked at him with envy. If I had known earlier, I would have persisted a little longer. At least I could have watched the alchemy demonstration for free and learned a little more. Fuck, we paid 200,000 spirit stones, but it's all worth it to be able to become a yellow-level alchemist. After looking at these clear and stupid eyes, Lin Shen couldn't help but hold his forehead, but he couldn't speak and say that they had been deceived. Chinyu narrowed his eyes slightly and made a simple calculation. If this blood-clotting pill was made by an ordinary yellow-level alchemist, the estimated yield rate would be around 7 or 8 pills, and the cost is about 20,000 spirit stones. In other words, the net profit from this batch of pills should be around 20,000 spirit stones. It's not as high as the other party says. The most important thing is that he remembered that the shelf life of the blood coagulation pill was not long. As time passed, the qi and blood in it would become less and less. Sales are also a big problem and need to be sold within a short period of time. In other words, it would be good enough if I could earn 10,000 spirit stones from this furnace of pills. And not many people buy it. So, for them, it is faster to cheat the inner disciples who want to join the industry to make 200,000 spirit stones. It seems that being a low-level alchemist is indeed not easy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The cloth-clothed old man's hands moved smoothly, and in just half an hour, a faint milky fragrance wafted out, and 10 round, crystal-clear pills took shape inside. There's a rich energy and blood floating around the body. Chinyu couldn't help but feel a little tempted. With a high yield rate, it would be really profitable, and he has a photographic memory. Chinyu remembered almost all of the old man's actions. You just need to do it once. Did you see the previous steps clearly? You are so young and have already entered the inner sect. You're truly a natural talent. Why don't you go over and give it a try? I have a set of herbs here that I can sell to you for 30,000 spirit stones. I will also be there to guide you. All the pills I refine will belong to you. How do you think? The old man in plain clothes narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke again. Seeing this, Chinyu nodded slightly, which was exactly what he wanted. Then he looked at Lin Sheng beside him and coughed softly. Brother Lin, can you lend me 30,000 spirit stones? I'll return it to you later. Lin Sheng showed a bitter smile. Brother, you've been fooled. But in the future, Chin, you will at least be a true disciple. My cousin once said that it is necessary to make many friends, and it is normal to pay some spirit stones. And according to Chin Yu's personality, he will understand what the situation is soon. I have 30,000 spirit stones here. Then a Chinkoan bag was thrown out. When the old man in plain clothes saw this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, the business of these inner disciples is still good. In just a few days, I made 10,000 spirit stones by selling a set of medicinal materials. This guy is indeed a big fat sheep. We can definitely get hundreds of thousands of spirit stones from him. At this moment, the old man in plain clothes was full of confidence. Qin Yu walked onto the stage, activating the spiritual energy in his palms, and wisps of flames surged. Concentrate all your attention and prepare to make the elixir. The reminder came to mind. Perfect quality characteristics, open. Perfect fire control feature, activated. Master of medicine control features, activated. Chapter 51. You call this your first time refining an elixir? Qin Yu clapped his right hand, and flames swept directly towards the medicinal materials on the alchemy cauldron, wrapping them into the ancient alchemy cauldron. He is indeed a novice. He is actually controlling all the medicinal materials for his first time refining an elixir, try to melt the herbs and make the elixir in one go. This is simply a joke, let alone the deacon's guidance. Even if the king of heaven came, this furnace would definitely explode. Many disciples below the stage shook their heads. Although they had not been promoted to yellow rank alchemists, they were already able to refine this kind of ordinary elixir. Although the quality and success rate of pill making are extremely low, but it only takes time to accumulate, and then you will definitely be able to reach the yellow level. Even a hint of gloom appeared in the depths of Lin Sheng's eyes. Now the 30,000 spirit stones were wasted. And this is too fast. Now he's been promoted to a yellow level alchemist, but it is still difficult for him to refine medicine like this. It needs to be refined slowly in order to combine the decomposed medicinal effects before it can eventually become a pill. Pay attention to controlling the temperature. You can still rescue them. Mobilize all your spiritual energy and melt all these herbs, said the old man in plain clothes, with a smile flashing in his eyes. I was already thinking about where to take advantage of this fat sheep next. With the strength of the first level of foundation building, the spiritual energy is not abundant, and the pill will explode in a quarter of an hour at most. Well, when the furnace explodes, I will take action to save him from the fire and water to prevent him from getting hurt. This is worth 20 or 30,000 spirit stones. Isn't it too much? Then he waited quietly. Qin Yu raised his eyes slightly, and the movements of controlling fire in his hands became more and more skillful. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A faint humming sound came from the alchemy cauldron, and the scorching heat spread out, making the entire room like a furnace. The old man in plain clothes' previous alchemy method emerged in his mind. First, use flames to blend the 800-year-old ginsengs into the 4,000-year-old ordinary medicinal herbs. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The spiritual energy in the dantian suddenly gushed out along the palm of the hand, making the fire in the alchemy cauldron become extremely vigorous. And when smelting the medicinal materials, every bit of flame is not wasted, and the medicinal effects are incorporated into the body as quickly as possible. However, the cultivation of everyone present was not strong enough to spy on the alchemy cauldron. Even the deacons were like this. Their cultivation is not that strong, otherwise they would not be stuck at the half-step profound stage. Beads of sweat began to appear on Qin Yu's forehead. Time passes by little. The medicinal materials have been melted, and the fire control properties are perfectly exerted, and the medicinal effects have not evaporated at all. The pill begins to form up. A hint emerged in Qin Yu's mind, and a gleam of light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he urged the flames again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the alchemy cauldron, there's the faint shadow of the elixir, which comes into view. The rich medicinal power is now madly gathering into a ball. The old man in plain clothes paused for a moment. This actually has the appearance of a pill. How is this possible? He was a little confused and didn't know what was going on. How could a cultivator who was refining the elixir for the first time possibly make the elixir by melting all the medicinal materials at the same time? Moreover, why didn't I feel the effect of the medicine dissipating? He hesitated a little. The dozen or so disciples in the audience were also dumbfounded at this moment. Was this really the first time for this guy to make an elixir? The previous fire control technique made them feel confused. Isn't this too skilled? Lin Sheng was also confused at this moment. Senior brother Qin Yu, had he really never refined pills? Even if it were me, It would be impossible to control fire to this extent and condense almost all the medicinal effects in the alchemy furnace. Boom! At this moment, the flames in the alchemy cauldron became extremely violent, and it seemed that it would shatter the entire cauldron. It was extremely terrifying. Qin Yu's spiritual consciousness is currently controlling the riot in the alchemy cauldron. Not long after, the movement in the alchemy cauldron began to stop. The smoke and dust dissipated, and 12 crystal-clear pills fell into the cauldron. There was a rich aura of blood floating on it, and its quality was much better than the one previously refined by the old man in plain clothes. The perfect quality feature is activated. Your pill success rate is top grade, and the effect is excellent, surpassing ordinary blood coagulation pills and reaching the middle grade of yellow rank. Qin Yu let out a long sigh, opened the alchemy furnace, and placed the 12 pills in his hands. The field fell into silence. The old man in plain clothes took a step forward hesitantly and asked, "Young friend, is this really your first time refining medicine?" There was some anger in his words, as if he thought the other party was trying to play a trick on him. Even the look he gave Lin Sheng was filled with resentment. There are 12 pills in one furnace, top-grade blood-clotting pills, and even the quality is faintly reaching the middle grade of yellow level. The medicinal effect is comparable to that of qi and blood pills. You call this your first time refining the elixir? Who can directly advance to a higher level of alchemy when refining an elixir for the first time? Are you crazy? This is really the first time for me to make pills. A middle-grade, yellow-level blood-clotting pill costs 8,000 spirit stones each, which is 2,000 cheaper than the qi and blood pill. Does anyone want one? Qin Yu glanced at the old man in cloth. Then he looked directly at the audience and spoke calmly. Fuck, 8,000 spirit stones? I want them. I want them. This top-grade blood-clotting pill, even the essence in it, has reached the middle grade of the yellow rank. Even if I use it as a collection, it is worth 30,000 spirit stones. I will pay 10,000 spirit stones for one. The inner disciples who are valued by these deacons are almost all second-generation cultivators, and their families are extremely rich in spiritual stones. Otherwise, you won't be treated as a fat sheep and slaughtered by them. Therefore, those who appear here all have purchasing power. In just a moment, Qin Yu sold out all the products. 12 pills were sold for 120,000 spirit stones. The old man in plain clothes was completely stunned. Is there such a way to earn spirit stones? Immediately, Qin Yu threw 50,000 spirit stones to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng blinked his eyes. How come he had 20,000 more spirit stones just by changing hands? Sure enough, my cousin was right. One should make friends widely so that one can expand his or her circle and have room for improvement. It is purely luck that I can have such a good friend like senior brother Qin Yu. I don't believe that your fire control skills are completely incomparable to your first time refining an elixir. Are you trying to steal my pill recipe and refining method? The old man in plain clothes' face gradually became gloomy. He understood instantly that Qin Yu was stealing his refining techniques. And I only earned 10,000 spirit stones. I suddenly felt a little dissatisfied. Qin Yu put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Senior, what do you mean by stealing?" It was clearly the senior who had promised to demonstrate it to me for free. How come it became stealing after I learned it? In addition, the cost of this batch of elixirs is 20,000 spirit stones, and I gave you 30,000 spirit stones. It's also considered a payment. Just demonstrating the process of refining pills cost 10,000 spirit stones, and Qin Yu still felt that he was at a loss. Okay, very good. Since you said so, if you have the ability, refine 2 more pills for me, the foundation building pill and the qi and blood pill. If you can succeed, I will naturally believe in your talent. If you lose, hand over the spirit stones you just earned, and I will forgive you for the past. Ow! The old man in plain clothes narrowed his eyes slightly. Qi and blood pills and foundation building pills are both mid-grade or even high-grade yellow-level pills. A lot of medicinal materials are needed for refining. Whether it is controlling fire or melting the elixir, the spiritual energy required is extremely huge. At least the 5th level of foundation building is required to complete one. Therefore, I must win. I got it. Qin Yu smiled confidently. The free recipe was delivered to his door, so why wouldn't he accept it? Chapter 52. Getting the elixir formula for free again. What a good person. Qin Yu was also secretly delighted. I was originally thinking about how to continue learning the art of alchemy. Unexpectedly, the old man in plain clothes refused to accept and came to the door on his own initiative. That's a good thing. Wait, senior brother Chinyu, this is not fair to you. If you win, you can take away 120,000 spirit stones. What if he loses? Let's discuss it. There's no rush to make a bet. Lin Sheng pretended to pull Chinyu away because he knew that this was another trap. The spiritual energy required to refine the foundation establishment pill and the chi and blood pill is not something that can be supported by the first level of foundation establishment, let alone continuous pill refining. I had previously refined a blood clotting pill, which was of top quality, so this must have consumed a lot of it. Therefore, leaving now is the best solution and avoiding the spotlight for the time being. Moreover, Lin Sheng knew that Chinyu had never refined pills before. After all, when he was in Lei Zhe, he was only at the 7th level of body tempering and couldn't even try to refine pills. So, Chinyu has absolute talent, and he only needs to practice in seclusion for a period of time. By then, not to mention foundation building pills and blood and chi pills, even Shin level pills will be a piece of cake. Then why give away these 120,000 spirit stones? Wait, you come when you say so, and you leave when you say so? I've been making the yellow-grade blood coagulation pill for decades, and I have long mastered the method of refining the best grade. Now that it has been mastered by Chinyu, I naturally want to ask for an explanation. If he can really learn the refining method just by watching it once, then I have nothing to say. After I lose, I am willing to give out 200,000 spirit stones. How? As a sect steward, I naturally cannot let your disciples suffer any loss. The old man in plain clothes put his hands behind his back and spoke calmly. Only a few other old men showed contempt on their faces. This is clearly a sure win, so there's no need to be afraid. Not to mention a deposit of 200,000 spirit stones. They would be willing to even deposit 2 million in exchange for 120,000 spirit stones. Okay, since the deacon has said so, if the boy still doesn't know what's good for him, it will be my fault. Since the deacon wants to gamble, then accept it. Chinyu agreed immediately and readily. That's great. There are indeed many good people in Xinyang's sect. Knowing that he is short of spirit stones, I'll give you 200,000 yuan right away. How can this be so embarrassing? Okay, then I will demonstrate it to you first. First, the foundation building pill, and then the chi and blood pill. If you don't watch carefully, then it's not my fault. You can remember everything you see and make a pill in one go. So, the quality of your pills shouldn't be too bad, right? At least it should be on par with mine, including the success rate. Lin Sheng suppressed his inner anger. This was clearly bullying. If it weren't for the strict sect rules, he would have punched him directly. It's no big deal for you, a half-step Shin-level alchemist, to be compared with someone who has just started to refine pills. Now we have to compete on the quality and success rate of alchemy. Isn't this too shameless? Chinyu stopped him directly. He nodded slightly to show his agreement. Boom! A dull voice like thunder came from the old man in cloth, and a solemn look appeared on his wrinkled face. Concentrate fully and put your mind on the alchemy cauldron. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He raised his hands slightly, and spiritual energy surged, wrapping all the medicinal herbs on the side, from weak to strong, a total of 20 times, and rushed into the alchemy cauldron. He formed seals with his hands, which were mysterious and profound. Flames gushed out and flowed in the alchemy cauldron. Combine all the medicinal materials. Time passed bit by bit, and every movement of the old man in plain clothes was extremely fast and difficult to detect with the naked eye. Obviously, he didn't want Chinyu to learn it, and he also wanted to prevent the other party from being a real alchemy genius. Whether it's controlling the fire or the loss of medicinal effects, Qiming has achieved perfection this time. The quality is even approaching the best, and there's the possibility of crossing stages. An old man in the alchemy room said in a deep voice, "This is really serious. A furnace of foundation establishment pills contains 8 pills, and the cost is about 30,000 spirit stones, but the selling price of each pill is as high as 10,000 spirit stones. As long as the pill is perfect, the profit can be 50,000 spirit stones. Of course, every time they refine the foundation building pill, it consumes a lot of their energy, and the success rate of pill making is not that high. There are usually only about 5 or 6. They could all see that the old man in cloth was giving it his all this time, plus the 120,000 spirit stones that Chinyu had sold earlier. As long as he wins, he can get about 200,000. It is also equivalent to cheating a disciple. It's a huge profit. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Another half-hour passed, and the buzzing sound in the alchemy cauldron gradually weakened. The old man in plain clothes exhaled a breath of foul air, dispelling all the fire in the elixir, and the heat disappeared instantly. In the alchemy cauldron, 7 crystal-clear pills emerged, with traces of Taoist aura entwined around them, blending with the heaven and earth. It is completely different from the previous blood coagulation pill. The quality of this pill is very close to that of the upper-grade yellow rank. It can be sold for 12,000 spirit stones. Brother, if it doesn't work, we'll just let it go. We can get back at you next time. I can recommend a black rank alchemist to be your master. Mr. Lin knew it very well. This is bound to fail. Even a top-grade yellow rank alchemist would not be able to win at this moment. Give him a way out now and let him leave temporarily, and then come back later to give this deacon a slap in the face. Because one failure will affect one's spiritual heart. Even when refining elixirs, this is true. Lin Sheng hopes that Qin Yu can temporarily see clearly his current level of alchemy. Qin Yu shook his head. Please fetch the recipe and herbs. He has memorized the entire process of refining pills, so why shouldn't he take these 200,000 spirit stones that he picked up for free? Seeing this, Lin Sheng couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. Every extraordinary genius has the character of not turning back until he hits a wall. Immediately, he went to the second floor to buy some medicinal herbs. After all, he was afraid that the other party would do something, and at least he couldn't lose because of such a thing. While collecting elixirs, he met his cousin Lennon. Lennon frowned and looked at his hurried cousin. He walked up to him and grabbed him, asking what happened. Upon further investigation, it turned out that he had a conflict with a deacon in the alchemy room. Lennon couldn't help but burst out laughing. I don't know what you were so panicking about. That person's actions are not something you and I can guess. Since Qin Yu has taken on this matter, he must be confident. Have you forgotten what happened during the outer sect competition? Remember, this kind of monster never does anything without certainty. Let's go together and watch the deacon's defeat. When a dozen or so inner disciples behind him heard that Qin Yu had something to do, their eyes lit up and they wanted to go over. Deacon is nothing. This group of people are considered upper middle class among the inner sect. In the future, he may even become an outer sect elder. Hearing this, Lin Sheng couldn't help but pause slightly. But cousin, this is the first time for senior brother Qin Yu to make an elixir. Lennon glanced at his cousin. This is his first time facing a beast tide. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the alchemy room with the elixir in his hand. He wanted to cheer Qin Yu on and take charge. This is a great opportunity to make friends. Chapter 53, 100% success rate of pills. Lin entered the alchemy room with a group of inner disciples. He glanced at the deacon above and said calmly, Brother Qin Yu, this is the elixir you need. I didn't expect that my junior brother would come to teach these deacons of the alchemy room a lesson just after he entered the inner gate. It's quite interesting. A hint of surprise appeared in the depths of Lin An's eyes. When he saw this group of people, he immediately understood what was happening. This was a trap set for Qin Yu. Didn't these people do any research in advance? You know, the fact that Qin Yu was valued by the 3 core elders had already spread among the outer sect, but they didn't get the news. At that time, the 3 core elders almost came to a fight. They actually offended such a monster just for 200,000 spirit stones? It's really stupid. Then he transmitted his voice and said, Brother Qin, you must be careful. These stewards in the alchemy room are related to several true disciples. They resell elixirs and cheat some new inner disciples. If you take action, you'd better be prepared to make enemies with the people behind them. After all, if you win, you'll just hit them all in the face. Lennon briefly told us what he knew. Qin Yu nodded slightly when he heard this, but things have come to this point. The other party was giving me the process of refining the elixir and 200,000 spirit stones for free. If I didn't accept them, it would seem like I was unromantic. After all, the other party also wanted to take the spirit stones from him. I have already had evil thoughts. Lennon, is this the person behind him? Inform those true disciples. I think things will get out of hand later. Qin Yu will definitely lose. If this group of people want to save face, it will have a great impact on the reputation of the alchemy room. One of the deacons in the alchemy room spoke in a low voice and gave a few instructions. Lin has a great reputation among the inner sect. He once had the opportunity to become a true disciple. He is also very powerful and has a complex network of relationships. If there is real trouble, they may not be able to solve it. In addition, the Lin family has a huge influence outside and has powerful Earth-level masters in charge, so they are not easy to provoke. Usually when something goes wrong, they will tell the true story behind them. After all, they also want to share the profits. Cheating these new inner disciples is just one of the profits. So, they will also come forward to resolve it. There were quite a lot of troubles at the beginning. Just to be promoted to a yellow-level alchemist, someone spent millions of spirit stones, one scam after another. What kind of quick-acting elixir recipe is this? What is the quick-learning yellow grade top grade? All kinds of random stuff sold at high prices. It turned out that the man also had a strong force behind him. He knew an outer sect elder in the sect, and there was even a powerful Earth-level expert in his clan. However, those true disciples immediately demoted the outer sect elders to deacons and sent them out to fight in the battlefields, never to return for 100 years. Because their so-called quick success is actually a result of some secret manipulation. For example, you can secretly control the fire and manipulate the alchemy furnace to create an illusion, or use a simple recipe and the simplest refining method to make it quick. But if you try other pills of the same grade, the failure rate is 100%. So the problem is big. Good. One of the old men immediately left the alchemy room and went to the Jinchuan courtyard to call for help. At this moment, Qin Yu on the stage closed his eyes and carefully recalled the way the old man in plain clothes had made the elixir. And the process. Keep deducing it in your mind. After a while, he clapped his right hand, and the cauldron began to burn. Several medicinal materials flowed into the cauldron in order. The flame gradually rose and kept jumping in the cauldron. Melt all the medicinal herbs into water and let them blend slowly. It consumed a lot, and Qin Yu felt that the spiritual energy in his dantian was constantly dissipating. Spirit refining technique. Immediately, he began to practice the spirit refining technique. With one hand, he grasped the crystal spirit stone and merged the spiritual energy inside into his dantian in an instant. How is this possible? What kind of skill is this that can directly convert the spiritual energy in the spirit stone? A trace of shock flashed in the eyes of the old man in plain clothes, and he spoke in a low voice. If you want to absorb the spiritual energy in the spirit stone, you need to remove the impurities. It also needs to go through the transformation of meridians before it can be integrated into the body. The process is extremely complicated. It also takes a lot of time. But the young man in front of him actually skipped all the steps and directly integrated the spiritual energy into his dantian. Isn't this too outrageous? Is this a technique that can be practiced at the foundation establishment stage? This level of skills is simply not something that can be practiced at this level. His technique is very clumsy. Don't worry, he is just imitating you in refining the foundation-building pill. He actually thought that he could learn to make pills just by watching it once. He must be crazy. Not to mention him. Even a perfect Xian-level alchemist can't do this. A sneer appeared on the faces of the deacons one by one. Let the old man in plain clothes relax. Even if he solved the problem of spiritual energy, it would still be impossible for him to make the pill. They have already seen that Qin Yu really does not know how to refine the foundation establishment pill, and every movement he makes is to learn Qi Ming's method. Extremely unfamiliar. There was some envy in his eyes because the other party had picked up 120,000 spirit stones for free. Just half an hour, that's too fast. He doesn't even need to resort to any tricks to fool the inner disciples, which save a lot of time. Perfect fire control feature activated. Qin Yu merged wisps of spiritual energy into the flames, wrapped the medicinal materials in it, and began to smelt them. Not a single bit of the medicine was wasted. When the temperature reaches its peak, the air in the room also becomes hot. The energy of the medicinal herbs has not leaked yet. How is this possible? The old man in plain clothes, standing aside, had a look of shock in his eyes. Even an Earth-level alchemist cannot do this. No matter how good the fire control technique is, there is no way to keep all the medicinal effects in the alchemy cauldron. And Qin Yu has no skills in alchemy at all. Pure imitation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The elixir inside gradually took shape, and the rich aroma of the elixir began to float in the alchemy room. Many inner disciples had excited expressions on their faces at this moment. Just by the smell, the bottlenecks in their bodies were slightly loosened. I couldn't help but be shocked. Boom! At this moment, The flame in the alchemy cauldron instantly condensed into a ball, burning at high temperature. Crystal clear foundation building pills that exude the essence of Taoism seem to be in harmony with heaven and earth and are incomparably perfect, appearing in the alchemy cauldron. At this moment, a reminder sounded in my mind. You accept the advice of netizens and refine the elixir according to the steps, obtaining double critical strikes, doubling the efficacy, and a perfect success rate. The elixir grade reaches the upper grade of yellow grade, and the person who swallows it is at the foundation building stage, which can help him to reach a small realm. Shock flashed in the depths of Qin Yu's eyes. Couldn't he use it too? Soon, 8 round pills appeared before everyone. The old man in plain clothes had a gloomy face. 100% success rate in making pills. The key point is this kid has never really refined the foundation building pill. What kind of genius have I provoked? Chapter 54. Battle in the Alchemy Room. Not only him, but also several deacons in the alchemy room had changed their expressions at this moment. Can this also become a pill? And the quality is ridiculously good. Judging from the appearance, it is another top quality product. They could see that this was Qin Yu's first time refining the foundation establishment pill. How is this done? Everyone was puzzled. This suddenly became a complete mess. Is this really an inner sect disciple at the first level of foundation building? Or did he just get promoted from the outer sect? Lin N's expression changed slightly. Wisps of floating elixir fragrance rushed into his nose. The spiritual energy in his body seemed to leap for joy. He had a vague feeling of breaking through a bottleneck. Then he stepped forward and said, "Junior Brother Qin, this foundation building pill is 15,000 yuan per piece. I want it." Not only him, but other inner disciples who paid spirit stones here also discovered the miraculous uses of this elixir and began to speak up. This is definitely a top-grade yellow rank item, and it seems to have the effect of breaking through realms. It's a top-grade item worth 16,000 spirit stones. I want two. 16,000 spirit stones. I want one. At this moment, there was a fiery look in everyone's eyes. This kind of top-grade elixir is so amazing that it will definitely cause a frenzy of buying. Even if it costs 18,000 spirit stones for one elixir, it is worth it. Among the yellow grades, there are only a few that have the ability to break through realms, and each one is priced at a sky-high price, starting at 20,000 spirit stones. What's more, this also has the effect of building the foundation. It can definitely reach 50%. What's the concept? As long as one relies on one's own practice and one's realm is not frivolous, the probability of foundation building can be increased by 50%, which is completely capable of mass-producing foundation building practitioners. This is so scary. Sure enough, selling pills is the most profitable thing, but the consumption is too high. Qin Yu looked down with a satisfied look on his face. At this rate, it would be feasible to buy myself an Earth-grade longevity elixir. At the very least, his physical body on Blue Star would not die suddenly. The deacon of the alchemy room is actually a good person. I offer 18,000 spirit stones. I want all the pills. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded from his side. A young man in gorgeous clothes, accompanied by several servants, slowly walked into the alchemy room. There was a gleam of brilliance in his eyes, and his aura was so overwhelming that he seemed to be superior to Linen. "My name is Li Xian, and I am a disciple of the Xinyang sect. From now on, all the pills you refine will be provided to me. I can train you to become a top-level, Xin-level alchemist. Whether in Xinyang sect or Kanglin domain, you will not be treated unfairly if you follow me." His words were very domineering, as if he was directly recruiting Qin Yu into his own team. When Linen saw the person coming, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he came to Qin Yu's side. This is the new true disciple, the 8th Elder's last disciple, who has an innate fire spirit body and acts domineeringly and forcefully. He is a good person, but he wants to compete for the position of young master of this generation. Rumor has it that they are recruiting inner disciples with excellent talents for comprehensive training. I guess they saw that you have a talent for alchemy and wanted to recruit you under their wing. This Li Xian actually set his sights on Qin Yu. This is just stupid. An alchemist of this level, with such a success rate in making pills, not to mention him, even the core elders of the sect would treasure him very much. He wanted to recruit me with just a few words. After the voice transmission, Linen coughed lightly and said, "I will offer 20,000 spirit stones. I will also help to solve the sales problem from Master Qin Dan. I won't bother young Master Li. Qin Yu nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. It was impossible for him to follow others. What's more, this person actually wants to compete with senior sister Lin Shui. After all, they are from the same lineage. Because of the relationship with his master, he would stand on Lin Shui's side no matter what. Moreover, if it weren't for Lin Shui's suggestion before, he might not have been able to possess so many alchemy properties. Now all the elixirs refined at the yellow level can achieve a breakthrough level. In a short period of time, he will definitely be able to control a large amount of spiritual stone wealth. Then, he said calmly, since Lin and I have a close relationship, I will sell the first batch to him first. If there is a need later, I will sell it to you. Besides, I don't like following anyone. Then he turned around and looked at the old man in plain clothes beside him. Next, is there any need to continue the competition? Although I consumed a lot of energy, I will be able to refine it after resting for a while. I have already gained enough limelight now, so there's no need to continue refining qi and blood pills. If it is refined continuously and breaks through the levels, it will cause an uproar in the sect. Now, I have almost mastered the technique of refining pills. It is not difficult for me to refine yellow-grade pills. I just need to select a recipe and refine them. The purpose this time has been accomplished. Qin used direct refusal. Li Xian frowned slightly. He is one of the most powerful geniuses in the Xianyang sect today, the one who has the chance to compete for the position of young sect leader. He has the support of several elders behind him. But now it was directly rejected. This made him feel somewhat dissatisfied. The old man in cloth had a gloomy face, and when he was about to take out his 200,000 spirit stones, several handsome young men came into the alchemy room again, with extraordinary and unruly looks. Immediately, he spoke directly. You are obviously an old hand at alchemy, but you stole Deacon Chi's alchemy technique and use it to refine the best blood coagulation pill and foundation building pill. If you don't take out 500,000 spirit stones today, no one can protect you, and your place in the inner sect will be lost. They are all true disciples, and standing here at this moment, they have extraordinary momentum. After roughly listening to the whole process, he thought that Qin Yu was learning for free, and he felt extremely upset. Wouldn't this cost him hundreds of thousands of spirit stones? He convicted Qin Yu directly and asked him to hand over enough spirit stones. The attitude is extremely tough. Qiming was standing aside, his mouth slightly open, standing there in shock. What the hell? Are these people crazy? How dare you provoke an alchemy genius of this level? Could it be that those old guys didn't tell these people that this person was a novice in alchemy? He will definitely be at the earth level in the future. He will be the ancestor worshipped by the entire Kanglan domain. It's over. They didn't know what happened next. They just told him how this boy secretly learned your blood-clotting pill. This is going to be a big deal. Then he sent a message to Qin Yu. My friend, I will give you 200,000 spirit stones later. The actions of these people have nothing to do with me. If you really provoke me, I will be held accountable and your life or death will be in danger. A deacon's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly sent a message, but he didn't dare to show it on the surface, because the alchemy room was independent of the sect system. If news of collusion with true disciples spreads, he will be punished by the criminal law hall. He then briefly informed them of these things. But after those true disciples heard that Qin Yu was a genius in alchemy, the light in their eyes became even brighter. This boy has reached the first level of foundation building, and is also a genius in alchemy. If he can be recruited as his subordinate, Brother Dongfang will have a better chance of taking the position of young sect leader. And looking at his appearance, he is wearing the clothes of an inner sect disciple, and he has no real teachings. If he is recruited directly, he will definitely bow down to Brother Dongfang when he hears of his name. Soon one of them spoke again. Junior brother, you have an extraordinary talent for alchemy, but stealing the recipe is extremely serious. If you report it to the criminal law hall, your status as an inner sect disciple will be in jeopardy. But my elder brother Dongfang Yuan is willing to protect you. In addition, several of us are ranked among the true disciples in the sect. If you're willing to come with us, we can protect you. How about that? The three of them narrowed their eyes slightly, full of confidence. Linen, who was standing aside, almost burst out laughing on the spot. A true disciple, so cool? The three core elders almost fought over Qin Yu. Who the hell are you? Seeing this, Li Xian took a step forward, his face indifferent. Who does Dongfang Yuan think he is? Is he worthy of recruiting such a talented alchemy genius? Let him go. Besides, this is a bet. How can it be stolen? Don't lie to me about being a new member of the inner sect. Seeing that Qin Yu was not willing to take a hard approach, he wanted to use a soft approach. This kind of monster must be recruited into our team. There is an alchemy genius who is capable of helping him recruit many inner disciples to join. By then, you can strive for the position of young sect leader. Chapter 55. Surrender or be expelled from Xinyang sect. The faces of the three true disciples looked somewhat ugly. Li Xian, you are a bit overbearing. You have just entered Xinyang sect, so don't cross the line in anything. Otherwise, you will lose face. One of them took a step forward, narrowing his eyes slightly, with a faint cold light flashing, and he was imposing and fearless at all, even if the opponent is a congenital fire spirit, possessing earth-level talent. But Dongfang Yuan behind them has deep roots in Xinyang sect and has extraordinary qualifications, and is no less inferior. In addition, there are core elders who support Dongfang Yuan. It is completely capable of crushing Li Xian. In addition, they have had conflicts in the past, and neither of them wants the other party to recruit such a gifted monster. You know, every alchemist is extremely rare. It's just that the Xinyang sect is so powerful that the yellow rank alchemist seems unimportant. Moreover, Qin Yu has great potential, and it is entirely possible for him to become an earth-level alchemist in the future. In a way, this is as rare as the Venerable. The status is almost the same. Whoever gets Qin, you will be even more powerful. Moreover, it only requires a little nurturing. This is also why the three people who had previously taken a tough attitude suddenly became gentle and unwilling to confront each other. If it were someone else, they would have taken forceful action and suppressed them long ago. The deacons in the alchemy room are their cash cows, and the amount of spirit stones they receive every month is not small. All they have to do is to use the name of Dongfang Yuan. So what if you're domineering? In Xinyang sect, strength is everything. I will protect this man today. If anyone refuses to obey, just come out and fight. Li Xian put his hands behind his back, raised his head slightly, and spoke condescendingly. Very conceited, because he was still young, in his early 20s, and in the early stages of spiritual enlightenment, he was unable to fight against anyone except a few people in the Xinyang sect. He is confident that he can suppress the other true disciples. Qin Yu, who was standing aside, interrupted directly. First of all, the first point. The deacon of the alchemy room, and I just made a bet. I learned the refining process after just watching it once. This is my ability. It has nothing to do with the Dongfang Yuan you mentioned. But does it have anything to do with my status as an inner sect disciple? I have never violated the sect's rules. If you think it's inappropriate, you can report it to the criminal law hall, and I won't go with you. Secondly, I don't need anyone to protect me. I have the ability to solve the problem. If you are dissatisfied, you are welcome to cause trouble at any time. Qin Yu's tone was calm and indifferent, and he didn't take it to heart at all. After all, he is now the junior master of Xinyang sect. It just hasn't been announced yet. Except for his master, he was one generation older than the sect leader. Can you still be bullied by a group of true disciples? If the elixir of longevity he was looking for wasn't quite so rare, Qin Yu would have told his master directly. After all, I was an 18-year-old boy looking for an elixir to prolong life, and I had no suitable relatives, so there was definitely something strange about it. It's hard not to think too much about an old monster of that level. Qin Yu has always adhered to the principle of being cautious. Therefore, I still plan to earn spirit stones myself, and then exchange them for longevity elixirs. Upon hearing this, Li Xian showed a look of astonishment on his face. This boy is really tough. There was a look of dissatisfaction in his eyes again. No matter how strong your talent for alchemy is, you are now just an inner sect disciple at the first level of foundation building. In the Xinyang sect, without sufficient background and strength, one cannot protect oneself. The strong have exploited the weak since ancient times. At this moment, the three true disciples also narrowed their eyes slightly, flashing a faint cold light. You know, they have already given the way. In Xinyang sect, let alone this group of inner disciples, even the true disciples would automatically bow their heads and submit to him when they heard the name of Big Brother Dongfang. Because Dongfang Yuan's rise is qualified to threaten the position of the eldest sister. Even if I fail in the fight for the position of young sect leader in the future, the core elders also have their place. As long as he grows up, he will become a strong man in the Tianyuan realm. If there are enough opportunities in the future, one may even be able to reach the venerable realm. This is the high hope that many elders have for Dongfang Yuan. It is also cultivating a new generation of leading figures. So, they wanted to laugh at this moment. Qin Yu is too arrogant. The first one, named Qi Yu, raised his eyelids slightly and said indifferently, "You have just been promoted to the inner sect. Even if you have extraordinary talent in alchemy, but a genius who has never risen is just an ant after all. Since you're dissatisfied, then notify the criminal law hall. Without a background, you'll find it difficult to make any progress in Xinyang's sect. By then, even if you beg to follow Brother Dongfang, you may not be able to do so. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared." That's all I have to say. They have the ability to confuse right and wrong. His own master was an elder in the criminal law hall, and it was no difficulty for him to deal with an inner disciple. So what if they really made a bet? As long as I open my mouth. To say that he stole the elixir recipe means that he stole the elixir recipe. That's all. Calling a deer a horse. I didn't expect that the true teachings of a sect have such ability. Then report it to the criminal law hall. Qin Yu was so angry that he laughed. Playing the Game of Thrones with myself. From the moment I entered this alchemy room, I was in a passive position. It was the old man in plain clothes who wanted to take the spirit stones and help him become a yellow-level alchemist. When he saw Qin Yu refine the blood-clotting pill, he thought that he was young and frivolous. So he took the initiative to propose to refine a medium-grade yellow-grade pill and bet on spirit stones in an attempt to cheat the old man. As a result, these people really came. He confuses right and wrong and forces himself to submit to that true disciple named Dongfang Yuan. If he disobeys, his position in the inner sect will be stripped away. Is this the sect rule of Xinyang's sect? At this moment, Qin Yu was a little angry. Because if I had no background, no talent, and was just an inner disciple, wouldn't I be doomed this time? Is your future for life over? He was expelled from the Xinyang sect and despised by everyone. His face gradually became gloomy. Qi Yu spoke calmly, crushed a communication jade pendant in his hand, and stood at the door of the alchemy room to prevent Qin Yu from escaping. It's against the sect rules. Arrest him first. Wait for sentencing in the criminal court. Lin En's face was also extremely gloomy. He took a step forward and shouted in a low voice. Have the true disciples become so unscrupulous? Whoever dares to move today, I will make him bleed to death on the spot. There was a hint of murderous intent between the words. He tightly grasped a long sword with a cold glow in his hand, and his strength at the peak of the foundation building stage suddenly burst out, trying to overwhelm the whole audience. He swallowed the foundation building pill he had bought earlier directly and forcefully. His bottleneck loosened immediately, and his aura became violent. He might be able to advance to the spiritual transformation realm at any time. The dozen or so inner disciples behind him also had grim expressions on their faces and stepped forward together, standing in front of Qin Yu, always ready to get started. They're not afraid, because Lin En also has good friends with several true disciples, and there's already an elder who wants to accept him as a disciple. You are about to enter the ranks of the true disciples. As long as your cultivation reaches the spiritual transformation realm, it will be enough. Plus, the true teachings, what is that? When Qin Yu was at the 9th level of body tempering, he defeated one person without any effort, not even doing it myself. If we really compare backgrounds, who the hell can compare to Qin Yu? 3 core elders. Even the damn sect leader would have to think twice. Therefore, everyone was not afraid at all. Chapter 56. The Criminal Law Hall takes action. Lin En's move caught Qi Yu off guard. After all, this person is about to become the new true disciple. He has a great reputation in the inner sect, has many friends, and has many supporters. He is also one of the disciples that Dongfang Yuan wants to recruit. But now they're standing on the opposite side. But things have come to this point. If they retreat, they will be slapping the face of Dongfang Yuan's true disciples. Lin En, are you being shameless? Big Brother has been trying to recruit you. If you stand on the opposite side, have you ever thought about the consequences? Qi Yu stepped out slowly, rising into the sky with a fierce momentum, as if to blow the room to pieces. The coldness in his eyes makes people tremble. Lin En ignored it. As long as he took action, He would break through to the spiritual transformation realm. If a fight really comes, he is not afraid. The other deacons were a little at a loss. After all, on the one hand, there was the Dongfang Yuan lineage that was vying for the power of the young sect leader, and these true disciples among them were also their umbrella of protection. This makes it convenient for them to cheat the inner disciples of their spirit stones in the alchemy room. The other one has an extraordinary talent in alchemy, and if nothing unexpected happens in the future, he will have a chance to become an Earth-level alchemist. There's only one Earth-level alchemist in the entire Xianyang sect now. The importance of this is self-evident. If we take action now, we will definitely be hated by him if he rises in the future. You will definitely suffer. So, they were in a dilemma. Brotherly, aren't you going to take action? Lin and's people can't stop them. When the people from the criminal law hall come, there will be no chance for them to turn the tables. It is a foregone conclusion that Qin Yu will be expelled from Xianyang's sect. Now is a good opportunity to recruit him. Beside Li Xian, a handsome young man in gorgeous clothes whispered. Li Xian shook his head calmly. Qin Yu rejected him again and again, which made him very dissatisfied. Of course you have to knock it. Let him know that the things that come with the inner door status are limited. Although he is very talented, but what happens in the future is just the future after all. No one can predict the future. If one's Taoism is damaged, or one's cultivation cannot keep up, one cannot become an Earth-level alchemist. If one is only at the profound level, the value brought will not be that great. Dongfang Yuan is capable of challenging for the position of young sect leader at any time. The importance of the two parties is immediately apparent. Then, he said calmly, wait until he is in a desperate situation and completely powerless, then take action. To help people when they need it is the best way to attract them. Next, I will make Qin Yu follow me willingly. Li Xian's eyes were full of confidence. He was also waiting. As soon as the people in the criminal law hall sentenced him, that would be the time for him to lead people to rescue him. You can show your power to some followers. It can also make Qin Yu return home. Kill two birds with one stone. At this moment, an angry shout came from outside the door, and a group of monks in black armor kicked open the door of the alchemy room, acting extremely domineeringly. The criminal law hall is doing business. Get out of the way. The leader had a fierce gaze and a powerful aura. He was unscrupulous and dominated all directions. Meet Deacon Shi. This boy caused trouble in the alchemy room and secretly learned the alchemy techniques of the alchemy room steward. I have enough witnesses here. I hope the deacon can handle this impartially. Qiyu bowed slightly, cupped his hands and smiled, then pointed at Qi Ming, an old man in plain clothes standing beside him. At this time, the voice transmission said, I just need you to distort the facts a little bit. After the matter is accomplished, I will provide resources to help you become a Xian-level alchemist and a high-level deacon in the alchemy room. I have already informed my master. Even if Li Xian wants to intervene, it will be difficult as hell. His words were very confident. In the entire criminal law hall, there are only 3 elders and 1 deputy hall master. Each of them holds core power. Without the presence of the criminal law hall behind Li Xian, it will be difficult to intervene at that time. So he is very confident. This time he even used his connections. As this deacon, she was his senior brother. Of course, everything he did was to recruit Qin Yu. Let him fall into despair, and after he faces the reality, you can tame him. In order to maintain his current position, Qin Yu is naturally willing to surrender and follow. By then, I will be the one with the highest status on Dongfang Yuan's side, as long as he successfully ascends to the position of young sect leader. This is the merit of following the dragon. You can choose the position of the person in charge of each hall at will. In addition, his uncle was once one of the core elders. My own achievements are great enough, and if I can push them forward in the future, I can sit firmly on the Daitai. A bitter smile appeared on Qi Ming's wrinkled face. He had no choice. This is a threat. Immediately, he sent a message to Qin Yu. I'm sorry, my friend. I can't disagree. I can't afford to offend. Besides, I need what they give. In the face of interests and sufficient background, Qi Ming had no choice but to sacrifice the other party in the end. If you become a high-level deacon, you can enter the Dongfang Yuan lineage. In the future, if I can take another step forward, as long as I get enough resources, I will have a chance to be promoted to the upper level of the Xian level. There is even a chance to take charge of the alchemy room and become an outer sect elder. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and said, I am willing to serve as a witness. He did set up a plan to secretly learn my alchemy skills. He never became a disciple, never exchanged spirit stones, but pretended to be a novice in alchemy. Tricked me into demonstrating the alchemy technique for him. I didn't think much about it and demonstrated some of my course secrets, but he stole my knowledge. Qiming's eyelids dropped slightly, but his words were extremely calm. Upon hearing this, Deacon Shi nodded slightly, waved his hand, and shouted angrily, "You violated the sect rules and stole the secrets of others. Take him away." Several guards from the criminal law hall behind him instantly attacked and grabbed Qinyu's arms. "How dare you confuse right and wrong?" Lennon shouted angrily. The aura around him surged. He was about to step into the spiritual transformation realm. The long sword in his hand suddenly rose up, and a cold light suddenly appeared. "But," Qinyu said calmly, "Brother Lin, there is no need to take action." After hearing this, Lennon suppressed his inner anger. Qinyu's gaze now turned to Deacon Shi and then to Qiyu. "Are you sure you don't want to ask about the process? If the truth comes out, by then, even if you beg me to leave the criminal law hall, I will not leave." Qinyu's anger has been pent up for a long time. Without asking whether it was right or wrong, they could actually arrest people directly. Many inner disciples who were unaware of the situation were extremely shocked at this moment. This Qinyu was so confident that he actually threatened the criminal law hall. You know, other factions of Xianyang's sect usually don't dare to provoke the criminal law hall. Fear of being targeted or something like that. As a result, Qinyu, a new disciple at the first level of foundation building, still dared to shout, "Isn't this too fierce?" Deacon She couldn't help but let out a faint sneer. "Who do you think you are? By then, even if you want to ask me to help you walk out of the criminal law hall alive, it will be difficult to do so. Do you understand?" On their way here, they conducted a brief investigation. Qinyu, the top-ranked in this year's outer sect competition, and a new inner sect disciple. However, the sect master erased some of the battle records, including what happened to the 3 core elders in the outer sect, the beast tide in the monster trial, etc. Most of them were hidden. Deacon Shi and his colleagues do not have sufficient authority to conduct the inquiry and can only conduct a simple investigation of these. In addition, due to the tight time schedule, I did not go to the outer gate to check. After all, in his opinion, there was no need. He was just a new member of the inner sect. "Take away. Resistors, break your legs." Deacon Shi shouted again. Immediately, Qinyu, Lin Sheng, and others were all grabbed by the arms, taken out of the alchemy pavilion, and walked towards the criminal law hall. Chapter 57. Forced Confession. A genius with good talent ended up running into Qiyu and his people. He was unwilling to yield in the face of power and was destined to suffer. Deacon Shi will break through to the Earth profound realm in a while and have a higher status. I guess no one will dare to stop him from doing this little thing. Besides, he has an elder backing him up. It's a pity that he has such a talent for alchemy. This trip to the criminal law hall will either kill him or leave him disabled. Inside the alchemy room, many inner disciples and several deacons sighed. In this situation, they were unwilling to give in, even if it meant surrendering to Li Xian. At least he had enough background and several elders in the Xianyang sect to support him. Even if it is the criminal law hall, it may not be too excessive and you won't suffer much. Now that he is in the criminal court, no one can save him. Only a core elder would risk offending Dongfang Yuan's lineage and force him to be saved. But this would cause too much favor. It was just to save an inner disciple who might be promoted to an earth-level alchemist in the future. There are quite a few people who show sufficient talent and amazing ability when they first start practicing. But as the time spent practicing became longer and longer, and one came to deeply understand the difficulty of practice, one's character was slowly worn down and eventually became ordinary. The so-called talent is but a flash in the pan. This is also the reason why Qiyu and others have no fear of offending Qinyu. Over the years, Xianyang sect has had many geniuses who claimed to be able to be promoted to Earth-level alchemists in the future, but they eventually became ordinary people and at best could only reach the Xian level, although their status was extraordinary. But for these true disciples, as long as they practice step by step, they can enter the Dishuan realm and have the opportunity to impact the Tianyuan realm and become high-level leaders of the sect. Let's go to the criminal law hall as well. Also, start contacting people and be ready to rescue Qinyu at any time. At the critical moment of life and death, helping others in need can win people's hearts. Li Xian looked at the people from the criminal law hall who were leaving, narrowed his eyes slightly, and spoke calmly. You just need to take action at the most critical moment. By then, Qin Yu will naturally return home. He always felt that Qin Yu was extraordinary and could learn other people's alchemy techniques at a glance. This alone was enough for him to take the risk to save him. Even if Qin Yu never becomes an Earth-level alchemist in the future, he will also become the top Shin-level alchemist. As long as I give Qin Yu a little support, it won't be a big problem for him to become the leader of the Xianyang sect's alchemist lineage. What he valued was Qin Yu's talent. The second is the value that can be generated behind it. In addition, this time it would be a head-on confrontation with Dongfang Yuan. If he could win, he would also become famous, which would be beneficial for him to persuade other true geniuses to follow him. After all, Li Xin knew very well that there was a huge gap between his strength and Dongfang Yuan's. A head-on confrontation would lead to defeat. Yes, sir. The young man in gorgeous clothes behind him bowed slightly and left towards the outside of the alchemy room. Start contacting some relevant sect leaders. Li Xian followed closely behind, and now followed Deacon Shi and the others into the criminal law hall. But as soon as he entered, he was stopped by the guards of the criminal law hall and was not allowed to move forward. Deacon Shi led them all the way deeper into a gloomy passage. At this moment, Qin Yu's hands were entangled by iron chains. All his spiritual energy could not be mobilized, and his qi and blood were blocked. There are some restrictions on each of these chains. Extremely terrifying. This is treating them like serious criminals. However, his expression was extremely calm, and he did not panic at all. What should we do next? No one on our side will notify those three. Lennon spoke in a low voice with a bit of bitterness. He believed in Qin Yu's background, but now they actually skipped the trial and put them directly into the criminal prison. I felt vaguely uneasy. Could it be that I was going to die without knowing why? Qin Yu shook his head and said nothing more. He had already sent a message to Zhang Wu. Don't worry about the rest. At this moment, the desire for strength in his heart became stronger. If you don't have strength, you are just a soft persimmon, and two random people can take advantage of you. If today I have enough strength, even if I make a big fuss, what's wrong? What if I kill all these people in the alchemy room? There is absolutely no need to rely on Master's power to resolve this matter. Boom! Stepping into the depths of the passage, the iron door behind him slammed shut. Wisps of faint light floated in the prison. The prisoners are Qin Yu, Lin In, Lin Sheng, and more than 10 others. He violated the sect's taboo by secretly learning the secret method. Kneel down and sign the confession agreement. Deacon, she spoke calmly, with a hint of sneer in the depths of his eyes. There was actually an inner sect disciple who dared to shout in front of the criminal law hall and even said that he would beg him to get out. This is really a joke. Moreover, the reward Qi Yu gave this time was very generous, enough to allow him to take a further step. Qi Yu and others followed behind him, with their arms folded, watching the scene calmly, waiting quietly. As long as Qin Yu signs the confession, even the core elders in the sect will not be able to step in to resolve the problem. Boom! But at this moment, a loud roar was heard outside the prison. A roar suddenly sounded. Fuck! Are you people from the criminal law hall tired of living? You dare to arrest my people? Are you all looking for death? A series of roars like thunder suddenly rang out. The terrifying pressure swept over like a tide, as if it was going to uproot the entire criminal law hall. People are coming. Next, how do you deal with it? Lennon heard the familiar voice, not knowing which elder it was, and spoke directly. His heart instantly calmed down. Sure enough, Qin Yu is an ultimate thigh. This directly angered an elder who attacked the criminal law hall. Deacon, she frowned slightly. He could sense that this was a very powerful elder. The strength is very strong. The situation of Tin Yuan's first entry. The two of them were actually enough to drive an elder to his death. At this moment, he felt a little tricky. His eyes turned to Qi Yu. Qi Yu raised his eyelids slightly. Don't worry, Master has already told you. Deacon, she frowned when he heard this. The elders of the criminal law hall were all in the middle stage of Tian Yuan. Now that he had offended an elder, there was no turning back. In this case, we must naturally do it to the extreme. Make them confess their crimes and press their bloody fingerprints. The guards behind Deacon, she moved instantly and appeared behind Lin, In, and the others. It seems that you think this confession can convict us of our crime. Then I will grant your wish and let you see if it works. At this moment, Qin Yu slowly but surely dropped a drop of blood from his fingertips. pressed on the confession. He was looking forward to what would happen next. His expression is very calm. The smile on Deacon Shi's face became even wider. Now, no one could save him, unless the deputy chief of the criminal law hall comes in person. Or the sect master himself may come. But they're just inner disciples. How could it be possible that it is related to these two powerful figures of Xinyang's sect? The pressure from outside was getting closer and closer, and in an instant the iron gate shattered. Criminal law hall. Good, very good. A chubby figure, accompanied by smoke and dust, slowly stepped into the prison. The person who came was none other than the great elder of the outer sect. Chapter 58. The Vice Palace Master returns. At this moment, the face of the great elder of the outer sect was extremely ugly and turned ashen. Because Zhang Wu did not have the contact information of the other elders, his first reaction was to tell the outer sect's chief elder about Qin Yu's message. At first, the great elder was a little confused. Is there anyone in this fucking criminal law hall who is so reckless? They actually arrested Qin Yu? Even if Qin Yu overturned the Xinyang sect, those so-called bullshit sect rules would not affect him. Because Qin Yu is now the only close disciple of Master Yang Tian. Even if the sect leader comes, you still have to call him Uncle Master. As long as the Xinyang sect is not destroyed, no one can convict him. Later, he took Shitai to learn about the process of accepting disciples. He was shocked by the result. This person was directly accepted as a disciple by the ancestor. I was extremely grateful that I didn't offend him at the beginning. Then, when he briefly understood what happened today, he was petrified instantly. In order to subdue Qin Yu, these true disciples actually took force and locked him up in the criminal law hall, forcing him to confess his crimes and force him to submit and follow them. This routine is simply outrageous. Moreover, Qin Yu is learning how to refine pills within a formal gambling agreement, and there was no such thing as stealing the knowledge. And when the great elder heard that Qin Yu had refined a top-grade yellow-grade foundation-building pill in the alchemy room, he almost exploded. It was the first time to refine the elixir. The elixir was of perfect quality, the elixir appearance was excellent, and it even broke through the level directly. It has the effect of enabling foundation-building cultivators to break through. This is simply a genius for all time. A good candidate for the dual cultivation of Dan and Wu. However, such a monster was wrongly accused and imprisoned in prison by force. The outer sect chief elder was so angry that he was about to explode. Because Qin Yu has always been among the menial disciples, his treatment is not very good, and now Patriarch Yang Tian has not given him any treasures or resources. In other words, Qin Yu may have no intention of returning to Xinyang sect at all. Even when he needed elixirs, he chose to learn how to refine them himself. But these trash are trying to force him away. The outer sect elder was extremely angry at this moment. Greetings to the outer sect's great elder. This is the inner sect's criminal law hall. If the elders rely on their own strength and realm to force trouble, it is likely to cause dissatisfaction among the elders of my hall. I hope you can weigh it carefully. At this moment, Deacon Shi took a slow step forward and spoke calmly, with a hint of threat in his voice. Because the two of them are not in the same system, he is not afraid at all. In addition, with Qi Yu's endorsement this time, the elders of the criminal law hall will personally take action, and they will feel even more confident. He even thought that after this incident, his position in the criminal law hall would be more solid. You actually threatened me? The great elder of the outer sect laughed out of anger at this moment. In a way, I'm saving their lives. Minimize the sin. As a result, this person actually insisted on making it out of this? I'll give you 3 seconds to let him go. Otherwise, I will destroy your criminal law hall today. I'll only say it once. The great elder's tone became increasingly serious as he spoke. His expression became a little unfriendly. Deacon Shi put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "The elder has crossed the line. This kid has signed a confession. Then you should be punished accordingly. Otherwise, what is the point of following the sect rules?" Before he finished his words, a strong wind suddenly blew up, and the great elder swung his right hand out, with a sonic boom that seemed to tear the void apart. Bang! There was a dull roar, like thunder. Deacon Shi turned into a residual shadow, was blown away, and slammed heavily on the wall of the prison. There was a burning pain on his face, and 5 bright red finger marks made his entire face swollen. Whether he signs or not, you cannot condemn him. Besides, how can we talk about stealing and learning in a bet? That's ridiculous. Qi Yu and the others were stunned, including Qi Ming, the deacon of the alchemy room who came to testify. They had not expected that this great elder of the outer sect would be so powerful in the criminal law hall. It would have been fine if we had just fought outside before. Now, in the prison of the criminal law hall, he still dared to take action. This is a complete disregard of sect rules. Even the core elders wouldn't dare, right? There seems to be something unusual behind Qin Yu. At this moment, Qi Ming saw this scene and felt a little uneasy. Could it be that he was on the wrong side? Impossible. Qi Yu has the Dongfang Yuan lineage behind him, with core elders in charge, and his master is one of the 3 great elders of the criminal law hall. In the entire Xinyang sect, is there anyone who can go head-on with them? Even Li Xian couldn't do it. The only disciple of the sect leader, senior sister Lin Shui, was not here. Qi Ming comforted himself and thought that everything was fine. At this moment, outside the prison, an old figure in a green robe spoke calmly. Junior brother, what an arrogant move. You are doing this in my prison of the criminal law hall. Have you ever thought about the consequences? Is it worth it for an inner disciple? Now, surrender, and I will let you go easy on you. Otherwise, when the deputy hall master comes back, your position will be in jeopardy. There may even be physical pain. When Qi Yu saw his master coming, he hurried forward and spoke. Master, the great elder of the outer sect broke into the prison of the criminal law hall without permission and even injured someone. He wanted to intercept him. Upon hearing this, the old man in green nodded slightly, his eyes flashing with brilliance and a faint smile on his lips. I had just been promoted to the position of elder of the criminal law hall a few years ago. The position is already unstable. Many elders in the inner sect were watching. Unexpectedly, this great elder from the outer sect came to him on his own initiative and gave him credit. It's enough to make an example of someone else. The chief elder of the outer sect sensed a familiar aura outside the prison. This is the deputy hall master coming back. He didn't even speak. He just came to protect Qin Yu from being in danger of his life. What happened next had basically nothing to do with him. Deacon Shi, who was standing by, slowly got up, enduring the pain, with resentment in his eyes. The great elder is so majestic. Now, I want to see if you can resist the entire Xinyang sect for this disciple who is at the first level of foundation building. At this moment, an angry voice rang out outside the prison. What a courageous dog! At this moment, the deputy hall master walked into the prison in a hurry with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. When I saw this scene, I was so angry that I almost exploded. Qin Yu was arrested. He was also forced to sign a confession. After receiving the message from the great elder, he felt somewhat frightened. The people below me are all idiots. Back then, why did I promote such a mentally ill person to be the elder of the criminal law hall? Isn't this just digging your own grave? Palace Master, I request to help capture the outer sect's chief elder first. If you disregard the majesty of the criminal law palace, you should be imprisoned for 100 years as a warning to others. The old man in green jumped out quickly, wanting to improve the deputy hall master's favorability and challenge for a fight directly. The deputy hall master walked in front of him, red light flashing in his eyes, and spoke through gritted teeth. I'm about to be killed by you. You're still asking for help? Immediately, he swung out with his right hand, and the Taoist energy suddenly burst out, slapping him directly and fiercely. Bang! Another crisp sound was heard, and the old man in green slammed against the wall of the prison like a dead dog, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Qi Yu and others were all dumbfounded at this moment. What is going on? Deputy Hall Master, why did you attack the elders of the criminal law hall? Chapter 59. Junior Master, are you satisfied? At this moment, seeing the return of the Deputy Hall Master, Qi Ming, Deacon Shi, and others, who were extremely happy, suddenly stopped smiling. Shouldn't the Deputy Hall Master have taken action to deal with the outer sect's chief elder? Why should we attack the elder in green? Everyone was stunned. Only Lin and others looked calm at this moment. You know, this man almost had a fight with the other 2 core elders in the outer sect just to fight for Qin Yu. Now, Qin Yu's status is definitely no worse than these so-called true disciples. Even better, the fighting talent he displayed in the outer sect was absolutely top-notch. He had mastered the power of thunder at the 9th level of body tempering. So what if such a monster really stole the alchemy secrets from an alchemy deacon? The sect compensated him casually. Such a monster should be thrown into jail. He is simply asking for death. Lennon had a smile on his face at this moment. He was so crazy. Why wasn't he crazy anymore? Do these so-called true disciples really think that they can do whatever they want in the inner sect? Qin Yu is a tough guy, tougher than anyone else. Palace Master Howren, what does this mean? Are you going to protect Qin Yu, the sinner? The elder in green had bloodshot eyes, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and his expression was extremely ashen. Qin Yu has signed a confession. It's a done deal. As a result, the Deputy Hall Master actually fought for him and seriously injured himself. Even if the sect leader came, he would still have something to say. Bang! Howren Palace took the initiative and turned into an afterimage, moving at an extremely fast speed, like a stream of light, invisible to the naked eye. Another slap was thrown, hitting the green-robed elder in the face. The crisp sound echoed throughout the prison. He is the #1 prodigy of my Xinjiang sect. Qin Yu needs to steal the secret method of a deacon in the alchemy room. His face was extremely gloomy. If I had come a little later, Qin Yu would have been killed. Damn it, this is the monster that was blessed by the Azure Dragon before and was personally accepted as the last disciple by the ancestor. You convicted him? Isn't this seeking death? Upon hearing this, Qi Yu and others frowned slightly. A cultivator who has already reached adulthood and whose cultivation level is only at the first foundation building stage is called the #1 prodigy by the Lord of Howren Palace? How the hell is this possible? Let alone the strongest ones today. Even Qi Yu and other mid-level true disciples, when they reached adulthood, had already reached the 6th or 7th level of foundation building and possessed upper-level, Xian-level talent. Qin Yu, 18 years old, is at the first level of foundation building, and his talent is at best at the lower level of Xian rank. This is still an overestimate. Even the elder in green, who was holding back the pain, showed a hint of sneer at this moment. It seems that this Qin Yu is an acquaintance of the Deputy Hall Master. A good-for-nothing who is only at the first level of foundation building, a newly promoted inner sect disciple, is called the #1 prodigy by the Deputy Hall Master. If this gets out, the other sects in Kanglan territory will probably think that our Xinjiang sect has fallen into decline. I will report this matter to the sect master. Please come and make the decision. If word gets out that the Deputy Hall Master is covering up for me, I'm afraid your position will have to be relocated. The green-robed elder had a sinister look on his face. Dongfang Yuan's master is the Grand Elder of Xinjiang sect, a being at the half-step venerable level. Even if he is the sect leader, he is still his junior brother and needs to be given some face. On his side, he has already sided with Dongfang Yuan's lineage. The relationship between the two sides is extremely close. Therefore, even when facing Li Howren, who was in charge of the criminal law hall, he was not afraid at all when he was right. Li Howren narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled faintly. Good, very good. Criminal law hall, I still have the final say now. If you want to report it, that's your business. Someone come. Drag this Deacon Shi, the deacon of the alchemy room, out and behead him. You have made a random conviction, fabricated evidence, and tried to kill the Xinjiang sect's genius. You deserve to be put to death. And these true disciples, drag them all out, use the torture sticks to block their cultivation, and beat them 1,000 times. Today, whoever dares to stop me will be killed. The elder in green, as the ruler of the criminal law hall, protected his disciple and wanted to kill the evildoer of our sect. Imprisoned in Fonlay Cliff for 100 years, facing the wall to reflect on my mistakes. Depose the elders and demote them to menial jobs. If you had not made great contributions to the Xinjiang sect in the past, I would have killed you today. Li Howren's words were filled with anger. Two terrifying figures stepped into the prison through the iron gate. With an indifferent expression, he attacked forcefully. This, Li Howren, you are looking for death. The green-clothed elder's face suddenly changed, turning extremely pale, and a powerful aura burst out on the spot, wanting to resist. But these two were also elders of the criminal law hall, and their strength was not bad, some even better than his. When they joined forces, they captured him in an instant and blocked his cultivation. Qi Yu's face turned gloomy. How could this be possible? How could he, an inner sect disciple at the first foundation building stage, have such a strong background? Why would Lord Howren protect him? Qi Yu was puzzled, but if his cultivation was blocked and he was caned 1,000 times, he would be half dead. The flesh will be broken into pieces. There was a flash of fear in his eyes, and he quickly said, Palace Master Howren, my uncle is Chi Tai. Although he is in charge of Lei Zane now, he was once a core elder. I'm about to regain my identity. If you capture me, my uncle will definitely find an explanation. And Dongfang Yuan and I are sworn brothers. He immediately brought up his own background, saying that his master was not good enough. What about the great elder behind Dongfang Yuan? What about Chi Tai, my uncle in the late Tian Yuan period? Each of them is no weaker than you, the palace master. However, a smile appeared on Li Haoren's lips. If Chi Tai knew that there was such a fool in his family, he would probably be angry to death on the spot. Fortunately, I am here today to handle this matter impartially. If Chi Tai were here and knew what you did, he would kill you on the spot. Take away. Soon, many guards from the criminal law hall filed in, captured all the true disciples present, sealed their cultivation, and escorted them all out. Now there are only the last two left. At this moment, Deacon Shi had a flash of fear in his eyes. He understood that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. Qiming was also confused. I have the support of these people, yet I still get killed? What kind of god is this Qinyu? A scene suddenly emerged in his mind. Qinyu had said before, after entering the criminal law hall, I would not come out even if you begged me to. This background is so profound. The great elder of the outer sect stood aside calmly, looking very indifferent. Comparing background with Qinyu in Xianyang sect, isn't this just seeking death? The only disciple of the ancestor. You know, in recent years, many innate spiritual bodies have been born in the Xianyang sect, almost as many as can be counted on both hands. But no one caught the old ancestor's eye. The current Xianyang sect is able to maintain its top 3 strength entirely due to its ancestor Yang Tian. It is said that once, one man defeated the masters of 2 sects, fought alone in all directions, without fear, and stunned the strong men from the other 2 sects. Suddenly it was a mess. Qinyu was untied from the iron chains and stood up. I signed the confession. Well, did it work? His eyes were calm. The 2 men's faces became increasingly gloomy, and their eyes were filled with regret. Why would I help Qinyu to deal with Qinyu? Now he even wanted to kill Qinyu on the spot. Hit a big iron plate. He even lost his life. Just at this moment, Li Haoren came over, bowed slightly, and smiled bitterly. Uncle Junior Master, are you satisfied with this treatment? Qiming, Deacon Shi, Lin Sheng, and more than 10 inner disciples. Li Haoren, the hall master of the criminal law hall, called Qinyu, who was at the first foundation building stage, his junior master. Oh shit. Chapter 60. With your help, I will clean up the criminal law hall. The faces of everyone in the field were filled with horror. What is the concept? You know, Li Haoren is one of the most experienced and powerful people today. Except that one, the legendary ancestor Yang Tian. The former Xianyang sect was the overlord of the Kanglan domain, in charge of the entire region, with nearly 10 venerables in charge. It even dared to confront the legendary Holy Land head-on. All cultivators in Kanglan domain consider it an honor to join Xianyang sect. But, for some unknown reason, after the Xianyang sect's venerables passed away, it was extremely difficult for their descendants to reach the venerable realm. Even those innate spiritual bodies, or evildoers with superior natural talents at the earth level, after going through countless trials and bloody battles, are still stuck in the half-step venerable realm, leading to gradual decline. In addition, several sects and schools have emerged in the Kanglan domain, which are quite powerful and have venerable masters in charge. In the end, they were slowly suppressed and surrounded. 2 or 3 venerables fell, leaving only Patriarch Yang Tian. His fellow disciples were suppressed and killed, and Patriarch Yang Tian came out of seclusion in anger, attacked one sect alone, and slaughtered several families. Eventually, the 3 sects joined forces to eliminate the Xianyang sect and divide up the Kanglan domain. The ancestor faced the 9 great venerables alone, conquered them with great force, damaged his own foundation, and killed 2 of them in a row. Forced back the joint efforts of the 3 major sects. One of them, because of the death of 2 venerables, slowly died out. As long as Patriarch Yang Tian is alive, no one dares to target the Xianyang sect. Peace was restored in Kanglan territory once again. But now, Qinyu has actually become the disciple of Patriarch Yang Tian. This is a bit too shocking. Qiming and Deacon Shi were both stunned at this moment. This Qinyu definitely has top-notch qualifications. Otherwise, he would not have been favored by the ancestor. But before they could regret, 2 cold rays flashed by, and the elder took action, killing the 2 men on the spot. This news must not be spread out, otherwise, our Uncle Master will be targeted by those 2 sections. The 2 elders of the criminal law hall looked slightly frightened and spoke in a low voice. Then, he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Lin and others. Lin Sheng scratched his head and said, "Don't worry, elder. We will keep this matter to ourselves. I won't spread it blindly." They naturally knew that Patriarch Yang Tian accepting a disciple would cause a storm. The entire Kanglan domain will be shaken. In addition, the ancestor had offended many venerables in the past. Qin Yu's strength is too weak now, and he can be solved by sending any cultivator who has entered the spiritual realm. You are too polite, Vice Palace Master. It's just that it's still a little outrageous that this incident happened in the inner sect. Several deacons of the alchemy room have been constantly setting up traps to harm the inner disciples and relying on their backgrounds to suppress them forcefully, leaving them speechless with suffering. The pills they refine using their refining method are not recognized by the outside world at all, but they charge a high price of spirit stones. This is a scam. There was a cold light flashing in Qin Yu's eyes. If the disciples have family support, they are still lucky and can afford it with hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. If there is someone who relies on himself and goes through countless hardships to earn 200,000 spirit stones, but ends up becoming a second-rate alchemist and is not recognized, this is nothing short of bankrupting everyone. The key is that they are in high positions and have great power. For ordinary inner disciples, they are powerless to fight against these deacons. In addition, Chiyu has connections in the criminal law hall, and an elder endorses him. More unscrupulous. In the end, these people could only swallow their anger. Li Haoran nodded slightly when he heard this. He naturally knew the importance of this matter. However, the criminal law hall is usually managed by these 3 elders. He rarely intervenes. So, I don't really understand these things. This also led to the elders being able to do whatever they wanted in the name of the criminal law hall. Okay, I'll take action and conduct a thorough investigation. Give the inner disciples an explanation. Now get out first. If he still doesn't know his fault, then send him to see the king of hell. A cold light flashed in the depths of Li Haoran's eyes. The elder in green had made contributions to the Xinyang sect. He had once led an expedition and made meritorious services. But these days, the power of the criminal law hall has been being consolidated. Obviously, this is paving the way for Dongfang Yuan. This also touched Li Haoran's bottom line. In any dispute over the true teachings, if the criminal law hall takes part, it represents the action of an entire system. It will be a great blessing. So, Dongfang Yuan's master will definitely show up. This time, we can use Qin Yu's background to clean up the criminal law hall. Under normal circumstances, even the sect leader would give the great elder some face. Linen and others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This matter actually involved such a big issue. The deputy hall master is already prepared to deal with an elder. This is obviously related to the dispute over the young sect leader these days. The 2 elders standing by were also sweating profusely. Since the green-robed elder had just been promoted, they threw all the trivial matters of the criminal law hall to him, which eventually led to his increasing power. There's a certain amount of guilt involved. Li Haoran glanced at them, without saying anything more, and walked out of the iron cage with Qin Yu. Linen and others followed closely behind. There were only 2 headless corpses left in the prison. He became a victim of this struggle. However, he deserved it. At this time, many disciples gathered outside the criminal law hall. Li Xian put his hands behind his back, looking a little anxious. I didn't expect that Qi Yu would actually ask his master for help this time. I'm afraid it will be difficult to solve next. The young man in fancy clothes frowned and said, Brother Li, if you want to save the young man named Qin Yu, it will be very difficult. His background is just that of an outer sect elder. He rushed in earlier, so he must have a strong relationship with me. But there's no news from him now. He may have collapsed in there. The deputy hall master of the criminal law hall is one of the most experienced masters in the current group. He has a say in the entire sect. Such an act would undoubtedly offend him. My advice is that it's best not to take any action. Otherwise, Palace Master Haoran is neutral to begin with. We may become enemies because of Qin Yu and push him to Dongfang Yuan's side. It's not worth it. His future may not necessarily allow him to become an Earth-level alchemist. Li Xian fell in a deep thought. He didn't expect things to become so complicated. break into the criminal court. Why are there such stupid people? He couldn't function well after that. At this moment, two intersect elders gathered beside him. One of them is even an Earth-level spiritual formation master, only one step away from becoming a core elder. Let's find a way to get into the criminal court first, and then make a decision. Sorry to trouble you, Elder Hai, Li Xian said in a low voice, and finally looked at a middle-aged man beside him and bowed slightly. Elder Hai nodded slightly, raised his eyes slightly, and looked extremely calm. With my face, there's really no problem in rescuing Qinyu, but it is likely to offend Li Haoran. This one is not so easy to get along with. Since you insist on going, then go in and take a look first. Don't say anything for now. Let me handle everything. There was some solemnity in his words. He was extremely wary of Li Haoran. After all, he is also the sect master's junior fellow apprentice. Must be cautious. But at this moment, several familiar figures appeared at the gate of the criminal law hall. Qi Yu and the other 3 true disciples, and an elder dressed in green with disheveled hair, looking extremely embarrassed. Li Xian and others were confused. Why were they captured? Following closely behind him were the deputy hall, Master Li Haoran, who walked with great speed, and Qinyu. The two walked side by side, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was not heavy at all. Is this what Elder Hai meant by being difficult to deal with? Chapter 61. Uncle takes action to dethrone the cultivation. Li Xian and several other true disciples were lost in thought at this moment. Is this what Elder Hai said? The iron-faced judge is not easy to deal with. Chatting and laughing with an intersect disciple was like being bathed in the spring breeze. It was so peaceful. But seeing the captured Qi Yu and the green-clothed elder, a solemn look emerged in Elder Hai's eyes. He said in a low voice, "This new inner disciple may not be as simple as you think. It is very likely that he is acquainted with this deputy hall master and has a powerful background." Elder Hai's words stirred up a storm in Li Xian's heart. A disciple at the first foundation building stage is related to Li Haoran, who is in charge of the criminal law hall. Isn't this too outrageous? But at this moment, he also understood why Qinyu was so calm and not at all flustered in the alchemy room. It turns out there's a backup plan. He felt more and more regretful. Why didn't he take action to stop the people from the criminal law hall in the alchemy room? I feel more and more that I have lost the support of an Earth-level alchemist. Qinyu, I'm afraid it's not as simple as we thought. Li Xian couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. This is my own fault after all. Didn't seize the opportunity. The young man in fancy clothes beside him also fell silent, not knowing how to comfort her. I had previously advised Li Xian that it would be better not to rescue him. Unexpectedly, the other party had his own connections and a powerful background. This also proves the saying that in the criminal law hall, even if you want to beg me to get out, it will be impossible for me to get out. That deacon must have been beheaded. This matter is not that simple. Let's continue to watch. Qi has a lot behind him. There's more than just a senior teacher from the criminal law hall. He has an uncle who was once a core elder of the sect. He made great contributions and has a very high seniority. His strength is probably already at the peak of Tianyuan. In Xianyang's sect, he could be ranked among the top 7. It won't be so easy to get along with it from now on. Besides, Qiyu is Dongfang Yuan's right-hand man. It's impossible not to save him. Otherwise, it will chill the hearts of those below him. However, if you need me, I can also help you at the critical moment. Elder Hai seemed somewhat confident, as he had the blessing of being a spiritual formation master. In the entire Xianyang sect, apart from himself, there is only one Earth-level spiritual formation master left. So to some extent, his status is comparable to that of a core elder. If it weren't for my lack of strength, I would have been promoted long ago. Just as several people were talking, a crisp voice rang out. Palace Master Li, isn't it a bit too much to capture my sect's true disciple for no reason? Countless people looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in white, who was extremely elegant, with a face as white as jade, like a handsome young man. He is Dongfang Yuan. Apart from senior sister Lin Shui, he has the highest prestige. In the entire sect, he is known as the leading figure of the next generation. Behind Dongfang Yuan, there were several elders, all with silent expressions. One of them had an aura as profound as the deep. The pressure gradually spread and swept towards the entire criminal law hall. These people framed and try to harm our sect's disciples. What about innocence? The principal offender is dead, and the accomplice is shielding him, so his crime is reduced by 1 level. But he cannot escape punishment if he is still alive. Li Haoran put his hands behind his back, raised his eyelids slightly, and spoke silently. He doesn't care who will be the next young master, because the entire Xianyang sect is not as important as Qinyu now. With his heavenly aptitude, as long as he is given time to grow, the Xianyang sect will regain its former glory in 100 years. Brother, can you please give me this favor? Let him go. Qi Yu is a descendant of Qi Tai. If his body is broken, we will have many problems if we meet each other in the future. I have sent a message. Senior brother Qi Tai is on his way and will arrive soon. Brother, you better think twice. The man behind Dongfang Yuan took a step forward, speaking in a faintly threatening tone. Li Xian, Elder Hai, and others fell into a deep depression again. What the hell? Dongfang Yuan actually mobilized a core elder. The 6th elder, Grandmaster Xin Yuan. His strength was also very strong, having reached the late Tianyuan stage. In that era, he was also a famous genius. He once challenged 18 geniuses of the same level and was truly invincible. During that era, Xianyang sect had many talented people who were brilliant, although they were all suppressed by Lin Warren. But they are all invincible in the same realm. But unfortunately, since entering the Tianyuan realm, their cultivation has become slow. Lin Warren, who once dominated an entire region, is now stuck at the extreme point of Tianyuan. Can't take that step. It's like a spell. Upon hearing this, Qi Yu raised his head and chest. His expression was unmoved, and he was very confident. Now that my uncle has arrived, there will naturally be no suspense about what happens next. This matter can be easily solved. Threatening me? Okay, then let's wait for Qi Tai to come. Li Haoran's mouth curled up slightly, without any panic. As for the Grand Elder of the Outer Sect, his face twitched. The 6th elder had done something stupid this time. When he looked at Qi Yu, there was a hint of pity in his eyes. This kid probably doesn't know what will happen next. Who dares to touch my descendants? An angry shout was heard outside the hall, deafening and reaching the sky. A terrifying force shook. He fell outside the crowd and looked at Qi Yu outside the hall with anger. He was in a very embarrassing state at this moment. But when he looked over, he found Li Haoran and Qin Yu. His brows furrowed slightly. He always felt a little uneasy in his heart. But they only told him that his descendants were captured by the criminal law hall and were about to face a life-and-death crisis. Nothing else was said. After all, Qi Tai's mind is too righteous. They dare not tell him everything and can only mislead him. What happened? He looked directly at him, hoping to get an answer from Li Haoran. Li Haoran told the whole process of the incident in just a few words. In the alchemy room, he harmed the new inner disciples, charged them high amounts of spirit stones, and tricked them into becoming yellow-level alchemists, etc. Later, they joined forces with people from the criminal law hall to force Qin Yu to sign a confession. And he just took a fancy to Qin Yu's talent and wanted him to assist Dongfang Yuan. Upon hearing this, Qi Tai almost vomited blood. There were bloodshot eyes. All the plans he had made in Xianyang sect for so many years were almost ruined by this little bastard. What the hell is this? Isn't this just courting death? He actually set his sights on Qin Yu. This is the hope of the entire Xianyang sect. Do you know who he is? Qi Tai quickly walked up to Qi Yu, grabbed his fluffy and messy hair, and shouted angrily in a low voice. Do you know how much disaster you will bring to the Qi family? If you keep your cultivation, it will only harm others. If that's the case, then depose you and expel you from Xianyang sect. Also, hand over all the spirit stones to compensate the inner disciples. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he blasted out with a palm, following the meridians and directly shattering Qi Yu's dantian. Originally, he was full of confidence, thinking that Li Haoran wouldn't dare to do anything to him, but at this moment, Qi was a little confused. He didn't understand why his uncle suddenly took action and said that he would bring disaster to the Qi family. Qin Yu is just a waste at the first level of foundation building. He is already 18 years old and has not yet reached the middle level of inner sect disciples. But before he could think, pain started from his abdomen and he fainted. The field fell into silence. No one expected this. The first thing Qi Tai did was to destroy his own descendants. Besides, what did that mean? Qin Yu, are you that powerful? Chapter 62. Come, let's kill him together. Investigate. Investigate immediately. What's going on with this Qin Yu? Not only is he chatting and laughing with Li Haoran, but he's also acquainted with Qi Tai. There must be some unknown secrets here. He is probably even more amazing than we thought. It's not just that he has an extraordinary talent for alchemy. Elder Hai spoke in a low voice and immediately gave instructions. He could see that Qin Yu was definitely not a simple character. You know, even when the sect leader violated the sect rules, Li Haoran didn't give him a good face and almost had him arrested. But now, he is protecting his shortcomings throughout the whole process, regardless of right or wrong. But the neutral Li Haoran is already facing the lineage of the great elder directly. If Qin Yu wants to compete for the position of young sect leader, not to mention Dongfang Yuan, even Lin Shui might not be able to win. Chi Tai's qualifications, strength, and relationship with Lin Warren. Damn, if he just waves the flag and shouts, all the elders who used to have a relationship with him will be willing to help. This is an extremely powerful force. At this moment, even Dongfang Yuan and Grandmaster Xin Yuan were lost in thought. I am totally confused. Chi Tai came to the criminal code in a hurry. Wasn't he here to save his descendants of the Qi family? Why did he take direct action after arriving, abolish his cultivation, and expel him from the sect? This is considered to have crippled Dongfang Yuan's arm. At this moment, Chi Tai hurriedly walked to Qin Yu's side, couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile, and whispered quietly, "Uncle Junior, are you okay? This evil beast didn't hurt my uncle, did it?" Qin Yu shook his head. "Elder Qi, it's nothing serious, he just went in the wrong direction. And he used his status as a true disciple to exploit and deceive the inner disciples." Chi Tai gave a bitter smile. What the hell? He was originally planning to pull Qi Yu to the side of his junior master uncle. This is a ruthless man blessed by the Azure Dragon, and he will definitely have a bright future. In addition, with the care of the ancestor and status, is much better than following the so-called young master. Unfortunately, I went astray. Of course, he also wanted to save his life and preserve his cultivation, in case he might have evil thoughts in the future and take revenge on Qin Yu. The entire Qi family would be finished. At this moment, the elder in green kept looking at the sixth elder, signaling him to save him. Grandmaster Xin Yuan nodded slightly, took a step forward, and shouted loudly. I heard that the head of the criminal law hall privately tortured the elders. Why didn't this matter pass through the elders' council? Could it be that the criminal law hall is now able to decide the life and death of all the elders? Inside Xinyang Palace, the great elder and sect master are waiting for Palace Masterly. Please come again. After all, Qi was acting on behalf of Dongfang Yuan, and he was also from the same lineage as him. In addition, there's a master who has the authority of an elder, so of course he has to be rescued. At this moment, many elders gathered in Xinyang Palace. It caused a huge commotion. Elder Qingyi also has good friends in the sect. Okay, let's go there. Li Haoran almost laughed out loud. He was a little worried that he could not completely deal with the green-clothed elder. After all, I don't have the power of life and death. I didn't expect the other party to deliver it directly. The sect leader was present, so there was no need to say anything. He just swung his sword and hacked him to death. The sect leader is now furious, and the ancestor suddenly appears and competes for his disciple. You know, Qin Yu's future achievements are immeasurable. It is very likely that you will find an invincible path. Achieve the path to immortality. Therefore, as his master, first of all, this bond will never be broken. Secondly, leave your name in history. Everyone who can leave a mark in the history books will be remembered. So, the sect leader has no place to vent his anger now. I can just clean up the criminal law hall. Immediately, he led his men, escorted the green-robed elder and two other true disciples, and headed directly towards Xinyang Peak. The sixth elder frowned slightly. This was too easy an agreement. He had originally tried some other means of coercion, but now they were all useless. At this time, a group of people followed closely behind. Only the great elder of the outer sect shook his fleshy face. He has seen people committing suicide. I've never seen anyone commit suicide like this. Originally, these people could still save their lives and would only be punished with 1,000 strokes of the cane, and the elder would only be imprisoned in a forbidden area for 100 years. Depose the position of elders. But no matter what, you can still save your life. But now it's hard to say. I want to laugh. I really want to laugh. In Xinyang Palace. At this moment, more than 10 monks with a strong aura sat down on both sides, waiting silently. At this moment, an old figure slowly stepped into Xinyang Hall. Many elders stood up, bowed their hands, and shouted in unison. Meet Master Wu. Some elders even had a look of worship in their eyes. After all, this guy, together with Lin Warren, was once known as the twin heroes of Xinjiang. Even if I can't cross levels and defeat the Venerable. But no one in Tianyuan territory can defeat him. If the Venerable does not come out, he can suppress Kanglan territory. It's so terrifying. Even most of the half-step Venerables are no match for him. Old Wu is very angry now. Not only was his disciple robbed, but this kind of thing also happened. All the blame fell on the junior master uncle who was blessed by the Azure Dragon. Is this person crazy? Qin Yu was almost taken away before he even wanted to go home. He almost had the urge to kill all these so-called true disciples to avoid a lot of trouble. Anyway, it's enough to leave Qin Yu alone. Some useless people fighting over and over every day and even forming cliques. I also asked the Great Elder, Sect Master, to redress our injustice. Even if we instigated the deacon of the alchemy room to collect spirit stones, we also taught them useful things and helped them become alchemists. We killed 2 birds with 1 stone. But now, their cultivation has been blocked. They've been caned 1,000 times. Senior Brother Qi has been directly deposed. Palace Master Li has taken action, directly deposed the position of elders and demoted Elder Qingyi to a menial job. This is a disregard for the sect's rules. At this time, many people appeared outside the hall, among whom the 2 embarrassed true disciples shouted loudly. Sect leader Yang Hao, who was sitting high in the main seat, now knew the whole story, and his face was extremely gloomy. When I saw Dongfang Yuan, Li Xian, and after the apprentice Qin Yu, who was almost obtained, appeared, his face became even uglier. Please, Sect Master, and all the elders, take a closer look. The Great Elder took a slight step forward, as if exuding a sense of majesty, and spoke calmly. Many elders of his lineage began to agree. But at this moment, Elder Wu slowly spoke. What is there to be clear about? The so-called secret method of alchemy is just bullshit. Qin Yu is a peerless genius. It's not surprising that he learned it in one go. He had just been promoted to the foundation building stage for 1 day. When he was in the outer sect, he tempered his body to the 9th level and attacked the 3rd level of the foundation building stage, defeating hundreds of ferocious beasts in a row. He even challenged the true disciple Chu Yu and defeated him without fighting. I have reached the 7th level of body tempering. In the Thunder Lake, I broke through 4 levels in a row and even broke Senior Brother Lin Warren's record. Would such a genius secretly learn the refining method of blood coagulation pill and foundation building pill? If I knew it, I could find him an Earth-level alchemist to teach him tomorrow. Fuck it, and force him to sign a confession? Come on, I will personally send these people off, and that bastard elder is protecting my disciple. I'll kill them all together. Old Wu was furious. He was already angry because he didn't get a disciple. As a result, they are now going to destroy the future of Xinjiang sect. This is just asking for death. He clenched a long sword in his hand, ready to chop and kill. Everyone in the field was stunned when they heard this. Chapter 63. The clown is actually me. At this moment, many elders had some vague impression. There was indeed a rumor these 2 days that the record of the laid down monument was indeed broken, but they did not expect that Lin Warren's record would be broken. You know, Lin Warren was in the body tempering realm at the beginning. He constantly broke through the limits, used the essence and blood of ferocious beasts to temper his physique, and also obtained certain opportunities, which allowed him to reach this level. At first, he only reached the 3rd level and then retreated with difficulty. This is because, without reaching the foundation establishment stage, one cannot mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, perform martial arts, etc. They had also passed through Lei Zhe and obtained some rewards. The gazes of all the elders changed completely at this moment. They looked at Qin Yu with great enthusiasm, wanting to accept him as a disciple. Still an inner disciple. Doesn't that mean he hasn't been accepted as a disciple by the core elders? Hasn't he become a true disciple yet? Don't you still have a chance? The Great Elder was also cursing in his heart at this moment, and even wished he could slap the 2 true disciples and the green-clothed elder to death. How stupid of you to not investigate before taking action. In the future, he will be able to at least grow to the level of Lin Warren. If he becomes a half-step venerable, it will mean he will be invincible. How could I have provoked such an enemy? Moreover, he had just entered the foundation establishment stage and naturally had never been exposed to alchemy before. He was also a monster with top-notch talent in alchemy. Even if he didn't practice both alchemy and martial arts, he would be able to reach the earth level easily in the future. In the entire Xinjiang sect, there is only one earth-level alchemist elder. At this moment, the energy and blood rushed to my heart, and I almost fainted. Break the Thunder Monument, temper the body, and overcome the third level of foundation building. Dongfang Yuan murmured, with anger surging in the depths of his eyes. It was extremely uncomfortable. How could such a genius stand against me for no apparent reason? What is Chi Yu doing? Isn't this just making enemies for nothing? However, they still have to rescue these people. Otherwise, who would dare to follow them and be hostile to the eldest sister in the future? How can I trust you if I can't even protect my own people? It seems that we don't need to take any action from now on. Elder Hai shook his head helplessly. Li Xian looked dazed at this moment and was slightly stunned. A bitter smile appeared on his face. A genius of this level will be even more important than himself in the Xinjiang sect in the future. Even though he had mastered the innate fire spirit body, in the realm of body tempering, he had only broken through the limit and reached a strength of 130,000 kilograms. This is already a top talent in the Xinjiang sect today. But compared with Qin Yu, they're like the bright moon and the stars. There is no comparison. How is this possible? The Criminal Law Hall has already investigated before. He is a top-ranked disciple of the Outer Sect. Even Lei Zhe has never revealed any information about him. The green-robed elder, who was half kneeling on the ground at this moment, looked extremely pale. Originally, he was very confident. With the great elder on his side and Qi Yu's uncle on his side, he was sure to win. However, even when facing Li Haoran, the lord of the Criminal Law Hall, he would be able to escape unscathed. But this is too outrageous, right? First, Qi Tai was angry and deposed Qi Yu. Now even the sect leader, Elder Wu, is on Qin Yu's side. What kind of enemy have I provoked? Besides, what kind of inner disciple is this? At this moment, he wanted to cry. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Old Wu moved, turning into a residual shadow, and swung the magic sword in his hand, with a cold light flashing. He wanted to kill these people directly and enforce the sect rules. Of course, they can do whatever they want to anyone, but when it comes to Qin Yu, not only does he disagree, even the sect master and the ancestors disagree. Moreover, if they don't handle this matter well, when the ancestor recovers from his injuries in a few days and comes to see his disciple Qin Yu, he will definitely hang them up and beat them 300 times. Show mercy. The great elder wanted to intercept him, but this time, a terrifying aura floated from the sect master's body and locked him directly. The figure of the great elder stopped instantly, and under his sleeves, his hands were clenched tightly. Now, his disciple was afraid that he would lose face. In the future, I will no longer be able to compete for the position of young sect leader. He cannot be rescued, because there is not only the clan leader in the field. At the same time, Qi Tai and Li Haoran both wanted to take action. If you dare to move, you will be captured on the spot. The great elder couldn't help but sigh quietly. Puff! Several streaks of blood floated in the hall, and heads flew up. The green-robed elder's pupils constricted, and his vitality quickly faded away, turning gray. But he found it hard to understand why he had provoked an inter-sect disciple. So many powerful people from the sects are involved. He was unwilling. In his heart, he hated his disciple Qi Yu even more. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have ended up like this today. Unfortunately, there is no second chance in life. All the elders in the field were stunned, because they didn't expect that Master would actually take such strong action and kill 2 true disciples and an elder. It was just to give an explanation to this young man Qin Yu. The hall fell into a quiet silence. Only Lin and others were trembling continuously. At this moment, they had made the right bet. Qin Yu has now established a firm foothold in the Xinjiang sect. Even Dongfang Yuan, the great elder, and others posed no threat to him. The most important thing is that the good relationship they have formed is completely immeasurable. At this moment, an elder slowly stepped forward and coughed softly. Ahem, I had the intention of accepting you as my disciple before, but I've been testing you all along. Linen, now, the bottleneck of your entering the spiritual realm has been completely released, and you can break through at any time. Are you interested in becoming my last disciple? He was an inter-sect elder, and both his identity and status were almost the same as the green-robed elder who had been beheaded earlier. Originally, He was wavering because Lin Shui had no intention of competing for the position of young sect leader. It can be completely ignored. That leaves only Li Xian, Dongfang Yuan, and another true disciple. Three-legged tripod. But now, no matter what happens to other people, Qin Yu now has the most terrifying background, the sect master, several core elders, and his own talent. After a while, we will definitely reach the summit. If Lin is accepted as a disciple, he will be able to be involved in it, and it will be natural for him to be considered half of his own together with the sect master and others. There is also the merit of following the dragon. I'm willing to meet Elder Mu. Lin was overjoyed and quickly performed great salutes, kneeling 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, and acknowledged him as his master on the spot. Elder Mu has been considering this because there are several disciples in the inner sect whose strength is almost the same as his, and they also have cultivation families behind them. Now, due to Qin Yu's outstanding performance, the elder made the decision directly. I'm also extremely grateful in my heart. Many elders reacted instantly and realized that this old man actually had such a good idea. Lin and Qin Yu have experienced life and death, so their future relationship will definitely be extraordinary. The sky of Xianyang's sect has changed. The supporters of Dongfang Yuan's lineage all showed bitter smiles and sighed in their hearts. The situation of Xianyang's sect over the past few years was actually changed because of a new inner disciple. Let them not expect it. This is too exaggerated. At this time, many neutral inner sect elders also turned their gazes to the remaining dozen or so inner sect disciples. Of course, they also have their own standards. Only those who have reached the middle level of the Xian realm are barely qualified to become their disciples. Lin Sheng had reached this level and was a hot commodity. 2 or 3 elders sent messages to him, expressing their desire to accept him as a disciple. Lin Sheng was almost dazzled by the choices. As for others who are not qualified enough, he is also prepared to recommend them to his junior fellow apprentices and take them in as disciples on their behalf, which can also be considered a relationship. Lin and his group had never thought at this moment that their stay and wait and see in Lei Zhe would actually become an event that changed their destiny. They have never been so popular. Qin Yu was satisfied when he saw this, and the matter came to an end. It seems that you already knew the outcome, so there's no need for me to do anything, and even if I mobilize my connections, I might not be able to rescue you from the criminal law hall. I was just talking nonsense. Who knows? I may have to follow you in the future, haha. At this time, Li Xian took a step forward, bowed slightly, and saluted. He didn't expect Qin Yu's strength to be so amazing. Now I just feel my heart beating faster. I feel very embarrassed and like a clown. Thank you for your kindness. Qin Yu waved his hand. He was not very interested in the position of young sect leader. Even the sect leader is his nephew. However, he had a slight favorable impression of Li Xian. At least he had the idea of rescuing him from the very beginning, and even dispatched troops outside the criminal law hall and had elders present. Whether it is out of valuing talent or having other ideas, the starting point is good. Dongfang Yuan looked at Qin Yu with a complicated expression, wanting to say something, but in this matter he was always wrong on his side, and in the end he could only sigh. And at this moment, outside the hall, a monk covered in blood and wearing black armor stumbled into the gate, his breath weak and his life force fading. He spoke weakly. Sect Master, outside the Qingshi County where we are stationed, an ancient ruin appeared half a day ago. The aura inside is rich, and it seems that there are heavenly treasures. The vision was shocking, but an elder from the Wanhai sect happened to pass by and directly blocked the vision and slaughtered the monks of my sect. 370 people? I was the only one who escaped. Please help me, Master. The elder in the field suddenly changed his expression. Chapter 64. Suggestion: go to the ancient ruins. What? There are ancient ruins in Qingshi County, and they were first discovered by the people of Handyman. I beg you, Master, to send out your troops immediately. I am willing to fight. The elders roared in low voices with great momentum. The reason why Xianyang sect can still maintain its position as one of the top 3 sects in Kanglan domain is because the elders work together when facing external forces. Even when facing a venerable, he is not afraid. The most crucial thing is, every time an ancient relic appears, it is accompanied by a terrifying opportunity. If one is blessed enough, the benefits gained will be enough to impact the venerable realm. The reason why Xinyang sect had nearly 10 venerables was because it occupied 2 ancient ruins. The sudden rise of a new force and the many benefits it gained enabled it to dominate the Kanglan domain. But most of the ancient relics that have been passed down are almost all for the younger generation to participate in, which is similar to a kind of assessment. However, you need to fight for the early spots. The elder who contributes more can get more places and can then send his own people to go. If you get the top opportunity, you can use it to break through and become a venerable. After that, even if he leaves the Kanglan domain, he will be a top-notch expert. You can establish your own school of thought. Yang Hao stood up and said, "Take him down to heal his wounds first. Let him wake up, and then find out some details." This time, the Great Elder will be the vanguard, and he will lead 3 inner sect elders to take action. Inner sect and true disciples, all of you should get ready and go to Qingshi County in 3 days. Elder Wu and Chi Tai will lead the team in person. My request is not much, just suppress the Wanhai clan. Do you really think that my Xinyang sect has grown old? Yang Hao's voice was like thunder, deafening, and filled with anger. Today, the Xinyang sect relies on its external strength, with the presence of Patriarch Yang Tian in charge, to be able to maintain stability. But what was unexpected was that the Wanhai sect actually directly robbed the ancient ruins that belonged to them, and also covered up the strange phenomenon, making it impossible for the Xinyang sect to know about it. Yang Hao also had some ideas at this moment. If he could achieve a breakthrough to the level of a venerable through this, the pressure on the ancestor would be much less. Therefore, we must win. I will follow the sect leader's orders. The elder, who looked very old, shouted loudly. Walking like a dragon and a tiger, he headed out of the palace, prepared his men and horses, and headed for Qingshi County. This was a chance Yang Hao gave him to make amends. After all, they were brothers back then. It is obvious that Qin Yu will be the focus of Xinyang sect in the future. This is also a knock on him. Of course, this is also to seize opportunities for him. The Great Elder is about to reach his limit. If he does not break through to the level of a venerable or a half-step venerable, he will completely perish. There is a disciple named Dongfang Yuan who is also capable of fighting in the ruins. The core elders selected this time are basically of the same generation, and they're all approaching the end of their lives. Qin Yu stood by, listening quietly, and gained a general understanding of this ancient relic. Every time an ancient relic appears, it is a trial ground for the younger generation, and it can also be called Ashura land. Of course, there are countless opportunities and benefits. They are all Taoist traditions that were once lost. Others leave, Qin Yu stays. Yang Hao shouted loudly, and many elders and disciples retreated. Before leaving, Li Xian revealed an envious look. When I was a congenital fire spirit body, I was summoned by the sect master. He was envious of Qin Yu being so valued. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, but I also became more clear about my future path. The so-called young master is nothing. It's just an empty name after all. My way should not be for fame and fortune. Compared to Dongfang Yuan, I am more talented. If he is strong enough, how dare he fight me? Li Xian also came to his senses at this moment and realized that his own cultivation was the most important thing. If his strength had already reached the top among the younger generation of Xinyang sect. So, is there still any suspense about the position of young sect leader? There is no need to pursue it deliberately. Otherwise, it would be putting the cart before the horse. At this moment, he felt a little grateful to Qin Yu. After this incident, he became sober and understood. When everyone had walked out of the hall, Yang Hao slowly stepped down from the position of the sect leader, smiling bitterly. Uncle Junior Master, are you satisfied with this handling? Don't tell the master about this, otherwise we old guys will be in trouble again. I will sort out the rest slowly. I just finished healing Master's injuries with Master Wu and the others. If Venerable Yang Tian knew that his only closed disciple almost died in the criminal law hall after only entering the inner gate for half a day, it's still a power struggle. If nothing unexpected happens, the entire Xinyang sect will be purged. Moreover, Yang Hao did not regard Qin Yu as a junior, but I really treat him as a peer or a senior master, because Qin Yu was blessed by the Azure Dragon, and the ancestor almost died on the spot after just making some deductions. There's a huge cause and effect involved in this. This shows that Qin Yu's future prospects may be more than just a venerable. The foundation building stage is just now. Thank you for your concern, Sect Master. I'm just speaking up for those inner disciples. Yu entered the game without revealing his identity, just to prevent these inner disciples from being cheated in the future. Whenever something happens, these people use the power of the sect to suppress it by force. There might be a lot of blood and tears involved. All I can do is to maintain peace in the present. I'm powerless to take care of the rest. If we meet someone, we will help them with our swords, that's all. They're all children of poor families. The spiritual stones they have stored up throughout their lives have been cheated away. Moreover, they're members of the sect, so it is very likely that they will become disloyal. As the junior master of the sect, I have also contributed my part. At least the master was going to give me a heavenly grade elixir. It's a reward. Yang Hao nodded slightly. Don't worry about the alchemy room. This matter will definitely alarm that old guy. It will be purged. I suggest, Junior Master Uncle, take a trip to the ancient ruins. Even though your current strength is relatively weak, and you are only at the first level of foundation building, but you are blessed by heaven and earth, and you have the luck of heaven and earth. Opportunities and treasures will all come to you actively, and the probability of obtaining them is much greater than that of other disciples. Ordinary dangers are nothing to you. Ancient ruins are a rare opportunity that only comes once in 1,000 years. This is an opportunity to move up quickly. After all, in the sect, those secret realms are just ordinary, and Leze also has his life guaranteed, so it can't be considered as training. Yang Hao is looking forward to it, because those with great luck will be like fish in water in this secret realm, and their strength is not enough to be judged. In addition, there are many true teachings in the sect, and his disciple Lin Shui will also go there. By then, it will be enough to protect Junior Master's safety. Yu was just about to speak up to take over. A hint popped into my mind. You have received a suggestion to enter the ancient ruins. Entering there will bring you great luck, treasures, and you will be recognized as the master. Even if it is not suitable, your success rate is twice that of others. Do you accept? Yu's eyes lit up, and he responded in his heart. Accept. My nephew, you are awesome. I'll go. Chapter 65. The Son of Luck? Jump off a cliff if you can. Yang Hao Bao said sleekly. He didn't expect that his junior uncle would agree so readily. He also prepared some arguments to persuade Yu, because the monsters blessed by heaven and earth are the most popular to be inherited among these ancient relics. It is also the easiest opportunity to obtain, but he was afraid that his junior uncle would not want to get involved in the outside world so early. After all, the first level of foundation building was not good enough among the younger generation of Xinyang sect, not to mention in the Kanglan domain. The top geniuses from other sects will also appear this time. The genius of Wanhai sect this time is slightly better than his eldest disciple Lin Shui. The talent displayed was extremely amazing. Yang Hao had a general understanding of the battle between the outer sect competition and Chu Yu. It was mainly because his junior uncle relied on the thunder tribulation that he was able to escape danger. He immediately said, if you need anything within 3 days, just send someone to tell me. Full satisfaction. There was a gleam in Yang Hao's eyes. With a man of great luck in charge, it was very likely that Handyman would be severely damaged in the ancient ruins. If there is a chance, all those top disciples will be killed, and there will be no more leading figures in this generation of Handyman. There's hope. Thank you, Sect Master. A smile appeared in Yu's eyes. This ancient relic was completely tailor-made for me. Of course, there's a problem, and that is that my own strength needs to be improved. Even opportunities and treasures will all come to me. But without sufficient strength, there is no way to protect it. By then, it won't just be the Handyman family. As long as the Xinyang sect takes any action, all the sects and schools in the entire Kanglan domain will turn their attention to Qingshi County. Besides, he and Dongfang Yuan are now at odds with each other. We must definitely be careful and vigilant, so as to avoid being tricked by your own people. Immediately, Yu walked out of the main hall and headed towards Xinyang Peak. Next, he needed to ask for advice from netizens on the forum. It is impossible to become stronger by relying on yourself alone. The only way forward is to work together. Immediately, he opened a forum in his mind and opened another post among his previous posts. Thanks to all the netizens for their suggestions. I will go to the alchemy room today to try to make an elixir. The profit is good. Every batch of pills is of top quality. The yellow-grade, mid-grade foundation building pills can even reach the yellow-grade upper grade after the pills are formed. Today, the sect discovered an ancient relic. It is said that there is a top treasure in it, reaching the heavenly level, and there is also an ancient inheritance test. I have promised the sect master and nephew that I will go to the ancient ruins, but my strength is too weak and not enough. I am only at the first level of foundation building. And most of the young geniuses who can conquer ancient ruins start at the spiritual transformation stage. Excuse me, how can I improve quickly within 3 days? The sect master's nephew thinks that I am the son of destiny, carrying the destiny of heaven and earth, and that I can easily obtain opportunities, but I don't have enough strength to protect what I have obtained. Waiting online urgent. When Xinyu was about to return to Xinyang Peak, there were already more than 10 replies. People on the forum were paying close attention to this post these days, because he made it look like the real thing. It feels like I'm really practicing in a fantasy world. So many bored and idle warriors wanted to expose him. Want to find loopholes. Shatter the OP's daydream. So, when Xinyu posted the message, this group of people responded immediately. Yuanshan started. Now there are alchemists in Blue Star. According to what the host said, the foundation building pill can increase the possibility of breaking through the realm, and if it fails, it will not fall back to the realm and damage the foundation. This is definitely a third-grade realm-breaking pill. In other words, you said that after studying for a long time, you have been able to master the third-grade pills of Blue Star? Are you crazy or am I? Even the most evil alchemist on Blue Star needs to spend a year to reach this level. Since you said you were the son of luck, according to the script, you have a chance to get a top opportunity by jumping off a cliff. If you have the ability, just record a video of yourself jumping off a cliff, and I will completely believe you. What kind of person is a man of luck if he can't jump off a cliff to gain an opportunity? Tai said, the OP is crazy. How can you say that you are the son of destiny? Are you crazy about being the protagonist? If you really are, then between life and death, you will continue to improve. I suggest that the OP go to a dangerous place and keep hovering between life and death for 3 days. You will definitely improve quickly. Yin Zhongjuan, it's so funny. Actually, the host can no longer justify himself. A few days ago, he said that he was a chores disciple of the sect. Now, the sect master has become your nephew? Isn't this funny? To improve your strength, the most important thing is a spiritual treasure. Since you're the master's uncle, go get the best defensive spiritual treasure to refine. Who can kill you? Crimson Knight. Add 1. The author has gone crazy. This post is invalid. Xinyu scanned the post below again, and most of them agreed with what he said. The information he threw out this time was too explosive. Those who previously believed that they had traveled through time now chose not to believe it. Think I'm really crazy. Whose menial disciple could become the sect master's uncle in just 3 days? This is too explosive. Moreover, Blue Star now has its own alchemists. The most monstrous one, who is known as the hope of the alchemy world of Blue Star, also took him a year to refine a third-grade realm-breaking pill. Just then, after scanning all the posts, a prompt appeared in my mind. You have received general advice. Find the sect master and ask for the best spiritual armor, which can be refined safely and ensure your life in the ancient ruins. You have received general advice. Within 3 days, you will experience the cycle of life and death, and once again gain the characteristics of nirvana, as well as the characteristics of increasing the amplification, which will be used to improve your strength. You have received general advice. Before the ancient ruins appeared, you were a child of luck. Find the highest peak of Xinyang sect and jump off the cliff. Record a video and post it on the forum. You will get the top opportunity and will not die. Do you accept? Qin Yu's eyes sparkled. As expected, netizens are all good people. But can you try something more difficult next time? Can't your imagination be a little bigger? This way the harvest will be more abundant. Immediately, I replied in my mind, accept these 3 suggestions. The reminder to accept success appears in your mind. At this time, Xinyu came to Xinyang Peak and overlooked the surroundings. He found that Xinyang Peak was the highest peak, standing at the heart of the mountains. It's like rising into the sky. Just as he was about to jump off the cliff, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly came from the side. Uncle Master, can we talk? At this moment, senior sister Lin Shui, wearing a white long skirt with light patterns, took lotus steps, her bare feet exposed in the air. Lin Shui was also extremely shocked at this moment. She was originally a little unconvinced, because she believed that her talent was the best in the entire Kanglan domain. But at that time, Patriarch Yang Tian rejected him. However, when the news of the turmoil in the inner sect and the fall of the true disciple reached her ears, at this moment, Lin Shui was completely convinced. Even some more ideas came to mind. So he stayed on Xinyang Peak, waiting for Qinyu. Chapter 66 Ascends the Throne as the Young Master. Qinyu paused slightly. He didn't expect that this senior sister would suddenly come to him. The two of them had no intersection at all, and then said vigilantly, "What do you want to talk about?" Lin Shui blinked her beautiful eyes. She was a little at a loss when she saw her alert Uncle Master. Because in the sect, all the younger disciples, when they saw her, although not panicking, most of them would behave very gently. There are very few people who would look at her like Qinyu, as if he were guarding against a thief. Immediately, her elegant red lips parted slightly, and a gentle voice as gentle as spring came out. "I have heard the legend of my Uncle Master in the inner sect today." "Excuse me, Uncle Master, are you interested in the position of sect leader?" "The sect master has been very kind to me, but my master is about to break through the barrier and is in the death barrier. When this ancient ruins is over, I'm afraid the position of a young sect master will be settled. And I just want to help Xinyang's sect grow stronger. I have no interest in power." Among the younger generation, the ones who are capable of doing this are Dongfang Yuan, Li Xian, and Su Hong. They are now slightly behind the top talents. It's difficult to lead Xinyang's sect out of its current predicament. So, I want to assist my Uncle Master and seize the position of young sect leader. Under your leadership, Xinyang's sect will surely prosper and return to its peak. You are at the 9th level of body tempering, and you defeated the 3rd level of foundation establishment and severely defeated the true disciple. In the Thunder Lake, I tempered my body to the 7th level and broke through 4 levels in a row. I can't do it either. I can willingly assist my Uncle Master. Lin Shui blinked her beautiful eyes and spoke very sincerely. To her, Yang Hao is more than just a master. He is more like a father and daughter. Because when Lin Shui's family was destroyed, it was the sect leader Yang Hao who stepped in to save her from the dire straits. In Xinyang's sect, he is constantly blessed. Allow her to grow up in a safe environment. If I have the ability, I don't want to see the Xinyang sect decline. Want to do something. Lin Shui didn't like fighting and originally planned to just watch from the sidelines. But now that he discovered Qin Yu's talent, he immediately had an idea. Qin Yu's mouth twitched at this moment, and he was a little confused. This aloof senior sister is actually willing to assist me? He immediately shook his head. With my identity, I am not suitable to compete for the position of young sect leader, right? Lin Shui's beautiful face was filled with a smile. Don't worry about this, great grandmaster. The position will be filled by the capable. With your seniority, there will naturally be more elders in Xinyang sect who are willing to support you. Under your leadership, Xinyang sect will be united. Qin Yu shook his head. I have no idea about the so-called power. Xinyang sect has treated me well. When I have the ability in the future, I will protect Xinyang sect and will not watch it decline. But before he finished his words, the reminder sounded in his mind again. You have received general advice and become the young master of Xinyang sect. After you succeed to the throne, you will gain the characteristics of prosperity. Similar to the previous advice, the cultivation speed of the people of Xinyang sect will increase by 20%. The success rate of breaking through the realm will increase by 20%, and the growth rate of spiritual medicine will increase by 20%. There are no natural disasters, the weather is good, and the people are obedient. Also, you will receive the blessing of the luck of the land. You will not have any special features in the future. As long as the Xinyang sect grows stronger, you will get more and more blessings from luck, and you may become a true son of luck. Qin Yu immediately stopped talking and responded in his heart. Take the advice. Shit, as long as the Xinyang sect becomes stronger in the future, with the help of this power of luck, I could become the true son of luck. Relying on this, I must compete for the position of young sect leader. I have no interest in power, but I am particularly interested in the blessing of luck. At this moment, the beautiful girl in front of him had a hint of frustration on her pretty face. She didn't expect that her Uncle Master would actually refuse. She is not optimistic about the younger generation of Xinyang sect today. They can only fight among themselves. Not enough talent either. It may even lead the Xinyang sect to decline in the future. Since the great grandmaster is unwilling to take action, it is Xiao Xue who is disturbing him. Lin Shui slightly bent her legs, placed her slender hands on her waist, and bowed. Just as he was about to leave, Qin coughed lightly and said directly, "Well, I think what you said makes sense. I'm the great grandmaster of Xianyang sect and the direct disciple of Patriarch Yang Tian. Then the rise and fall of Xianyang sect is naturally related to me. The Xianyang sect was once glorious and unified the Kanglan region, and was even able to compete with the Holy Land sect. But now we are being targeted by Handyman. I'm also responsible. Since you are willing to help, Lin Shui. After the ancient ruins are finished, I will express my stance and compete for the position of young sect leader." Lin Shui, whose beautiful eyes were originally filled with frustration, now showed a hint of joy on her pretty face. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Could it be that I impressed my Uncle Master? Immediately he bowed and saluted. "Thank you, Uncle Master, for your concern for the sect. Then I will start preparing. After the ancient ruins are finished, I will help my Uncle Master ascend to the position of young sect leader. Those few people are naturally not good enough. I will not disturb my uncle's practice. I will also go to the ancient ruins in 3 days to help my uncle fight for the opportunity." Lin Shui is devoted to the Xianyang sect. After knowing Qin Yu's talent, she thinks that this top opportunity should be given to her uncle. This is the only way to maximize the effect, because she felt that she could not handle the Xianyang sect on her own. There is no way. Now, as soon as the ancestor of Xianyang sect reaches the end of his life and dies, it will be the most difficult time. She also had no confidence in her master's advancement to the venerable realm, because she had already failed once before. This time, it's a fight to the death. However, if there's a suitable person in charge of Xianyang sect, Master will have fewer worries. Good. Qin Yu nodded slightly, contented. This time the harvest was fruitful. He then turned around and left, walking towards the cliff of Xianyang Peak, ready to complete the first proposal. Get a top opportunity first. It can also be regarded as preparation for the follow-up. Lin Shui, who was about to say goodbye and leave, stopped when she saw this scene. He looked at Qin Yu's back hesitantly. She was a little confused. Cultivation. Shouldn't it be done in the spirit gathering array? Why did my Uncle Master go toward the cliff? Then, Qin Yu's steps became faster and faster, and then he reached the edge of the cliff, and a hint emerged in his mind. The video recording function has been turned on, and you can use it. Activate the recording function. A faint light appeared in Qin Yu's eyes, and then he jumped up. Lin Shui. Qin Yu, why did you jump off the cliff? Didn't he just promise me that he would compete for the position of young sect leader? Her beautiful eyes suddenly shrank, and she quickly sent a message to the sect master and others, expressing her extreme panic. Chapter 67. Ancient Phoenix Disdain. Qin Yu activated his spiritual energy and leaped forward, feeling the sharp cold wind whistling past his ears. The hazy fog flew before my eyes, and everything was white. The speed of falling was extremely fast. The body felt a slight pain, the blood flow accelerated, and the meridians could not bear it. Boom! Qin Yu forced himself to open his eyes, and there was a continuous roaring sound beside his ears, as if they were about to explode. At this time, at the bottom of the cliff, there seemed to be a divine light flashing. A prompting voice sounded in my mind. You accepted the suggestion and chose to jump off the cliff at the highest peak of Xianyang sect, gaining tremendous luck and touching the souls that were once buried deep in the mountains of Xianyang sect, the Phoenix. It is drawn by your luck and slowly breaks out of the ground, wanting to conclude a contract. Before Qin Yu could react, he activated the Fa Tian Xiang, and the surging blood and energy directly turned into a barrier to block the impact. It suddenly fell to the bottom of the cliff, and countless huge rocks shattered and turned into flying fragments. At this moment, a gentle force slowly wrapped Qin Yu. Very similar to the characteristics of the previous Nirvana, the damaged body recovered extremely quickly, and there was a faint feeling of enhancement. That kind of power surged from deep within the body. The intense pain dissipated after a moment. Plop! At this moment, a crisp sound was heard from the ground next to him. There is a little red-feathered bird with mud on its head. Its eyes are looking around, and it looks a little cute. It moved its little feet and walked toward Qin Yu like a little chick. Her eyes, like black pearls, blinked and rolled around. Squeak! Then, he tilted his little head and looked at Qin Yu. Seems to be asking, Qin Yu, this opportunity is indeed great, but it's difficult for me to grasp it now. He had come across it in the ancient books of Xianyang sect. This legendary beast only existed in ancient times and was born in the heavens in all realms. After each of them grows up, it has the ability to destroy the world and is almost immortal, existing in the world for a long time. Moreover, among the same level, they are invincible and can sweep away everything. Every mythical beast or ancient monster is a truly top-notch powerhouse. It's so terrifying. And now a legendary phoenix appeared just like that. If this were to be discovered, would I be able to handle it now? Now, even the Xianyang sect's cultivators who have entered the spiritual realm can control me at will. This might lead to something big. At this moment, the little phoenix stroked its furry belly with its wings, its eyes slightly curved, as if tears were flashing. It looked very aggrieved, which made people feel pity for it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Chinyu now understood that it was hungry. Immediately, he took out a foundation-building pill from his Chinquan bag. Generally, this kind of divine beast eats this kind of treasure. The little phoenix snatched it away with its wings, threw it into its mouth, and swallowed it directly into its stomach with 2 crunches. But his little face wrinkled immediately. Terrible, very, very terrible. Then, he looked at Chinyu aggrievedly. The corner of Chinyu's mouth twitched slightly. Although he didn't know why a little phoenix was buried in the underground of Shintian's sect, it was obvious that this thing was difficult to raise. Or in other words, it's a money-eating beast. He then took out the only 2 or 3 yellow-grade spiritual medicines left in his hand. These were the ones left over from his previous alchemy, and some were obtained from the outer sect competition. The little phoenix pursed its lips and swallowed the food weakly. These qualities were too rubbish. Finally, he walked forward and ripped the Chinquan bag, and his eyes moved back and forth like a black gemstone. Focus on Wandao tree. My eyes couldn't help but light up. The little wing pointed directly at the tree. Seeing this, Chinyu quietly put the Wandao tree into his pocket. This is the most valuable thing I have now. This is definitely not something that can be given, and it is of great benefit to cultivation. According to the outer sect's great elder, this thing seems to still have room to grow. It is also a treasure. You can choose the rest. Then he placed all the Chinquan bags on the ground and opened them. The little phoenix took a look at the spirit stones filled with impurities, and its mouth drooped again. Those who want to acknowledge the Lord themselves. Are you so poor? Is this really the son of destiny? According to the memories passed down in blood, shouldn't every son of luck be super rich? It fell in a deep thought, but in the end it still flapped its wings. Every time it was swung, tens of thousands of spirit stones became dim and lost all their spirituality. A few breaths passed. In the Chinquan bag, all the spiritual energy in the spirit stones was devoured. Chinyu. This is definitely a money-eating beast. He felt a little distressed. He has already collected nearly 400,000 spirit stones. If you refine 2 more batches of pills, you can buy the elixir of longevity. The little phoenix seemed to be more energetic at this moment. It weakly raised its red feather wings, and a drop of blood flowed out. Chinyu felt an ancient pressure from it, although only a little, but he couldn't help but feel palpitations. At this moment, he finally believed the legend in ancient books that a drop of blood could wipe out a life. If a fully grown phoenix sheds a drop of its blood, it will be enough to destroy a city. The energy contained within it is not something that ordinary cultivators can withstand. Extremely terrifying. Chinyu naturally knew that this was recognizing the master. Immediately, he took out a drop of blood from his fingertips, which flowed in the air and merged with it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Beside the little phoenix, mysterious runes surged and eventually transformed into a phantom piece of white paper with ink sliding across it. 2 drops of essence and blood merged into it. Chinyu seemed to have some concerns in his heart. A childish female voice sounded in my mind. I want to eat. Spiritual stones don't taste good. It spoke the human language in a very immature and difficult manner, but Chinyu already knew what it meant. Immediately, I couldn't help wanting to cry. In Blue Star's novels, isn't there always a divine beast to help, and there's no mention of any requirements for food in the early stages? Aren't they all the same as ordinary monsters? Why is it different here? Do you want to eat the treasures of heaven and earth right away? I have consumed 400,000 spirit stones. You want more? Where can I find it? Before opening his mouth, several sounds of breaking through the air were heard. Boom! Sect leader Yang Hao, as well as Old Wu and others, transformed into rays of divine light, and hurried over here, appearing at the bottom of the cliff. At this time, they saw a little red bird, which was looking at Qin Yu aggrievedly. Everyone was stunned. Lin Shui's previous message was that Qin Yu jumped off a cliff, right? How come this isn't scathed? You know, a 1,000-foot cliff would most likely cause serious injuries and shatter bodies for not only the cultivators who have established their foundation, but even the cultivators who have entered the spiritual realm. But Qin Yu just acted as if nothing had happened and was teasing the little red bird. Everyone couldn't help but frown. Wasn't Lin Shui trying to trick them? Anger suddenly rose in their hearts. But at this moment, they discovered a contract that appeared out of thin air. Inside, there seems to be a tremendous ancient pressure. It's amazing. It was like an ancient ferocious beast standing in front of him and others. The flow of spiritual energy in the body becomes blocked. Wait, Qin Yu signed a contract with a ferocious beast. This pressure is probably more terrifying than the ancient relics, right? Chapter 68. Great Sun Nirvana Tribulation, Hard Steel. Rumor has it that when the ancestor chose the Taoist mountain gate, he discovered this place and buried the ancient creatures, waiting for them to break out of the ground. I didn't expect this is true. This little red bird is of extremely strong rank. It is an ordinary ancient species. After reaching adulthood, it can reach the level of a venerable one. As expected of you who have received the destiny bestowed by heaven and earth, it turns out that you jumped off the cliff because you knew there was an ancient monster at the bottom of the cliff. Sect leader Yang Hao and several elders, including Chi Tai, were completely stunned at this moment. It would be great if he could jump down from Xinyang Peak without any injury. A legendary ancient species also appeared. This was too shocking for them. It's hard to even describe the scene before my eyes. But more of it is envy. Judging from Qin Yu's growth rate, he is constantly breaking through the limits. The ambition is definitely huge. But now, even if he doesn't work hard, he can only wait for this ancient relic to grow up. There was a ferocious beast in the venerable realm that was galloping freely throughout the Kanglan domain. This life is too good. Qin Yu also showed a bitter smile. Without much explanation, I just feel that there is a mysterious force under the cliff attracting me. I just jumped. I never thought that I would be able to sign a contract with a ferocious beast. Just as he finished speaking, layers of dark clouds gathered above the sky and thunder was heard. Boom! Silver-white lightning snakes rolled and shuttled through the clouds, deafening the ears. And just above the base of the cliff, Yang Hao and the others frowned when they saw this. Rumor has it that the human race and the ancient species signed a contract. This is not tolerated by heaven and earth and will bring about thunder punishment. I didn't expect it to be true, but it shouldn't mean anything to you. After all, the power that thunder punishment can mobilize is the ultimate power of the realm of the Tribulation Crossing cultivator. The thunder punishment of the first level of foundation building is very simple for you. Everyone is very confident because Qin Yu is able to reach tens of thousands of kilograms of physical strength at the first level of foundation building. Even cultivators in the late stage of foundation building cannot reach this level. So, this so-called thunder tribulation is just a formality. Boom! At this moment, the sound of thunder rang out again, and in the thunderclouds, a phantom of a sun slowly emerged. That aura of destruction seemed to annihilate the heaven and earth. Extremely terrifying. The thunder tribulation has changed. Why is there a big sun? Even I feel palpitations. Chitai said hurriedly, his heart trembling. It was obvious that there was something strange about this thunder tribulation. Retreat quickly. Clear the area within a 1,000-meter radius, and do not allow anyone to interfere with the tribulation. Yang Hao suddenly said, and his figure retreated violently, not daring to stop for even a moment. This is because if there are other cultivators within the range, the power of the thunder punishment will also increase. If they were here, Qin Yu would definitely be annihilated on the spot. The weakest ones are all Tianyuan masters. Wu Lao and the others had already appeared outside the cliff and said in a low voice, I've seen some records in ancient books. Rumor has it that if the true, peerless evildoers are punished by thunder, it will be different from that of ordinary people. Because heaven and earth regard all living beings as straw dogs. Nature does not allow powerful creatures to rise. Obviously, this thunder punishment sensed the extraordinariness of Qin Yu and mutated and evolved. This is very similar to the forbidden thunder tribulation recorded in ancient books. A big sun shines brightly on the earth and sky. This is the 97th ranked Great Sun Nirvana tribulation. 10,000 years ago, there once appeared an invincible master who wanted to break through the barrier and achieve immortality. But he had extraordinary aptitude, an innate Tao body, and a heavenly talent. Ultimately, when he was transcending the calamity, he provoked the Great Sun Nirvana tribulation and died, unable to struggle. Elder Wu's words made the clan leader and others pause for a moment. From a side view, Qin Yu's talent was envied by heaven and earth, and he also signed the ancient relic, which allowed the thunder punishment to evolve into a forbidden thunder tribulation. But, damn, even the invincible lord was once defeated? Can Qin Yu make it through successfully? Oh no, if I had known earlier, I would have given the healing pills and some protective formations to Qin Yu. Now, I'm afraid something might go wrong. Li Haoran said with a gloomy expression. Qin Yu is now the hope of Xianyang sect. If they really died here, they would regret it extremely. At this time, Lin Shui also came to the bottom of the cliff from Xianyang Peak. She walked to the side of several elders and saw that the junior master uncle inside was not seriously injured. She breathed a sigh of relief. Junior master is a lucky man. He didn't get hurt even after falling from Xianyang Peak. Master, why did you stop here? A look of confusion emerged on Lin Shui's beautiful face. Yang Hao briefly explained the situation in a few words. Lin Shui's beautiful eyes trembled. The forbidden thunder tribulation, annihilating all living things. This was too shocking. Junior Master, this is only the first level of foundation building. How'd I get such a thunder punishment? Immediately, he quickly sent a message to Qin Yu inside to tell him about this matter. Qin Yu. What the hell? Forbidden thunder tribulation. He was a little confused. Isn't this a top-notch opportunity for me? Why did I still encounter the Great Sun Nirvana disaster? It seems I can only rely on netizens on the forum. He then uploaded the previously recorded cliff jumping process directly to the forum using the spiritual consciousness in his mind. Thank you for your advice, fellow Taoists. I jumped off the highest peak of the sect and was recognized as the master by the Phoenix. However, because of this world, humans and divine beasts cannot sign a contract, which will cause dissatisfaction from heaven and earth, and now a thunder tribulation has appeared. Moreover, this thunder tribulation has evolved. What do you think, fellow Taoists, should I do? At this time, many netizens who were following the post fell into silence after watching the video. And at the end of the film, there is a little red bird, and even through the video, I can still feel my heart palpitating. It was like really facing a divine beast. Yun's Hongdian, fuck, we're just bragging, are you serious? Are you really jumping? You can't see the bottom of the cliff at a glance. And you are still alive to send us a video? Are you crazy? Yuan Shun activated. Fuck, the host is so powerful that he even took down the Phoenix. What the hell is this forbidden thunder tribulation? Just go ahead and fight hard. With the Phoenix by your side, what are you afraid of? Moreover, according to the setting you mentioned, this is just the peak of your current realm. With a destiny on you, even the thunder tribulation may not dare to touch you. In just a moment, the hint appeared in my mind. You have received ordinary advice, and you have survived the nirvana tribulation of the sun. Your body has been strengthened, and you have been blessed with the destiny. Even if Lei Ling himself comes, he will not dare to kill you. Do you accept? Accept. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. He had nothing to fear from the destiny that was bestowed upon him. Moreover, using the forbidden thunder tribulation to temper his body might allow him to break through to his limit again. Chapter 69. Sorry for the offense. I will give you an opportunity. Boom. At this moment, dark clouds covered the sky and the sun, and the aura of destruction seemed to be about to destroy the mountain gate of Xianyang sect. Countless disciples and elders looked up at this moment and were shocked. This thunder tribulation, why is it so huge? Could it be that one of the core elders is at the level of a tribulation crossing venerable? Everyone was full of doubts. At this moment, outside the mountain gate of Xianyang sect, several hazy figures appeared in the void, with their eyes wide open and mouths open, staring at the scene in astonishment. A huge sun. Could this be the legendary Great Sun Nirvana tribulation? It is the legendary forbidden thunder tribulation that is specifically designed to kill peerless geniuses. This must not be the result of transcending the tribulation to become a supreme being. A peerless evildoer has appeared in Xinyang's sect. We must report this to the sect as soon as possible. They were all elders from other sects in the Kanglan domain. They were watching outside the Xinyang sect, gathering information, and keeping an eye on developments at all times. Because the pressure brought to them by Patriarch Yang Tian was too great. Need to keep a close eye on it at all times. Patriarch Yang Tian can achieve the level of destroying an entire sect by himself. Apart from the two more powerful sects, Handyman and Fuwang sect, there is no need to fear. But the other Taoist sects that had one or two venerables in charge were all extremely frightened. Therefore, almost every Taoist sect sent a Tianyuan elder to observe. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a faint humming sound spread between heaven and earth. A red bird flapped its wings, carrying a young monk in white, and flew towards the depths of the thundercloud. Everyone in the field was shocked. The great sun Nirvana tribulation has the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. How dare this evildoer from the Xinyang sect take the initiative to attack it? Is he crazy? It seems that he knew that he had no chance of survival, so he took the initiative to attack and leave a good reputation behind. TSK, the Xinyang sect is really unlucky. It finally produced a genius of the level of jealousy of the heavens, but now he is about to fall. This is God's will to destroy it. Several shadowy figures had mocking expressions on their faces. A monster of this level, at the very least, has heavenly talent. It is even possible that there is an innate body accompanying it. It was obvious that this must be the hidden evildoer of the Xinyang sect, but now he had triggered the forbidden thunder tribulation and had no choice but to fight back, thus being exposed to their sight. At this time, they kept sending messages back to report the good news. The peerless evil hidden in Xinyang sect is about to be destroyed. At this time, outside the bottom of the cliff, Yang Hao and others had extremely dark faces. Qin Yu actually took the initiative to fight. It takes a tough punishment, let alone this kind of forbidden thunder tribulation, even if it is an ordinary realm-breaking thunder tribulation. Even they need to deal with it carefully. Whether it is a panacea to repair injuries or a formation that can resist thunder punishment, they need to prepare a lot. Do everything to the extreme, to avoid accidents. Even Patriarch Yang Tian had never faced a thunder calamity head-on. What's more, this disaster is a legendary disaster. But they had no way to intervene and could only look up at the sky worriedly. At this moment, Qin Yu and his little red bird became blurry and unclear, obscured by thunder. A lot of thunder punishment power. Tasty. At this moment, a childish voice sounded in Qin Yu's mind, and he was very excited. The little red bird grew bigger, just enough to carry him forward. At this time, the little red bird opened its mouth, and countless thunder forces rushed into its stomach like a whale. Qin Yu could vaguely feel the numbing thunder from the bright red feathers. With Phoenix by my side, I really don't have to be afraid. Your behavior is intolerable to heaven and earth. In ancient times, the two races signed a contract that human cultivators are not allowed to capture fierce beasts or divine beasts to use as mounts. As a human, you attempted to sign a contract with a mythical beast, the phoenix. It destroyed the oath between the two races. This is something that heaven and earth cannot allow. If you cancel the contract, I can spare your life. An illusory figure stood above the thundercloud, with his hands behind his back, overlooking the world, and a vague voice came into Qin Yu's ears. Although Qin Yu didn't know why he couldn't sign a contract with the phoenix, but he had a destiny on his shoulders, so why would he be afraid of a small thunder tribulation from you? So much nonsense. My life is in my own hands. Just do it. Qin Yu stood up slowly. A strong wind suddenly arose. His black hair danced wildly behind him, and his face was extremely calm. The spirit of thunder revealed a slightly surprised look. The creatures it had destroyed were all peerless geniuses of the contemporary era, and many of them were more talented than the young man in front of him. But everyone showed a look of despair when they saw him. On the other hand, this young man even wanted to attack himself. Interesting. Lei Ling raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Since you are only at the first level of foundation building, there are only 3 great sun tribulations. If you make it through successfully, you will be recognized by heaven and earth. As Lei Ling finished speaking, a winding and sturdy thunder dragon, carrying the phantom sun, rushed towards Qin Yu. The big sun contains extremely terrifying energy that makes people's hearts palpitate. Chinyu stomped his feet suddenly, flew into the air, and activated the Diamond Sutra. The blood in his body surged out like a tide. I now have 50,000 kilograms of physical strength. Adding the 50% increase from the Diamond Sutra, it would be 75,000 kilograms. Not afraid at all. He suddenly threw a punch. Boom! Chinyu felt that his right hand was almost numb, and his whole body was about to fall apart. You enter a trap, and the Nirvana characteristic is activated. You withstand the thunderstorm, and the special feature of destiny is activated. At the Dantian, a warm current flows through the meridians of the whole body in an instant. The body that was almost shattered was fully recovered. Chinyu also felt that his body had broken through its limit at this moment, and the strength in his arms increased greatly. A gleam of brilliance appeared before his eyes. Moreover, his realm began to loosen, and he was about to break into the second level of foundation building. To survive a catastrophe is to put oneself in a desperate situation in order to be reborn. As long as you succeed, there will be a leap forward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a faint light seemed to be falling behind Chinyu, as if connected with heaven and earth. Upon seeing this, the spirit of thunder could not help but frown and fell into deep thought. How can this young man, at the first level of foundation building, master 70,000 kilograms of physical strength? Even those peerless evildoers who were killed in ancient times could only achieve this. Moreover, the aura on him is extremely extraordinary, as if it carries the destiny of heaven and earth. Could it be that he is the man of destiny chosen by heaven this time? The spirit of thunder tribulation was in turmoil. The laws of nature will choose the destiny of an era every once in a while. This person is the spokesperson of heaven, walking in the world. Although my third thunder punishment can deal with this young man, but won't this offend the will of heaven? No, we must not kill him. And you also have to establish a good relationship. The destructive properties of the thunder punishment have been eliminated, leaving only the power of rebirth. This will also allow him to temper his body and express goodwill. Boom! Immediately, he swung his right hand, and a big sun condensed again, but its power was even stronger than before. Chinyu's heart was also trembling. There's a feeling of being shrouded in death. But when the sun bombarded him, lightning flashed all over the sky and turned into a sea of thunder, and flames surged. But Chinyu blinked. His own body did not suffer any damage. Moreover, unnoticed, the chi and blood were constantly absorbing the energy of the thunder tribulation and were surging. I didn't know your identity before. I'm sorry for the offense. I hope you can forgive me. Seeing that you have mastered the power of thunder, I will give you an opportunity. How far you can cultivate it depends entirely on yourself. The voice of the spirit of thunder poured into his ears, and it was extremely gentle. Chapter 70. He is Dongfang Yuan. He must be killed. Chinyu paused for a moment. It seemed this was the nature of destiny. Even if you encounter danger, you will be able to overcome it and gain benefits. As expected, at critical moments, we still have to rely on netizens. Boom! Countless lightning snakes were flying and continuously bombarding Chinyu. The path of thunder contains the power of destruction, which can destroy everything, but it also contains the power of vitality. The ultimate of destruction is rebirth. Everything grows. Chinyu felt that there was endless life essence in his body, which was constantly repairing his previous injuries. His physical body was also constantly improving, and the little red bird under his seat was constantly absorbing and exhaling the laws of thunder, and was extremely excited. But at this moment, the elders of other sects outside the mountain gate were completely stunned. How is it possible? Let alone the great sun nirvana tribulation. Even an ordinary realm-breaking thunder tribulation can't be so easy, right? Relying on the flesh to resist the thunder punishment. Investigate. Investigate immediately. Who is this person from Xinyang sect? Why did a monster of this level suddenly appear? But we didn't receive any news at all. Originally, they had already brought back the good news, telling the sect that the new generation of evildoers of the Xinyang sect had fallen. As a result, the opponent ignored the thunder punishment, was extremely powerful, and fought head-on. The so-called forbidden thunder tribulation could not hurt him at all. This is beyond astonishing. A demon who can survive the Great Sun Nirvana tribulation can be compared to the ancient sages, and in the future, he may even have the qualifications to surpass the venerable. Such existence must never be allowed to grow. It must be strangled in the cradle. Those who can resist the thunder tribulation must have broken through multiple extremes in their physical body. No one in the entire Kanglan domain can do it. In the past, there was a Lin Wuren in the Xianyang sect who had only broken through the limit of the body-tempering realm and reached a strength of 30,000 kilograms. The Grand Master has been able to defeat the Venerable. This is extremely scary. If Lin Wuren breaks through, the entire Kanglan region will be unified by the Xianyang sect. Now, another monster like this has appeared in Xianyang sect, and he is far superior to Lin Wuren. How can this not make people afraid? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The roaring thunder has come to an end, but the young man in the dark clouds is still relaxed. The people they sent to investigate have already reported news one after another. But in all these years, the most powerful male geniuses in Xianyang sect have only been two. One of them is named Li Xian, who has an innate fire spirit body and is at the first level of the spiritual transformation realm. He is invincible in the same realm. One of them is called Dongfang Yuan, who is at the fourth level of the spirit transformation realm and has upper grade earth rank aptitude, but he seldom takes action. Every time he does, he suppresses the enemy with the force of thunder, and it seems that he has the potential to ascend to the position of young sect leader. The elders of several sects looked at each other and integrated the information they had. Among the beings above the spiritual transformation realm, these two are the most evil. Li Xian's words are unlikely. He is an innate fire spirit body, but when he attacked in the thundercloud earlier, he didn't seem to sense the fire intent. Moreover, his innate body almost determines his future path of cultivation. Since he is integrated with the way of fire, how could he possibly cultivate the way of the flesh body? Then, it can only be Dongfang Yuan. He is indeed very powerful. Over the past 10 years, every time he made a move, he was swift and decisive, and he killed instantly. No one knows his true strength. Now that we know who it is, a genius of this level must not be allowed to stay. Otherwise, it will be a disaster. Handyman, will issue a bonus. 1 Earth-level spiritual treasure, 10 Earth-level spiritual pills, and you can get it by bringing Dongfang Yuan's head. I follow the Fuguang religion. All the Taoist elders expressed their opinions directly at this moment. Their faces all looked extremely solemn. Although Dongfang Yuan is very talented, he has not caught their eyes and has never risen. In the end, he is just an ant. But no one expected that he could actually cause such a thunder tribulation. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. Otherwise, when it grows up, there will be big problems. I heard that the Wanhai sect has been attacking Qingshi County in the past 2 days and has also covered the entire county town. The elders of my sect deduced that there's an ancient atmosphere inside. Could it be an ancient relic? At this time, the elder of the Fuguang sect narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke calmly. The elders from other sects also came over upon hearing the news. My mind was full of thoughts. The elder of Handyman frowned. Wasn't this news spreading too fast? It may be that the elders of your sect made a wrong deduction. We should now unite to target Xianyang sect. As long as Venerable Yang Tian is alive, we will not be at ease. The elder of the Floating Light sect narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Then this time, isn't a good opportunity you ask the disciples of the sect waiting for me to enter the ancient ruins. By then, it will be no problem to wipe out Dongfang Yuan. Upon hearing this, Elder Handyman's forehead was covered with cold sweat. But what the other party said does make sense. The old one is Venerable Yang Tian. The master is Lin Wuren. Now, there's also Dongfang Yuan who appears and resists the forbidden thunder tribulation. If we give Xianyang sect some more time, it will really rise. Immediately, he sent a message directly back to the sect and finally got the consent of the sect leader. The elder of Handyman sighed. Since Brother Dao has said this, why not? But we must sign a covenant. Before we fight for the opportunities in the ancient ruins, we must first deal with Dongfang Yuan. Otherwise, whoever pushes deeper will be killed by the others. The elders of the Fuguang sect and several other sects looked at each other and nodded. Finally, it was finalized. At the very least, every fight for ancient relics has the opportunity to break through to the level of venerable. Even if Dongfang Yuan tried to withstand the forbidden thunder tribulation, he was still only at the 4th level of spirit transformation. If all the geniuses from these sects joined forces and set up a massive formation, they could completely kill them. Good. Just as the elders of other forces were discussing in the void. Yang Hao, Chi Tai, and other elders at the bottom of the cliff were completely silent at this moment, somewhat numb with shock. Every time this kid does something unexpected, this is too brutal. The legendary forbidden thunder tribulation in this kid's hands was like mud and could be kneaded at will. There was a hint of bitterness on Yang Hao's lips. If he could achieve this level, he would not have failed when he broke through the realm. In order to break through to the venerable realm, he tried his best to find various spiritual treasures to resist the punishment of thunder and countless natural treasures to recover from his injuries. But in the end, he still failed. There was a faint light flickering in Lin Shui's beautiful eyes. Only Junior Master Uncle is worthy of my assistance. Only he can save the Xianyang sect. Everyone's eyes were now focused on the hazy figure in the sky. Qin Yu seemed to be still moving forward. His figure became smaller and smaller, almost invisible to the naked eye. Chapter 71. If you compare yourself to others, you will die. Above the sky, lightning snakes were flying all over the sky, constantly striking Qin Yu. Today, Qin Yu's cultivation has broken through to the 3rd level of foundation building, and he has been suppressing it again and again to avoid the appearance of superficial realm. Moreover, he also successfully broke through to the great perfection realm and comprehended the new power therein. Every bolt of thunder contains powerful energy and the power of the law of thunder. Moreover, his physical body also improved madly, activating every inch of qi and blood. Qin Yu estimated that his current physical strength should have reached nearly 100,000 pounds. Compared to before, I seem to have endless energy in my body. At this time, a solid black cloud, carrying Qin Yu and the little red bird, moved towards the depths. Hiccup. The little red bird lay above the clouds, stroking its round belly with its crimson wings. Sure enough, there are many benefits to following the Sun of Fortune. It is really difficult to have enough food to eat in this era of incomplete rules. At this moment, Qin Yu found a hazy figure in front of him, wrapped in thunder, and looked like a young man. He saluted respectfully. Brother Qin, I apologize for offending you before. Are you satisfied with this gift? This is the Nirvana tribulation spirit. It must be said that killing a genius is a very easy task for him. But, to eliminate the destructive force, one must be careful not to hurt Qin Yu. This is so fucking tiring. You are so polite, senior. Thank you for showing mercy, although I don't know why. But, Qin Yu will remember this friendship in his heart. Qin Yu returned the salute. It was most likely due to the characteristics of destiny that he had mistaken himself for someone else. But, this level of thunder tribulation is indeed difficult to survive. I am at the 1st level of foundation building and have reached a physical strength of 50,000 kilograms. With the blessing of the Diamond Sutra, his physical strength reaches 75,000 kilograms. With Lei Yi's blessing, there is indeed a chance of making it through, because this is the ultimate realm, and even in ancient times, it would be like this without any accidents. Therefore, Qin Yu still has a certain degree of confidence. Of course, it will definitely be a heavy blow, because I haven't prepared anything. When Nirvana Tribulation Spirit heard these words, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and the lightning wrapped around his body flowed faster. This is a promise from the spokesperson of heaven. Even though they had only met by chance, now, he had already left a deep impression on her when she was still weak. This is timely help. In the future, when Qin Yu rises, as long as I hold on to this thigh, I can be sure that I can go one step further and take control of the avenue of thunder. It is even possible to transcend this body and achieve true immortality. You know, in this era, the rules are incomplete, but Qin Yu is able to break through to 100,000 gene of physical strength at the 3rd level foundation building. And the thunder power is great. With his talent, plus the blessing of heaven's luck, he will definitely become the overlord of the heavens in the future. He must have some kind of heavenly mission. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, a table made of dark clouds and 2 chairs appeared above the clouds. My dear, please take a seat. Please take a seat quickly. Your words are enough. Also, if you encounter any troubles during your tribulation in the future, you can send me a message and I will be here to help you at any time. Even if it's someone from my little friend's clan, or an elder from the sect, if something unexpected happens during the Thunder Tribulation, you can call me. A Thunder Seal token appeared in the hand of Nirvana Tribulation Spirit and fell into Qin Yu's hands. It doesn't worry about the rest. I was just worried that Qin Yu would be embarrassed to summon it. Friendship is something that must be built from the time when one is weak in order to be genuine. If Qin Yu's current cultivation level was not too weak, Nirvana Tribulation Spirits all want to sign the contract directly. However, Qin Yu's current strength is not enough to support it. If he forcibly signs the contract, he will only be reduced to ashes and his body will collapse. A gleam of light flashed in the depths of Qin Yu's eyes. My heart couldn't help but beat fast. If it were possible to interfere with the Thunder Tribulation, wouldn't the sect master, Elder Wu, and the others be able to transcend realms and become venerables? If the venerables are mass-produced, their own safety can also be guaranteed. But what does this Nirvana Tribulation Spirit mean? He is so attentive, there must be something going on. Qin Yu was a little unsure and immediately refused. Senior, your kindness is too great for me to bear. I should rely on myself to overcome the tribulation, and only then can I achieve the great way. The catastrophe of Nirvana is first urgent, then joyful. This person is worthy of being the spokesperson chosen by heaven. Even at the foundation building stage, one already has an invincible heart of Tao. But it was rejected. It was in a hurry now. It needed to establish a long-term relationship, so it just forced it in. My friend, you are so polite. I feel like we're old friends right away. As long as you have any problems in the future, I can help you within my ability. Even if you don't need it, your sect elders and clan ancestors also need to extend their lifespans, right? I can take care of all this. Okay, that's all for today. I have to leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of Nirvana Tribulation Spirit became vaguely illusory and was about to dissipate. This certainly would not give Qin Yu another chance to refuse. If something like this happens in the future and I am used, wouldn't that take the relationship a step further? Qin Yu and the little red bird were wrapped in a dark cloud of thunder and were sent to the bottom of the cliff. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dark clouds from the thunderbolt slowly dissipated. Yang Hao and the others who were waiting all stood there in a daze, completely dumbfounded. What is going on? Thunder Tribulation. And he took the initiative to send people back? Is there such treatment for the tribulation? Is pick-up and drop-off included? Thinking back to their own tribulations, every time they were struck by thunder, madly striking them and trying to kill them. Damn, why does the gap between people feel even bigger than between people and dogs? And this improvement is huge. They sensed that Qin Yu's aura had reached the 3rd level of foundation building. How is the tribulation? Are you injured? Yang Hao asked anxiously. Qin Yu smiled calmly. Master, don't worry, this kind of thunder tribulation can't hurt me. I need to retreat for a day to digest what I have learned today. We still have more than 2 days to go until the ancient ruins. Let's see if we can improve a little bit more. Yang Hao, Chi Tai, Wu Lao, and others, they felt like they were going crazy. In half a day, he advanced 2 small realms. What the hell do you want? Are you still ready to continue the challenge? Moreover, what do you mean this kind of thunder tribulation cannot hurt you? This is a forbidden thunder tribulation. How many of the legendary innate Taoist bodies have perished in it? Even Lin Shui could sense the abnormality of her junior master's talent at this moment. According to the news she received, it took only 4 or 5 days in total to advance from the 3rd level of body tempering to the 3rd level of foundation building. It has crossed an entire realm. In the end, Yang Hao took out some healing pills and gave them to Qin Yu, and then asked Chi Tai to escort him back to Xianyang Peak and protect him while he was in seclusion to prevent any accidents. Chapter 72. I will personally take charge of the Kanglin territory. At this moment, in a hazy and distorted space, countless flashes of lightning surged and shone, which was extremely astonishing. The Nirvana Tribulation Spirit that had disappeared before now appeared here, and its face looked a little gloomy. Failed? It seems that a latent dragon has appeared in this Kanglin domain. Even you have failed. It seems that a great era is about to begin, and many evildoers have appeared in the Songyuan realm recently. This world will change, and our era will also pass. Why? At this time, an old voice sounded slowly. An old figure emitting a faint glow all over the body, extremely holy, it sighed quietly and was extremely pessimistic. The Nirvana tribulation spirit looked in all directions, compassion flowing from its eyes, because the heavenly Tao had been in a deep sleep for a long time, and the world was surging. It was obvious that disaster was coming. In every era, not only human beings have to undergo great changes. Even these spirits nurtured by heaven and earth will be destroyed, because it is already a product of the previous era. The rules of heaven and earth do not allow it to continue to exist. All will be replaced. After the great catastrophe, the heavenly way that nurtured them will fall, and when the great sun nirvana catastrophe appears again in the future, it will no longer be the same consciousness. Nirvana Jeling suddenly came up with a plan, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and said in a low voice, "Brother, I want to personally take charge of Kangland territory. Today's revenge has been achieved. From ancient times to the present, among the geniuses I have suppressed, no one has been able to escape from my calamity, except for the supreme beings who can leave a world. This person is also a forbidden thunder tribulation, but his grade is higher than mine. Moreover, according to Qin Yu's future development direction, it is very likely that other forbidden thunder tribulations will be triggered again. His identity as Tian Ming would most likely be discovered. By then, my status will no longer be the only one. Because he seldom took action and was too lazy, he did not suppress many geniuses, so his rank was lower. In this case, I will take advantage of the situation and make the brothers of these forbidden thunder tribulations think that I am angry and become extremely angry. Allow yourself to leave the Lei Dao space. Enter the Tsang Yuan realm. At that time, if you want to help Qin Yu, you don't have to hide it, you can do it at any time. Of course, it also needs to be within the rules, and thunder punishment cannot be brought down actively. The cultivator must have violated the rules, such as a breakthrough, or violated the laws of heaven and earth. But as long as there is a thunder disaster, I can intervene. So much fuss. The old figure frowned slightly and spoke. You know, the Nirvana tribulation spirit is actually not weak. In terms of its control over the laws of thunder, it can even be ranked in the top 10 among the forbidden thunder tribulations. It's just that there are fewer people who take action, so people don't think highly of him. Moreover, most of the forbidden calamity spirits have been destroyed, and now there are only more than 10 left. The Great Era is about to begin, and our era will also pass. Since you want revenge, then go ahead. Just hand it over to Tsang Yuan Lei Dao. However, the creatures in Kangland territory are in a miserable state. The forbidden thunder tribulation is personally in charge of the thunder punishment. Even the innate Tao body will be annihilated. The old figure shook his head slightly and sighed. It doesn't want to intervene. I'm about to die anyway, and this world has nothing to do with me anymore. However, if the creatures in Kangland domain want to break through, as long as a thunder tribulation occurs, it will probably be much more difficult than before. Because this kind of thing happened before. The son of God of an ancient religion, with a holy body and innate laws, has a promising future. But once when facing a forbidden thunder tribulation, he successfully survived it, used it to temper his body, and even made sarcastic remarks. He angered the forbidden calamity spirit and eventually took control of the place where the ancient sect was located. No matter who breaks through the realm, as long as thunder punishment appears, it will intervene personally. In the end, because the death rate of disciples in that large sect was so high, only top geniuses could grow up. But there is absolutely no backbone. Eventually, it slowly went into decline. Their lifespan is related to the changes in the laws of nature. You can keep consuming it. But later, the son of God of that great sect made a powerful breakthrough and finally succeeded in attaining enlightenment. He directly charged into the Thunder Tao space, demanded an explanation, and killed several forbidden calamity spirits at one time. If there were no subsequent mediation by other spirits of heaven and earth, Lei Dao would have faced a major purge. Moreover, they control the authority of the heavenly Tao, which is like a sharp sword, and there are many supreme beings who have been offended by them. This is also the reason why these forbidden thunder tribulations are becoming less and less frequent. Thank you, brother. I'll go right away. Nirvana Jieling bowed, and then disappeared from the spot again. There was joy in the depths of his eyes. He had previously used some means to investigate Qin Yu. A few days ago, a foolish man inexplicably became enlightened in martial arts, broke through 3 realms in succession, and killed the menial disciple. Moreover, in these few days, he made continuous breakthroughs. After the thunder punishment ended, he even reached the third level of foundation building, which is equivalent to crossing a major realm in a few days. As for the laws of thunder, he was able to master them with ease. He absorbed them without any hindrance and directly reached the state of perfection. There is definitely something fishy going on here. Perhaps this Qin Yu is not as simple as destiny. Tian Dao, are you willing to die like this? How can a person who has been stupid for 18 years suddenly realize something and make rapid progress in martial arts? His physical body is improved, and he keeps breaking through the limits as if there is no obstacle. Now, Nirvana Jieling can only think of one thing. That is, Qin Yu is the incarnation of heaven. This is one of its layouts, because over the years, it has been receiving messages from the incarnation of heaven, and it has been looking for a way out. I want to transcend this body and find a way to open up a realm of immortality through other paths. It is said that there was once a heavenly Tao who had accomplished this, and he lived happily and carefree among the heavens. It is possible that the current heavenly Tao has this idea. A gleam of light flashed in Nirvana's eyes. He instantly had a guess and became more and more certain of his idea. The aura of connection between heaven and earth that I sensed at the very beginning was definitely not wrong. It once followed the way of heaven and knew what this meant. Qin Yu, it was definitely not as simple as destiny. Nirvana Tribulation Spirit burned the information in his hand and mobilized the laws to directly cover up Qin Yu's information. Except for those few people, it was difficult to detect others. Soon, not long after, it came to another hazy space. Lord Nirvana, I'm sorry for not coming to greet you in person. A little old man, with spots all over his face, said with an apologetic smile. Spirit of Thunder Tao, I want to guard the Kanglan region myself. Please make arrangements here. Nirvana, Tribulation Spirit, spoke calmly. Now, in the Thunder Tao of the Tsang Yuan realm, only they who are forbidden from thunder tribulations can control the thunder punishments above the venerable. Therefore, Lei Ling would naturally appear servile in front of them. Tsang Yuan Lei Ling wanted to say something, but in the end he just responded, Okay, that's no problem. The creatures in Kanglan territory are in trouble now. Chapter 73. Encirclement and Killing of Xianyang Sect. Bluestone County. At this moment, the light and shadow above the sky were somewhat distorted. It was as if it overlapped with another world, and from time to time, waves of oppression swept in all directions. Very amazing. At this time, a man in a dark blue robe slowly walked out of the void and looked at the ancient ruins in front of him. I didn't expect that there is such an amazing ancient relic hidden in Xianyang Sect. The pressure from it has surpassed the venerable realm. This is what was left over after countless years. Once, I don't know how powerful it was. The man in the blue robe couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. It was difficult to suppress the shock in my heart. Greetings, great elder. At this time, in the Qingshi County city below, a divine light rose into the sky, came in front of him, and saluted respectfully. Half a day ago, I led a team of guards from the Wanhai sect to suppress all the people from the Xianyang sect in Qingshi County. However, we didn't have time to destroy the teleportation array, so one person escaped. Now, I'm afraid this news has already spread to the Xianyang sect. We have to prepare as soon as possible. Otherwise, we don't know who this ancient ruin belongs to. The man who spoke was still wearing a dark blue robe with a burly figure and spoke in a worried tone. After all the cultivators in the entire Kanglan domain know it. As long as Venerable Yang Tian dies for one day, then Xianyang sect will still be the overlord in Kanglan domain. Don't mess with it. Lan Shao smiled calmly and said calmly, Ancestor Yang Tian, your birthday is approaching. He won't live much longer. He has far exceeded the lifespan of a venerable. If he really attacks this time, we can still suppress him. Let's pass the news back. The burly man paused for a moment, not quite understanding. At this moment, several powerful auras appeared in the void again, almost approaching the power of the Great Elder. The second elder of the Floating Light sect. The master of Qing Chuan Pavilion. The burly man looked over here. Including the Grand Elder, there were a total of 5 sections. These were all the sects in Kanglan domain that now had a venerable in charge. Today, they all gather here at the same time. It seems that you have already discussed it. A peerless evildoer has appeared in the Xianyang sect. No one can sit still after hearing this news. Lan Shao laughed, his expression indifferent. The second elder of the Floating Light sect, who was dressed in plain clothes, smiled calmly. Who can sit back and watch the forbidden thunder tribulation being shattered? When we entered Kanglan territory, we had already forged a blood feud. We all had our venerables killed or injured, and many elders perished. This hatred cannot be resolved, so the only option is to strike first. According to my sect speculation, that person is Dongfang Yuan, because my sect has an insider. In the past 20 years, the most outstanding people in Xianyang sect are Li Xian and Dongfang Yuan. It's the same as what the elders who investigated speculated. So, he will definitely come to participate in the ancient ruins this time to strengthen himself and look for top opportunities. If he solves it first, everything will be fine. Even if it's not him, I will destroy all the Xianyang sect's geniuses who came to the ancient ruins this time and cut off his generation of inheritance. It's still difficult to carry on alone. The advantage is mine. If Venerable Yang Tian takes action personally, then we will deal with it all at once to avoid any more trouble. When Venerable Yang Tian reaches the end of his life, he will surely self-destruct. By then, he will be like a mad dog, dragging 1 or 2 sects with him. Therefore, it is a good thing to deal with this person in advance. Lan Shao nodded slightly. Good. Great kindness. Several other venerables also laughed, thinking that they were sure to win this battle. Several Taoist sects joined forces again. What is the mere Xianyang sect? Qingshi County is like a dragnet laid out in heaven and on earth, and they have an absolute advantage. Xianyang Peak. At this moment, Lin Shui walked out of the courtyard with a complicated expression. She had originally mustered up great courage and wanted to assist her junior uncle in competing for the position of sect leader. But what I never expected was that this person didn't need this qualification at all. From a certain perspective, one has to worship his own master as a subordinate uncle, for fear that he would be dissatisfied. After all, he had been a menial disciple in Xianyang sect for more than 10 years, and it was difficult for him to gain a sufficient sense of belonging. It seems that among the menial disciples, junior uncle had once suffered some bullying. We regained some ground at the beginning, but this ultimately concerns the reputation of junior master in Xianyang sect. I still have to solve it myself and finish it cleanly, to avoid any unexpected problems in the future. In short, anyone who is an enemy of junior uncle master in Xianyang sect should not continue to stay in the sect. Even Lin Shui has already started to think about targeting Dongfang Yuan. They were bound to fight. Then, in addition, the other party already had a grudge against junior master. Those who strike first naturally have advantages. Of course, solving the problem of Dongfang Yuan would involve greater interest for the sect, including the entire lineage of the Great Elder. Let's deal with that female servant disciple first. Lin Shui walked back to the main hall with jade steps, took out a small flying boat, and several beautiful maids followed closely behind her, heading towards the area outside the outer gate. Today happens to be the day when Qingshan is giving a lecture. This is the hope for the menial disciples to become outer disciples. When practicing martial arts, everything comes first. The long and distant sound spreads across the Green Mountains. Today it was still that man in plain clothes, lecturing leisurely with a reserved aura, just like an ordinary person. However, none of the menial disciples in Qingshan dared to speak freely today, because a few days ago, a life-and-death battle took place in Qingshan. Qin Yu, who had been stupid for more than 10 years, broke through 3 levels and killed the buck-toothed boy. This man in plain clothes was also an elder of the sect. He directly dispatched the Xianyang guards to slaughter 3 generations of his clan. Nowadays, people don't even dare to breathe. Moreover, it is rumored that Qin Yu has become the top scorer in the outer sect competition. Now he has been promoted to the inner sect. Step-by-step success. It is like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss with unstoppable force. But they didn't know anything about the subsequent news. After all, they could only hear some from the outer disciples. However, rumors have it that Qin Yu, during the monster trial, was able to repel the beast tide with just a word, cross the realm, and defeat the true sect, etc. These are just like legends. A man who was in the same place with me and others a few days ago and worked as a chores. As a result, in an instant, he was high above, turned into the bright moon in the sky, and was revered by everyone. Make them dreamy. The one who has suffered the biggest gap is Lin Yu today. She has missed countless things. Once she could grasp it, just wait quietly for 2 years. She is the Taoist partner in this legend. At this moment, I regret it. Whenever she heard rumors about Qinyu, her heart ached. Now it is even more silent. At this moment, a small pale white flying boat appeared above the Green Mountains. All the Chore's disciples were stunned. A cultivator who can own a flying boat must, at the very least, be a true disciple of the sect, right? Why did you come to this Green Mountain? What is this for? Who are you looking for? There was a hint of surprise in the eyes of the man in plain clothes. She actually came here? What is this for? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The flying boat slowly landed, and a beautiful girl in a light blue dress walked out slowly with lotus steps. Her face was as white as jade and as delicate as water. A faint silver-white divine light sprinkled all over his body, eclipsing the entire heaven and earth. Like a goddess in heaven, she spoke slowly. Who is Lin Yu? Lin Yu's body trembled, and her heart beat faster. Could it be that another opportunity had come for her? Chapter 74. Princess Lin was captured. In Xianyang's sect, no one doesn't know senior sister Lin Shui. She is a legend of her generation. As a disciple, she crushed many elders according to the records of the Leze secret realm. In the foundation building stage, he passed 8 levels in a row. And in an abandoned site, in order to cover the retreat of the sect disciples, the eldest senior sister, who was at the first level of spiritual transformation, single-handedly fought off 3 people at the second level of spiritual transformation and did not even lose the upper hand. She is responsible, accountable, qualified, beautiful, and has a peerless appearance. She is regarded as a fairy in dreams by almost all male disciples of Xianyang's sect. Lin Yu had met him once before at a disciple conference. At this moment, her body was trembling with excitement. Big sister, I'm here. Even words are difficult to control. A genius of this level is also the sect master's personal disciple. If he didn't have something important to tell him, why would he come to me? Qinyu, I will definitely pay you back for the humiliation you gave me behind closed doors in the future. Lin Yu murmured in her heart. She had always been resentful that when Qinyu was practicing in the wooden house, she took the initiative to go to his house and take all the spirit stones, but was turned away in the end. At the beginning, Qinyu is just a foolish man. Even if he has become successful now, he is still just an inner disciple. How can she be compared with the senior sister? Many of the errand disciples in the field showed envious expressions. I didn't expect that Lin Yu was so blessed. She once missed Qinyu, and now the senior sister actually came to find her in person. It must be something important. If there is any malicious intent, just a casual word will result in tens of millions of disciples being willing to help the senior sister. If anyone wants to do something to Lin Yu, there are plenty of people who can help. There is no need to make the trip yourself. It's a complete waste of time. Lin Shui opened her red lips slightly, and a pleasant sound rang out. Come with me. Lin Yu could hardly control his excitement. He quickly walked into the flying boat and waited quietly. At this time, Lin Shui noticed a man in plain clothes beside her and was stunned. Uncle Warren, aren't you in seclusion, preparing to reach the venerable realm? Why are you here? There have been rumors in the sect that Lin Warren is in seclusion in a blessed place, and this is also the news within the Lin family. The Lin family of Kanglan Domain was once extremely powerful, with several Tianyuan cultivators in charge, and was the top foreign aide of Xianyang's sect. And the Kanglan Lin family, according to legend, came from an extremely ancient lineage, but they stood on the wrong side and were destroyed that year, and the entire Lin family suffered a devastating disaster. Lin Shui's father is Lin Warren's younger brother. Lin Warren was trapped in a dead-end state and became possessed. Eventually, the sect leader personally led a team and rescued the remaining Lin disciples, including Lin Shui. The plain-clothed man had a bitter smile on his face, but he was finally discovered. He said calmly, "Here, I can experience the past of the mortal world and calm my inner restlessness. Since you have discovered me, let's leave together. I'm also preparing for a breakthrough, to fulfill a wish." He originally wanted to cultivate his Taoism and do something for the sect, so he has been here for several years. Unexpectedly, he was discovered by his nephew. It's the time and the fate. But in his opinion, the time is ripe. Xianyang's sect, it's time for a new venerable to emerge. Otherwise, we won't be able to suppress the villains. Fuck. The legendary Lin Warren, the most evil existence in my Xianyang sect in thousands of years, is also the peak of martial arts today, a master who has gone against the venerable. He actually taught us for 3 whole years. I can't believe it. This is a treatment that many inner sect disciples and true disciples don't even have. The key is that with this treatment, most of us haven't even entered the outer gate. It's really embarrassing to tell outsiders. Some of the menial disciples covered their faces and cried. This was so embarrassing. The strongest Tianyuan cultivator of Xianyang sect was giving lectures in person, but they often didn't listen seriously. On and off for 3 years, they were still stuck at the second and third levels of body tempering. If this gets out, it will be fatal, being scolded as trash for 100 years. But at this moment, Lin Warren had already arrived on the flying boat. He looked at Lin Shui beside him and said, "What do you want to do with this person?" "Give her death." Lin Shui smiled sweetly, and the whole world seemed to be eclipsed. Lin Warren was slightly stunned when he heard this. Why would a mere errand disciple offend his own niece? "You know, my niece doesn't fight or compete, doesn't get happy or make noise. She's like a fairy in ice and snow." There was no communication between the two parties. But he didn't say anything and just waited quietly, because Lin Shui must have his own plans. Furthermore, Lin Yu is not a good person. He had done a lot of evil things among the menial disciples. There were quite a few disciples who were injured because of her, and some even had their cultivation destroyed. But Lin Warren never cared. Everyone has his own destiny. Once you're on the stage, it is a fight. Life and death are all your own choices. Just like the Qin Yu before, it was because of Lin Yu's humiliation that he became enlightened in martial arts. Now he seems to be doing very well in the inner sect, and who knows, he may become a true disciple of Xianyang sect in the future. Of course, when he meets Qin Yu and others, Lin Warren will still help them. Lin Yu also paused for a moment. A look of fear appeared on her pretty face. She quickly knelt down and spoke in a trembling voice. "Senior sister? Senior sister, I don't know what I did wrong." Lin Shui raised her eyelids slightly. Her beautiful eyes were like ice, and she spoke calmly. "I have investigated what you did in the outer sect. You attracted many menial disciples who were jealous of you and even asked others to collect spirit stones for you. These are nothing, but you shouldn't have set your sights on Qin Yu in the first place. Even if he doesn't take action himself, the sect leader and others will send people to clean up these troubles after a while. After all, what if one day in the future, when Qin Yu was patrolling the sect, he found an acquaintance who had bullied him? Due to his position, he could not take action for fear of being accused of being petty. Therefore, the sect leader and others will find ways to resolve these issues, but Lin Shui believes that since she chose to assist her junior uncle, she should fulfill some responsibilities." Lin Yu was stunned. She was totally confused. How did Qin Yu get involved with the senior sister? How long has he been promoted to the inner sect? This is the celestial being in the legend of the entire Xianyang sect, but he seems to be standing up for Qin Yu? But before she could think, the maid beside her turned the slender short sword into a cold light and flashed suddenly. Behind Lin Yu, bright red blood flowed out, and he died instantly. But at this moment, Lin Warren was also suddenly stunned. "Qin Yu? Are you talking about Qin Yu, who entered the outer sect from a menial disciple a few days ago, and won the outer sect competition and was promoted to the inner sect?" Lin Warren felt a little uneasy. Could it be that the seed he had casually planted a few days ago was stolen by the Lin family's back garden? You know, Lin Shui is the princess of the entire Lin family and Xianyang sect. She has extremely high ancestral bloodline, outstanding talent, and a bright future in martial arts. She can even lead the Lin family in the future if she fails to break through. Only Lin Shui can lead the Lin family back to their ancestral land and trace their roots. This has always been the goal of their Lin family. As a result, he was captured by the boy who was a servant a few days ago. Lin Warren's anger was rising rapidly. Isn't this kid too wicked? Chapter 75. Did I enter the fake Xianyang sect? Why do you care so much about this Qin Yu? Could it be that he is the one you like? Lin Warren forced himself to suppress his anger. He had watched Lin Shui grow up over the years and treated her like his own daughter. Now, a young man that he had helped casually before turned around and entered the inner gate and hooked up with his own niece. Lin Warren now wants to enter the inner gate and chop Qin Yu to pieces. The Taoist heart that had been calm over the years suddenly became irritable again. Lin Shui paused for a moment, not quite understanding why her uncle would ask that. Immediately, he responded softly, "Well, he is the Xianyang sect master that I like." Lin Warren felt a darkness before his eyes. It would be fine if my niece was hesitant, but she even said bluntly that she wanted to help him become the sect leader. This is more than just stealing the back garden. The whole family was moved away. Lin Warren wanted to cry. He had to find the sect leader as soon as possible. Tell this matter. Otherwise, something big will happen in the future. To some extent, his niece's status in Xianyang sect is higher than that of the elders like them. With one call and 100 responses, it is possible that the support of many true disciples and inner disciples, plus the power of the sect leader's lineage, will be enough. Let's not talk about this matter for now. Do you know what his qualifications are? Do you know his prospects? Do you know how big the Xianyang sect is? How many disciples does it have? Can he afford it? Lin Warren spoke in a hurried tone, even gesturing with his hands. I have been teaching in Qingshan for 3 years. How could I not know Qin Yu's condition? This was obviously a moment of clarity, just the awakening of his martial arts skills. Relying on this, how far can the future go? When Lin Shui heard this, stars twinkled in her beautiful eyes. I know all this. With my help, he will definitely be able to bear it. Lin Warren, isn't this pure cheating? With your strength and background, you even have to personally go out and assist him? He felt like he was going to cry. After going through the trials of this worldly life, my spiritual heart feels like it's about to collapse. The energy and blood rushed to the top of the head. I was almost dizzy. Immediately, he said nothing more, but put his hands behind his back, walked aside, and sulked alone. Prepare to meet Qin Yu before going into seclusion. Seeing this, Lin Shui blinked her eyes that were like the sea of stars. It seemed that her uncle was relieved, so she didn't say much. The flying boat headed towards Xianyang Peak. At this time, Qin Yu was practicing in the courtyard, feeling the effect of the high-level spirit gathering array. Countless spiritual energy turned into whirlpools and continuously flowed into the body. After a whole day of cultivation, Qin Yu felt that his energy and spirit had almost reached its peak. Very full. Because he had broken through 2 small realms in succession, his realm was still a little superficial, so Qin Yu chose to strengthen it and digest it. However, he did not practice swordsmanship and dropped the Qin Gang sword. Time is too tight, and it's a bit too late. For now, it can only be used as a machete. Qin Yu also studied the Shinong Ding and didn't find too many special things. As for the spirit inside, it only appeared once at the beginning. There was no trace of him afterwards. Even Qin Yu didn't know how to use the Shinong Ding. The Xianyang sect is no longer in great danger to me. I can go to the Leize secret realm and take out the treasure. There is no dangerous place in the sect. There's only one Thunder Lake. We could try to continue our efforts. What if we break another record? Wouldn't it be possible to obtain another Thunder Dao treasure? There was a gleam of light in Qin Yu's eyes. Last time, I was in the body tempering stage and broke through 4 levels in a row. To reach this level, one must at least break through the outer perimeter of Leize. When he thought of this, he stood up, straightened his clothes, and walked out of the courtyard. Crack! When I opened the door, I found a man in plain clothes and a girl in an ice silk dress walking towards me. The man seemed familiar, but I couldn't quite remember him. He immediately greeted him. Lin Shui. But the man in plain clothes next to her took a step forward, turned into a shadow, and appeared in front of Qin Yu, looking him up and down with solemn eyes. Then, a trace of tremor flashed deep in his eyes. The 3rd level of foundation building. How'd you do it? When you were promoted from Qingshan to the outer sect, you were only at the 3rd level of body tempering. Even if it was the time of the outer sect competition, wasn't it just 2 days ago? Only 5 or 6 days in total. You have reached a new level. Lin Warren was a little confused at this moment. What kind of martial arts enlightenment can reach this level? Isn't this too outrageous? Moreover, the energy and blood in his body are extremely thick, like layers of huge waves. Shouldn't this be the energy and blood force that only a cultivator in the spiritual transformation realm possesses? After Qin Yu saw the person coming, he couldn't help but pause for a moment, and then he realized instantly that this person, wasn't he the elder who helped him solve the problem? When the life and death competition was over, the buck-toothed boy threatened himself that his father would avenge him in the future. As a result, the man in plain clothes directly dispatched the Xianyang guards to kill 3 generations of his family. Extremely powerful. Immediately, he bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, Elder. Thank you very much for that day. I have gained some insights recently, so I have improved faster. Although I improve quickly, 2 Sandai is dispensable. But According to normal practice, it would take several years or even a lifetime to go from the 3rd level of body tempering to the 9th level of body tempering. There is always a time to leave Qingshan. If you are not careful, you will be ambushed by the Lord of Rock City and die. This is also considering yourself. Lin Warren's mouth twitched slightly. What the hell is this called enlightenment? Not to mention him, even the innate Taoist body of the ancient great sect or the Holy Land's Taoist tradition. It would take several months or even a year to go from the 3rd level of body tempering to the 3rd level of foundation building. Do you think cultivation is as simple as eating and sleeping? Well, the improvement is quite fast, but some things still need to be determined. You must at least become a true disciple and become a core elder of Xianyang sect in the future. It is possible. Moreover, your strength is still too weak at the 3rd level of foundation building. You need to improve as quickly as possible to hone yourself. Do you understand? At this moment, Lin Warren also recognized Qin Yu's talent, but some tests were still needed. Otherwise, wouldn't this kid get away with it? Qin Yu was slightly stunned. What's the possibility? Lin Warren's anger suddenly flared up again. How can you pretend to be confused when you know the truth? I am Lin Shue's uncle. Qin Yu nodded. Well, elder, please continue. Lin Warren, shouldn't you serve me tea and water and then invite me into the house respectfully? Oh shit, why did you still serve it? No, we must not let Shuer become a partner with a man like this. At this moment, Lin Shui had already arrived at the gate of the courtyard and stretched out her delicate hand. Greetings, Junior Master. Lin Shui was well-mannered and showed great demeanor, even though the boy in front of him was younger than him. Since Qin Yu felt that adding the word ancestor at the end did not sound nice, he later told Lin Shui not to call him Grandmaster Uncle, but just Little Master Uncle. Anyway, he is the junior uncle of the entire Xianyang sect, so it makes no difference. Lin Warren, Junior Master? Lin Shui called him Little Master Uncle. He is of the same generation as me? What the hell is this? He felt like his head was smoking and he couldn't think straight. Then, at this moment, a familiar sloppy figure appeared from the sky, turned into a stream of light, and landed in the courtyard. Junior Master, I know you're going to laissez. I have temporarily closed the secret realm to prevent other disciples from knowing your situation. Chitai said hurriedly. After all, the Xianyang sect captured a spy in just one day, and he even exposed himself in order to find out who the previous person was. After Lin Warren saw who was coming, he was completely stunned. My brain just crashed. Why? Junior brother, Chi Tai, also calls him junior uncle? What happened in just a few days? Did I enter a fake Xianyang sect? Chapter 76. Your Lin family has become rich, but you still complain? Chi Tai is of the same generation as me and is quite talented, although he was defeated by me at the beginning. But he later gained a great reputation, which even spread throughout the Kanglan region. Become a famous master. Now, it has come infinitely close to the ultimate of Tianyuan. In the Xianyang sect, he is definitely considered to be of the older generation. But why does this scene appear? Huh, Lin Warren, you've come out of seclusion? Are you preparing to break through? Chitai looked at Lin Warren in surprise, because he knew that when this person came out of his secluded place, you are definitely prepared to break through to the venerable realm. I didn't expect that he knew Qin Yu. He actually appeared at Xianyang Peak, and he seemed to be furious. I guess the effect of these years of seclusion is not very good, and I still can't control my inner temper. Junior brother Chi, what did you call him just now? Lin Warren said in a low voice, his face becoming solemn. Could it be that this boy has been possessed by some ancient powerful being, using some evil magic? Did he seduce Chi Tai and his niece? Only this can explain why Qin you can cultivate so fast. Every old monster that takes over another's body can improve its cultivation without any hindrance in the early stage, which is equivalent to walking the same path again. It's not too difficult. But now, it's different. Chitai is already one of the oldest elders. How could he still be called Junior Uncle Master? Uncle Junior Master, oh. Brother just came out of seclusion. I don't know what happened in the sect these days. A few days ago, Qin Yu rose from the Green Mountains, broke into the outer sect, and was promoted to an inner sect disciple. That day, my two senior brothers and I took him to explore his talent. Later, he was discovered by the ancestor and accepted as a disciple. When you see me in the future, you must call me Junior Master Uncle, otherwise it would be rude. Chitai briefly explained it to him to avoid being impolite in the future. And he also knew one thing. That is, he was related to Lin Shui and was her cousin. Now, the two of them live on the same mountain, and there will definitely be a chance for them to become Taoist companions in the future. At that time, at the wedding, should Lin Warren call him Junior Master Uncle, or should he follow the seniority of the Lin family? He was very curious about this. Elder, just call me by my name. There's no need to worry about these false formalities. Qin Yu smiled indifferently. In his opinion, this was all unnecessary. Immediately, he looked at Qi Tai and said directly, Elder Qi, go to Lei Zhe. Improving your strength is the most important thing. Lin Warren felt a tightness in his chest. When he heard that this boy wanted to go to Lei Zhe, his eyes flashed, and he directly scolded. Go to what Lei Zhe? You're only at the 3rd level of foundation building now. What qualifications do you have to step into Lei Zhe? You have broken through a major realm in a few days, so you must be extremely frivolous. So, right now, the most important thing for you is to consolidate your cultivation. After accumulating strength, try to attack Lei Zhe again. Otherwise, there won't even be a chance to break into the 3rd level and step into the ancient road of thunder punishment. Finally, I have something I'm good at. If we talk about combat capability, then among the people of the same generation in the sect, I cannot firmly hold the 1st place. After all, the others have caught up. But in Lei Zhe, he created an unparalleled record, a height that even Patriarch Yang Tian and many other venerable supreme beings had never been able to reach. In the realm of body tempering, he reached a physical strength of 30,000 kilograms. With the help of the power of the thunder magic weapon, he broke through the outer circle when the foundation building realm was perfected. From then on, he began to shine in the Kanglan domain. Immediately, he couldn't help but straighten his chest. Qi Tai looked at him strangely, including Lin Shui, whose pretty face was also full of embarrassment. If it were an ordinary time, if Lin Shui had boasted about these things, she might have felt proud. But a few days ago, Qin Yu broke the record by using the 9th level of body tempering, and broke through 4 levels in a row, and his physical strength reached 30,000 kilograms. He even felt the meaning of thunder while in the Thunder Lake. Even Qin Yu had a strange look on his face at this moment, but he didn't say much. After all, Elder Lin Warren was doing this for his own good, hoping that he could maintain his current state. According to common sense, this is indeed the case. If you continue to take risks, problems will inevitably arise. Well, let's go to Lei Zhe for some training first. It will be useful after all. Qi Tai said nothing and took out his flying boat and landed on Xinyang Peak. Lin Warren frowned. It would be fine if the young man didn't listen to his advice. Why doesn't old Qi Tai listen to advice? This is good advice. But at this moment, Qin Yu had already boarded the flying boat. Lin Warren smiled bitterly. Forget it. I want to see what is so evil about this boy that he could attract the ancestor to come out of seclusion and personally accept him as a disciple. You know, Patriarch Yang Tian's battle record was extremely brilliant back then, and there were countless disciples who wanted to become his disciples but were unable to. In the end, I could only leave in disgrace. Among them are those with innate physiques that come from other domains and have extraordinary strength. There is even a son of God from an ancient sect who wants to learn and become invincible. He wants to learn from Patriarch Yang Tian and teach him everything he knows for a period of time, which can protect the Xianyang sect for 10,000 years. But he was still rejected by Patriarch Yang Tian. He is like a legend. However, such a person actually took the initiative to accept disciples, or compete with the elders. There is definitely something weird about this. Lin Warren took a step forward and landed on the flying boat, ready to find out what was going on. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The flying boat took off into the air and in an instant arrived at Lei Zhe Square. The weather was gray and cloudy, just like before. At this time, in the square, Lin Warren once again found several familiar faces. The core elder, Wu Lao, is in charge of the Xianyang Guard. Li Haoran, deputy chief of the criminal law hall. And sect leader Yang Hao. These 3 people standing here almost constitute the core power of the entire Xianyang sect. Could it be that they are all waiting for this young man named Qin Yu? Lin Warren fell into deep thought. He was extremely confused. How the hell? How could things become so weird in just a few days? What on earth happened to the sect? When the 3 of them walked out of the flying boat at the same time, the 3 sect leaders bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, Junior Master." Knowing that Junior Master is coming to Lei Zhe, the 3 of us brothers have come specially to protect him. to prevent any accidents from happening to Junior Master. The last time, Qin, you passed 4 levels in a row. This news was kept secret, but it also spread in a small area. This time, it is possible that the record of Lei Daobei will be broken again. It is definitely pushing the limits of the human body. Therefore, they decided to protect the road at the same time in case any accidents really happened and the foundation was damaged or something. When the time comes, the ancestor will come out and whip them to death. The sect master and the 2 elders are too polite. I'm just entering a secret realm, not going to die. Qin was a little bit amused and helpless at this moment. He said hello and went straight to the Lazy secret realm. Everyone was delighted and eager to try, looking forward to Qin being able to pass several levels this time. If he could break the record again and obtain a supreme treasure from the Tao of Thunder, that would be amazing. Only Lin Warren was puzzled and confused. Shouldn't he be thankful for being released? Why didn't anyone react so strongly? Immediately, he looked at the sect leader and said, "Old Yang, your disciple is about to be kidnapped. What do you think? Just tell me whether you will do anything about it or not." Yang Hao must be angry, right? This guy is your only close disciple. How can I not be angry when I am about to be kidnapped? Yang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and naturally knew who Lin Warren was talking about. It depends on who gets the points. If it's Junior Uncle, your Lin family is really getting a bargain. The others also spoke up immediately. That's right. If our Li family didn't have enough outstanding female cultivators, we would definitely let her and Junior Master Uncle become a Taoist couple. My chief family is even worse off. One of our descendants has angered Junior Master Uncle. I really want to slap him to death. Then my Wu family has been a single-line family for 18 generations. What did you say? Don't take advantage of the Lin family. This is too much, brother. Everyone expressed their dissatisfaction. What's going on with Lin Warren? He's actually complaining? Who is Junior Uncle Master? The man of destiny. Blessing from the Azure Dragon. The true teachings of the ancestor. You can pick up an ancient relic by jumping off a cliff. The existence of forbidden thunder tribulations is guaranteed to take place. And you're still complaining? Lin Warren. Holy shit. Are you guys really not crazy?